We're going into another day here at the Blast TV Austin Major. It gets spicy, just like there was a lot of spice yesterday. And I got two spicy individuals on the desk with me. It's Maui and Moses. What did I call you guys yesterday?
You called us salt and pepper.
I definitely didn't do that.
That was a burst of energy out of nowhere.
Salt and pepper. Not quite that, but how are you guys doing? How you feeling? You had a good day yesterday?
Hey, fantastic. I mean, the CS delivered, but everything after the CS was great too. Again, Austin is just, it's such a lively city. There's live music everywhere. There's people on the street corners. I'm not always interacting with all of them, but when I do, it's a good time.
Yeah, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I played 9 games of Counter-Strike last night.
But gee, you even more.
Is that working overtime?
Guys, I'm a dad. This is my vacation. This is what I get to do at esports events.
Bro, you went from 5 in one night
I know.
to 9 now.
Well, the first day I felt like, I was like operating at 50%. So yesterday was like really the first day that I felt like I was getting some game back.
And how is that game?
We went 9-0 last night.
Holy, is this
North
Premier?
America
This is all Premier.
Okay, North America.
What color
3.
rank are you in right now?
Red. I'm 27 something.
Ooh, nice.
27,000 something.
Nice.
Yeah, we got up there.
Hell yeah.
I might just need to play in North America to make myself feel good. This seems way too easy.
Hey man, they'll surprise you.
There's just less cheaters than I think.
Actually,
than Europe, I think.
We did encounter 2 cheaters last night, but it was great because they're not aim hacking. They're not like spin botting. They're just wall hacking.
Yeah.
And I can beat a wall hacker.
Yeah,
Right.
Can't beat a spin botter, but I can beat a wall hacker.
If you could be the spin botter, that would be hella impressive. But we're going to take a look at the bracket and see where we're at on our journey across stage 2 right now. And, well, it's become quite interesting. It's become spicier than we expected. And if you got Diamond Coin, well, you probably don't know this game.
I mean, there's only 2 real people that I know that have a chance for it. One is Ash, coach of Gamer Legion, and the second is Richard Lewis. 2 opposite sides of the spectrum, in my opinion.
How the hell did both of them to end up with this?
That's why you know it's random.
There was one guy on Reddit who let his wife make the picks based off how nice she thought the logos were.
Oh, that's genius.
And they're still in contention for Diamond.
I can imagine.
Yeah, that's not bad.
She thinks the Legacy logo.
Yeah,
really.
Like she had Legacy in 3-0.
It looks a bit like a flower, so she might go for that.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's touch on Legacy, though. Let's start with this because they are Jason's favorite team so far.
I think they're one of the best stories. I mean, they're one of my favorite stories, and that's in a group that has Falcons struggling, starting 0-2, and Simple coming back in FaZe and them looking great on day 1. But this team, I think more than anything, should have stolen the hearts and minds of everyone who's been watching these stages because, again, not even supposed to be here. All the sacrifices these guys had made, and what's just super impressive is watching the way they've leveled up and they've taken that consistency. They are like the epitome of a team who just gets this really powerful confidence win and takes it and runs with it. And I mean, what a wonderful 3-0 qualification to stage 3. That's insane to think about.
Yeah, the way I would compare it is if for some reason you're sending your country's best runners to a race and then one of them breaks their legs, but the guy that's next in the trials ends up getting the chance, but then just starts lapping everybody.
He's the Tom Brady of Counter-Strike.
I mean, they got the opportunity and they seized it. I would go with Brock Purdy personally, but
Tom Brady is a little bit aggressive. Yeah.
Either way, I mean, they're really actually turning heads and they're surprisingly taking names.
And you cannot mess with the best of 3 victory over FaZe. Like no matter how much you might want to doubt them, like about the best of 3s in stage 1, you just knocked out FaZe in 2-0 and a best of 3 to qualify. Can't mess with that. Can't argue it.
And I was actually speaking to Lux because guess what? They finally had some time to chill, so they all went to the pool yesterday. They actually got some deserved rest. And then I said to Lux, okay, are you going to get to relax? He goes, nope, tomorrow, back to practice, back to more grinding. They know they've got a golden opportunity right now, and they don't want to slow down on this.
I wish they didn't get into the pool. I wish they just kept it up and never stopped. Like, it's one of those things.
Be in the pool a little bit, man.
You got to keep the lucky beard. You got to keep wearing the lucky underwear. I don't want them to ever, even take a shower at this point until they end up losing a game.
I'm never interviewing him again if that's the case. Take your advice. Look at this quote from Lux as well that comes in, right? Stage 1 was too difficult. Stage 2 was easy.
I mean,
and you can understand it though.
Well, it's obvious. I think it's a little tongue-in-cheek as well, right? He's making a little joke off the fun of the excitement of it and everything. I can imagine the smile he had on his face as he said it. But certainly, I mean, it looked that way to an extent. They did labor through stage 1. Like, again, it's that confidence win. It's that idea in stage 1. They're like, we're not even really sure if we're supposed to. We're like everyone else. We don't know if we're supposed to be here either, if we're even good enough for this. And then they proved that they are. And then they just ran with it.
And they're running with it in style. Going on to one of our other 3-0 teams, VP, who have continuously made us doubt all their decisions, all the way they're putting the pieces together, how they just talk with each other and get through things. Well, when they're winning, it looks great.
VP are a roller coaster, and unfortunately, we don't have a choice whether we get on it or off it. We're just here for the games. We just have to see it all.
We don't get a choice about the seatbelts either. We might be strapped in, we might not be. We don't know.
We're doing loop-de-loops right now, but right now, I mean, they're on cloud 9, okay? Electronic, I don't know if I really believe that he got that much better, all in all, as a leader. But hey, they won their games. Some of the players like Flit and Fame, they've been popping off. I feel like when a team like and an individual like Flamus gives an interview that everything's been horrible, for some reason at majors, that just, it gives you this extra spark. It gives you a little bit more juice because you've only been losing. So for some reason, you play even harder once you get to the real deal.
I'm not sure about this quote, and I'll give my opinion on the fact that he says, my progress as an in-game leader is colossal. That's too big a word for you right now, Electronic. And then ever since I became one,
policing words.
Because he got to do this interview in Russian and have it translated, which is great for him. Yeah. But he's like, he's overcooked this way far. You're setting expectations way too high because I haven't seen you lose yet to see if you're going to stumble and go back to your old ways.
There's a lot of recency bias.
Yeah.
Like, because he started in-game leading, like at 2022, early 2022?
He had a little job
2022 spring, yeah.
So, I mean, sure, it's been 3 years, though. So, I mean, let's not act like this is some crazy thing. Like, we should see improvement.
Hopefully.
I mean, I'll say this, though. He's at least got them for whatever the struggles are leading into this. I'm with you. I always actually like hearing about teams struggling during boot camps because it means you're figuring out what you really need to work on. Teams that just breeze through it usually have the issues. But if you're Electronic, like regardless of what you might have prepared with this team, going 3-0 in this stage, we want to see what happens when you encounter difficulties. But a dream start for Virtus Pro, who get that luxury of just breezing through.
And also, I think we can't discredit what Finn brings to the table. I know he's been through a selection of coaches, but for me, when you look at Finn and just the success he had with Gambit Youngsters going into Cloud9, he also worked with Electronic back then as well. He deserves some credit, and I think that can't be avoided.
Finn has been described as a player's coach in that he's going to help your individual players retain or even upgrade in your skill. He's helped out people like Axile, people like Shiro. Some of the guys, when he worked with them on Cloud9, ended up getting little boosts in individual performance. It didn't necessarily feel like the strategies for the teams ever actually improved, but then when you see Axile getting a 3K as they're running into his bomb site, you're just hoping that Finn actually joins BetBoom next.
He might not even be to save that team. That team might not have anyone who save him. I think if I'm Icy in this Virtus Pro lineup, I'm listening to everything he says. I'm like, I've seen what you do with Shiro. I see the player you created Shiro into. I'm listening to you every step of the way. I'm not going to disobey a single instruction.
Now going from the positives of going 3-0, then coming into the 0-3 category, BetBoom didn't look good at all. And this is now where you start to see the problems because they had an overperformance from some players. They've got some name players that we keep looking at, but this wasn't pretty.
I have unfortunately sold half of my Axile stock. Okay, I was so in on this guy. Not all, because then I would be selling at a massive loss. Okay, because right now it has just been red candles the entire way. I mean, Axile has been unfortunately just easily the weakest player on this team, and he is still playing some similar roles to what he used to. I get he's becoming a little bit more supportive in the way that he wants to deliver rounds to his team, but at the same time, I'm gonna need you to hold your bomb site, man. I'm gonna need you to get a couple kills if they're running in on you and you're not flashed. Like winning a couple duels here and there is something that has really evaded or eluded Axile, and that's why I really want him and Finn to just reunite because we need to get some of that skill back.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Axile, but it feels like, if he's going to be having those conversations about wanting to be a more supportive element and playing different roles, that's like a mentality shift that I think has just wrecked his ability to be a star player. And the disaster is it's a team of role players. You need a star player. They don't have one.
No, they definitely don't have one. And another player, I know, Mary, we spoke about him for so many times, Siren, is that this guy, he overperformed in stage 1, and that's not reliable and probably a reason why they struggled so much now in stage 2.
Did he overperform, or was it level of competition?
He overperformed.
Okay.
He never plays like that.
Some of the ways that he was holding down bomb sites versus wildcards stick out to me in particular, where he's getting a 3K as they're running in on him. It's like, come on, that's sus, JBA, and Sonic running at you. You're not, I know Siren. Like, I've watched enough Siren to know that he can be a problem on bomb sites where he'll only get the one, or sometimes even die without getting any. But he was getting multi-frags left and right. Yep. So, got to shout out his stage 1 performance, but it clearly wasn't replicable.
Yeah, and again, it's just a lack of, there's just not enough firepower on the team. There's really not much to say. There's just not enough people producing enough impact in the rounds for this team to be successful.
Some changes might be on the horizon for BetBoom. We'll have to see what happens after the season. Going on to our other 0-3 game, it was OG taking on Falcons, and there was a very big amount of time that I started to believe that Falcons were going to be that 0-3 team. This was crazy.
I mean, Falcons, first of all, choked Dust 2 to pick that one off. Then they move into map 2, and that one was way too close, okay? Like Mirage was at times, like, I think at one point OG were up 10-9 as well. There was a real chance that Falcons lost that one, but OG's T sides kind of got the better of them in this series for me. They were kind of hitting bomb sites just a little quickly. They didn't really scout the whole map out. They were just, after a while, when you have young players, sometimes you think the way to make it so they make less mistakes is just condense the playbook, just go into a site hit. But then Falcons were just in their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice thing about Falcons. I still have no real concerns about them going through and qualifying through these best of threes. And while I hated the interview that m0NESY gave on day one heading into their first matchup, I really liked his comments last night where he was asked, like, you know, how are you feeling right now? He's like, I feel like I would like to start the major now. And I think that mentality and that kind of a response from him is great to me, because I'm like, yeah, forget about the first day because you guys haven't shown up to play. And that acknowledgement of the fact that, you know, individually we're not even appearing, and no matter what we do when we play like this, it's going to be bad. So the acknowledgement that they've just been playing horribly, I think, is going to allow them to rebound moving forward.
And does this just come into the fact that they're now going to be playing all the best of threes and we should have this confidence? It's Falcons, they should make it through. Or if we see some shaky games, do we start to still put a bit of a panic buttons on?
No, I don't think there should be a panic button yet. Or at least I'm not panicking just yet. Some other people might be. But I think when you look at this Falcons team, like they're gonna be able to come through this just fine. I have them in a similar category as FaZe, where I'm like, the more reps you get, obviously you don't want to start 0-2, but the more games you play, the better you're going to get. And I think people have to have the understanding too that while when m0NESY came in, this team looked great in those early events. We're past the stage in Counter-Strike where you can just pick up great players and just automatically be incredible consistently. That consistency is what they're after, not the peak. It's the consistency of the A game.
I love this from Tessus, by the way, and it doesn't sound cocky because you're on Falcons. We know what players you got on the team. This is how it should be.
Yeah, hell yeah, Tessus. That's what I'm talking about.
This wouldn't be a crazy quote if he said it before day one started, and it's still not a crazy quote. If you look at the rest of the competition, in best of threes, Falcons shouldn't drop a single one versus anyone here, and I'm including FaZe in that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice match to see.
I mean, FaZe, obviously, if you have like a simple pop-off or an Elige pop-off, they can take a series, but I'm with you. Like, there's no way that Falcons should feel like they're going to be vulnerable in a series against anyone remaining in this stage.
And also, I think it's an important factor for how bad m0NESY's opening day was to him to have this individual performances, individual confidence come back in. Because I was seeing some of those just few kills where it was like, okay, he's feeling it again. He's starting to feel out the game. He's starting to do what we expect him to be able to do.
If he's able to play to 80% of what he's shown for this entire year, again, stage 2 should just be a formality for these guys.
Maybe not even 80. Like, I liked what Yanko tweeted out yesterday, where he just said, like, they don't need m0NESY to pop off. They just need him to stop being a liability. He just can't be disappeared from the server, you know? He has to actually be present and just hit the shots that he has to. He doesn't need to pop off and get a 1.4 rating. He doesn't need to get 30 kills in a map. Just needs to do his job and not disappear.
Very good point. But away from Falcons, obviously OG were the ones who ended up being eliminated from this. Obviously, we got a little bit hyped around what they could deliver in stage 1, but they've not been facing teams at this level. You know, all season they've been struggling just to grind out points and make it this far. So are we too sad for them at this point? Like, is this a huge upset?
Stage 1 was a success for them already.
Yeah.
They were kind of a fringe team for me to even make it to stage 2. Also, qualifying for the major after missing it as an organization for some time is another little win for OG. So I feel like they're also an organization that's like, they took a risk on Nikadaz in some ways. Like, you know, he kind of fell from grace. And then for him to have a single pop-off, or actually a couple pop-off games in the last stage, showed that, hey, there's some return on that investment.
Yeah, they just might want to pick up an AWPer, you know, because you might as well just keep him on the rifles. I mean, I don't, you know, for this OG team, remember the strategy over the years has been picking up kind of like recycled players at the end of their career to bring in a little bit of experience into a roster of young potential. This is the most promising roster I think I've seen out of OG in a number of years. So
definitely,
I think you have to be happy with this result if you're OG and say, okay, we finally found a lineup that has the building blocks that we can move forward into the future with.
And how important do you feel like just taking a map from Falcons is for a lot of the younger players on this team?
I don't think it matters at all.
They had true belief at one point. It's one of those ones where you look back at the nuke game for yourselves and you say, and that's a learning experience. I mean, I feel like if you had just got blown out on both maps, you just feel like, we just got outclassed. But to actually take a map and then to actually be in a winning position on the second map, now those kind of lessons are going to be so much more ingrained in their heads, so that when they think about nuke, the next time they're going to say, okay, we need to not give up so much control. Okay, maybe we should feel out the map a little bit more. And that's going to help them progress as players moving forward.
Yeah, giving them some things to look at, but I don't think like winning one map, and I don't think they're going to be, going back to the rooms being like, oh, awesome, we took a map off Falcon.
I didn't mean
not
like
immediately.
awesome.
Yeah.
I meant it more like just this is like a test of what they can do, against a more elite team that they're not facing.
Sure. Yeah, maybe a little bit of extra confidence. They were able to be competitive, but no, I don't think it's going to be any big grand statement that's going to help them. Whatever.
We've seen also the implication of how they'll benefit from the VRS points, which will now put them in a much better position, at least where the initial early parts lie, which is good for them. But we've got plenty of matches to come out today as well. More teams will find their way through to stage 3. Others will be eliminated. You can have a look at it all across the board here. Just give me real quick thoughts, guys. Favorite matchup of the day that you're looking at?
Ooh, I think that Furia bait, the last one on the B stream, could be really cool. There could be some fireworks there. I think FaZe 3D Max could be really interesting if 3D Max is able to get that gimmicky style of theirs rolling against the FaZe team that had communication issues yesterday.
That can't happen again.
Yeah, there's some potential there.
There is some massive potential. So let's see what potential matchups we could get by playing around with the simulator, guys. I know we love the simulator. You can do it yourself on blast.tv. I love the simulator. You're going from my vibe picks to see what might give it for us. But Maui, I won't take control of this one. This is on you.
Okay. All right. Well, first matchup here, we got Pain and LinVision. LinVision's been on a bit of a streak recently, and Pain came out swinging on the first day.
Yeah, that's a cool match.
I'll lean Pain just because I've seen a greater body of work from the players, even if I haven't seen it on this 5-man lineup, Moses.
You're gonna lean with Pain in that matchup?
Yeah, I'll lean Pain.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue that. Okay. I think that one's a very 50-50 to me with the way LinVision's been playing, but I'm impressed by Pain.
But let's just say that 3D Max's gimmicky style gets the better of a team
hypothetically
that's
speaking.
trying to find itself.
Yeah.
Let's just say that happens.
Put it out there.
Let's just say what happens.
I like it.
Really?
Let's just see it. Let's just see what happens, James. Okay.
Come on over to the dark side.
Just see, okay?
I hate you guys.
Okay, and for the next one, I'm gonna take Furia. I like what they did at Astana, top 4 finish. Bait still getting acclimated to LAN, even though they've shown a lot of promise so far.
Yaki's getting his groove back. Maladoy's being aggressive with the op. Things are looking pretty good for Furia. Yeah, slap the Brazilians up there with the win.
Okay, and for the next one, Amiga versus M80, I want to have a little bit of bias. Yeah, a little bit of bias. But
I'm going to say that map pool of M80, like, if they're going to go for Ancient again, and guess what? Amiga can play Ancient probably better than them.
I'm also going to say this. Every T side of M80 makes me squirm. It makes me hurt. It makes me want to turn the TV off. But so actually, all right, let's go with Amiga. So I don't have to
say
turn the TV off, man.
Yeah. All the bias aside, yeah. I mean, the problem is, how do you have confidence of like a team from North America closing out games? We've seen all of them struggle, even when you're in a winning position to close it out. So whatever. TYLOO Heroic is the next matchup.
It's kind of favored Heroic, right?
It's got to be.
Yeah,
Heroic
it's favoring Heroic for sure, especially because TYLOO seems to have missed a step from stage 1. They don't feel quite the same.
No, not quite. And you know who we're gonna go with in the final one, right?
Yeah.
Surely we're gonna keep the Monacy train going.
I think that Falcons one might be a nice little speed run for them against MIBR, who's real shaky.
Look at that.
But that's what it sets up.
Look at that.
Okay, so
Mr. Banks.
3D Max cannot beat FaZe today.
Look at that.
I want this more than anything.
Oh my God.
I want this so
Save
bad.
it for stage 3, Jason. Stop
give
jumping
me
the gun.
an early elimination game, FaZe Falcons.
God.
Simple, Monacy, Nico, Elige, give it to me.
I'm just saying, give me everybody's energy so this doesn't happen.
Okay,
we want
I want to see it later.
Jason, you are now muted. I'm choosing FaZe. I want to go back to some normality, and this is what it should look like hopefully at the end of the day.
That's boring, bro. That's
boring
the worst third round you could possibly.
But I'm just saying, it's better for all of us if Simple is playing Counter-Strike. You guys said that they're your
all
words
of
as well,
us.
and it will go through to stage 3.
That's better for Simple if Simple's still playing.
It's better for the viewership of this tournament.
Yes, which we all get.
Satisfies the sponsors, get watch hours.
Thank you, Mal. You're on the right track right now.
That would be like a quarterfinal in stage 2 of the major, and I'm down for it.
I mean, we need Simple in a game so that if you go on Twitch and you do highest to lower viewership, we beat Kai Cenat. We have to beat Kai Cenat. We can't let him keep winning.
Who's Kai Cenat?
Yeah.
Well, that's a point made. Point made, exactly.
Okay, yeah. We are fully not aligned right now on this. So I'm going to get us back to the Counter-Strike because I don't know what the hell you just said.
I want to know who Kai is.
Kai was a guy in Beyblade when I was a kid. There was a character. That's as far as I'm going with it.
You don't know who Kai Cenat is, James? There's no way you don't know who Kai Cenat.
Show me afterwards.
Kai Cenat.
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I don't know. I know Kai. I just know the
Okay, back to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, back to Counter-Strike. Stop trying to get me on this.
I can't believe I'm on Zoomer Island here.
You are. You
guys
definitely a Zoomer.
He's the biggest streamer. He's one of the biggest 3 streamers in the world.
That's kind of a little bit of a self-indictment there, Maui.
Yeah,
I'm in tune with the culture.
I know Flom, I know Oni. Those are my big streamers.
There we go. That's more like we're talking. Counter-Strike back to it. M80 going up against Nemiga over on the B stream. I just want to get your thoughts on this because, well, there's some laughter. As soon as we said M80, there was laughter from TYLOO. That makes perfect sense. But Nemiga right now, I'm just looking at this matchup and saying, better map pool, probably better individual players. This is a scary fight for M80. Am I wrong?
Every fight's a scary fight for M80.
Even against you.
You're not wrong, James.
Even against you on Premier.
Yeah, probably.
If there's a banana peel in the boxing ring, M80 will just somehow step on it regardless. Doesn't matter how big it is, how bright it is. And Nemiga is it's more than a banana peel, it's an oil slick for them, okay? If they are able to get past Nemiga, I would actually be legitimately impressed with M80's run because they've got a single BO1 win under their belt right now.
Which they had to come back in as well. Wasn't even like a great dominant showing.
No. Yeah. And I really have just been disliking their T sides. I just don't think the spacing is ever good for some reason. They have some decent execs. They have some good defaults. But then as soon as they have to crunch a bomb site, I'm like, can you guys like peak within a second of each other, please?
Is there a little bit of coordination that we could do here? Maybe some comms?
Yeah. I just get frustrated watching M80, even though I love those guys.
You do love those guys, but you predicting more into the Nemiga side of things? You believing in them?
I pick against North American teams. Let it be known. I do it every single time, and I put Complexity 03 at Copenhagen, for example. I put NRG 03 here for a while until Daps bullied me. I do it just so that there's some saving grace for myself, you know, that there's some solace when it's like, at least I was right, even though I'm upset.
So when you lay your head down to sleep at night, you don't have to tell yourself you're biased.
Exactly, exactly. So I get that win, even though the team I like loses.
Jason's the opposite of you.
Am I?
Yeah. Is he?
What do I believe? No?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
You know,
I mean, again, we said it on day one. Meet me halfway. Give me something. I promise you I'll be biased. Just give me something to be biased for.
They didn't go 0-3. They gave you one map.
That's true. That's true.
That's not enough.
Not enough.
It's not enough. It's really not enough.
Now I'm mad that they ruined my pick'ems because I had them 03.
Yeah,
and now it's just we're just spiteful.
Unless they make it through this stage, you know. It's just that they've had such a tough season all in all. Like they had Rec not playing for the first couple of months. They had to reintegrate him, and for whatever reason, it feels like we just get different pop-offs from different players in different games. I saw Swisher have a great map at this tournament, and then they lost. I've seen Rec have a good map. They win, but for some reason, like Sin doesn't do well. You know, it's like
the pieces aren't playing well at the same time.
They can't activate all together, and that's the most concerning thing. Whereas the top dogs here, like Falcons, like FaZe, I've seen games where all 5 of them have over a 1.0 rating. Like, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, those top teams are gonna have 2-3 players popping off at any one point.
Well, that's enough on that. That's over on the B stream if anyone does want to watch it. Our game, though, we're going into Heroic taking on TYLOO. I want to start with the TYLOO side of things here because, obviously, we've seen some positive moments of Counter-Strike from them, but it's the way they lost for me against LinVision, and I know Gum spoke about like the prep and being ready for them, and it is a domestic matchup. It just didn't have enough fight in it for me. I expected more.
Yeah, and that's what I'm not quite sure what they're missing from stage 1 to stage 2, but when I watch them, I feel like they don't have that same like aggressive, confident trading style coming in. I think like Jam Young was a little bit flat yesterday. I think missing that star rifle power didn't quite deliver anything. And I mean, let's just be real. Apparently, they just got outclassed as well. Like Gum has put up some great game plans for LinVision. So not only individually were they getting beat, but tactically, it seemed like LinVision is in a very good place right now, where they're understanding very much how to use their strengths against their opponents. TYLOO's got to manifest some of that in this game. You got to get guys like Attacker, guys like Jam Young firing off with the AKs, with the rifle, so that someone like G has some space to work with the AWP.
I'm looking at the side of Heroic. This is a team right now who, I wouldn't say I'm worried about them, but you're seeing now some of the struggles that we spoke about could have been an issue back in stage 1, obviously, with what's going on. The mentality doesn't seem anywhere near as good. I can understand it in the FaZe game, but now it's the follow-up games where I'm like, come on, this is where I'm expecting you to step up. And remember, other than FaZe, they've only played teams from stage 1.
I'm surprised at how much faith I still have in Heroic to make it through stage 2, even though they're down in the 1-2 pool.
Okay.
The way that they play CS always feels so well ironed out. It feels incredibly logical. You can see the framework that Saw has created for this team, along with the fact that he's working with a core that's been together for such a long time in the Sangol guys. So when I watch them, or when I expect to see them against TYLOO, I expect that they're going to have good mid-round aggressions, good plans to block on one side of the map to lower the risk or the potential of something falling apart catastrophically. Whereas yesterday, LinVision versus TYLOO was very brawly. LinVision was trying to get in their faces, you know, try to be the aggressor all the time. Heroic's going to do the same, but they're going to do it with a good flash. They're going to do it while something's smoked off, so that there's less risk across the whole map.
Yeah, and that risk can obviously be very dangerous on that side of things. But you know who's also dangerous?
Who?
Tanir.
Oh.
And we get to hear from him.
Yeah.
Is that also maybe why you're struggling individually? Because in stage 1 you were amazing and it's just dropped down a little bit.
Yeah, it's really like this, but I think it's because right now it's best of 1 games, and if you little bit choke, it's very hard to fucking back. But I will try to show my best game again. Yeah.
We look forward to seeing it. Now, do you notice that, obviously you said about the mental, but do you feel some stress in these games?
No, I never feel stress. It's I'm feeling maybe a little bit tilt, but it's very rarely. I'm very I try and a lot of times for help everyone with mentality, like everyone in our team, because we have so a lot work about that. Because I think everyone guy in CS should have very strong mentality, because it's like a half, how to say, it's like 50% of a good player. And I think today we have very good mentality. We will support each other. We will, I think we will feel very good confidence, and we will show a very good game.
You look confident as well today. I'm seeing that with the way you're talking, the way you're moving. Now, you're going up against TYLOO today. Do you feel like this team can be a threat to you?
I think TYLOO on this tournament, they show very good CS, but I think they can beat us in best of 1, but I think in best of 3 they have less chance. Because I think they don't have very good pool against us, but we'll see.
Now, it's not the same Tanir, it's not the same Heroic that we've seen from stage 1, but this is where I expect to see the same Tanir. I expect to see him making the same moves and being full of confidence.
TYLOO's the exact kind of team that he properly assessed could take them in a BO1, because they do some random stuff. Tanir will sometimes get flustered by that. Like, Tanir, despite the fact that he doesn't have a long tenure in tier 1, he plays very proper CS. He's holding the smokes, he's holding the angles, but if people start getting a little crazy for him, he can get a little scatterbrained at times. I love his gameplay and all in all, like, he is so crisp with his aim. His crosshair placement is incredible. But if someone just does a dumb play, and I'm not going to say TYLOO make dumb plays, but they make off-meta plays.
They have the capacity for a dumb off-meta play.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's in their wheelhouse.
So I like that he's just giving some respect to his opponents. That they could drop a map, Hero could, but they think he's thinking that the BO3 will go.
The BO3 is all theirs.
Yeah.
I like the map pool in this series as well. I think it's all 3 maps very good for both teams. I think it should be competitive all the way through.
Competitive all the way through. Let's see if that's the case when we get to the end of this all. It's TYLOO going up against Heroic. The loser goes home. The winner marches forward to tomorrow. Let's see what happens.
Attacker, you had a tough game versus Lin Vision, and it's obviously China versus China. Were they just very well prepared for you, or what went wrong?
I think we just get a bit nervous, and we are not playing ourselves, so that's why we lose.
Was it sad for you guys to know that you didn't play the way you should be playing? Because Anubis has looked good for you guys.
I think our Anubis is actually is so normal play, like not some new stuff. So I think they maybe watch us the demo, maybe know us how to play. So that's why we lose, I think.
The preparation can be key. Now, in stage 1, you were also 1-2 down, but you came back, you made it. Do you and the team understand how you need to come back into the next games and make sure you can go through to stage 3? Do you feel confident for that?
Yeah, of course. We think we can still qualify the stage 2, and our team and me also feel confident.
Nice. Is it a bit stressful though? Like maybe more stressful this stage?
I think it's fun. We just all play ourselves, and I think we can beat everybody.
Nice. I like that confidence, but going up against Heroic, they obviously ban out Inferno. Does that make this veto more difficult and uncomfortable game for you?
We know they banned Inferno, so we picked Mirage. Yeah. So they are the really good team. Before they are in Mongolia, we are practice together.
Okay.
And we think they are a really strong team, so we will try our best.
Is it like a must-win Mirage to take this series?
I don't know. We just play ourselves, I think.
Okay.
The arena awaits in the distance, the Moody Center, where it's all going down. The final stage of the major to be played. It will be exciting, and so will this game. We're at the 1-2 bracket, and it's TYLOO versus Heroic. I'm excited for this one. I think this is going to be a cracking game because the desk already talked about it. The map pool is so shared. They're going to be playing 3 maps. They both know how to play. I'm excited, Dan. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I think it will be a great match. I think it's going to be close. I think, both teams are going to recognize how they're getting, just a step-by-step closer to the Moody Arena. And I just can't wait to see this because, TYLOO is always a very explosive and dynamic team that we get to see at these major events.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's always a lot of fans behind them. And obviously to see, how far, obviously, Heroic have come also was looking really great in this tournament. These are just both teams right now that I think are feeling it. And so it's going to be a great match. And I can't wait to get into this.
With the Ancient as the first map as well. There are so many cool tricks that both these teams know how to play. They're not just going to play, I think, bog standard Ancient. There will be a lot of interesting stuff to look at. So I'm really excited for it. It's Heroic. You're going to be starting on the T side, TYLOO on the CT side as we get into the game. So big welcome, everyone. And let's see how this one plays out. We're going to see some early utility here. They are running pretty quickly towards the A side, and so we like to remind everyone, typically there's not a lot of people on the A side to begin with in these rounds for the CTs, not a lot of defense. There's no mid utility at all though for TYLOO, and I wonder if Heroic, they won't second guess. They're going to follow through, but it is suspicious that there's been no sound made in the middle. They're going to follow through anyway. So early smoke going up towards Donut. Molotov to clear out the corner here. Jam Young in the front, and he's going to take the first headshot of the series, dropping Youngster to begin with. Still, the bomb plant should be following through here. So for Heroic, it's not all bad.
Yeah, and TYLOO, they've got a nice surround, lots of angles of attack. Once these smokes dissipate, they're going to be able to find these engagements. This, play through the smoke there is looking very aggressive here, not panning out at all there for Heroic. TYLOO with every single kill, LNZ trying to defend on the lonesome, 1 versus 4. Not looking good here for this pistol, and indeed TYLOO will pick it up. Great round from them.
I mean, the fundamentals for the round were just fine, but I think you're getting a chance there to see the difference, how much it matters when you get that first shot. Jam Young, 1 kill, falls back, very, very smart, and obviously staying alive in that moment means he can follow in and get more kills later in the round. Bomb plant is nice, I guess, for Heroic, but ultimately they're going to end up losing that round. But that outer spawn call to go A is something that TYLOO themselves like to do when they're on the T side, and when you're doing it later in the game, you end up listening for how many grenades are thrown. You can guess how many CTs are in middle based on how many, if you hear the double HE, you're pretty sure it's probably going to be 2 or maybe even 3 CTs, and then you can go really fast A. So both teams definitely understand that part of the meta quite a bit. Second round here, And there will obviously be a buy-up. That's a little bit of a timeout, perhaps. It's about to try and count how many helmets were on the CT side. I'm assuming it's going to be 5. I hope so. Otherwise, suddenly the MAC-10s and the Galil there are going to be a lot more dangerous. But yeah, quick recovery of the game. As long as no one's taken any damage, we're all happy and everything is good. Yeah. What else
we'll see what happens afterwards. It does suck in a way because we did get to see a little of Heroic's force buy, what they were trying to do on the beginning of the force buy. We had some just light pressure that was coming in towards A. You know, the rounds, 5 smokes were thrown, combination of both teams throwing those. So we started to see, some development. Hopefully that's not going to matter too much. Obviously, if we are going to have any tech issues, let's just get them out of the way with early on. It's always better than later.
Right.
And we can kind of move on with our lives collectively. But TYLOO, yeah, I think it's really awesome that we're seeing them get a good start on the CT side. I think that's going to, of course, bring a lot more out of Heroic's T side early on. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got on this force by shenanigans as we get back into this one. And once again, we're seeing more of a movement towards the A side of the map, so Heroic might not be changing anything.
It's in here waiting in here. I wonder if they're going to boost somebody on over. Okay, yeah, Sunpies with the Galil. Not going to find anyone immediately in there. TYLOO staying pretty defensive. Probably don't want to get too surprised. Heroic are another team that actually are pretty good at taking mid-control on this map. Later on, hopefully we get a chance to see that with xFloud. He's just kind of a champion for running that down. Youngster again dropped early on here, but I do like the attempt at the flashbang there, and xCloud getting close enough that it's dangerous. That's another headshot with the MAC-10, and G's going to be careful he doesn't run out of bullets. He's done a fine job already getting the double kill, and I think that will be enough. It's a bit of an expensive round here so far for TYLOO, but just because of the health that's left on Tania, he shouldn't be able to win this one. Good spacing and a good double peek on this one, so 3 casualties on the CT side, but they denied the bomb plant, and it was a force-up for Heroic, so they're going to get a chance to relax a little bit more in the next round anyway.
Good attempts for that following bomb plant. We can already see AK picked up there onto xFloud, so that's going to be a bit of firepower. You've got a couple Galils behind that, a couple Deagles as well. So Heroic deciding to reinvest fully into this 3rd round.
That's more than I thought they were going to be able to. That's pretty impressive on the math front. They've got the calculators out much more than me. Nice trade at the start. xFloud does get 1, and that's really all you want in the middle there. Good with the flashes going over. Moja, peak is really well timed, and he's going to almost be able to take down LNC, but they're still pushing him. They wanted to keep the pressure on before he gets a chance to reload, but through the smoke even, a little bit of damage there, and the bomb is planted, but you could almost see a little head tilt there on Sunpius. He wasn't quite happy with how that played out. Sure, they get the bomb planted, but not much more than that. So Heroic really trying to keep the pressure on very early on in this game, and I guess they're setting a high pace for the game. They're really aggressive at the start, but they are getting shut down pretty hard by TYLOO.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a team just go for these rushes. I mean, with the force buys, it's one of the best options that you have. Try to overwhelm, but for TYLOO, it does feel really great on the CT side when you can just really lock down a site against a full rush. I think that gives you a lot of confidence in what your defense is capable of. And that also, of course, does force Heroic to slow down the rounds, but they're going to be getting a half buy-in here, but it will look similar to these previous rounds where we've got a bunch of pistols, a singular Galil this time.
Take a look at Youngstar in T-spawn standing still and ready to flash. It's such an early indication if you're watching from home of what's going to happen. You know there's going to be some sort of a beam or mid-aggression, and he's throwing the flashes over for his teammate. So just always something that the minimap will reveal to you when you're watching. And like I said, Heroic are pretty good at taking mid-control. I do think TYLOO a lot of the time just won't fight for it anyway. So staying a little bit further back, like they are now, towards Donut, towards middle. G will find a headshot. Whatever, man. Okay.
That's a nice one. Yeah, those lineups towards the cat jump up there. We've seen a couple kills so far, at least from the games we've cast in this tournament, where they managed to land those. Challenge onto red room potentially, or at least the presence shown there as Heroic make that rotation towards the outside of B. Looking once again to just shove in onto that site. And TYLOO seem to be well aware of what's going on here. 3 players getting ahead of this push, and even potentially the util. So this is horrendous for Heroic right now. They needed the element surprise, but TYLOO are in position.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. To the point where you could even say Is it worth it to keep going? You've got the red room control. I think they feel so spotted out there that it's better to just fall back. You're playing right into the stack otherwise. So back towards Donut, and funnily enough, this actually could work out. If they push A and get the kill on the one anchor that's still hanging around, because actually TYLOO were pushing out of the site here. So Jamyoung is nearby looking for something. It's LNC going down as they try to transition onto the A bomb site. Bomb attempted, but they just line up and no bomb being planted here. Tanir about to get rushed down. Fantastic headshot coming out, but still, is TYLOO keeping it alive? Jamyoung, just with the presence of mind to stick around and not just continue with the double push they had going on for a while there. Wow, it's a fast couple of rounds here at the beginning, but it's TYLOO winning all of them.
It's an interesting approach from Heroic because it almost feels as though they felt like, oh, we can just keep force buying and we'll be able to overwhelm the defense. Yeah. Maybe that's something they've had a lot of success with, but in this particular instance, it feels like at this point they've burned a lot of rounds where they could have maybe been a bit more responsible with their economy, be able to have some more buy rounds and actually have some more defaults and conditioning as a result. And so we would then be in a position where right now they would have established some things, kind of know what works a bit, know kind of how to push and pull TYLOO a bit, but they don't have any of that. Right now, they're kind of starting from ground zero. Yeah.
And I think it's 100% a plan that they came up with coming into this, right? And they probably understood the downside as well, right? Like you just said, that now you've ended up with a couple of weird buys and a lot of rounds here. So I'm sure they knew that could happen, but very clearly was a plan to try and put enough pressure on TYLOO that they would buckle at the beginning of the game, and that just hasn't happened. So Roja just swinging wide, and it was Mercury on the other side. So they were trying to do this classic pincer movement from the B bomb site with some nice grenades being thrown from inside the site as well. They're going to lose G at the beginning of it too. And finally, there's another player that's 4 at the start of the round towards the B bomb site. Still, Heroic, if they give up this round, I think that's when the real calamity could begin, because this is pretty much gifted to you at the start by TYLOO trying to change the pace, which is also in itself kind of interesting for TYLOO. Like, we've been talking about how defensive they've been, so the fact that they try in the 5th round to sort of really change things around is pretty cool.
I mean, there's a chance here still for Jamyoung and Attacker. Jamyoung in that deep position. If Attacker can maybe find... I mean, they are getting blocked by smoke, so it's getting even more uncomfortable here. But the smokes might even be a benefit, giving you some more space to grow. It allows Attacker into the site to play off of his teammate in ahead of one of the kills, but there's just simply too many angles to look at once. Felt like maybe there was a world, but it will get shut down. And that is definitely a much-needed round by Heroic. But I think one thing, Anders, that's interesting is that, not faulting TYLOO, I think is a great play. They went aggressive, and it didn't work out. And with that pincer movement, as you described, they lost 2 players. And so I'd be curious what would happen in a more defensive round where Heroic have to kind of earn the openings a bit further.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easy to understand what kind of, timing TYLOO were hoping to reach there. It seemed like they both got flash twice on Pyre, so I'm kind of wondering how that worked out. If there's a flashbang to stop that push to begin with, I'm kind of curious about that, actually. We'll have to check that later on. This round starts with, again, more classic grenades, but look at the B ramp. Sneaking up with some Pius. And if you take your eyes off that B ramp, it's my favorite thing to hate. He's fallen back now to go for a bit of a wallbang instead, but he was getting kind of dangerously close to walking up there. Smoked off for a while, so he's going to fall back, but sometimes you can lurk in an opening kill on that B ramp just because the CT's kind of, are preoccupied with something else. They're running back and forth and trying to dodge the wallbang, and suddenly you're there. Another mid control here for Heroic. And again, TYLOO very far back, very defensive positions over at the B bombs. That's just a single player.
Yeah, Jamyoung might be testing that red room smoke. And he's going to indeed find a forward kill, just finding X-Cloud by himself in mid. That's a big chunk of information. And at the same time, we've got Mercury very deep with the MP9, looking to get ahead of this push. Wow, LNZ is so ready for that one. Still though, 2 players here for TYLOO on the site. They need a monumentous defense here to give their teammates a chance to retake this. 1 kill is probably not good enough there for Jamyoung, with now Mosey stuck at the back of the site.
Bomb being planted here. The grenade's not going to be able to stop that. Some nice damage dished out at the end of it, but still means Heroic are able to find some good after-plant positions. They're not falling quite as far back as I was expecting. You could see some Pies here. He wants to take the fight a little bit earlier, seeing if he can catch anyone. That's dangerous, but that is such a clean kill, though. Maybe it's not dangerous if you have those kind of mechanics. I was going to say maybe risking it a bit. He's back for another headshot. That is kind of terrifying for Sunpias. I want to see more of that. Listen, if he's going to have a game like that, then bring it. Let him get some more fights, because that just looked so incredibly clean.
Yeah, and Heroic, straight back into it, 2-4 now with the detonation of this bomb. And indeed, some players can get into some of these post plants. He can certainly be very dangerous. But that's so far been the issue for Heroic, is getting into those spots. But with that said, though, since they got the gun rounds, we had the first round where they had TYLOO double or flashing themselves into an aggressive move, and that kind of gifted this bomb site after Heroic punished that. And then in this round, we had a pick off in mid, but Heroic were already making their way into the B site, and they just entry their way to success. So it does seem pretty clean off of those mechanics, off of the basics from Heroic at the moment. We're not having to see any sort of tactical or strategical kind of mastery that's so next level that we'd be talking about that. Instead, the basics get it done, and that always feels good when you can make those basics work, like Heroic on right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very open game once again, and for once, it's TYLOO that's running out of cash a little bit. Gonna have the M4 on G. I do think a lot of the games that we see out of TYLOO, their CT sides are pretty impressive, and I think that's where they do a lot of the work. It's not to say they can't play the T side either, but very often, I kind of get a sense that that's kind of the backbone of their maps. G back here, M4 in hand. Right position, a little bit of a boost up as well. They do kind of line up for him. The spray is not really good, but the USPs are also doing damage, and he's getting a chance to reload. It's actually kind of worked out now. CT spawn with the last couple of pistols here and chipping away at Sunpias, and I think he's realized it's not worth it. He's already low on health here. Tania, though, very nicely handled. And Mercury, he's picked up the M4, but a very hard round to win here.
I think don't have the armor as well. I think Tania heard him from Red Room, I believe.
Yeah.
But Mercury seems cognizant of it as well.
They're gonna fall back. And I mean, it's frustrating, but honestly, saving the M4 might even be a good idea. Just think about the lack of armor and how much has to go right for this to really work out. Gonna be walking through the smoke, and with or without the helmet, he was gonna die there. Tania, good position. Another key player that you want to really show up here for any heroic game. It's funny how he got onto this lineup as a temp pickup, waiting for Nilo to join, and then he was just so good. He was so impressive. They were like, never mind. We'll just keep this going. I don't blame them.
Yeah, but it is what it is. It's a merit-based game.
Yeah.
Good attempt, though. I mean, G, honestly, I feel like could have gotten a lot more kills, way more easily there. But we're into the next round. 3-4 Heroic climbing their way back after a difficult start, but it's looking really, really good right now. Picks for some players potentially with this AWP up the B ramp. Looking for it at least, and TYLOO are aware of this. Smoke goes down onto the B ramp to prevent any more.
Well, sometimes Heroic will stand in the smoke, by the way. Yeah, that's what they do. They use that smoke as a platform. It's a very heroic thing to do, to try and exploit the CT smoke to basically burst on through. So, seen them do this a couple of times already, and it's very, very hard to counter if you're on the CT side. I wouldn't be surprised. They're just going to go through. Why not? A minute and 10 seconds, and they're walking straight into it. Moja is here. He's only just realized. I don't think they knew. Mercury definitely wasn't ready, and Jam Young caught in the open. It's such an explosive hit.
And that was really close to going wrong there for Heroic as well with that setup for the CTs on site, but creep here from Hataka. That's huge in mid. Taking down X-Cloud, that's the lurk dealt with. That's maybe one of the most dangerous players. That is the first stage. Now stage 2 is regrouping potentially, or at least finding a way to create some distraction for your teammate who is in CT, because they know where Attacker is. He's been making some noise, but the AWP really is the perfect weapon. It's a miss though, but still there's more angles to have to clear, to have to close down. Some Pius repositions into CT. Might be a chance here. Oh, might be a chance, but it won't pass. 4-4 as Heroic tie up the score here on Ancient.
To be honest, running through the Molotov there actually kind of worked. Initially, they didn't realize. If he had started walking immediately, I don't think anyone heard it. There was just a moment there where you could tell. But yeah, this is I would call this sort of a classic heroic kind of play where they stack up on the B ramp smoke and just wait for it. They have some other aggressive plays they like to make. Very often, the CT side will throw an incendiary to the B ramp, and they will smoke it and just run on through. Still haven't seen too many X-Cloud mid-takes where he actually gets to fight anyone, which is kind of a shame because, again, he's very good at having those kind of fights. But TYLOO just haven't given it to him. That's a running 5-7 to take down LNC. And a 4-on-5 to ensue here, which, if they can win this round, TYLOO, it would be a bit of a miracle.
Yeah, the money has grown quite a bit for Heroic. They've been having so much success. So it would be nice for TYLOO to at least, at the very least, get some damage in this round, even if they don't win it. And that early kill has certainly slowed down the pace for Heroic. And so that buys more time for TYLOO if they, depending on what they want to do. A lot of teams will try to stack in these situations with the pistols and force Heroic to have to kind of find out like where is the stack. But so far they're holding 3 to A still, 2 around Donut and then 2 on the B side. So eventually Heroic, they're running out of time. They're gonna have to go in and pick a site, and B seems like the obvious choice at this moment.
Yeah, I think there's a smoke that was on the ramp that's going to be fading right about now. Yeah, it already has. So for Heroic, this is where you start to sort of realize there are no more smokes being thrown. There are no more grenades at all being thrown from the CT side, and that's probably an indication that they just don't have any. You know the economy is low no matter what here, so just waiting out the time is like you're winning half the round just by not having to push through any smokes. Friendly flashbang, nice, always a good idea. 24 seconds and a missed opportunity there for Sunpires. I don't think it will really make a big difference. They have such limited weaponry. They don't have the kit. They don't have any utility here. Double push coming in towards the cave. And okay, a bit dangerous. Mercury with one more shot. It's Youngster and Sunpires now to try and hold on to the round. A flick that misses. Now the spray is in, but he's all alone. Sunpires getting hunted down. Good headshot. Swings for it now. Dancing with the Glock on top. And he will save the team.
That was way too close. My goodness, Sunpires. I feel like so lucky to win that fight right at the end there, the running clock. But he does. 5-4 for Heroic. But again, we talked about the damage being important, and that's pretty much as much damage as you can get without winning the round. Therefore, TYLOO. So they're in a position now, TYLOO, where they can bring themselves back into this. But what, is this 5 rounds in a row for Heroic? So it's definitely been quite the streak, and TYLOO haven't proven that they can win like a legit buy round versus buy round. So curious to see what they throw into this, whether it's aggressive or passive.
That got just way too close. But another daily reminder, there's at least once a day we're reminded just how strong the 5-7 is. Not that we necessarily forget, but yeah. Crazy that it comes down to trying to save it like this. I mean, fantastic dance moves coming out from Sunpires to keep that round alive. Without him, it's all over. And TYLOO get another round, which right now is necessary. TYLOO's down to 4 behind. It's a bit serious, actually. We're in round number 10, and they've only got 4 rounds on the CT side. And like I said, I think a lot of their strength is CT side play. Early aggression towards the A-bomb side. It's back to the same thing as in the pistol. You want to beat the timing here for the rotation, but Jam Young has already got the headshot on one, but the trade is worth it. Even a 2 for 2, you'll take it.
Another one though. Oh, and another from Youngstar, not stopping the pace. Straight into Donut with 2 kills, and now, gee, I mean, the money is ruined. Really forced to save this AWP at this point, and I'm sure he's aware that they would expect that. They know an AWP's on deck. They're likely going to try to hunt this, and it's exactly what's happening. G is ready for it. Just have to hit the shot. He absolutely will. But now, position given, but nobody else nearby to punish. So G looks pretty good to save this now, but this is a shocking round.
Yeah, so fast. And I actually think TYLOO knew this was. I can't prove this. It actually would be a question for our analysts. Like, I'd love to hear what Maui and Jason think about this, because I've seen TYLOO do this a lot, where they actually throw all the grenades in the middle that would signal to Heroic that it's a heavy mid-stack for TYLOO, but they throw all the nades and then they dive straight into Donut and they're ready to basically defend the A-bomb side, which they were. There are 2 people there, that's a lot. I have a suspicion that TYLOO throw around like this to try to actually bait the A-rush, because I can't explain why you throw all the grenades and just run away, especially the incendiaries in the middle. I guess it doesn't matter when you're not winning the fights, but I sort of suspect that TYLOO have a read on this kind of thing and that they're trying to bait it into it. It just didn't work out for them. 6 rounds in a row, Dan. This has worked out really well. G, he's got the AWP, trying to get run boosted into the middle. I love this. Look at how aggressive it is.
Oh, nice from Jam Young, though, to find the Deagle headshot. You can see G, after not getting the run boost timing, abandoning that, and that's obviously a great call, but AK found in the smoke. This is a fantastic pickup for Jam Young. Look at the push coming in from the back attacker. Unable to find the kill, though, but still, some information. They spot 2 players, maybe even the bomb. I think it was potentially visible there for TYLOO. So they have some information. And they've got 3 players on this B side. They're all in the right place at the right time. G with the frag. And Tanir might not have too much of a choice but to back away after that smoke.
Well, this is a bit of a different round. Thought it was going to be the AWP that was the real threat, but it starts with that Deagle headshot. I think it came right through. I don't think you saw anything. It was just shot through the smoke. Could they recover the round is the question for Heroic. G holding the angle. He is crazy for holding these angles for such a long time, but might have overstayed his welcome here. Dropping down low, and Sunpius hunting him. Another headshot. It's so quick. Back-to-back kills coming through for Heroic, and somehow they've pulled another one out. It's just going to be down to Jam Young, and the fact is, you could even make an argument, I think, in terms of the money, that he should take the AWP and get it into the next round. Clutching this one is very tricky. And have a little bit of time here, but he's been spotted, and I just don't see this happening now. It's so rare that you're going to be able to isolate these 2 fights and get a 10-second defuse. That AWP is valuable.
Being held, though, by Sunpius. He won't allow it. And it's funny, though. I feel like Sunpius has been more dangerous with an AK than an AWP. But you need to have someone that's holding an AWP. It is important for that presence to be on the map. But he looks so deadly with the AK.
For anyone that wants to play this game at home, here's the challenge. G's going to have the AWP next round. Now, he doesn't do it as much in Ancient, but on other maps, try and notice how long G will hold a corner for. I swear it's crazy amount of time. Sometimes like upwards of 40 seconds where he just doesn't move and just holds one position. And in a weird kind of way, though normally it's very unusual, it's actually kind of hard to be up against. Nice shot in the middle here to begin with. It's X-Cloud. That's the kind of entry that we were talking about at the beginning. Flashed in by Sunpius. And a 4 versus 3 right away. He won't stop as well. He's in the donut position right now. Youngster, he's almost taking the A-bomb side.
Yeah, and he called to his teammate immediately. Get that bomb over to the site. And with that smoke down, it's going to allow that bomb to go down most likely. Heroic with decent amount of control there. Tossing the bomb across here so that the plant can go down finally. And here is the test. Osea making his way through the back here. Oh, baited there. Sunpius still in the back. G, though, with the trade, that might enable there to be a possible victory for TYLOO, but Tanir on the flank might just ruin absolutely everything. Coming into the perfect timing, looking to maximize this one. No, come on, Tanir! Brings out the knife, stabs Mercury in the back, and what does G make of this situation? Looking for the headshot there. It's not going to work out. At least we'll take down LNZ, but against absolutely everything here. G trying to find the next kills, but the time is running so low. Another frag to be found, but Youngstar is the one to close it down, and it's so fitting that it's him.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done, and now we're going to look back and rank the best pop-offs from the Major. Time for the Roar Roundup Part 1. Okay, you know what? We're starting off with a very normal one. I'm liking the volume. I'm liking the length. I'm liking the lung capacity here. This is like a solid middle ground. There's nothing too exciting. There's nothing too creative. There's a medium amount of passion into it. I'm gonna start us off low with this one. I'm gonna go in with like 3.7. 3.7 out of 10. Nice red in the face reaction, but nothing extraordinary, nothing exceptional, nothing too special. I'm sure we're gonna have better clips in here.
Guys, we are not in Australia! Step up!
See, this is what I'm looking for. Player popping off, IGL next to you, reminding you what the strat is in the next round. We're not in Australia. We're getting personal, presumably about FlyQuest. But that's, you know, we're getting a little bit more of a personal attack. Just nice volume, nice loud, immediately pop-offing off after presumably the round ends. I'm gonna say that's a solid 5.3.
Not again! Guys, you have to win those! Come on!
Oof. That's a classic shit talk strategy there, which is to show mock sympathy for your opponent. We don't know the exact context, but I have to assume they failed a man-up situation, maybe lost to Ecos a couple of times. So Cruisin showing them just a little bit of sympathy and reminding them that you really do. You gotta win those. That's a classic. Nothing too special, nothing too complicated there, but personalized to the moment, which I always do enjoy. So we're gonna give that a 5.6. 5.6 there. don't even know which one to rate. I think it's the team synergy there. I mean, you always love seeing G on your screen. You really do. Good mouth shape there to get maximum volume out on your pop-off. Full extension. Speaking from the chest there, little diaphragmatic projection, so you know your opponents are going to hear it. We'll give it a 5.2. 5.2 out of 10. What? Is he playing Counter-Strike or did he see a mouse? Can I get that one more time? I don't know if that's going to inspire fear or if that's going to see if they should call an exterminator. Good for comedic value. I don't know if that's putting fear in the hearts of your opponents. We're going to 2.4 on that there, Viddy.
Welcome back, everybody. Second half is now. TYLOO versus Heroic. It's the 1-2 bracket. If you lose, you're eliminated. It's the first map in the best of 3 as well on Ancient. And now TYLOO going to be on the T side. And I think winning the pistol here is going to be really important. They only got 4 rounds, and it was right at the start. And then Heroic just came back and won 8 in a row, which is sort of ridiculous.
Yeah, and it was a lot of just great gunfights coming out of Heroic, I would say. Especially Sunpire's. I think he looked far and away just the most mechanically gifted player on the server. I think, you know, honorable mention also goes out to Youngstar as well. But either way, into the pistol we go. TYLOO's chances certainly rest on getting a pistol under their belt here in the second half. And they are grouped up towards this A site, which is what we saw Heroic hit as well on their pistol.
Yeah, very similar ideas. Slightly fewer grenades here for TYLOO than it was for Heroic. So just a 1 smoke. Sunpire's playing a very forward position here. See if he can land any nice USP shots right off the bat. He's tried it once there, sees a couple of more hanging out. So definitely going to be calling in for the cavalry at the moment. LNC goes down, and Attacker chips away. Sunpire's eventually goes down. xCloud, the only one near at the donut. Okay, some backup is coming forward, so that's nice. But still, bomb is being planted just before the CTs get there. So it looks like they don't want to slow it down. They want to keep going. Youngstar's dead. The dualies are on the ground now. And TYLOO, could you really do this? It seems unlikely.
It's a smoke, though, to get himself out. There's a tap. There's a full defuse. Is he really going to stick this? There's no way. Comes off. I think heard the knife slashing away. Oh, gets a headshot onto Attacker. Now it starts to get a little bit awkward. If he can just find Mercury here. Mercury's going to be very cautious there, dodging into the smoke here, trying to evade. That's all he has to do, and I think he's done enough here. There really isn't time for this now with no kit. TYLOO wants to at least chase down this frag, but he's going to get denied. Mercury, really good play under pressure, and that's going to be the much-needed pistol there for TYLOO.
So well played. I think in a very, very similar position. If you remember in the first half in the pistol, Jamyeon got 1 kill on the T's as they were coming in. Sunpire's was the person who could have got that, and obviously wasn't quite able to. So you see like the big difference it makes in if you don't get those early shots off on the CT side. Didn't quite work out, and they're going to force him to the round anyway here. I hope we get to see enough of the T side to get to see a very specific B execute that TYLOO do, which I like to call Hell on Earth by TYLOO. They burn out the entire V bomb site. It's impressively aggressive, and yeah, we'll see if it goes on long enough. If Heroic don't come back into the game too early, wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see that. It's 3 Molotovs, 2 smokes. They blow open like the CT smokes and everything. It's super fun.
And what we're looking at here is the final smoke on Heroic. So I guess it's in the right place on the map at least, because we've got TYLOO on the other end. And with the full investment, we'll see what they're able to do with it, because as we've seen, the 5.7s are already dangerous. We've got 3 on deck there, MP9, Farmas. So firepower is actually pretty nice for Heroic, and they're going to be playing around a lot of these tight chokes. Right. So that's where you want to put it. And so this round is not without danger here for TYLOO. And they are investigating mid at the same time. But it does feel like B is going to be the final destination so far, at least.
Well, and Heroic are going to know that because TYLOO is close to T-spawn. He's pushing up the middle. Flank is happening. Here comes the early grenades. Nice kill Jamyoung's going to be taking down Xfloud, but still, Taniris on the right path. He's still trying to get the flank in. They're jumping up with the MAC-10 close to the site here. 5-7 put into action as LNC takes down Mercury. The bomb is being planted on the other side now. Unfortunately for Tania, it looked like the opportunity for the big flank has kind of evaporated now. Right on top of each other, like they were on the same team there. Attacker goes down and is traded, but I still think it's working out right now. TYLOO, they should be in a driving position to close this round out.
He's done really good work there, getting those kills, and just Jamyoung just turning the corner right at the end there after that round the world play. But TYLOO, they're gonna, I think, eliminate all of those nasty weapons, so they won't have to worry about that in this round. And so that's it doesn't matter that they lost quite a few players there. That was all they needed to do, and they won't have to worry about that now. So Heroic have to facilitate something with the USPs going to this next one.
I love how you say nasty, Dan. It's got like a bit of a Smeagol sort of ring to it. If you just said nasty weapons, it would be somehow would be perfect. That's what we need. If we can get the AI working on the DDK Golem crossover, I'd be very excited. Round number 15. I'm back in the game, by the way. I'm done with the Lord of the Rings references now. We've got a lot of smokes on the CT side, in spite of the complete lack of weaponry. Classic kind of play, I suppose.
Yeah, and I said USPs, but there's actually 2 5.7s and a Deagle, so
why not?
Of course. Of course.
Invest a little bit.
I mean, Heroic showed that confidence in their own individual play in the previous half too, where they decided to just force in spots where we were like, whoa, actually a lot of teams wouldn't do that to this degree. So
yeah.
So they really want to get that pressure on, and
can't win the lottery if you don't buy the ticket, Dan. So
that's true. That's true.
In this metaphor, the Deagle is that ticket. Smokes are up. Pretty basic stuff. A little bit of a Molotov as well in front. It's not the really fun execute. We're saving it for later. I'm building up the hype for it because you guys will be impressed when you see it, I promise. Bomb going down.
And you guys can have a naming competition as well. I think what Anders said, Hell on Earth.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind. I've seen it a couple of times from there now. I spent 3 hours yesterday trying to go through all the demos. The problem that I ran into, along with Maui, and I were talking about it too, is that there are so many maps they could play that trying to sort of prep for a game like this, even for the teams also, but just if you're trying to sort of figure out what could happen here, which map are you prepping for?
Exactly.
Because there are just so many of them that they get five maps in the shared pool here, so kind of hard to guess exactly what's going to happen, which also makes it really exciting. And you know what? Shout out to TYLOO for bringing this game back. They lost 8 rounds in a row at the end of that first half, and they are mentally right back in the game and on top. Yeah. I really like that.
I think just being on that T side, being able to take the initiative instead of having to be reactive all the time, I think it's definitely helping them out.
Yes.
And having the AKs too. It looked like they struggled winning some of those battles, but in the second half, it is indeed a different story so far. And once again, we get more of a heavy presence outside of B.
Yeah, there's no smoke down here. What's happening for Heroic? Where's the smoke? Where's the incendiary? Why are they allowed to walk up like this? I think this is a big mistake right now for the CT side. You can't give them this kind of space. Attacker, unfortunately for him, was in the smoke, and Youngster was just out of it. I'm not going to change my mind, though. I still think Heroic just left a lot to chance. Now, they've won the opening kill, so it doesn't look so bad. But that is a prime way to just get crushed on a map on the B bomb site. It happens all the time.
And unfortunately for TYLOO, Jamyoung wasn't who has been over towards the A side of the map. It hasn't really been able to find any space. So there's no sort of relief where things are not working out towards B, and then Jamyoung's created an opening elsewhere on the map. So he is now finally going to make his way into mid, whilst his teammates are kind of paused outside of B at the moment. And so a lot of this really is on what Jamyoung can find, and mid is open. So he's going to be walking through Red Room. 40 seconds, so there is a potential for Jamyoung to have some impact yet.
Yeah, you're right. Could be really interesting. Nice flashbang here. None of them are turned around. I can't believe LNC lives. That should and could have been a double spray down for Mercury. If he gets that, it's right back on. The round is open again. But unfortunately now, with 25 seconds, where the bomb is, I don't even think he can get there. If he runs knife out, maybe, but he's already conceded the round. They know it's not going to happen here. So Jamyoung, nice to make it a bit more expensive. That's going to stack up along the the rest of the half here. But unfortunately, that double spray down, that's what they needed to really get into the game again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think precisely, as you say, like Jamyoung he's looking so ready, so prepared, and with that deep position that he had found, just imagine the kind of work that he could have done off of that. There was a player on the other end on CT, I think it may have been Tanir, but and I'm unsure of how aware Tanir would be that a player was there. They just know that that position's open. So Tanir might have rotated after they would lose 2 players in cave like that, and then suddenly Jamyang has an opening. So Counter-Strike, there's so many domino effect moments, and this really could have been one, but oh, you can see just they know how much that meant. That's the first round conceded there for on the second half for TYLOO.
Something that we haven't seen out of Heroic yet on the CT side, but something that I don't know how to explain this because it's a completely different lineup. But the old Heroic team with Stabby and with Cadian, they had this thing that they would do that I think they sort of pioneered to some extent, where they would stack up bomb site and then make that stack almost into sort of an offense. So they would move out of a bomb site once they'd found 4 people there. They were like, okay, we're not just going to wait around. We're actually going to go and be aggressive on the CT side with all 4 people. And this current Heroic roster do the same thing, in spite of the fact that none of the players are the same and coaches is different and everything else. Like, it's just super interesting to me that that's still a feature of how the team works. So we'll see if they pull that out a little bit later on, because it's really hard to counter. It's really hard to read that that's going to happen when you're on the T side. Nice grenade there onto LNC, and otherwise a pretty default round here for TYLOO.
Yeah, one of the only differences is that we've seen like a lot of 1-4s from them where not as much emphasis goes towards A or mid early on, but this round is a little different in that respect. It's a couple players that can come out into mid-late for a later mid-take. Once all that util has been dumped by the CTs, you can kind of get out a bit more easily. You got this position up on Cat as well. So you have a double peek towards the donut, and so TYLOO, there's lots of options for them here. They can, of course, move up mid. They can go back to one of the 2 sites. Everything's possible right now as they try to get their entry.
Yeah, and they are just going back to B. But I guess what they accomplished in the middle was getting a 1 player closer to that red room position, so that's not too bad. Jamyang going to be hanging around there while the rest of them will be working the bomb sites. They have some utility. It's not that impressive, but it might be enough here. I think the entry is really what's going to make this work for the TYLOO side. If it is 30 seconds as they push through, and it's a very nice entry. Attacker spins and gets the headshot onto Youngster as well. And with the bomb planted here, Heroic, probably worth considering just saving. It's not as much fun, but that's just very aggressive.
But look at Jamyang. He's been playing the longest flank on this round. He is looking to fully punish these CTs. First headshot found. Can he get the next 2? They've got to take him down, and they're going to trade him out. Sumpires, who else able to do that? But there are more members of the Horde on their way to run down the CTs. And, okay, another trade coming on through. They are hunting. They're going all the way for this, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually mind. They have a little bit of money still left, but if they can take everything away, it's worth it. I would be a bit worried if they give over the AK, which it looks like they will. Tanir hiding in the donut. You can see G is running for him. Bloodlust, but not quite able to get it. Tanir just barely stays alive. And that 1 AK, sometimes you talk about the dominoes,
Yeah.
All you need is sort of 1 rifle like that carried into the next round, especially in a play like Tanir.
Yeah.
Could be real bad.
I like kind of, using the sound of the bomb going off as well as cover for your footsteps. That sort of move is always nice. Nice little added detail. But yeah, with the 9-8 scoreline, it feels like we've, despite how dominant things were in the first half for Heroic, with the run of 8 rounds in a row, it feels like things have settled into a very back and forth close matchup to finish off the first map, at least so far. We'll see if TYLOO can continue. But we do have some players on the AWP here. As we take a look again at Attacker's double entry. And it is interesting too, because I wonder how aware Heroic are that round was slower, because TYLOO wanted to embed Jamyang into a forward position. And if he gets challenged, they can trade, they can play off of it.
I mean, they definitely have run into him a couple of times, lurking around either donut or top mid, so they probably have a bit of a read on it. Early grenades, trying to throw in that Molotov too, but Moja is already down. That's a really good stoppage here, and now dancing around the pillar is LNC. That's so hard to stop, and there's just more people showing up. There's already a flank coming through the smoke behind them. So this round is probably dead no matter what here. X-Flood with the MP9 just charging on through, but as is often the case when you try to go fast towards B, you have to get that entry. And this time it was Youngster just knocking him out.
Yeah, and it's, definitely a respect to try that, because we've seen so much of the slow pace. So you do want to kind of use that by throwing a fast round in there and try to surprise the CTs. But I think for both teams have proven that they can just defend these fast rushes on the CT side. So I'm sure we go back to the slower stuff now from TYLOO.
10-8. Money is low on pretty much everyone on the server, to be honest. And that is obviously not how you want that smoke to land. I'm not even sure who threw that. Is that a CT smoke that was meant to land at the bottom of the B ramp? Like, I'm so confused. Somebody go investigate. It can't have been a T smoke. There's no way. Jamyoung's got 21 kills, by the way, and G's on 17. So some of the players here are just stepping up massively. I think on Heroic it's a bit more even spread, kind of everyone showing up, maybe not with quite the same impact as Jamyoung at the moment, but a real team effort at the moment. No smoke in the red room. If you peek this, it can be kind of dangerous. And there's that stolen AK from Tania that's still out there.
Teasing in mid here, looking for information. All it takes is a swing from TYLOO to have a chance to punish. And there's a smoke instead. But we might get this blown open for info. A little delay just to make sure that you can find something out of this smoke. Oh, it's not gone deep enough, that HE, really, to get the full vision. And look, wow, we've got Marcia looking to just push this cave position, creating lots of threat, drawing the CTs into that outside B position, and at the same time the rest of TYLOO are now working towards Donut, so a good level of distraction here, and with Jamyoung getting the opening, a gun collected, the round is really on here for TYLOO.
Yeah, it's on Sampayas now, has to step it up, he misses the first shot and then re-peeks into it before he could even really shoot, so an easy kill for Jamyoung, 2 in the round so far, he can't get the third though. Tania's crouched in as lightning fast, he's running and spraying, but G is there to stop the madness. Down to 7 health. What could Youngster do here? He's peeked through. They don't know about this yet, and the bomb is right there in front. If he had a smoke, he could put a lot of pressure on them, but he doesn't. And as a result, he has to go and find the kill. But look at how far away they are, Dan. They actually can't be found. They're playing hide and seek at a really, really big level here. I think Youngster's going to be so frustrated. He's like, why are they not on the side anywhere? Now he's made footsteps. It doesn't really matter. He's run out of time here. Just impressive work, especially for G. That double kill to slow it down, and then the fact that they didn't engage at all towards the end.
Yeah, love to see that, especially because both of them were around like 10, 15 HP. So, they're both not looking good in any of those gun battles. So, but there's those pivotal kills from G. G's really having some very important fragging moments in this game so far.
Yeah, he's showing up today in a massive way.
Let's reset the economy, just like we were talking about. It's TYLOO can get to 10-10 now.
I'm gonna need to see a graph of G's performance after Moses got him ice cream.
Hold on, Anders, we've got this push coming from Cat.
Yeah, you're right. Could actually be a bit of an issue with G boosted up on top here. There is a smoke that's keeping them back, but you're right, Dan. That's interesting.
It might be the one opportunity, because they're going to hear this play with the AWP, and there they go, off of the flashbang. That's the moment. This is the moment for Heroic to spoil the round completely, and they've managed to do it. And this is going to force TYLOO to respond quickly, grab the bomb, go through red room, still try to find the plant in this 2v3.
Quite a winnable round for TYLOO because they have the bomb. If the bomb was down there with the other 3 people, it's obviously complete disaster. They don't really know it yet. We can see on the minimap that there's nobody at the A bomb site, but they are being very, very careful because all they need to be is 1 CT to hear them step, and then everyone's going to show up. And Heroic quite, active, which is not surprising. They've realized the bomb is not out there, so they are going to go investigate. Oh, the timing could be kind of weird right now. Molotov on the one side, they have a smoke. That's actually so helpful. That will give them a bit of safety to plant the bomb. And they have a couple of flashes, actually a lot of flashbangs on the T side. If they want to try and slow things down, they could do that even further. Sampayas almost running into the Mac 10. You've got to be careful about that. They don't have a kit either on the CT side. So if they want to go for the retake, which I'm sure they do, they need to be fast.
And with no Kevlar on 2 of the 3 players, that Mac 10 looks really nice. But there's that pressure, tapping the bomb. Really nice dodging, back and forth for Jamyoung, but gets taken down from the side. And now the defuse will come in.
Let's go!
And that is a terrifying moment for TYLOO. Not a round that they were supposed to concede. They were supposed to get to 10-10 as the defuse comes in, and Heroic instead move to 11-9. And they get an AWP and an AK for their troubles.
Sampayas winning both those fights. Wait, how is that a headshot from Tinia? That's crazy. Yeah, just the perfect timing, and obviously the second shot. Oh, he's so lightning fast, isn't he?
Such a good timing indeed.
Let's go!
Because that Mac-10, Anders, that's going to just wreck him. If the Mac-10 is ready to go, it's just going to destroy him. No Kevlar at all.
Saw behind them of Ent's fame. Him and Snappy had sort of a legendary partnership, but then Snappy went to join Falcons, now on NIP. Bit of a crazy ride for him in the Counter-Strike space at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, but Saw, I think, is one of those coaches that's proven that he can build a lot. This lineup is certainly impressive. Last time out called now for TYLOO. It's only the opening map in the series. There is a lot more Counter-Strike to come out of this one, but Heroic are pulling ahead a little bit, and that last round winning it is just, it's everything. Flash going over, aggressive push out of the B-bomb site. I'm still waiting for my, heavy B execute from TYLOO. Haven't had they actually, for a bunch of rounds, they haven't even had enough Molotovs to do it. They just haven't had the money. I check every time. They need about 3 Molotovs. Certainly not going to be this round either. Heroic up to 11, 2 away from taking the victory here. Now, it is their map pick, but yeah, we knew it was going to be close.
Yeah, TYLOO, again, slower start. They just know they can't go fast, and it's just been shut down too many times. It's a really just basic setup here from Heroic as well. The only thing, though, is that they have given up mid control, and TYLOO have walked through mid a few times, and so this could be, one of the ways that TYLOO get the space they need. But they're going into Donut here, real fast, very fast trade, thanks to Mercury, and now lots of pressure into there.
Yeah, and I think xCloud actually trying to play, a bit differently, because you could just throw the smoke and fall back, but I think he intentionally is trying to, dodge the meta and say, I'm going to throw the smoke and I'll push in front and you just won't be ready for it. But they were. TYLOO, you can't question the mechanics. It's something that they do so well. Sunpires gets one at the start of the retake here, but LNC dropped as he tried to go in through the middle. Youngster and Sunpires, this is really high risk here. You could end up giving away everything, and you don't really have a deep bank either. It's Sunpires now with the AWP, and obviously the truth has set in. Reality has come back to haunt him. Can't win this round any longer, especially not without the kit here. So it will be a 10th round for TYLOO, and this is going to make it so dramatic. We're getting to a stage now in the game where whoever loses this, it will have a big emotional toll on them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because you saw around there where it's this double-edged sword that we talk about, where on the CT side you're against a kind of just hodgepodge buy, so they don't have like a lot of stuff, so you don't feel like you need to play up in their faces or aggressively or for map control as much. So you kind of inevitably on a map like this, you leave some openings. And TYLOO picked the perfect round to exploit that, and they had the pace behind it they needed. So then the round collapses. But I don't think that those openings exist in a regular buy round. So I'm curious whether or not TYLOO might test mid again, going into their buy, because they are getting a bit shut down outside of B in the recent rounds. I don't think that's going to feel good for them.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I said at the start as well, but TYLOO are one of these teams that do like those early A executes where they listen for mid grenades. I think they haven't tried it too much yet. That could be another feature of it. It's really easy to spot when they go out of spawn. You can kind of tell that they're doing it right from the start. So let's see. We're into it now. 11-10. Heroic still looking pretty good. TYLOO with more of a default, but they are looking to maybe flash over into the middle. A lot of flashbangs, in fact, and he's setting up Jamyoung to get a bit of a double spray down. That's, I think, in total 4 flashes going over for that fight, and they kind of evened it out, which is still probably worth it.
And getting aggressive here as well, looking for information. That's a beautiful play there from Sunpires. They would love to try to punish this, and they'll be able to take down LNZ, and that does leave Sunpires alone on the site just for a moment as his teammate tries to get there. And with the smokes assisting, that might be possible. The damage off the spray, it's so close. Sunpires down to 20, xCloud down to 39, and TYLOO, they have a minute, over a minute to play this map with, to play the entire field.
If they get that spray down, that would have been something else. Let's see what Heroic do. This is where, again, they sometimes become very active when they're in these kind of positions. And I think TYLOO are expecting, or they're hoping for that. You could say they're not aware exactly of where xCloud is. They think maybe he's flanking T-spawn. So right now it's just a big game of patience. 40 seconds. And eventually it will be TYLOO to make their move. If they walk into the AWP, that could just be the end of it.
Yes, it's a really good setup for Heroic. They've guessed correctly, it seems. TYLOO waiting about 30 seconds before going for the re-hit. About standard timing here, but the AWP is the answer. Oh my God, it's a double. It didn't have to be, but it was 12-10. What a way to clinch that one. Heroic looking good here.
I mean, that's one way to get the job done. God damn, I can't believe it. Think of the risk as well. This is the difference between, I think, being sort of a decent AWPer, you know, somewhere in Counter-Strike, and being at a really high level. He is low on health. Like, anything touches him right now, he's dead. But he also, at the same time, that doesn't affect his mentality at all.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because it's one of those spots where you kind of have to move, but you know what, I don't have time to talk about that, because we're into what could be the final round of the first map here in this best of 3. And, oh, the smoke gets blown open, but to the detriment of the CT. X-Cloud goes down. And now you've got a desperate situation for Heroic. They're trying to move here to respond, Anders, and they do.
Yeah, Moshe's pushing up, but I don't mind that, but the rest of the team weren't ready to do anything with it. Where's everybody else? Now, they're going to be pushing through the smoke over here, walking straight into Youngster. He is thinking about it. He is aware that they could be coming around. Otherwise, he wouldn't take this position. But let's see if they actually do that synchronicity here or just one at a time. They're going to shoot him through the smoke. I guess that's another way to do it. Wasn't expecting that at all. LNC not really clearing the corner, but he will get the kill anyway. And suddenly, it's back in the favor of Heroic here. 2 versus 3. Bomb is not planted yet, and Sampayas, he doesn't get the shot this time. G finds him with the Deagle running into Tanir. What on earth is that? LNC trying to get closer. I don't know what G just did. I don't think he'll be replicated either. He didn't even stop. He wants to get another shot off. And now the grenades are coming in. They have one on Mercury. One deep dunk here, and they're going to be able to get another round on the board, but he's got his rifle out. He doesn't want to throw any grenades. LNC with a swing, and Mercury with a headshot, and get another round for TYLOO as they get all the way to the final one. One chance at overtime.
What a hero play from G, because in that 2v2 or 2v3, they could not plant the bomb. This situation, they can't plant the bomb because the CTs are there. If one goes to plant, it's all over. G makes the play. He is the hero. That's what they needed in that moment. Wow, that's so sick from G. Okay, he's going to be getting a lot of ice cream later. I can already tell.
Well, that's what I was trying to ask earlier. What if he's playing better post ice cream? Is that a competitive integrity issue? Has Moses impacted the tournament in some way that we don't have rules for it? I've read the rule book. There's nothing about ice cream in there.
It's like, I've never had high fructose corn syrup before. What is this?
Maybe there needs to be. Now look at this stack. 3 people near the bomb site. This is exactly the kind of round that can work as well. Very dangerous with the 5-7 up close. I can think of the elevated MP9. Early grenade. Shot's not quite connecting. Very nicely done for Attacker, honestly. Sampaya's going to get knocked out. Overtime looking more likely. X-Cloud with a big opportunity to get a double kill, but he will only get the 1. 2 versus 3 now. Bomb about to be planted in a pretty safe position. A nightmare retake here for Heroic to try and avoid overtime. It looks like TYLOO are determined.
Yeah, such strong positions. LNZ and Youngstar, is there anything to be found on the ground? Well, there's the step made.
I mean, they can't be silent. They have to just go for it here. It's a 10-second defuse, so yeah, throw in the smoke, but that doesn't help that much. They've tapped it once. I don't even think TYLOO are buying it. They know it's not going to happen. G with the final kill, and we are in overtime. What a return after losing 8 rounds in the opening half in a row. That's Heroic winning 8 in a row and TYLOO losing 8 in a row for an 8-4 first half finish, and then somehow they bring it back against all of the expectations. Really impressive stuff here. What a great way to get the series started.
Yeah, and it really truly required heroics from TYLOO, and it's kind of crazy. We'll see what this overtime looks like. It does feel like TYLOO have somewhat of an edge, given that they were the team that came back, but you just never know when you get to overtime. Both teams have gone through most of their playbook at this point, and a lot of the game can be then played on confidence, on feel, and intuition, more so than it's played on anything else. And so with TYLOO, they've got to be feeling really, really great right now. And gee, I just keep having a flash of those 2 Deagle shots in my head, because we would not be here without both of those Deagle headshots.
I think it's especially the second running forward is just so absurd, isn't it?
Oh, thank you, production. Beautiful timing.
Yeah. They are the best, aren't they? They've got it queued up. They're reading your mind, Dan. We've got the technology. It's not just a headset you're wearing. It's there actually.
Oh God,
We're actually there already.
Planted a chip in my brain whilst I was sleeping.
at least one. All right, early basic standard grenades coming out here. We're in overtime. Into the middle we go. It's a nice swing. But again, the counter utility is pretty good to TYLOO. Very nearly getting the kill. And actually, Attacker will just not stop here. He gets the one onto Sunpius. 3, and with just 4 health left. That is a heroic effort, but unfortunately for Heroic, it's on Attacker. They'll plant the bomb to follow it, and I don't think there's anything they could do here for the retake. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's so difficult. If you lose the first round, because this is 10K as well, so if you lose the first round, especially if you brought up an AWP, your economy gets screwed pretty fast on the CT side. Now, TYLOO also, again, they struggled a lot on their CT side in regulation. They didn't honestly find a great win in any of the rounds. Buy against Buy, they didn't win a single round. So
yeah,
that's going to be interesting to see if they can solve that in the overtime.
So the range at which Attacker is taking those fights is optimal when he gets flashed in from T-spawn himself. And this is the reason why a lot of CT teams want to run boost CTs close to the wall, because then those spawn flashes don't work anymore. So there's a reason why you're trying to, one, you want to run boost over the Molotov, but more than anything, you want to hug the wall that's close to T-spawn in the middle so that you don't get flashed. And Heroic weren't able to do that. So Attacker has a big advantage in those fights because there are just flashes going like in the sky above him, behind, just going over. You can see they're way out in the open where those flashbangs are going to hit him almost every single time. And yeah, sets him up very nicely, at least for the opening kill, sometimes more than that.
Yeah, and, but when Attacker's hitting that hard, it's definitely a problem. It is a problem.
Speaking of run boost, we haven't seen too many of them out of Heroic. Not to middle, but also not up to the B lane position. So kind of curious, but that's not something that they've been favoring. Some teams are, you know, they love the acrobatics of getting the early outside of B pushes like that. Not really been a feature of the game too much yet. Let's see. Outside of the B bomb site. Just looking for one opening here. And honestly, just with when you peek like this and you're a youngster, all it takes is one missed, peek and you die.
Yeah, you just shoot right through that box. That position. Oh, that's a big miss there from Sunpius. Obviously, there is a setup in Cave, so they can't run him down, but it's an opportunity gone. And TYLOO, they haven't had much success towards the B site. They are threatening the B site. But once again, there is still a potential that you could have a Jam Young moving up into the Reds room.
I'm more worried about this. It's such a binary outcome. If he goes back behind the wall and then Moshe takes a step out, that's it. Like, he peeks into the right. It might even worse now with G on the AWP on the other side. 40 seconds, though. He just wants to put down the smoke. But honestly, at this rate, even if he puts it down, they might not even fall back. Push coming in. They wanted to push even more than that. Sunpius does get the kill. Nice timing on the smoke. They have to go through. It's not a choice they can make it. They just must do it. There's no time left. Attacker gets one. Moshe on the follow-up headshot. They've beat the smoke. Now they're through. Bomb being planted on the other side, and Mercury stopping any attempt at a flank coming in. So well done, but so high risk as well for TYLOO. Once that smoke goes down from Youngster, there's no choice. They have to pop through.
And it's great too that TYLOO are just not completely giving up on their B stuff, but I think recognizing that if they, just going fast is really a problem. And to show the slow round shows some presence and threat. Like we see the missed shot by Sunpius. They're creating this uncomfortable spot for Heroic too, where I'm not quite sure exactly what this round is supposed to be just yet. So if TYLOO keep running rounds like that, it's going to be a good look for them, absolutely. Final round of the overtime for this half.
So this is the round I was talking about earlier, right? They've heard all the grenades in middle, so they know that it was an early big mid stack coming out from Heroic, and now they're going fast towards the A bomb side. It's pretty much textbook for what TYLOO like to do. X-Floud not going to be able to pick it up. It's Moshe on the double opening instead, and a bomb plant soon to follow. What a great time to call this. They hear the double Molotov, double HE or whatever it was in the middle. They knew how many TTs were in there. Youngster's going down now. A swing around the corner as they try and hunt Sunpius, and he's very nearly dead. And I don't think this retake's going to be very possible either. LNC, he wants to walk through the smoke there. It's fading right in front of him, but Attacker is more than ready, and Sunpius doesn't have the health for this. TYLOO looking to claim 3 in a row in the overtime. They might have just stolen this map away from Heroic. What an impressive beginning this is.
We will see, though. Heroic know that TYLOO didn't get a single buy-round victory on that first half when they played on their CT side. So TYLOO, the only difference from that CT side to now is a couple things. One, it's the confidence that they have created by winning all these clutches, winning all these gun battles with the AKs. But additionally, they also have more information as to what was feeling good against Heroic and what was not.
Wow. Something that we didn't get to see in regulation out of Heroic, just for whatever reason they didn't end up doing it, but some of those X-Cloud mid-takes I still kind of want to see. He's really good at it. They've got Youngstar ready to flash on over. Speaking of which, that's exactly what they want to try and do, but Attacker is playing close enough that he doesn't get flashed. That's why you push up. Oh, they're playing this almost like it was a lesson in Counter-Strike on Ancient. 3 versus 5. A minute and 30 seconds left, and now they're in a lot of trouble here. TYLOO need but one more round, and they steal away the map pick for Heroic, and this series becomes way more interesting.
It's all about how you play this advantage now for TYLOO to close it. And they haven't given up all of the forward control. They've given up some of the more risky positions, but it's very hard for Heroic now to challenge. And there is a challenge. Some players kind of has to try something. Doesn't work. Same for story for Tnir there. Now Youngstar, the last player here to prevent it, but no, 16 to 12. Unbelievable comeback coming in from TYLOO. They went 8 rounds unanswered, but still managed to force overtime. Still managed to take map 1. Heroic's choice.
Yes, it was Heroic's choice, and it did look like that if you just looked at the first half of the game. A 4-0 start for TYLOO on their CT side. You say, okay, they've come to play. Then they get absolutely smacked. You think it's going to be over, but TYLOO, they find a way to keep on winning, even when making some, at times, questionable decision-making, but the individuals are sharp. They were winning their fights, and they come through with a very impressive win here now.
Yeah, I think they got sharp in overtime. I think towards the end of regulation, I think they're very fortunate to even get to overtime. I think not so much like questionable decision. Yeah, maybe like just the way they were taking some fights at the B bomb site. Felt like they really wanted to rinse and repeat over there. They almost got forced away. But that being said, they had chances to collapse when they got stopped in that B rush, when they got stopped a number of times trying to pick in. It's great tenacity from TYLOO to bounce back the way they did in OT.
And I mean, I gotta be honest. Heroic played scared. I mean, Heroic didn't play the normal game that I saw in stage 1 there, okay? The way that they wanted to play on their own CT side, they were on their heels for so much of that game. They were letting TYLOO dictate the pace. And I get it. TYLOO play a pretty ridiculous style. Like, they sometimes get in your faces. They have all these different cool, fast starters. But, like, Heroic, you gotta take something here.
Yeah. The pace changes, I think, really made him nervous. Like, that little pace change to rush the A bomb site in OT after like, kind of taking mid and then hitting the B bomb site. Like, they did a number of different looks in some of these rounds. It's really tough to get a hold of.
The conditioning was really there. We want to look at round 17 where TYLOO actually executed onto the B with some success because it was a bit of a back and forth on this.
I mean, you can't just say that TYLOO play random when they're able to push a CT side from Heroic all the way back into the corners and then they just do a really simple execute. I mean, they had some mid space in this one. They were able to throw some good utility out. And Heroic, I've seen Heroic in this kind of situation before, but usually they'll double cave or they'll be going for a re-aggressive mid, and then the one guy at B is playing far back. Instead, they got kind of caught in a moment of transition where they were kind of 1 foot in the bomb site. Youngstar was kind of out of the bomb site. Sunpias was kind of just holding for a top mid swing. Like they were all the way back as far as they almost could be.
I give a lot of credit to TYLOO for that execute because I think what they're doing, that player in Cubby is like playing anti-flash, so he's waiting for the flash queue to peak, and then the long player is going to come through the smoke. But TYLOO comes through the smoke as the flash is just coming over. They like have like a weird timing with it to where everyone's kind of stuck into the wall, and by the time they turn from the flash, everyone's already in their face from TYLOO. So that's a cool little trick of like when you're scaling with utility.
And then even when it started to look dicey for TYLOO, we look at round 23, right? They're on lesser weaponry. They're still being able to find the success, and this was key. This was huge.
I mean, we just saw what I would say is a more classic T-side ancient round. This one got crazy. Like, this one got real hairy for them. You know, they have lower weaponry, lower buys. Amazing shot being hit by Mozia there, but then they just kind of let this get so chaotic. You know, the pressure in the middle, like there's no one even around him, but then they're lurking out. They were lurking out towards A earlier in this round, then they started swinging back, the pendulum towards B, and then we had some incredible G moments, and Moses, I know you love that.
Yeah, you have to love it. Why not? But I mean, they kind of in some way have no business winning this round. These shots are unreal. Sunpias with the narrow miss, that follow-up one with the Deagle is nasty. Yeah, you had no business being in this one. And remember too, this was a nice like kind of like like tick for tat in a sense, because Heroic had just won a Nico round a couple rounds before that as well.
Yep.
And that was one of the moments TYLOO had to collapse, and it's huge that G steps up in that way, and that's what he's been doing for him. G and Jamyoung have a great game. They carry TYLOO through a large stretch of this map, and then you start seeing Mozia get some opening kills in overtime. You see Attacker having some impact in middle and overtime. I mean, everyone kind of stepped it up at the end, but those two particularly got them to the finish line.
They got them to the finish line, the rest of the players started to step up around them, right?
Yep.
Seeing these moments go down. Then we come into the first round of overtime, and TYLOO full force at this point.
I feel like the best player in overtime for TYLOO was Attacker, which I did not expect at all. I mean, round 25, I mean, he's set up for success, though. Look at how blind the players are from Heroic. xCloud gets one, but he's like full wide. And these players from Heroic, they're kind of dancing back and forth constantly because they're getting flashed. They have to turn. No one can fight together. Attacker got 3 consecutive 1v1s, and maybe he should have lost one of those, but look at how just they keep having to fall back, press back out, fall back, press back out. Like, it's perfect stuff from TYLOO on that mid.
And that's a round where xCloud probably dies, and he looks around. He's like, "Where are my teammates at? Like, where's someone to trade this kill? Where's somebody?" But just, I mean, if no one's able to kind of scale with him and get past those flashbangs, that's exactly what happens. You get shoved back into Donut, completely blind, and you have disadvantageous fights when you swing back out.
And this is why they keep calling Jamyoung the Chinese GOAT, right? When we're looking at his individual performance.
Do they call him that?
That's what G called him.
Okay.
G said that. Jamyoung is the Chinese GOAT. I believe everything G said.
Perfect.
I know that they... Okay, well, okay. I know that Jamyoung's the most popular player in China. I don't know if he's got the GOAT title. Like, Captain Mo surely has got to be holding on to something there, right? I mean, Jamyoung was incredible in this one. The way he's able to break open bomb sites, able to find trade frags. I think he got a bunch of X-Factor kills, too. Like, look at that mid-take where he gets... First bullet gets the kill. Second bullet on the swing. Like, he's able to transfer, win outright duels. Like, towards the end, I remember there was this round in overtime where T-side... He gets the instant first bullet headshot on a player around Donut, and he's instantly traded, and it was like in a millisecond that he's able to get those kills. Like, that's why we get so excited about this guy, because those windows of opportunity in Tier 1 are so slim, and yet he can still put that crosshair exactly where it needs to go.
And showing up when it matters is a huge thing. Like in an elimination game, like you know, stepping up and getting 30 kills, helping you get to overtime, helping you win the first map in the series. That's huge. How many times do we see star players have those kind of like middling games or weaker games or quiet games when everything is on the line? Jamyoung and G both delivered in such an intense situation.
Well, you mentioned him. We've got to have a look at him. G has to be a focal point, especially what he was able to deliver in this one. Wasn't just the crazy Deagle moments. It was across the board, across the map.
I would even say in the first half, he had some decent rifle moments too. So, I mean, actually, no, when they swapped to the T side, he had some good rifle moments.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, the way that he opts is a little bit curious at times. Like, he loves to just lock down a position, and he can be so patient. But even when he got to the rifle, this is where I was more impressed, because I remember him for all these op moments from stage 1, but being able to bust out the AK, being able to bust out the Deagle, like, these got TYLOO over the line.
I'm using his crosshair tonight. That's what I'm doing. Is that a little green dot?
A little teal dot, or like the light blue one?
Yeah, I'm in. I think I might try that out tonight.
Yeah.
A little G sauce on it.
A little G plus.
You two are brothers now. You can get his full settings if you want.
That's true. I might be able to have a chat. Yeah, I can download it all.
Ice cream peak.
If you see that now in your next Premier Games, you know it's Moses hiding in there. But it wasn't all losses for Heroic. It was a loss of the map, but there were some individual moments in there. Youngstar, when that B hit was coming towards him, he was getting his.
Incredible anchoring done by Youngstar. Usually, oftentimes overshadowed by people like Tanir and people like xCloud, because he mostly just plays in the pack, plays a little bit more selflessly. But when he swapped to the CT side, one of the only things that you had going for Heroic is that B bomb site was very difficult to breach for the TYLOO side, and a lot of that was down to Youngstar just finding these great kills around the smokes and really being able to stop the executes.
I mean, I think it's obviously Youngstar doing a great job. I'm not going to take anything away from him. I think these were the rounds where I was watching and I was like, TYLOO's going to lose this game, because these are just bad fights. It feels like they're just kind of limping into these fights like half in, half out, not really expecting to have the battle, and Youngstar took a complete advantage of all of them. So he was huge. I think it's got to be extremely disappointing. I think like maybe towards the last like 6-7 rounds of this game, including overtime, I think he only lost the bomb site like once.
Yeah.
Which that was in overtime.
Exactly.
Yeah, so really painful. But most of his holds throughout that half were just spectacular.
I just want to quickly get your opinions on going into this Mirage, because obviously it is a strange one, at least for TYLOO, because they'd love to pick Inferno, but it gets banned out on the other side by Heroic. Is there a chance now because of that where Heroic can bounce back into the series?
This was a little bit weird for me. I thought TYLOO was going to pick Train outright. It became the third map decider. I felt like Heroic is actually better on Mirage than they are Train, so I think Heroic's going to be extending this series.
Okay.
I still have faith that they should be extending this series, although I would say I think depending on how TYLOO comes out in the first 5 rounds, it's going to be telling us a lot about how this game is going to play out.
Let's see how it goes down. We're going into Mirage, a bit of a change up in the picks of what was expected, at least from what Mario was saying, but let's see what happens on the server. It's elimination time. It's TYLOO going up against Heroic.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Heroic. We're gonna do a little bit of a team synergy check. So, first question, this is a layup. This is an easy one. What's your team's best map right now?
We never get this right, actually. We're saying different maps.
We're gonna show them to the camera in 3, 2, 1. Oh,
exactly.
They don't agree. All right, so now we're gonna go to the other side of the coin. See if you agree on this. What's your worst map right now?
You should get this right.
Should I?
Yes, you should. Really?
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Wait. What?
Brother,
Are you
hitting in
trolling?
the pool right now.
It's
Hitting in the
full
pool.
trolling.
He might be doing a little
It's full
trolling.
trolling. What do you mean ancient? It's like our top 2, top 3 map.
What do you mean? We are best in Nuke, mate. You're the best YAR player in the world right now. Better than Nico.
This
You
guy's
can check the
trolling.
stats.
All right, we're gonna get a little harder here. So who has the worst comms on your team? Who has the worst comms on the team? Yeah, that took no thought.
Yeah.
That took no thought. All right.
I mean, it's what can you say? He doesn't know English.
Next one, please.
Next one. Let's keep
we are
rolling
in the
here.
competition right now.
Let's keep rolling. Okay, so who on the team is most likely to miss a smoke? Again, he's just locking in instantly.
I know there's one specific smoke that one person cannot hit. We're saying it all the time.
All right, we ready? Yeah. Okay.
It's the ancient elbow smokes on CT
Of course.
side.
Yeah, he
Not
whips
only
that every
this one,
time.
not only this one.
Every game.
Yesterday, Mirage window molly.
Who's the biggest tilter on the team? Who gets the most tilted on the squad? Oh, that took no thought. Now the shoe's on the other foot. We had the immediate gut check, and now we have the thinking here. Shom?
Really?
No, yes. I mean, Andre.
I mean, maybe Senpais is the most vocal one. but
Maybe, yes.
Yeah.
We need to log in.
Lock in, guys.
Linus.
Hive mind.
We need to lock in.
If one of your teammates is still alive, who do you want that to be? Who do you want most in the clutch?
Really?
All right, show it. What does that mean?
There's no way. Youngstar.
Yeah.
He's our
I
clutcher,
think,
man.
I think it's kind of close. Both of them are good at clutching. That was the second guy I was thinking about.
Who on your team isn't allowed to touch the AWP? Who is the person that you least want picking up the scope?
I didn't even think too much about that one.
I don't think he did either. 3, 2, 1, show him.
Yeah. Like every team I've played in the last 5 years, I'm the 5th offer, maybe even the 6th.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. If he picks up an AWP, it's not going well. Who's the biggest troll?
That's a good question.
Whatever comes to mind when you hear that.
I'll go with the funny guy.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, we're doing well here.
He's always fucking around.
Which of your teammates is most likely to team flash you?
There's not an obvious one, so this is gamble.
I have some memories.
I'll go with the gamble.
Reveal it. 1, 2, 3.
Oh!
Is it?
Yes.
You think it's yourself?
I remember there's some moments you say, Yasin, what is this flash?
Yeah,
I'm trying to defend. Brother, but you need to turn.
So, let's say, are you guys making playoffs? 3, 2, 1.
Of course, mate.
Of course.
That's why we are here. We are not here to go back to them, you know?
You guys ready for the next game coming then?
But I think we should have better synergy. Otherwise, I don't think we're gonna make playoffs, mate.
Yeah, I'm always helping you improve. This has been the Team Synergy quiz with Heroic.
Well then, maybe almost a bit of a foreshadowing. By the way, great stuff from Mike. I love this, this little insights here. But, you know, Xshot did pick Ancient as their first worst map and Overpass for some reason. They did end up losing it. It was their map pick in this one. And now they're a map down in the series. Dan, it could be the beginning of something terrible.
It could be. But I think the games are going to be so close. We said it early on. And I was starting to doubt it. When we saw the 8 rounds lost in a row for TYLOO, I was like, ooh, actually, I don't know if we set this one up right. But it did turn out to be a very close game on Ancient. And I think Mirage is one of the most balanced maps because both on the CT and T sides, you have loads of options to create plays and to do things. So you never really feel like a shutout by the half. So that helps with the variance a little bit. And it's such a well-known map for everyone at this point that I feel like it should also be a pretty close affair based on how well both of these teams play on the map. But the one thing I will say, Anders, is that TYLOO look more ready for the clutch and the individual battles, and that's where this could be decided.
It's a very early indication that that we're going to see something towards the B bomb site. But they're slow enough that they can change their minds. They're not fully committed to it at the moment. They do have the smoke and the Molotov here. Second map live now. Sunpius peeking. He knows that he could get shot from the top mid position. He's got no backup in there. So actually pretty good movement. Just the understanding to know that that was a real threat. They jump around the corner, looking to see if they can attack that catwalk position. Tania falling back, 11 bullets, and he's not going to get a chance to get any kills there. Some counter utilities coming out. Sunpius going to get one onto Moja, but they need more out of the dualies here. The pressure is on, and G will find an equalizing headshot back into the 3v3, and they're actually escaping. Look at it. They're creating a path to the A bomb site. The bomb is out of there. They are going to get the bomb plant, and look at this. Windows being held with a Glock already.
And he definitely heard Mercury, those two players. And as always, Young is on this lurk, but he's been outlurked. The lurk has been lurked upon, and G now defending on the sides, doing an excellent job as we saw him do on Ancient, and now leaving Sunpius in the 1v2. Jump across info on one player, just moving very fast right now. Has to get these kills quickly. It's a double swing. Mercury picks up the headshot, and that's TYLOO with another pistol.
That is great mid-rounding out of TYLOO. It is so hard to call off an attack when you are that deep in the bomb site. Even in spite of some players catching the lurk, it's still such a cool feature of the team that they are able to recall into the A bomb site and then turn Jamyong into a lurk in the middle of an attack, which he was not meant to be in the beginning. It's just really awesome. Some players would have had to have got the ace there. He'd already had the first 3. Not gonna happen. G is beyond fired up at this point, and I love it. Everyone else does too, I suppose. Second round, and they will buy up into this one. So, Deagle, Scout, 2 MP9s, and a 5-7 on Youngster.
Yeah, we saw this in every instance so far. If Heroic are in a spot where they can kind of force buy, they will do it, but they'll also prioritize not the util as much as actually getting, okay, what is like some more of the more powerful weapons that we can get. A couple MP9s, have Scout, 2 Deagles, or rather 1 Deagle and 1 5-7. So dangerous. Gotta be so careful. Perfect opportunity for the MP9, but Mosea able to get the Galil out in the nick of time to take down LNZ. And that's one of the dangerous weapons down and out for the counts.
Yeah, that you could feel it coming. Just a couple of footsteps away from actually getting the job done. Smoke in the middle here. And I mean, if they just keep walking towards the A-bomb site, it looks like they're going to find a really good timing. Tanir is eventually going into the B hallways, but even with that information, once he gets it, I don't know if they're going to be able to rotate quite in time. Good utility here to try and get rid of anyone that's playing this position. You don't really want that. Jamyong investigating. We're down to 35 seconds. I'm still not really worried for TYLOO. It is running the clock a bit low, but they're also a team that don't really mind that. And the power of this contact play. Oh, Youngster, 3 headshots! How is that allowed? I don't mind the contact, but that is outrageous. Mercury and Jamyong now, the whole round has been blown apart by the Swede. And the question is there even a chance for a recovery here? Trying to find something. It's Xfire to go down. It's Youngster coming back in now. 4 kills as he wins the round for Heroic in a grotesque fashion.
That's why you buy a 5-7, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just Santoris that can do it. It's definitely a scary weapon. Beautiful stuff there for Heroic, getting them right back into this one. And without a bomb plant, I'm curious what TYLOO will decide to do. Losing the AK as well. Oh, the timing is just too good for Youngster. Beautiful.
There's also nobody is holding that corner. What is the purpose of bringing 3 people there? I would have assumed that one person is just crouched against the wall holding that all the time, and then the rest can swing out. It's fine. I don't mind the contact part of it. But that does seem like it was a bit of a slip-up, perhaps. Still, excellent shooting for Youngster. Heroic obviously looking for a 3rd map here, which would be on trade. I hope we get there. This has been such a great series so far. Tanir landing a couple of Galil kills in the middle. And they are creeping in. Tech9 is here, but the bomb is at top mid. And Sampaier's still with the scout, admittedly. But he's at least keeping an eye on this.
Is there a timing at any point for attacker? Because he did get into this position unknown. So there might be, well, some parts I don't think he's going to look for this. If he tries to cross the site, that's an opportunity for attacker. He's waiting for a moment just like this. He gets a couple first bullets and he will get the kill here, but there's still more to be done. No HP to do it. And his teammates, I don't know how they're going to get into position here. They're trying to make their way forward, but Youngstar with that AK he collected is doing it justice. Great headshots. And that's the 2-1 now for Heroic.
What a scary bit of mechanical work from Youngstar in the first couple of rounds here.
When life gives you lemons, Anders, you buy a 5-7.
Yeah. And what? Become a mass murderer. What's going on? Where's the analogy going here, Dan? That's really impressive. I mean, even with the AK in this round, you could just tell the confidence is there for it. Round number 4. Another round without a bomb plant. Not that I think it would have pushed TYLOO into too much excitement. They will probably just go for a straight, rush into this one as soon as the grenades are gone. HE perhaps a bit early. Smoke to follow. LNC kind of knows. He's got the MP9 though. I would say even with the smoke, just go through, I guess. Walking back into Tanir though. Could be a bit of a slaughter.
Okay, they're going to recover this bomb. Okay, they're going to do it. That's actually not too bad. Not losing anyone else is definitely, I think, positive and more than expected. But there's still so much more to do. Still up against an MP9. have to run through a choke point. With that said, there's nobody else to respond super quickly. There's one on Cat, but can they get out in time? Oh, that's a nice headshot from LNZ, but they're going to make their way out here.
Already such a better round than you were expecting. I don't think they're going to be able to win the afterplant. They really should never be able to win the afterplant, to be honest. Some Pius with a good spray down, but 2 kills and a bomb plant is still really nice. The only thing for Heroic, I guess you could say, is those were 2 MP9s that are going to end up going down. So it's not like they're going to be super ranked behind this. But definitely a little bit more money being made on the T side. Let's see what TYLOO can manufacture coming into this next round, because it's a little bit of a slower start than we were expecting. They win the pistol, and then they run to the 5-7, and now they need to find a way back in here. See what their T side can end up with. They definitely are a team that can be hard to play against. Jamyong's lurks on this map are still really, really annoying, especially if he gets into the ladder room in middle. He's just one of those players that's hard to control. So we'll keep an eye on it. Classic smokes in the middle.
Yes. TYLOO make their way up to that top mid position. Quite a tentative round, defaults from them.
The smoke that you're seeing right here, a lot of teams will blow it open themselves, like that's a T smoke, and a lot of T sides will themselves blow that open to take a fight. I've noticed that TYLOO don't do that a lot. Instead, they flash wide for the swing that we're just seeing right now. They love that play, like so much so that I'm wondering if Heroic could even exploit it, because it's such a common thing for them to do.
Well, TYLOO, you know, they are hitting they're looking to hit a specific timing, it seems, with this mid push, gathering everybody back through T spawn with the bomb, trying to make their way forward. Nothing's been given here in mid. There's a flash! Oh, what a shot there from G! Finds the head and everything up with the AWP. This is a great way to start this push for TYLOO. The defense there under Dark is not going to work out. Mercury with the counter Youngstar. Some Pius gets traded out, and the site has been lost, and it's all up to LNZ in the 1v3.
Just fair play to Sun Pius. He had a perfect read of what was coming. He knew there was a second player going through the smoke there, but just couldn't stop himself from getting shot in the back, of course. And LNC, if they give him an early shot here, if he can get into 1v2, in the first 5 seconds of the retake, I think it's somewhat doable. The fact that they're so defensive, I don't even think it's worth it. And he's probably just sticking around to try and get the AWP that's in the middle right in front of him. So yeah, just hang around here, hope nobody exits this way, and then see if you can find a way to pick it up as they are running out of the site here. Bomb gonna go up, and just a really nice round. That early flick from G was just so quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it really did seem like the flash was a good timing. It seemed like G was dead, but in that position, but maybe it was the case that he saw the player and then got blinded. We'll see. Yeah, and he's, okay, well, maybe not fully blinded. I'm not even sure, but regardless, he hits the headshot with the AWP. What more do you want? Some Pius looking really sharp, but just overwhelmed at that stage. So TYLOO fighting their way back in, and it's going to be the final buy for Heroic for now if they don't win this round. They're going to be jumping into mid, looking to play a bit more aggressively here. This was the first time we're seeing this from Heroic. They've lost some Pius already.
Yeah, I wonder what the timing was on that one. G able to take him down. Yeah, he's just got the close spawn.
Oh, that's crazy. It's hard to hit those.
But especially with the incendiary down. Now, Heroic are going to try and group up in the middle a little bit. And like I said, sometimes they do this thing where they group up and all push at the same time. They didn't really get to do it much on Ancient, but it's something they do in pretty much all maps. This time, not necessarily pushing, but at least very mid-centric for the defense, which is not great because TYLOO are going for the default A execute that everyone in Counter-Strike should know how to do. A nice headshot, and that almost seals the round here. I would say for Heroic, it is better to fall back right now. You're not going to be able to rebuy these rifles, and I think they've got the message right about now. So the game's going to be tied up 3-3.
And I got to say, I love that play from Youngstar to go beyond the smoke as the T's are scaling into the site, because in the retake, the CTs don't actually have any utility. So the only way to actually win a retake is to get to find a spot to get kills. And the only timing to find that is before they're set up and once they're scaling in. So Youngstar, I think, made the best decision. It's a low percentage play, but if he, of course, is successful, it actually allows the round to be winnable. Whereas otherwise, this is the situation. And TYLOO, I mean, their money's not insane. They are just looking to keep all their guns, and they'll do the gentleman's agreement, Anders. They'll be civilized and allow the guns to be saved by Heroic.
Yeah, sometimes you need that, you know, a little bit of rest the trigger fingers a bit.
Terrorists win.
We could all be more civil. Especially you, Anders.
You've picked the wrong timeline too, especially. That's true. You're right. I'm working on it, Dan, okay? I'm, you know, trying every day to become a slightly better person. I will say this. The kind of 4-man mid defense that they almost were putting up there, Heroic, if you go back and look at enough of their demos, you will actually see it a lot on Mirage. And it's interesting because basically what it means is if you're on the T side and you try to fight early and middle, I'd say there's a really big chance you're going to be fighting many more people than you really want to. So, you know, you could be fighting them in connector and window, but then there's going to be a third or fourth man, you know, essentially swinging in from catwalk. What it also means is that very often you'll have less of a defense on B early because they have so many people in middle. So there are some advantages and disadvantages. I would say right now what's interesting is that TYLOO aren't taking those early fights. That could also just indicate that they've actually been watching, they obviously have, but that they are remembering some of the pre-game studying that they've been doing. Because I definitely would rather play slow mid against Heroic the way that they typically play it.
And we are up to 3-3, so it's been working out quite nicely after we had that second round snafu from TYLOO, the 5-7 of Youngstar. It's a distant memory at this point, and we've got the opening pick attempt there on the B apartments from G with the AWP. Sunpire's on the other end.
Double Palace. They're pushing in. I mean, they're real far away from any kind of success, but they are doing it. Being held here at a range where you would expect the AK to win out, and, well, reality actually matches expectation here. That's nice.
There we go. TYLOO are just too ready for it. But interestingly, you know, with that push, that does suggest to TYLOO as to like what Heroic knows about the round. So do TYLOO still want to commit into B? It looks like they are pretty set on doing that. And okay, if they're going to get all the kills, does it really matter where they go?
Just throwing back the FAMAS to take the fight. All right, he's going to go steal the AK. I mean, fair play. They are still kind of just pushing forward here. LNC could have been a sick double kill, but doesn't quite work out. Sunpire's, it's still weirdly winnable. They are kind of low on health here. Oh, but Attacker's hiding and trying to buy a little bit of time. The bomb is just going to escape. Mercury has 1 health, and now the AK comes back out. Sunpire's, he needs this headshot before anything else happens. Jamyoung will be able to take him down. There was a big opportunity there. Could you imagine if he hits the shot on the bomb as it runs away? Then it's a 1v1 where he has all the advantage.
I mean, even before that in the apartments, it's like, I'm very surprised TYLOO were so decisively saying, oh, let's just fight these guys, because they know that the rest of the map is completely clear. They're in a 4v2.
Yeah, I mean,
so I got to say, Anders, if I'm the coach, I'm getting the... And what did Scoots have? He had like a little bat that you hit people with. I don't know. I don't know if I...
The don't peek bat. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I...
That's really old. You're so old, Dan. Crazy old. But yeah, that is a thing. There's like you and me and 5 other people who know what you're talking about. But I actually love that. I appreciate it, Dan. Shout out. Deep grenade. Kind of dangerous. Yeah, he could have died trying to throw that. X-Cloud goes down. They do try for a bit of a crunch in the middle here, Heroic, but it's blown up in their faces. Not working out. Moja and Mercury, and now Attacker in the Palace has dropped Youngstar. Sunpire's and LNC way across the map, nowhere to help each other out here. I don't know. I mean, what could you do? Just such an overpowering first half right now for TYLOO, and that's in spite of the fact that Heroic won the second round and kind of stole it back early on. This is actually really worrying. I think Jason was saying a little bit on the desk there that it looked to him like Heroic were playing scared, and I can feel what he's talking about here too. A couple of moments where it's not as decisive, it's not as controlled as you would have liked. Jamyoung taking down Sunpire's, and not a lot that LNC could do.
Yeah, it actually feels like when we got that run of rounds from Heroic's T side of Ancient, where they were just running over TYLOO, 8 rounds back to back. Kind of feels like the same vibe, but in the reverse, where it's TYLOO doing it to Heroic now on their T side, and it's certainly not a good look for Heroic. We'll see what they can do to try to mix things up. I'd be surprised if we get a tactical timeout, even to for them to try to gather themselves and see if there is a tactical decision to be made.
I mean, again, the issue is because TYLOO played the early rounds pretty slowly. Oh, okay, well that's at least impressive. They don't care about the money loss that much, really, but obviously it's a bit annoying. Hopefully we'll inspire the rest of Heroic a little bit. But yeah, I think the issue is when you have a bit of a slower default on TYLOO a lot of these rounds, then a lot of the tricks that Heroic want to do, like pushing Palace or anything else like this, you're getting caught doing it, right? You're not really surprising them. They already are kind of aware that it could be happening. And the other thing that really scares me is the fact that if you go and look at TYLOO's CT side on this map, it is insanely varied. Their defense on this map is almost impossible to read. They have so many different setups. So I don't think it's going to get easier in the second half at all.
And this is a great round to go A, it seems, at least at the beginning. We do have some weapons here. Of course, the AK saved by LNZ. And he's actually in the position to challenge this. So, in fact, this could be a perfect round for Heroic to defend. And Youngstar does it again with a 5-7. And now there's just 3 left here for TYLOO. He's trying to scale on in, but the Chaos now, they just don't have the numbers. Again, it comes back to Youngstar and that 5-7 in Palace.
Are they going to get the message soon, do you think? There are ways to deal with it. You don't have to just, you don't have to peek that with your forehead showing and just ready for the 5-7. They did have the Molotov at least this time, so I guess fair play. They were trying their very best, but Youngstar responsible for a lot of the output right here. Okay, let's see. 4-5. This has to be the turnaround moment. I think Heroic need the rest of the rounds. They need to make this 7-5 in their favor. They're in a lot of trouble. They lost the first map at overtime, remember? So all of the pressure is on. If you lose this one, the map here, if you're Heroic, you get eliminated. Trying to fight for a third one on Train. They owe it to us as an, for the audience. I'd love to see Train between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that one. I would love to see that. Pius is a great spot here. AWP on the catwalk is always a solid choice for your CT side. Will it be expected?
Look at how many people are in middle again for Heroic. Such a common thing for them.
When Pius knows he's going to get some opportunity at some point here in mid. That might have been it, one of them at least. Yeah, he recognizes they might be scaling. Repositioning after showing himself. Of course, it's so powerful to do this on Mirages and Orpa.
Yeah, they've also heard it though. He was running back the whole way, so they definitely heard the footsteps. So at least TYLOO are going to probably be aware that it's likely the Orpa's in a different position. 40 seconds, and it's right through the smoke. An annoying kill for TYLOO. Attacker goes down. LNC, is that going to spread to him? He's going to take the fight. I think it might have, yes. Tania in the back, and it's a good little burst. He picks up another headshot. He's ready for a third, and very nearly could have taken down Moja. He has the bomb in the catwalk position here, so he can go back and pick it up, Moja, but he needs some help from Mercury. They are nearly lining up. This could be a bizarre spray down. Look at it! With a Galil in the back, and they both go down. 10 seconds. The bomb has been recovered now, and a disastrous round now for Heroic. It's up to xFlow to try and save the day.
Oh, it's going to be so hard. He grabs the AWP here. Is he going to go forward enough where he's committed? He might need a kill to give him that decision. The double peek certainly gives him the opportunity. Swapping back out for the M4, closing the distance. That molly might force a reposition onto the left side. xFlow trying to find Mosea. 23 points of health. There's the tap. But what is the timing here for Mosea? He needs to go for a peek at some point, or he could just keep playing the dodging game, and he's doing a great job of it so far! Oh, he's managed to do it, juking for his life. And that is TYLOO winning again, another unlikely round. There's 2 kills in the shop. That's not supposed to happen.
No, it definitely isn't. They just weren't expecting it. They did not see it coming. Stabbed in the back with the Galil here. Oh, the timing is so good for Mercury.
Oh, it's heartbreaking to watch, Anders, for Heroic. They had everything going for them in such a difficult half where the only bright spot is a 5-7 in Palace so far, really.
Yeah. How do you get this one back? Another timeout called for Heroic. Trying to see if they can summon the last bit of strength here. Best they could do is tie up the game at 6-6, which admittedly, if they do that, it's not like they're out of it. They can still fight, but I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah.
TYLOO just looked so locked into this game. Every round is close. Yeah, as long as they dodge the 5-7, they're all good.
And that is the interesting thing, is that there's 4 rounds for Heroic because they managed to win that 5-7 round on round 2 when they lost the pistol. So they got to reset TYLOO. That gave them a lot of rounds. A lot more rounds, I think. They look a lot better on the scoreboard than the game actually would suggest. Otherwise, you are paying close attention and get more aggression on mid from Heroic. TYLOO are keeping that slow pace that has been working for them on these gun rounds. Oh, a step there from Jamyoung. Is that going to encourage Tanir into anything? He's looking to look around the side, and he's actually nailed it. Wow. Catches Jamyoung, nobody to punish. It's a good early pickup for Heroic.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to deal with, the grenade landing on top of him as he's getting peeked there. They have so little utility here, so just winning that early fight is a bit of a gift. Doesn't mean that they're out of the woods yet. But look at the money as well on TYLOO. If Heroic win this round, they might have such an easier time picking up a 6th as well, so almost worth 2 this one. Same could be said for TYLOO on the other side of it, though. Heroic obviously do not have the cash to do much of anything with. It's going to be another attempt at a B bomb site, and the question really is whether or not LNC can hold on to it long enough. Just even 1 kill here, or the timing for the smoke. One of those 2 things probably has to happen. We're down to 35 seconds.
Tanir is ready for any shenanigans out of mid. Oh, he just has the timing. This unbelievable. Sees the scope, and xCloud peeks off of that. And it's looking too good right now for Heroic. Up to attacker against 4 players. 20 seconds to get the bomb down, and he's looking for the kill, but it's not going to go his way. 5-6, and Heroic, they are getting a lot of rounds considering how hard this first half has been. And that, I think, was perhaps one of their best, if not best, played round.
Yeah, the timing, you pointed it out for Tanir to just go for it there. It's such a small detail as well, but I actually love the fact that he swings into the fight at the end instead of just crouching forward forever, because you don't know if you're Tanir whether or not you're about to get shot in the head from an AK in the middle. So he's just like, I have to get this kill no matter what, and that's a nice instinct to have, I think. That's a double smoke in the mid window. Don't think we need that. Flash going out for xCloud. There's nobody here, but it's a nice attempt anyway. Heroic, this round is almost gifted to them right off the bat. It's going to be a lot in the middle. xCloud only getting the 1 here, and LNC actually the one to go down. Tanir was elsewhere. That's suspicious. If TYLOO know that LNC is anchoring B, they've got to be wondering, why on earth was he there? Tanir gets 1 in the window. They should know there's no one at the B bomb side, but unfortunately the bomb is stuck in here on Jamyoung, and he needs some backup. It's coming in from the other side. Youngster was not ready. Oh no, Heroic, how are they letting go of this round? It's Tanir battling his way through, jumping out of the window with the M4 to catch Jamyoung. A desperate play, but it's worked. He gets the headshot on the Mercury as well. What a way to finish that round.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done, and now we're gonna look back and rank the best pop-offs from the Major. It's time for the Roar Roundup Part 2. Roll it. So the dogs bark. Dogs off the train. Letting them know. Letting them hear. We'll go 7.1. 7.1, great idea. Maybe a little bit more commitment to the bit. A little bit more of the get guttural with it. Get guttural with it. I wanna believe that you're hungry to chew up your opponent. What do we got?
Suck my fucking ass! Okay, wait, chill. Don't do that.
I heard this live in studio. Important couple of bits of context around this. First off, it was just after the pistol. Second off, G was setting up in the next booth over. He heard this, and I just heard him go, "Suck my fucking ass." You know, if he'd committed to the bit, I think this would be a top-notch pop-off. But because he retracted immediately afterwards, gives it an 8.2. Well done, Hexed. top notch. That's top notch. Tailoring your trash talk to the location that you're in, hitting the yee-haws here for Austin. We love that. Localized here, nice volume, pure joy on his face as well. Just immediately comes through the player cam and then hitting the Bora afterwards. Is that going to break a 9 though? We're going just below. Got to leave ourselves room to grow here. 8.9 for Che on that one. That's what you love to see. Well done from Lear. I mean, excellent lung capacity there. I'm going to give that an 8.8. Very strong. Well done. God damn. That was masterful. I mean, that's power in the pop-off. That's not just shit talk. You could tell he was pissed off at them. That's just a timeless. We just gotta. That's a beautiful pop-off. That's what competition is all about at the end of the day. Passion, excitement, glory. You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend. That's a perfect 10. He got up on the desk. You could see the anger in his eyes. You could see the passion in his eyes. You could see what that moment meant to him. And that's what a pop-off is all about. So that is a perfect 10. No decimals. Now look, we already had some strong pop-offs here, but the emotions only run higher as we go longer on into the tournament. So we're gonna have to check back in after the next few stages and see if anyone's beat that perfect 10.
Second half, second map. It's TYLOO versus Heroic here for the 1-2 teams, which means for Heroic especially, having lost the first map, their backs are to the wall. If they lose this map pick of Mirage, then there's no more major. They have to get home, and I think that would be a bit of a shock to them. They're very well matched up against TYLOO, to be honest, but TYLOO just look like a sharper team right now. They look like they're more ready, and Heroic need a strong start in the second half. They got 6 rounds. It's not bad, but it could have been better.
Yeah, you know, you can't sugarcoat it. It didn't look great, but they did get 6, so they've got to be so pleased with that. And it's going to be for Heroic a quick play into the A sites, and we'll see if the headshots will go their way here, because that's all it really does come down to at the end of the day. And we've got Attacker, who's in that position that can be very easily isolated. G will try to take some contact here, Ticket, but the dualies at range here, just not finding the mark quickly enough. One headshot is not bad from Attacker, but it's his teammates that are managing to make up the difference. 4 versus 2 here, suddenly, as Heroic find themselves in trouble.
I don't know how Moja got the kill. That's through the smoke. I think it's just a random click. I don't think he could have seen that. There's no way. They've already used a Molotov. And now in the 2 versus 4, this is almost impossible to hold off. TYLOO are coming for that retake. It's Jamyoung with another headshot on LNC, and Tania gets completely overwhelmed. G with a good couple of kills in the round. Very well done. And you already said it before we got into the actual attack there. It's down to those early pistol shots, and they got a couple of them. Even if the dualies only got the 1, it's still better than nothing. But that Moja kill, I'm so confused about. Yeah, he's just running and shooting. All right, this is later on. No, it is this one. How? How on earth did he do that?
Oh, that really is. That's pretty crazy. I mean, that's you know, we talk about the pistol rounds having variance, and that's, you know, that's some variance for you.
Yeah,
that really is. And that's going to give TYLOO that much-needed pistol. Let's not forget they won the pistol in the first half, but they then did lose the second round to a 5-7. So we'll see if they can hold on to this one, this following round. And I mean, we've got the buy on the T side. It always looks so good.
Yes,
when they force up.
They were hoping that TYLOO wanted to fight. They would have been ready with, you know, a 4-man swing at top mid. So they were really expecting or praying for that. TYLOO, they're really far back, and a little bit like on Ancient, you know, it's not that easy to get TYLOO into some of these early fights. Some taps coming out. Forward position on the A ramp, so they feel pretty safe in having these 3 people towards the middle. In fact, this whole setup for TYLOO right now is, I think, going to work pretty well if they just kind of keep it. They don't have a lot of reason to move around. The only danger is if Heroic go catwalk for a split on B. That, I think, would be the real threat.
A lot of tension here. TYLOO start to investigate. The timing is going to be very interesting, forcing all the fights now all at once here in middle. 2 kills going the way of TYLOO though. The trades aren't bad. Mac 10 from Youngstar doing the damage and now opening up that connector position. But Attacker is on the other end. He could be the last bastion here. The defense on that A side, but he's gone into the smoke and Youngstar's absolutely had him. And that's crushed the round now. Doesn't seem like there's much left to work with. The Jamyang tries as he might with that MP9.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, just already with the low health and everything else. If he had 100 health, it'd be very, very interesting. He's got the kits, but is there even an opportunity? They have helmets as well on the other side, so it's not like he can just, pick up a quick headshot on it, maybe on Youngstar, but yeah, he's already decided to step away. That's a crazy fight in the middle, and I actually think it did catch Heroic off guard a little bit. If not for the double Mac 10 kill there on Youngstar, I think TYLOO have just found a really good timing. So I think they should still get some credit for it. It's a good idea. Heroic were, I think, actually transitioning into one of those B splits that we were just highlighting. So could have been kind of bad, I think, anyway, for TYLOO if they had done nothing.
It's pretty crazy that it happens again, though. The second round, use the pistol Heroic, win the second round.
True.
This time, I mean, it looked a lot, it looked a lot better in the sense that, hey, they got a force buy, everyone's, trading. It's like, it looked like a lot more legit in that respect. And that's a 7-7 scoreline. And TYLOO, I mean, it's a lot worse to be on the CT side and to get reset. So I think Heroic now, the game is, they've got an opportunity to really wake up and come back into this, find that confidence as they move into their T side.
Getting a chance to have a bit of a conversation here. TYLOO, I mean, they haven't had to burn too many timeouts. I think they're probably still very comfortable in where the game is. And like I said, for me, that CT side is I think, worth studying. If you go back and want to watch a couple of TYLOO games on this map, again, you're going to see so many different setups. And that makes it hard for Heroic to get into a groove where they just, oh, we know they have this is like their default, where I've seen so many rounds where you end up counting, and out of 12 rounds, they all more or less run 12 different setups.
Yeah.
It's hard to read,
Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be a straight B pop, it seems, from Heroic. A couple players here to defend for TYLOO. Good defensive smoke there from Jamyang. M4, 5-7, there's definitely a lot to work with here for the CT side. TYLOO trying to get as much as they can done with this. A couple kills, holding onto position, trying to keep that position alive as long as possible, but it will get removed. It's a long flank, but for that flank to really be activated, G's got to get some work done with the scout.
Good job on Heroic to slow this down. There were a lot of different ways this could have gone completely off the rails. The flank should be expected by now. It's like you're going to be watching for this timing. So, yeah, you're right. The scout probably has to do something to offset the defense a bit. He's trying to put some pressure on, but he does go down. Attacker will pick up the one, looking for the headshot, and xCloud will keep it alive. So, very close round, to be honest. Obviously, Heroic excited to win it, but it's another round that you have to struggle for, right? It's not an easy round where you just, oh, we win, we're back, we're crushing them. Yeah, they have to fight really hard to stop the TYLOO team.
So TYLOO, I mean, we'll see, what they get up to on their next buy round. But for now, just a single deagle and otherwise USPs. So this should be an easy pickup for Heroic.
If it's not, you've cursed them, Dan. I remember you said that. One deagle easy.
One deagle easy.
Let's go, Moja. Find the triple deagle headshot to...
You never know.
Round.
Nicely timed nade, actually. Jamyang could only just just arrive to the position, instantly gets naded, and he's like, all right, cool. The A stack.
Yeah, but the deagle boosted on top. I mean, if they try to smoke it or whatever, it could be interesting. But it's always a bit of a coin flip. Got over a minute still. It looks like Heroic are at least going to investigate what's happening on the B side of the map. They have just because probably not much going to happen here, the kind of smokes that they're throwing here, where they're smoking middle and window, Heroic have a version of the strategy that they run right away, and all they do with all the smokes in the middle is put one T player in the ladder room. And they do it so early on that when the CT start rotating around later in the round, they completely forget that someone's here. It's so interesting how the timing of that kind of a push can can change the outcome of a round. I've seen it happen on a number of occasions. So right now, I think Heroic just need to kind of get into the groove of this second half. But honestly, if they can start to pull that kind of stuff out, then maybe they will be able to find a third map. Jam Young, love more than anything. The kills are fine, but like he wants the rifle there.
Yeah, I was just shocked that he managed to get more than one. But there we go. So TYLOO will be on the bye finally. You know, having to suffer these slower starts on both of these halves in light of losing the following round after winning the pistol, and I am curious what their style will look like. They've tried to play really passively on the Ancient CT side. It was a bit of a struggle for them when Heroic slowed things down.
Okay, pretty quick drop in. Looking to fight underpasses if anyone's going to be there. xFloud navigating his way forward. He sees just the top of the helmet there. Won't find the headshot though, and Moja, this is simultaneously could be a surprise position. It could also be very dangerous. They're in front here, and actually xFloud just didn't seem like he was ready. Kind of running and shooting into the window a little bit and ends up going down. So nice start for TYLOO. Gonna slow down Heroic an enormous amount.
Yeah, that's the most forward player by far gone. So all that map control kind of goes away with it. So there's a resmoke to window. And they also smoke up Cat as well. So, or that's a CT smoke. So it's going to be Heroic now trying to move into this A site. 3 players there. That's a big pick off there onto G. This is going to create a huge problem for Attacker. He's essentially alone now. Yeah,
LNC stepping up in a big way. He's up to 15 kills. Youngster matching that number by getting the kill onto Attacker. And in spite of the early entry there, or the first kill in the round, they're going the way of TYLOO in a pretty easy fashion. They just completely get destroyed. And that was that connector play from LNC that really made the difference.
Yeah, that definitely tipped it for sure. Otherwise, you know, it was a decent start to the round for TYLOO. So it's one of those rounds where it's like, do we really need to think about, like, oh, did we make a mistake? I don't think they really made any big mistakes there, but good play from Heroic. However, TYLOO might get more creative in the following rounds. Again, we talked about it. There's lots of ways to be aggressive. So we see these players getting hunted down.
I'd have to go back and check, but I wonder if they were playing like a 1-2 position in the middle where one of them is playing anti-flash. Okay. LNC, did he get the last one?
Yeah, I think so.
4 kills in the round with the Molotov. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's possible those 2 CT players, they go down one at a time to LNC because they were hoping that LNC would swing the corner with a flashbang. And so one of them is peeking and one of them is playing anti-flash. But then when the first guy dies, the second guy is just in a weird position where, you know, he has to go into a bit of an unfavorable fight. So regardless, it's another timeout now from TYLOO as things are kind of getting out of control here. They're losing control of this map right now. Train to decide it all, and I've got my fingers crossed that we get there because, again, both teams know how to play Train, and this series has been very interesting, so we should all be so lucky.
Yeah, Heroic definitely feel like they're back a bit on this one now. Like you say, LNC, as you can see here, is feeling comfortable. Youngstar as well. So standouts so far on this map of Counter-Strikers. So into the next one, and it's again on the pistols. TYLOO, they've been on pistols so often in this game of Mirage.
Yeah. Money is a bit of an issue for them. Gonna have some utility as well, but what they're really hoping for is to replicate some of the 5-7 madness that Youngstar brought into the first half. I mean, like, it is inspiring. I can understand why.
Yeah.
They've got some positions. I mean, this one for Mercury is good. There's the A-ramp position as well. That's also pretty close. So, yeah, it's just a question of distance for the 5-7 to really do its job. Nice Molotov. Just confirming that someone is there, even if you don't get any kills behind it. You just absolutely know that grenade on the other side. More Molotovs raining in. They're hunting. They were actually grenade fishing against Mercury. I don't even think that's legal. Maybe in Texas it is, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Can you dynamite fish? Have you done
I have not tried. Not partaken in that just yet.
You need to get fully into that Texas lifestyle, Dan. I'm disappointed.
That's true. Got a lot left to do here, but TYLOO, they might be in a spot here. They're getting these pistols close in a potential crossfire. We'll see if they can make some money here.
Don't shoot your teammates in the smoke, though. All right. Nice jump up. They're in a position where they almost could shoot each other in the face here. I don't mind it for TYLOO. They are very intentionally trying to run the clock down as far as they can, hoping that Heroic make a mistake. But Heroic back to playing some more structured Counter-Strike now that they have, you know, a bit of momentum. They've got more money. It's all kind of working out for them, to be honest. And I guess on the other side of things, where are TYLOO for the second half? I think you've given us half the picture already, Dan, in just the money.
Yeah.
But where are the kills?
Yeah, indeed. Well, it was really cool just to see the anti-eco from Heroic, to appreciate it. Just, you could see, you know, we saw the nuking of that window position, but we could see how important that control was, because once you get a player out to jungle, it really makes sure that that nothing bad can happen if as your team's trying to come out connector into a the A site, because that is obviously a dangerous position. But once you've got a jungle player that's swinging that, you're totally fine. So really nice fundamentals shown to us by Heroic. But once again, we have the full buy. AWP from G makes jump across, elevated up on that fence. Can he find something over the top of the smoke? The answer's no.
Yeah, flashes out. They're trying to get pretty close in here, but an easy shot from G will take down xFloud, and Youngster is not long after him. 3 to 5 here. Just a couple of early engagements. Nothing really spectacular here, but we really only care about the result if you're TYLOO right now. You want to stop Heroic getting up to 12 rounds. Tania, though, that's scary. He could have easily won that fight. It's the kind of fight that he loves. LNC takes down G. That's an AWP that he peeks straight into and wins it somehow. LNC having himself a bit. He's not really meant to be the superstar of the team. Obviously, he's the captain here, but really good work. Sunpius unfortunately goes down, and it's too much to handle. Mercury getting the last one there. But still, even with the early double kill there for early opening for TYLOO, it's still kind of a dangerous round.
Yeah, totally. LNC creating a path to making a plant potentially possible, but the thing that's interesting is that despite being on a really rough end of the Mirage here and the economy and everything else, we had a lot of great individual gun battles won by multiple different players for TYLOO. So still feeling very confident in that respect. And now we'll have G maybe going aggressive on the A ramp. And love to see this mix up on the AWP. Youngster is taking down attacker, but so aware, but not aware enough. G finds another AWP headshot. Stunning stuff there, and that's a good trade, but still 4v4 for the T side as they start to collect themselves in mid towards connector.
That was low-key about to be a totally insane peak from Youngster. If he hadn't got caught there, I would have been so sick to watch. Tania gets one, traded out very early on, and a flick that doesn't quite connect. xFloud still alive on the other side. They're going to try and push the site, and with this kill, they might just be able to. If he hits that shot, it's on. They get the bomb plant if they can, but now instead they've slowed down, and Jamyoung back to make it a quick double here. Sunpius going to get killed by G, finding it with the AWP at the end. They survive with 3 people, and TYLOO's starting to summon a bit of strength here. They're starting to wake up. A little bit of stress perhaps in the face of Sunpius, and to be honest, I haven't had to say his name nearly enough here. I need a really good I'm manifesting that, Dan. A good Sunpius round.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well on Ancient, and just a very quick note, I think that flick shot from G where he legs xFloud, I think that was actually really important because the Jamyoung didn't get the headshot. You know, right. he got the 1 bullet kill, but it was like a body shot, and he wasn't going to get much more than 1 or 2 bullets there. So that might have been more impactful than I realized at first. But yeah, we get to see a repeat of this. Yeah, look at that from G. G's been hitting some really stunning AWP shots today.
It would have been so cool if Youngster could have got away with that one. Well, yeah, good work from Jamyoung. It's just got a lot more interesting, and it's also got a lot more scary for Heroic. They had the momentum, they were running the rounds. Really looked like TYLOO was just missing from the second half, but now they've got more of an economy. They've stolen the 2 AKs there on the CT side, and this is a lot more of a difficult game all of a sudden. TYLOO are right back in it. You can tell Mercury, the headshot, taking down xFloud, 4 versus 5. Just not afraid to take that battle at all. Now Tania's going to be up to try and take a swing at them next, and I don't know if you heard the run through the connector. He might have to tell his teammates, but they still need some grenades to get around this corner. Tanir's getting close now, but he's got to worry about his back as well. This Youngstar getting a headshot. The Mac 10 onto LNC, and a 3 versus 4 now. Fighting at all ranges there is Mosier, and he can't get more than the 1.
And they will be planting. Oh, big push around CT. Really fast pace from Youngstar for the flank. Now, if some players can delay long enough on the site, that flank can be activated. I don't think the TYLOO are going to look for it, but Sunpius does better than that. Takes down 1 player, and now Jamyoung, he's going to have to take down Sunpius and then do a 180 back to jungle as Sunpius looks, doesn't have any idea where Jamyoung is. There might be a chance here for Jamyoung to still find a way to take down both of these players, but he's running out of time here. The time is a huge problem. There's Jamyoung, there's a jump peak, finds it. Oh, Youngstar's gonna finish it off there for Heroic, 12-9. And this is the most stressful game, I think, for Heroic possible.
Yeah, that is really close. What a comeback into the round, though. And you're right, the flank through CT spawn is such a nice move from Youngstar, just massively increasing their chances to win that 2v2. And unfortunately, if they had a kit or a smoke, or preferably both in this 1v2 at the end, it's a very, very different kind of feel. But right now, Heroic on map point, looking to push us onto a 3rd here in this elimination game. The whole major for one of these 2 teams is on the line. Sunpius has got the AWP back. He's only got 12 kills. Xflout's also struggling a bit with 9. Everyone else on that Heroic side is popping off at the moment. We do need either the Turkish or the Spanish player just to step it up a single round here, and that might be enough. Train looming in the distance, and they are slow playing this one into the middle, just walking it here. Looks like we will finish at the A bomb site, though.
There's a big flash play, though. That's a nice pick off onto the catwalk position. And now you've got TYLOO in a difficult spot, but gee, oh, the trade from Xcloud is stunning. And Attackers, he's looking to make some moves here. He kind of has to do something with this MP9 up onto the vase, and they definitely are aware that the shenanigans are possible here. You get Sunpius feels that he's ready for it. As soon as that smoke goes away, Attacker is in trouble, but still finds it onto Sunpius somehow.
Mercury, pretty good spray down here, 40 seconds. Another 2v2, another chance here for TYLOO to extend the map a little bit longer. Jamyoung running and spraying, and oh, he taps away! That is as clean as it gets. Normally, when you have to transition from that kind of a spray into a tap, especially as you're running, it's almost impossible to do, but very well played. Heroic, that probably was their big opportunity right there.
Yeah, their money's been nuked. The money is gone. They will have one more chance to close in regulation.
I mean, if it goes overtime again, they already lost 1 overtime, Dan. Can they handle this? I can't imagine the stress. Heroic on such a run of rounds in the second half, getting all the way up to 12. I'm already having flashbacks to Ancient. I'm sure they are as well. Trying to go speedy towards the bomb site, but the counter grenades are coming out already. The SMGs are here to try and slow them down. It's very nice running headshots as Youngstar takes down 1. He's going to find Emoja as well with the stolen MP9. 3v3 and the bomb is planted, and suddenly TYLOO in a kind of a stressful position themselves here. They've got the kits, they've got the utility, but all it takes is one mistake here and the map is gone.
They are closing in from all angles. Apartments, catwalk, and the shop as well. So we'll see what they can manage here. TYLOO, they just need 1 good opening. That's it! That is what they're looking for, but there is one in kind come from Youngstar. They're into the shop position. 2 versus 2 as Youngstar again! Heroic! They get themselves over the line, forcing a 3rd map in this series. Unbelievable stuff. Great temerity from them.
Heroic managed to take it on Mirage and show their actual might, but it wasn't comfortable at times. TYLOO certainly had the fight in there, but this is a good showing. This is what we wanted to see out of Heroic. This is what we expected to see more of from the beginning.
It was more active, more heroic plays from the individuals. I know I fell into that pun, but I really didn't mean to do that. But that's just my brain getting a little lazy.
It happens.
But no, yeah, I mean, that last round kind of threw me for a whirl. I'm surprised that it ended in that fashion, the way that Heroic was able to just pop onto the B bomb site. Like, after Jamyoung just had a really sick double M4 burst round to get it closer to OT, for him to fall that quickly, man.
Yeah, I'm glad I see TYLOO sitting here stunned like they just got like punched in the stomach, because that's kind of how I feel. I think those last like 3 rounds they played were really poor. I think like down the stretch, like you have this little bit of a comeback, you're within striking distance, and I think they gave so much space to Heroic in just about every single situation, and just get wrecked right at the end of the day. That's a tough way to drop the map if you're TYLOO, I think.
If you're TYLOO, it's like when you're saying that, right, they're just like kind of giving too much space away. That's a mistake you don't expect them to be making when we think of how TYLOO play.
Well, yeah, typical Chinese Counter-Strike, you think they're not going to shy away from any fight. You think they're going to be ready for any kind of a battle, but like, you see plenty of rounds where they're being split, where there's no resistance at A ramp, no resistance in middle. I think middle was a problem for them throughout the entire second half as well. I think Heroic did a really good job exploiting it on their T side. Just felt like TYLOO could never get a handle of what the next play was. They could never get ahead of what Heroic was actually doing.
And part of that, right, is where you look at the in-game leader. Linus was stepping up and delivering not just from the calling department, but actually by fragging out and putting some, I guess, showing the
He put it down.
Yeah.
He put it down.
He did put it down.
I mean, Linus was really great in this one. I mean, I feel like I remember more of his T side antics than his CT side ones, but when it came to the CT side, I mean, well orchestrated in terms of the push and pull on the map, where they would put some pressure on middle. TYLOO still kind of trying to understand what's going on over there, and then next thing they know, there's some A hit coming out, and Linus is not a guy that we've probably talked about enough, in my opinion. Like, he's just been very stable. He kind of comes into the fold like Youngster on this team, where they're both supportive elements, but it definitely needs to be said that the calling from Linus in general and the macro decision making from Heroic as a whole, which comes from Linus, is something that we probably are just almost giving too much credit to the players like Tanir and xFloud, when it's really Linus and Saw that are setting them up for so many advantageous positions.
And obviously within that context, he knows exactly where to be positioned and exactly what he needs to do in that kind of scenario with the tactic and the philosophy that they're trying to execute. So yeah, he has a great game, and that's something I think we can see continue, and like you can rely on Linus having good games.
And at least in this series, you can rely on Youngstar having some good games, right? We praised him a bit even on Ancient with it falling out, but he continued it here on Mirage.
Youngstar was horrendous on day one, I'll be real. Like, Simple bodied him, okay? Simple humbled him like crazy, and this is an incredible bounce back, okay? He single-handedly won 2 of the few CT rounds that Heroic had in this first half. The 5-7 that he had at the top of balcony there was
twice as well.
Exactly. He got a 3K once, and he got a 2K the other time.
It's the same.
And it's just like, that's just going to stop you. If you're TYLOO, you're going to think, okay, what are we doing wrong? Well, this guy's just owning us with the most busted gun pound for pound in the game.
Yeah, really good. I mean, really beautiful game from Youngster. And I mean, just look at the way he's playing off his teammates as well. Just good awareness of the situations that he's in. A nice performance here, 22 kills to get Heroic to tie up the series. I mean, I expected this. I know this scoreline was competitive, but I just feel like down the stretch, it didn't actually feel as competitive as it was supposed to be. It never felt like TYLOO got a grip on this game.
But it did feel like they had a chance to get a grip of this game, and then round 21 happened.
Yeah, this is a brutal one. I think this is the one they split the A bomb site as well, and this is what I mean when you give up so much space. I think at this point, TYLOO just feels like they're so concerned about middle, where they've been abused a number of times. They see this presence. Nobody really has presence over towards A, and as soon as they all gaze in a different direction, look at how far Linus is able to scale before anyone spots him or gets contact. They get so close to stairs, and TYLOO is just like, oh, if we don't have this room, we actually have no ability to react to any of this in an efficient way.
All of TYLOO was just stationed at the top of connector on stairs, and when Tanir activated from the bottom of connector at the same time that Linus was already in sandwich, you already felt like you lost the round when you're TYLOO.
You've like positioned yourself into a crossfire.
Yeah, you need to take care of one thing or the other, but I would say credit goes to Tanir a little bit there, because he's the one that just snuck down middle there while there was a top mid smoke, a bottom con smoke, and he got into a position that TYLOO really just didn't see coming.
Yeah.
Which again also might come down to the calling of Linus as well, right? If that's, that can very easily be a planned thing. Hey, you get very aggressive, get there quickly. We're gonna go up A ramp very, very fast with some pace and be ready to split it. And Tanir put together a pretty solid map as well, as he's been doing throughout most of this event. I mean, he's one of the players I think we're gonna leave this major and say, all right, Tanir made his mark and made his statement that he's stepping up into the pro scene.
Yeah, we know right now that Sunpius and Saw are not gonna be on Heroic after the player break, as they're gonna be joining G2. Why not Tanir too? Just like, why not another team look at him? I mean, I feel like he's been so good in so many of these kinds of positions. And like, dude, again, if I'm seeing him in a 50-50 duel versus anybody in stage 1 and stage 2, he's winning that way more than 50% of the time.
One thing I want to touch on before we go into looking at the next map is what you said about TYLOO sat at the end. They looked dejected. They looked like, okay, how did we let this slip away? are we maybe worried a little bit about their mental and how they now need to reset coming into the third map?
I'm not worried because I thought that train was going to be their pick. So the fact that they get it as a decider feels like a luxury to them that I don't know why they wanted to catch Heroic off with a surprise Mirage. Like Heroic's entirely capable on that map.
Yeah.
But now we're going into TYLOO's territory where I just think that they have a really nice playbook. They have a lot of good ideas of how to move G around, how he's going to be positioned throughout this. So it's one where they surprise people.
Yeah, but we need to see some balls. We need to see some stones, and we need to see them willing to actually step up and stop the progression. If they play that same like little bit scared, little bit timid of like denying access and denying space, trains a map if you give too much over to the T side, like, you know, they have to earn all that space. But if you don't make them earn it, you're going to get punished really badly. So I'm not so much worried about their mentality. I assume that's going to have to be the conversation. If you're the coach and you're seeing your players sit in their seats doing that for 10 seconds after a game, you know exactly where the conversation between maps has to go. That's about reshaping the mental for the third and deciding map.
But is it as horrendous as it looked for TYLOO from what we're saying here at the end? Are we
not horrendous, just disappointing. I just sounded like a father right there. I'm not mad. I'm just really disappointed.
It's because G's your brother. You're just disappointed in your sibling right now.
Come on, G, I got some fresh ice cream ready. Let's rock and roll. It's chocolate this time.
Yeah, exactly. In a weird way, TYLOO's captured so many hearts with the post-game interviews from G, the personality that he exudes, that you do want to see them go deep because they're doing something that Chinese teams haven't done for a long time. They're actually showing that they can be competitive versus European opposition. And if they take down Heroic here, like stage 1 almost felt a little fluky in some ways. This would not be a fluke. This has taken down the best stage 1 team in Heroic. And then there's no doubt in anybody's mind that they are legit.
And I would say too, to answer your question as well about the mentality, one of the reasons why I'm not worried is because every single interview we've talked to them in, they have that greater purpose of trying to bring Chinese Counter-Strike up into the world stage. So I think there's less focus. I mean, this might be like a weird statement, but it feels like it's on some level there's like less focus on like TYLOO as a team, like, you know, making this deep run, but that it's actually for Chinese Counter-Strike. And I think if you have that angle, and if that angle goes through all the players in the team, I think the mentality is going to be solid.
It's weird we're in America and we've the most patriotic team are the Chinese guys.
I know.
I don't know. What happened to America here?
Yeah, I know. It's gone to hell, hasn't it? It's unbelievable.
They've learned it from you guys, right? And they've taken it in.
Appropriated it, I believe is the word. Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Shoes on the other foot now.
Well, let's see if that's enough to carry them through to it. We're going to a quick break, but we'll be coming back and discussing all things train between TYLOO and Heroic. It's the decider of train between Heroic and TYLOO. So I got some crazy noises in my ears. It completely threw me.
I just saw your brain stop working mid-sentence.
What is going on? Robots were attacking my mind, but now we're getting to attacking train. This one is what it comes down to. Mal, you already touched on it, the fact that you thought TYLOO would pick this map. TYLOO have actually played this map here already at the Major, where for Heroic on the other side, they are yet to play it. They last played it in Dallas. Maybe a bit of ring rust in there or something where they're not feeling too comfortable on it, but at least they'll expect what TYLOO is going to be doing.
In a lot of ways, this is a home map for TYLOO. I mean, they have a lot of different ways that they like to get into the rounds. They have a lot of the tricks that we want to see them bring out. That's why the mentality conversation is important, because if we see them just slink back and just play back into bomb sites and Jamyoung's not pushing up ramp, if Mercury and Attacker aren't messing with Pop Dog, then we know this isn't a TYLOO that's ready to win.
And I think it's going to be interesting because I think Heroic's going to put some pressure on them. This actually should be a banger third map because I think Heroic's not going to be upset about this map being the decider as well. As you said, they played it in Dallas. They beat Aurora 13-3 on it. Then they played and they beat Big in the Mesa Grand Finals as well. So they've played this map in pressure situations and they come into it on a 4-map win streak. So I think Heroic is more than happy to be here. They're going to be ready to go.
And do you think they're going to be ready for TYLOO?
Again, TYLOO do some things that are kind of interesting.
Yeah,
like Jamyoung
is they play.
Really frisky towards B. You know, you can never really be too confident that you can just set up your nades, go for a standard B exec, because Jamyoung just decides to take fights. He's not like a standard anchor that's just going to sit back forever. He really wants to get into the fray. And Attacker does the same stuff. Like, they keep trying to fight and poke and prod. The only weirdly stable guy on the team is G. Like, G just sits in a position for a whole minute in a round, sometimes never even moves, but like, all of the rifles here for TYLOO are trying to make you frustrated all of the time.
I just want to see them deny some of that outside yard space, right? I think so much of this too is going to come down towards how both teams choose to play like that Pop Dog B halls, because as you mentioned with Jamyoung, if he's going to be proactive and everything, I like that a lot because it sucks as an anchor of that B bomb site on train if you never get that help, if you never put the fear that you're going to push up, if your opponents always feel like they can take box halls and apply pressure to that bomb site, that anchor has a nightmare of a time. That's a nightmare CT half. So if he's going to be frisky, if he's going to bring some teammates over, he can make Heroic a little bit nervous about attacking into that bomb site.
Do you expect TYLOO to get as much room as they have against other teams they're facing Heroic?
I think they're going to have to take it. I mean, Heroic, they shrinked away from the moment a little bit on Ancient, but they came back to fight there on Mirage. I think that this is going to be a great clash in terms of Chinese Counter-Strike trying to prove to the world that it wasn't a fluke that two of their teams made it through, that they can actually take down true European opposition that people rate highly. Like, people thought Heroic was going to make this. If TYLOO stop them in their tracks here, you have to pay attention. You're forced to.
Well, all aboard the trains. Let's get into the game. It's time to find out who is going to be going home at the end of this series between Heroic and TYLOO.
I'm so excited for this one. I think this is going to be one hell of a game on train to decide everything with Heroic slightly favored on the odds there. I don't really necessarily mind that, but I think this is going to be a very, very, very close game. So I'm excited. Someone's going home right after this, Dan.
Yes, someone is going home after this, Anders, which is, I mean, it's what it's all about. It's the emotions. All your year is, you know, as a Counter-Strike team, it's based around the majors, preparing for the majors, earning points for the majors, and then performing for the majors and elevating yourself, your teammates, and as Jason was saying, elevating any greater vision or cause that you're playing for, whether it is, you know, your org or whether it's for your country or your region. There is so much on the line here, and getting into a third map between these two teams feels like everyone is being done justice. I think for Heroic, you know, they are so happy to be here, and as we get kicked off, it's Heroic on that T side of train, TYLOO on the CT side.
Already looking very much like a straight yard kind of play with maybe a little bit of a Pop Dog spice in there. They are putting a little bit of pressure on, but you could see the rest of them are set up for more of an A split, so they just want to check it. They're going to be running into Mercury here. The dualies early on, it's a lot of pressure. A second set of pistols are coming into it now, and that's a lot of danger. Attacker, one more headshot, takes down LNC, and now Tinley has to try and recover the round out here. He does have a P250, but the bomb is lost in those back hallways, and how do you get into it? They've lost some Pius as well. He got to throw that Molotov, and that was the only thing he got to do in the round. They didn't even really want to fight that much. They just wanted to clear the Pop Dog hallway here and then run onto the A bomb site. That was the whole plan from spawn for Heroic, but they got intercepted, and now they're in trouble.
Yeah, Tanir, it's such a difficult job to do. Tries to take the first fight. It is an isolated 1v1. That's a nice shot there, Tanir. If he's able to follow this one up, there goes the flashbang, but it's the dually from attacker that foil Heroic in this opening pistol of Train.
I thought he had that. I thought he had that second shot against
It looked good, didn't it?
He's so sharp with that. Just the read, knowing that he was going to be able to push out the fight towards the side. But yeah, this double dually play has become kind of popular in the pistol rounds for the CT side, and I guess for good reason. See the power of it. Just so many bullets to fight the Glotch with. So TYLOO win the pistol. I think that they've managed to frame it nicely. So much on the line here for TYLOO in terms of putting their country on the map in a more important way. Attacker does get 2, but honestly, this is a very nice push. The bomb is right there. If they could take out Moja, there's a chance for a plant, or maybe G, they jump on top of him, and Moja's gonna get traded out too. Sampayas with an eagle and a headshot to take down the last player. That happened so quickly, and you could tell how uncomfortable they were, TYLOO. Nobody had any space to stand on.
Yeah, that ending shot was kind of gross there from Sampayas. Yeah, you know, halfway through that, I was wondering, wait, who won the pistol round? Because, you know, you saw TYLOO getting decimated, and, I mean, wait. Is this like 3 times in a row now that TYLOO win the pistol and then get reset?
Yes,
3 times in a row. That is, I mean, it's not how you want to start your game of Counter-Strike. But either way, you know, Train is a map where you can get a lot done on the CT side with pistols. So we'll see what TYLOO can do here.
Well, that will be a big talking point, right? When we do the retrospective on this game, no matter who wins or loses, giving up this many second rounds is something that's going to be a topic of conversation or question.
Oh, if they lose, absolutely.
Yeah. But even in a victory, I think you would still have to say, going further on into the tournament, that can't be the case. Like, winning the pistol is so important, but then losing the following round is obviously devastating. Bit of an Ivy setup. Don't hate it. I think G has a flashbang, so if they get the right, you know, timing for something, they want to see if they can get around the corner. Ultimately, there's really nobody nearby, so all they're going to get for it is information, which they can't even do a lot with the info. But it's worth it a try. They don't have a lot of opportunities here to do anything, so we'll see if the 5-7 can do something. And also a rare CSAT 75 on the Jamyoung.
Oh, respect that. Big respect on the CZ75. In comes a multitude of players, though, from Heroic. Can we get any value from this? Okay, the CZ's back. 2 quick kills. The pistols are actually crushing the push from Heroic. Wow, putting the clinic on just as was done to them on Mirage. That's crazy. The CZ stocks have never been higher, Anders. At least not for a good few years.
No, a blast from the past. Such a rare pistol to see these days, but yeah, quick work of it. You could just tell the instant panic there on Heroic, and then everyone else ready. They rotate into the B-bomb side. They had a lot of people there. Okay. Well, that just made this game much more interesting. They will force up on the Heroic side. They don't care. They spent all the money. And again, they want to be very fast with it. Down Ivy as well. Hold on. This could be an opening kill. Yeah, Youngster. What a path to take. Helps out with a bit. LNC's back there somewhere still, trying to see if he could find a bit of an opening. And Tanir also just lurking around the smoke. They trade 2 for 1, though, TYLOO. So might be better to fall back here and play a bit more defensive. And I think that's what they're trying to do now. Back into C connector. I like this.
Yeah, totally falling off to regroup around the back. I'm a big fan of how active TYLOO are in the communication here to just create a play like this.
Yep.
Recognize the positioning, just completely change it. We'll see if it catches Heroic here. Peek from LNC is going to find an isolated Jamyoung. Trade attempt is good from Mercury with the MP9. In comes Tanir, though. The AK in hand, it is going to devastate these players at these ranges. It's hard to peek into this. You need to get a rifle up against him. Sampayas with the Deagle, once again putting it on. And TYLOO, just G left in the 1v2 here. A kit is there, but G is waiting for the perfect moment. There's the spot. Oh, that had to be the headshot, surely. Is he going to go for the stick now? He is going to commit to this. And in comes Sampayas to finish it off for Heroic. And round we go. Force buy, and then another force buy, Anders. I feel like TYLOO are going to force buy again.
that often happens when you get into this kind of a mode, and obviously if the first team to lose 2 in a row typically gets fairly wrecked at the beginning here. Oh man.
Oh, that's gross again from Sunpius.
They needed him on Mirage more. He wasn't having a great game, Sunpius, but if we can step it up right here, that's going to be absolutely everything. Game's tied up 2-2, and they did force up in the round. Lot of early utility onto Attacker, and he's very low on health behind it. It's just default grenades being thrown from Heroic. Everyone does this. And Attacker, he should be losing this fight almost automatically. Bit of a flash there. Will be LNC to get the first one, and a good trade in Moja, and then Jamyoung as Tania just spins 180 to get the shot on the Jamyoung, leaving G and Mercury. Again, very tough here. Looks like Heroic have found a way to stabilize this just a bit.
But are they going to go into the yard? That is the only chance really for TYLOO. If the bomb went down to B right now, there's no chance TYLOO can do anything or win. But if G can get off a couple of shots, connect them, let's not forget Tania is also extremely low. TYLOO are still in with a chance in this round, and it's quite possible that Heroic might fall, at least with a couple players. So we'll see what can be found. G hasn't moved really from Ivy, and there come the nades.
It's close on the timing, you know. He nearly had it. 40 seconds. Scout back here. A bit of a damage onto one of them. Another connection onto Sunpius. Man, if he had a teammate alive, this would be so much more interesting, because it does set up the pistols to do more damage, but he will get hunted down in the end. And Heroic winning the economic fight like that, this tug of war at the beginning, once you win 2 in a row, you are set up for a very powerful half.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
I think that's even more true because of how hard it's been for a lot of the teams that we've seen so far here at the Major to play the T side of Train. I think I called it tactical poverty at some point, because there are a lot of teams, they pick the map, but they just run more or less the same 3 setups. And Train is a map that is way deeper than that. It's just that some of these teams here so far haven't really, I think, dug into it too much. We'll see if Heroic are going to be able to flip the script on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, TYLOO, there's not really any win conditions with 5 USPs that exist. It'd have to be some mistakes for sure from Heroic to give them an opportunity. They will be on the outside trying to find some fights, but getting run down by the MAC-10s, that's what they're here to do. And okay, well, there's a stack, so now you've got all the information at least. That's the benefit of the MAC-10.
Yeah. And honestly, the strat that we just saw, splitting the A yard from Popdog, is one of the ones that people tend to run. So Heroic kind of testing that early on. I think the real thing that we're missing at the moment are more Ivy-heavy plays from the T side. Nobody so far in the tournament, as far as I can tell, has really tried to put a lot of emphasis on that. But other teams, if you go look for a team like Vitality, that they have plays like that. They know how to do it in an interesting fashion. Round number 7. And with a 4-2 lead in favor of Heroic already, the money pretty good on that T side. Yeah, they're in a good position right now. They're going to be up to TYLOO to see if they can turn it around. They don't yet have the AWP on G either. Look at X-Cloud. That is so aggressive. I kind of like it. And honestly, TYLOO didn't look like they were ready for it. If they hit that shot, I mean, then everything else can kind of follow behind it.
And things slow down here for Heroic. They've got a lot of time to play with. They're pretty spread on the map at the moment as well. The nature of Train, though, this isn't where that tactical depth is required, because the CTs don't really have to move. They can kind of cover everything. Currently, TYLOO have forward presence on the outer yard. They have given up space around Ivy, so there is an opening there, and that is going to be pressed upon by Heroic as they make their way through.
I like it. But they need to win the first fight. Close corner against Moja. If they can't take him out, then they can't really progress beyond this. They just line up for him. The timing is epic. And Mercury's going to be taking down Tania. So Sunpius...
This is backing away.
Yeah, what else?
It's like the Homer Simpson back into the bushes meme.
True. I mean, there's nothing for him to do, so I appreciate that. 40 seconds is a long time to be saving, to be honest. And on the one hand, you would love to hunt down this AWP, but on the other hand, you have so little money on the CT side. If you go for it and you end up losing 3 players, which could definitely happen against a player like Sunpius, that would be a big issue.
Yeah. It really is quite similar to, I feel like, the economic calculations of Nuke as well. And I think to some extent Inferno was also just these maps that where the CT economy is like so important. It's so important to keep it as healthy as possible that you don't care as much about what the other side has. And it's also partly because on a map like Nuke as well as Train, on the CT side, if you have the max buy, you can control the positions really well. And the rotation game is a lot harder for the Ts to kind of put you in a disadvantage on rotations. It's a lot harder to do that.
I don't know if I mind reading it too much, but it almost looked like Sunpire's. He was thinking about whether or not if they were going to rush him, if he could just throw away the AWP. Like he could take a shot and throw it out of the map. It looked like he turned around to just, you know, investigate. Like, is that, how tall is that fence?
Yeah.
Can I get rid of it?
Yeah.
That would have been so cool if he, you know, got the kill and just said, all right, that's it. You're not going to get the AWP though. Here we go though. TYLOO, they win an important round to try and get some of the economy back in their control. They actually keep all 5 members alive in that last one. Stealing a couple of AKs as well on the CT side will make it very nice. And we're seeing what is another split, but not the most common kind that we see, which is out of main and Pop Dog. This one looks like it's going to be sort of a 3-way split in the yard. So Ivy, Pop Dog, and then probably main at the end with the bomb. So this is very, very dangerous. And it's one of the reasons why having 3 people on this side could be very risky. Because as soon as anyone dies on the CT side, suddenly everyone else has to cover 2 or more angles.
And also, TYLOO in a spot where that missed shot from Sunpires means that a CT could be in T main right now. So Heroic have to have that in their mind. They are re-clearing it slowly right now. And TYLOO, they just voided the entire front of the site because they're feeling that rush.
I think it all comes down to the first kill. One entry here for Heroic, and this entire defense should fall apart. It's a little bit sometimes like pulling a thread on a really old sweater, and when you've only got 3 people out here. That's why a lot of the times you'll see 4 very late into the rounds here, because it is hard to hold on to. 30 seconds. They pull the trigger. They're not going to fall back now. Through the smoke they go, and Mercury, there's that opening shot. It just got a lot harder for the defense. 23 seconds. And the 4v4, they're running the bomb close, but they haven't slowed down a bit. Moshe is the next to go down, and they know where Attacker is. xCloud, good conversion on the kill, and trying to get the spray down on top. He can't quite find the lineup. Jamyoung and G, 2 versus 2. It's still actually a really impressive round here out of TYLOO, but that crouching kill for xCloud might just seal the deal. Jamyoung, he doesn't have the health for it. Closer than I thought, to be honest.
Yeah, really, really close. Messiah, if he's able to get a pick with that play that he's making, where he's going really forward, he's trying to catch them in between the timing as they're scaling. It's so tricky to traverse that timing, and he didn't manage to succeed this time around. But it was really good damage done by TYLOO. Really close round. And with this AK saved, we'll see exactly what's possible for TYLOO. So they can certainly get a lot done. We've seen more done with less on this map. And so we'll see how what TYLOO can show us with that AK.
So scared for a moment because Jamyoung was low on health and he was running right on top of Sunpires. And you can actually shoot through the floor and the ceiling in main with an AWP. Not that I think anyone ever wanted to do that, but just got to be careful with the footsteps, I suppose. Timeout called now. In terms of when you win one of these rounds for Heroic, it's so important to do it this early on, when the economy is just trying to be established for TYLOO, right? They're already back in the mix here, Heroic, so fantastic work. And I think also showing us like way more tactical depth than we've seen in the past. I'm already enjoying it. Heroic have a lot of other things that they like to do. When you've got a player like Tenia, for instance, going for those contact plays in upper B is very powerful. Both him and xCloud, right? If you want to just walk somebody out with no flashes thrown, also you got to think for TYLOO, there's a lot more pressure right now on putting 4 at A. Up until now, they've had 2 on B really early on, but I think 4A is going to become the default now for TYLOO because they can't hold the yard. So they just have to do it, and that opens up for a lot of opportunities for a B play for Heroic, and I'm sure they're talking about that too.
All right, now TYLOO have forward players in the yard, just enough to scrape together a buy. And here comes a quick play out, and it's denied by Mercury. Good trades coming on through. Heroic want to keep pressing it, scaling into the site, but Attacker denying some of the forward positions. It's really tough here for Heroic to work their way towards that A-bomb train. And now you've got some fires. Oh, he gets the connection, but he's going to get taken down. He doesn't get the fatal shot. And now Youngstar in a 1v3. And this is so incredibly hard. Gets legged down to 16. And it seems impossible now after that. Position known. There's the flank in. And there is a much needed round coming in for TYLOO.
Again, it's hard to blame Heroic for going for this. Once they get those openings, I don't even care that Mercury gets the first one. The fact that Tania follows it up, it's close to being another wipeout on the A site, but very well held together. Super well played on the Chinese side here. They were also about to rotate back to B, by the way. They had, one of the 4 players there at A was just about to run away when this hit came through.
Yeah.
Let's see. They're obviously, in case you don't know what's happening here, they're obviously Heroic sending a really strong message to TYLOO saying, we are going to attack this A bomb site a lot. And the real threat and the question is always going to be, when does that change? And are TYLOO going to be ready for the mix-up? It's looking like another split towards A. Down at the bottom of Ivy, forward position for Moshe. He gets surprised a bit. Doesn't win that fight.
Yeah, he was waiting for that too, and Ivy play. Oh, okay, so there's a trade. That's actually a huge kill to get. And we can see that Heroic kind of rotating out after the fact. Back into the inner halls. Well, maybe this is the round where they go to that B site. One of, at least.
Yeah, well, TYLOO have already decided they're going to play it as a retake. See, Jamyong is very far away, which is totally fine. They have some HEs, or at least one HE here on Jamyong. Going to be all out upper. If they group up, it's a narrow point here. Just that one HE could devastate Heroic. 40 seconds on the clock now. Going to put up a bit of a smoke to try and see if they can make the jump out. That's going to be hard to hold. Oh, he's pulled out a grenade as well. He's not ready for this one. LNC takes him out. 30 seconds. It's a good find for G. He's already got 2. Might have to do a lot more work in this round, though. Mercury very nearly getting surprised, but somehow still wins the battle against Tania. And now it's LNC and Sun Pius here. Kind of under a lot of pressure. They're a man down. The bomb is only just planted. And TYLOO looking for the retake. Don't have any real grenades left to really get the job done. How has he not got the kill yet? Finally, Mercury is going to go down, but still Sun Pius, he struggled to find the kill on Attacker to start with, and he's still alive there somehow. Now they're hunting for him. Low on health, strong headshot to begin with, and can he find just one more click of the AK? He's not going to have the health for a long fight. Not that Attacker did either, but there's no kit. Oh no, I thought they had one somewhere on the site. Sun Pius, in spite of going down, they still pick up the round.
Yeah, every player is going to die there for TYLOO as well, so the economic fallout is extreme. Because, I mean, they didn't have anything, to buy with in the first place. I mean, they could just barely scrape together the rifles that they had. And so now, Heroic are in such a strong position off of the back of that, and that's devastating for TYLOO. We'll see what they can do to try to recover, but you can see here, G's doing a pretty good job coming in.
Yeah.
And Sun Pius as well did a great job. He had 2 HP this entire time.
Was there a kit anywhere? I'm probably just hallucinating. They certainly don't have one in this round.
It could have been. I mean, their money was pretty tight in the previous round, so it's possible they didn't have a single kit.
Yeah.
Or it's just like just one player and it's too far away.
Oh, that's so devastating, though.
Yeah. 3 MP9s, M4 and a CZ again.
Strong position right here, but I think... So, Heroic know about the economy. I feel like this forward A main position is so obvious right now. X-Cloud, see him trying to check it here. He's aware that someone could be right around the corner, but he still almost gets jumped on. That's horrifying, but now he's got some backup with him. And G gonna get sandwiched. They're coming in from every angle. He can't stay alive here. Has to swing wide to try and get the job done. And actually, it's not bad, honestly. I don't know how you could have done more than that. Needed maybe the straight headshot onto Sun Pius to actually get the kill, but bomb will be planted here. It's Jamyong picking up an MP9 and sneaking through the smoke. It's a good start as he gets Sun Pius.
He spotted one more. He knows that there's a trade fragger somewhere, but not sure exactly where. Pulls out a nade, and it's just not the right timing for that. And that's going to be the round for Heroic. 7-4. And, if we think back to the force buy wars that we had, and TYLOO, they've done a good job at almost trying to stabilize, but I think that last round, not this one we just gone, but the one before, with that B retake, that's the round where I'm like, oh, that's where TYLOO could have been in with like a 6-6 scoreline, but
yeah, I think you're right. Oh, this is so devastating. I think the desk did such a great job at outlining, you know, how much does it mean here if TYLOO could upset and take down a European team of Heroic's caliber. They've been playing so well throughout this whole series. They just barely lost the second map, and now here, things are desperate for the Chinese side. They need another round, and it's not going to start well here. It's Attacker going down at the beginning. It's a nice little setup there. They have almost no weapons with which to take the fight. All of them in the A yards. Nobody defending B right now, and that's a problem because Heroic are slowly but surely shrinking away from this main position. It's great, honestly, great work from Heroic in this first half as well. You got to give them some credit at least. Tania with 12.
Yeah, Heroic have the capacity to either fake A or even go back to A. But there's a CT smoke, and I mean, what are they going to do here? Are they going to reroute themselves? Because it's a little scary when there's still pistols around and MP9s to try to just walk through that smoke. So they're going to be rerouted into the pop dog position where an incendiary waits. So TYLOO definitely reading the potential movements based off of their own utility.
Yep.
And will the pop to A play happen? Because TYLOO are set up with the B stack right now.
Yeah, I think I can't even blame them for it, but they just have to gamble something. And they're expecting that it's going to be another B because it's been A so much in the first half. They're probably a little bit brainwashed by everything that's been going on, but it is A once again. Heroic relentlessly testing that bomb site. They must have, I mean, they've done some great work coming into this game, Heroic. They knew that there was some kind of a weakness, there was some timing they could exploit on some of those A splits, and they are absolutely right. About to be 8 rounds here. This retake, I can't even imagine how this would work out. They don't have the kit, they don't have any utility really to speak of, and certainly not the weapons either. Tania, with a lot of damage, down to Jam Young. MP9 in hand here, swinging for it, but Youngster will take him down, and an absolutely brutal lead here at the start of it for Heroic.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko.
Inhuman Reactions!
You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
My God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here.
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
Sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
The final half is upon us. TYLOO and Heroic. At the end of the next couple of rounds here, one of these two teams is going to be going home, and TYLOO have run into a bit of a brick wall here on Train. They just couldn't make it work on the first half. They won the pistol, and then they went into this huge tug of war with the economy. They kept losing rounds, and eventually Heroic won out and just had a great, like a huge variation of different A executes that just completely stumped TYLOO. Now they need a comeback, and it's not going to be easy on the T side of Train, but I have some faith in them. I think they've shown a lot throughout the tournament already. I'd love to see them make a spectacular comeback being this far down.
All right, well, it's going to be a quick play on the inner halls, and out comes xCloud with those dualies looking to deal the damage, the death, the destruction, but in fact, he's on the receiving end of all of that. Heroic looking to try to defend this B site, but can LNZ get any more? Absolutely not. TYLOO striking with a vengeance here. They're going to likely win another pistol. 4v1 retake is just not very easy at all for Tanir. But the question, Anders, remains, will TYLOO win the following round if they are to close this one right now?
If they don't, then we pretty much have our answer for why they've ended up losing the series. I mean, it's just been given to us in that sense. I can't imagine that they don't do it. Pick up this one. I kind of like everything about it. Like, they get the early fight, they immediately recognize B is going to be weak, and they go for it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And they're a team that plays so well in those like forward chaotic moments.
Yes.
And they just got a great mix of players for it. But again, yeah, our eyes are just so focused on what we're about to see in the following rounds. If you're just joining us, TYLOO have won 4 of the last pistol rounds, and they have conceded 3 of the following rounds against the Force Buy. So they must change that story here.
Yeah, they keep losing those very aggressive ones again. Double push, and there's a player on the other side. So an attempted sandwich coming in. Not really working out at all. LNC running out of bullets, otherwise maybe. And actually the fight continues. Hold the phone. Sampius was there as well. They get the kill onto Mercury, and now it's a 2v2. Say it ain't so. The bomb is lost over here. TYLOO, this is not a way you want to leave the major. You keep winning the pistols. Now you've got to fight your way through. It's fucking doable. Smoja getting the last one, but it is into the 1v1 as they just barely scrape across the line.
And on a map like Train, as tempting as it might feel for Heroic to force, again, I don't think we're going to see that. They should be saving in this next round. So TYLOO have managed to overcome the extraordinarily dangerous Force Buy that has been the bane of their existence in this series against Heroic so far. And that's important because it's such a close game. They were coming into this, 4-8 was the second half starting scoreline for them. And this is the third and deciding map of who is eliminated and who moves forwards here at the Blast Austin Major, where it's all on the line.
Yeah, the 1-2 group. So you're not qualified to the next stage by winning here, but losing it's going to be the end of the ride. It's a real roller coaster game of emotions. Definitely, it felt at one point in the series like Heroic were kind of running out of steam. Obviously, they lose in overtime on the first map, so automatically that's going to take away a lot of energy. And it looked like they weren't able to bounce back, but then at some point on Mirage there, they managed to turn it around, and now they're in a good position. But it's only a 2-round gap. Let's see what TYLOO can do. There is actually a hero M4A1 picked up on Tanir. It's become more popular in CS2. Say in CSGO, obviously we all know about the hero AK, but on the CT side, typically that never really happened, that you try to go for these. I mean, sometimes, but not as much as is happening these days. Maybe it could work. Certainly would be a surprise, I think, to TYLOO to run into this kind of weapon.
The creep outside. Got that T main control, LNZ. So are they going to try to push this further? They might. Yeah, there's a 5-7, a trade in with Tanir's M4. Trying to fake the footsteps, force a peek, if there is to be one, create another fight, because that's what it's all about here. Tanir needs to really maximize this M4. It's the only good gun in the round. And okay, holding these plays from the CTs are TYLOO so far. 4 versus 3. They might start to think about moving into a site soon.
Oh, he's throwing away the pistol. He's only got a knife. He wants to pick up the... He's only got the knife! I kind of like it, but that was also fairly risky. Tanir, they know where he is. The bomb's going to be planted on the other side. It's a sick play. It's a nice idea to try and manipulate the economy.
The timing is crazy if the peak comes in.
It almost happened.
Almost. He doesn't have a helmet, so this Mac 10 is really ideal.
It is. You're right. Nice kill. And I think we're just seeing more and more creativity on this front when it comes to the money. The reason for it is really the MR12 format, I think. It means burning a bunch of rounds early on the CT side where you just have USPs. It doesn't feel the way that it did in MR15. So you want to get in here early, you want to get on the board. And because of the way that they fought, they still have enough space for the AWP on Sunpius in this round. They're going to be lacking some of the utility, but honestly, the math is working out pretty well for them.
Yeah, TYLOO look like they're in a great spot right now. That is for sure.
Maybe one concern, just because there is a Galil and an M4 there on the T side. The fact that they don't have any helmets on the heroic side means that there are some fights that could be, you know, easier for those two rifles than they need to be. But it's kind of a niche point anyway. Timeout called. TYLOO no. This is a big round. If they pick this up, they are suddenly almost favored to win the match here. They can actually turn it around. They've got all the money now. Suddenly Heroic will be broke again. They get bounced from an 8-7 scoreline into something more like a 9-8 in their own favor. So much weight on this. Let's see how it plays out.
TYLOO looking to get out really quick here into the yard. They've managed to get one towards Olaf, so that's very nice. Attacker, how deep does he go? Stuck in between the smoke and the train. He's got teammates also coming in from Ivy at the same time, so TYLOO really making this a dynamic round. xCloud is in trouble. Attacker is going to go down though, and that's going to make this push. Ivy, they are having second thoughts now. Now that Attack is dead, they are cancelling.
I don't know. How did LNC knew? No, I don't think they saw him to begin with. I feel like that was completely obscured. Attacker, at least from my point of view, it looked like he had snuck that way without ever getting noticed, and that should have been enough to win the fight there. I'd love to see that from LNC's point of view, if it's something he's actually looking for, or if it's just a straight reaction. They are pushing up down towards Pop Dog now. Sunpius been holding this the whole time, so he's scoped up. He can't really unscope now. He's just walking this distance, waiting for an opportunity, and he's going to get one as well. They're right around the corner, sneaking in. Nobody's ready. It's a 2-for-1 shot that almost devastates the attack. Tanir is here to hold on, swinging into it. He just does have no respect for them at all. G goes down, and Jam Young, 1 versus 5. A suffocating round out of Heroic here.
Yeah, got to get some kills on board if possible. It doesn't look good right now from Jam Young's position. And that there's an AWP somewhere as well, and he's just going to get taken down. 5 players up there for Heroic. What a fantastic round. Really great read of the timing for the reset from TYLOO, how long it would take them to walk around the map. Playing it actively. Well, the CT sides might play defensive still and say we've got 5 players left, we'll just try to rotate to where we think they're going to go. But they pushed up Pop Dog as with the AWP. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just so beautiful. It's such a great bit of Counter-Strike from them.
Yeah, and also crushing for TYLOO, I think. They steal 3 of the AKs there on Heroic. Something you really don't want to see if you're TYLOO at the moment. Very limited on the utility for the Chinese side. Sunpius got no fear, wants to take the fight. He could be peeked from a couple of different angles there, but he's just out there saying, come on, just, I dare you to try and take this battle. G actually will try and do it. Okay. Is the Spaniards calling it off? I was hoping that that was going to be a real AWP versus AWP fight. Back to a classic position though. Easy to take the shot and just fall back on the CT side. I was going to say, they presumably try and not send in G first with that one. A minute on the clock then.
Yeah. Yeah, they are getting close here, TYLOO, into this inner push. But it seems like there's everything to defend it in place already for Heroic. So it's going to be difficult. They do need this extra assistance from the utility. And Heroic have had great reads on TYLOO's movements this half so far.
That's an important smoke to slow things down. Otherwise, Sunpius would have had a very clean shot. 30 seconds here. There's still only 2 people. There is an opportunity right now for TYLOO. If they get one entry very clean, very fast, then it can be done. But it's not going to be for Mojah, and a nice adjustment. He saw it coming. Sampias hits the headshot. They finally get rid of Xcloud, but time's running low. 18 seconds on the clock, and Attacker, he can't do it. Tenir doubling up a couple of kills at the end, and this is working out well for them. You could see Heroic are really locked in right now, and they're going to get more uncomfortable, TYLOO. They have less money now.
Yeah, and that second kill from Youngstar, I think, is really, really nice. I mean, you can see the first one here, that's expected, but then the second one's kind of awkward, but it just looks like a laser shot straight onto the head of Jamyoung. And if Jamyoung's able to trade that kill, the round is super alive. And so Youngstar doing a great job anchoring the site with the rifle. And 10-7 scoreline. Back to the eco here for TYLOO. Just Glocks on deck. And that's going to make life very difficult because, you know, you were saying TYLOO could find themselves in an advantage if had they won that last round, but now it's going the other way entirely.
Yeah, they've got everything they could want right now. Even the AUG on Xcloud. Classic train weaponry. Still haven't seen anyone pick up the CT side auto sniper yet. That's, for those of you who have been around for a very long time, will remember. That was a thing at one point. But don't think I've seen it yet in the modern version of Train, which is a shame. There's an enormous amount of walls to be shot through on this map. I think more than on any other map, really. The current version of Train. Even a bunch of unexplored ones. Those big windows inside of the B bomb site that go into the C connector, you can shoot through those. So if you ever want to play an after plant where you plant the bomb at B and then, you know, you're playing in C connector, you can stop the defuse.
Well, oh, I don't know how, but Jamyoung's found a very long-range kill against the AUG. So, pretty impressive, but hey, that's all that's possible to be done. 11-7. And now this is where it gets interesting because this is it. You know, TYLOO are only going to have 1 or 2 good chances here to come back into this and prevent Heroic from winning, and they're going to need to get a bomb down in this round, I think, to enable themselves to have like a solid buy in the following round as well.
I mean, the fact is, we just haven't seen any kind of winning spirit out of them here on the second half right now. They have no runway to do this. Has to work right out of the gates. They can't, you know, fiddle around and look for tactical openings. It just has to be right now.
Uh-oh.
Otherwise, the major might just slip out of their hands. And you're right to say, uh-oh, because some highs are snuck down here, open hand. If you're not careful on the other side here, you're going to walk into this shot, and that could be the beginning of the end. They are leaning towards the B side a little bit more. And so far, Heroic haven't necessarily caught on to that fact. They are still worried about that Ivy position, but now Sunpies is taking a full look into T-spawn, and he's seen nobody, and that's a big indication that something is up here. How much longer before the rest of Heroic start to rotate back? You could see them moving there at the X-ray at the corner of Youngstar's monitor.
They don't have the bomb, Anders.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't have the bomb?
But why, Dan?
Someone has to go back and get the bomb at some point, or they just have to kill everybody. They should definitely have the bomb right now, so this is a complete disaster. I don't know if anyone from Heroic is going to figure this out in time, but that's going to slow down this round. They've at least scaled.
Fine.
Heroic are already saving, and the bomb's not even gone down yet, so that's no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I'll let you have this one, Dan. You're right. No harm, no foul. I'll be reasonable.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, that is definitely a good indication of the amount of pressure in this situation, that you forget the bomb.
I think you're right. Yeah, I'm so glad for TYLOO that didn't sort of end up blowing up in their faces. It could. Flanks, I think LNC was moving into a flanking position, so if he had been 10 seconds further up, he would have found the bomb, and it's a very hard round all of a sudden. But don't worry, it's all in the past now. We don't care any longer. 11-8, and TYLOO win the round.
That is kind of crazy. It's interesting too. You know, Heroic, they had more than enough money to continue to buy, but they decided, you know, we're just going to keep everything. We understand that we lost too much space on the site, and that is the B yard for you. If you allow the T's to fully scale, it becomes impossible, especially if they have a lot of util left.
And I think, to be honest, the path to an upsetting loss here, if you're on the Heroic side, it's about losing the money. So they can save a couple or more rounds like this. It's not a big issue for them. They just can't lose all the money. If that happens, I guarantee you TYLOO will be right back out again and swinging hard at them. Early utility coming out from all sides here to try and control that front B position. It looks like it could be some more pressure headed this way. Jamyoung not quite sure if anyone's pushing up Pop Dog at the moment. He's going to send some troops in there just to make absolutely sure there are no CTs are there, which you have to do that. Youngstar smoking up once again, so just buying more time, but when that smoke fades, all right, he's going to have Sunpires here. Otherwise, he could get trapped on the high ground, which is really uncomfortable. Here we go, Dan. They're going to go.
We'll see if it works again. If it works once, can it work again? A leg shot onto Attacker. That's actually pretty important that he doesn't go down. And Youngstar takes one in the head. Still up though, still trying to fight. Really needs to get a kill here. He gets taken out, as does Sunpires, as does xFloud. And just like that, the CT retake seems to be falling apart. It's a nice killing consolation for LNC, but that's all that it feels like at this point. Saving the orb is the best outcome, and another fast B round has worked for TYLOO. And so, do Heroic now have to fear fast B rounds? Do they have to change their setups?
It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. A lot of the round is riding on Youngstar and whether or not he can win that fight or not. If he can, then it creates more space for the rest of Heroic to sort of try and retake the site. Ooh, Tinier, if he gets found, that's kind of interesting. Jamyoung not quite looking the right way, so Tinier will be all right. In fact, he's going to upgrade into the AK. But the game is opened up again. Yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit more curious here. Yeah, they're getting back into it.
Yeah, and it's the other interesting thing, Anders, I got to say, is Sunpires, his job, because we talked about Youngstar trying to get a frag there. His job is also to try to hold, prevent the teams from scaling super quickly. But the headshots here from Mozia were actually phenomenal. So that is, we saw that part of the story there. The great work on the replays there to give us that full picture. And TYLOO, they're up to 9, and you were talking about how important it was to hold on to the money, and well, Heroic have done a great job at that. They still don't have too much of an issue with the money, but they do have an issue now of what to do about this fast interplay.
Yeah, I mean, it is just by the nature of it kind of hard to hold, because again, most of the time you're playing it a bit solo. Even in this position where Sunpires was there with Youngstar, you can tell they're not playing together. They're just playing two people kind of in the same bomb site, but they can't help each other out there. You're not talking about a big crossfire or any kind of a refrags or anything. So, yeah, you are a bit of a lonely position there.
They can go pop. They can try to play it aggressively. But there's so much pressure and so much on the line right now. It's hard to make those calls sometimes.
Yeah, let's see. They're certainly back testing it again, just to see, are they going to find an early challenge here? The fact is Heroic could also just play this far back, which they haven't really tried to do nearly as much, but a lot of teams win B defenses exactly like this. That high ground position, I'm going to just reiterate it again. It can be Molotov from the T side, but for whatever reason, nobody wants to learn how to do it.
And LNC's also already rotated to B. Heroic are fully affected by by a conditioning of fearing early timings on B, but TYLOO could fake B as well. They have a lot of options as to how they could play this, and they have now gone beyond that fast timing. We're now in a slower round for TYLOO, and they have yet to show anything.
Yeah, and just to say, the fallback from a B hit into a pop dog, explosion instead is really quick. Like, it's such a quick run for the T side to get here that it's almost impossible to read for the CTs as well, which is also why the CTs want control of this part of the map. 40 seconds now. The bomb is in the hallways, and they are starting to see if they can join Attacker here. It's looking more and more like everything could come down to Sunpires and whether or not he can find the early shot here. 3 of them around the corner. 28 seconds. He misses the first one and retreats back, but xFloud is there to try and follow it up, and now the pressure is on. They're hunting the Spanish sniper here. He's going to get the first one onto Mozia. Under 20. They're out there with the bomb plant. They actually just ignore him. They say, fine, we'll leave you alone for the minute, get the bomb planted, and secure that much at the very least. But a man up still for Heroic, and now the retake is on. 2 of them coming in from this Ivy position with Youngstar. He's holding the C connector and trying to see if he can coordinate this. The timing of this retake is everything. A bit of a swing. Youngstar gets the shot and a headshot onto G. It looks easy. Heroic with a spectacular retake in the 4v3.
Really well done there by them. And you know, additionally, what was well done was the fact that they didn't try to take fights early, that they just allowed the plant to go down. Because the problem for TYLOO there is that they don't have, they're in a spot where they either have to all just play on the bomb train, which is horrendous to do, which is what we saw happen. It's very easy to retake against that, or they have to push out and play for something. But because the train yard is so precarious, there's so many angles and positions everywhere, what do you even push to take? You've got to make a call there, and it's really hard to figure out what even is the best call.
Yeah.
So many other bomb sites in the game, it's way easier to make that decision, but not the outer yard on the A bomb site here.
I mean, it's easily possible with about 18 seconds on the clock that if they try to hunt Sunpius, he gets one more kill and the bomb is in a weird position and like everything is worse. So I don't really blame TYLOO either for just focusing on that, but Heroic look locked in at the moment. Taneer's got 20 kills. Everyone else a little bit further behind, but they're still doing a fine job. And look at this. Oh, he just finds him. Jammer, he has no idea. He didn't realize he was going to be visible from that angle.
And it is so smart. Heroic set up to have some Pius on E-Box there. Like, they really anticipated everything so correctly. So Heroic showing their experience and knowledge of terrain as we go into what could be the final round here. Can TYLOO stay alive? They have a very good buy, so they've got everything to work with.
They've done so well at this major, TYLOO. They've had some hard battles, and they've looked like a really focused team. Some of the best that we've seen from Chinese Counter-Strike, but the question is if they can force this one into more overtime. We had a bit on the opening map, and TYLOO just need 3 rounds. It is doable, but this first one's going to be the hardest one of them all. And almost looks like they want to repeat the same idea. Down Pop Dog, try and see if you can split this site. Might run into Sunpius straight away again.
Yeah, 1 minute left, so again hitting that slower timing. It does indeed seem like they are more interested in a split onto the A site. TYLOO need these opening shots.
I mean, this is already a decent setup for Heroic, to be honest. Still only 3 here, but in a couple of seconds, one of them is going to rotate back. 30 seconds, it's essentially a repeat of the last round, but this time, Sunpius hits the first one, and he's going to stand his ground. He wants to send TYLOO home, wants to send it back from Austin. LNC goes down, but we're at 22 seconds. They're pushing him. They're all around, but missing a shot as well. 17 seconds. They found a way to crack through. Double kill for Moja. And now Youngstar is up on the train looking for the headshot. Bomb planted as they nearly line up for a double kill, but it will not be enough here. Heroic, it's going to take more effort. Another fight still to come. It's TYLOO to win the round and get one step closer to overtime.
What is Mosaic on right there? The entries just kept coming one after another. That was insane, because from Sunpius' perspective, we looked at it and we're like, this seems kind of hopeless. He connects that first shot, trying to scale from that pop dog position. It's not going to work, but this certainly did. Along the side front of position, Messiah able to get so many kills. And Youngstar even looked incredibly dangerous here with 10 seconds left and the bomb needing to be planted. That was desperate right to the end, but we're back into this, and it starts with Sunpius, a positional change, and he has a reward from that.
That is something that they have not seen before. He's pushed that ramp. They throw so many grenades at it that he's down to 48, but that is a sacrifice you'll take. G, he wants the peak, but unfortunately the flash is just going to make it impossible. And obviously on the other side there, Youngstar, he knows. He saw that up. He's like, all right, fine. We have a little bit of info to work with. Sunpius is still here. Is it going to be back down Pop Dog again? They've run it twice now. It's worked. So on some level, you probably feel like just, you know, get one more. If they win this one, there's no more money on Heroic. And it's very likely going to be overtime. But it seems like they've changed their minds. They want to go back fishing at the B-bomb site. Youngstar in front with a counter utility already in hand. He's got that incendiary going to toss it right on top, but they're pressuring him. He gets the one, now lining up for a bit. It's a double headshot, and that should be enough. Youngstar with 3 kills in the round could send TYLOO home. G back here, what could you do? 30 seconds left. They are not even hunting him. They're just waiting. They're saying, fine, we've got the bomb. We've got everything. We can't lose this one. Point blank range using the AWP as a shotgun. but all of the work is still ahead of him. He turns the corner here. They know everything. Tanir's right there, just waiting for the smoke to fade. And G, his luck is up. Exflow to get it, and Heroic survive for one more match, sending TYLOO out of the major. Wow, that is a crazy way to finish it. We knew from the start that this was going to be a close game. Everyone could play all of the maps, and it came down to the wire, but ultimately, Heroic just a little bit stronger today.
And we're at that point of the competition where it almost feels unfair that one of these two teams has to get disqualified from the tournament because they're both so good and they both have so much that they can show against a better competition. And
yeah,
what an amazing fight this was. Both teams had moments of just stark hopelessness. You know, we saw TYLOO, obviously, we talked about the struggles they had winning the rounds after the pistol. Both teams had a lot of struggles, but both also showed so much class.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You can see what it means to Heroic there, and obviously as well on the TYLOO side, not enough ice cream to drown their sorrows in the world, I think. Unfortunately, going to be too much to handle here. We've got an interview ready to take us through, so let's see what's up.
TYLOO have won the hearts of many and fought incredibly hard across all of their games. G, who has been such a lovable personality throughout all of this. G, I want to ask you just off the back of this, I saw when you finished in Mirage, you guys looked at your PCs for a while, you looked very sad, upset from it. Did it feel like you should have won on Mirage?
Yeah, Mirage, we win the 2 pistol rounds, but 2 pistol rounds both let them come back.
Yeah.
So Mirage and Train is so close, and Train, we win the pistol round in CT and let them come back. We play so bad. I think we can win today. We make 2. I don't know how to say, just
too many mistakes, maybe?
Yeah. We play no good in Mirage and Train. I think we can win.
Yeah.
But we lost.
It did look like you had good chances for your overall, though. The major for TYLOO, being able to get to stage 2, the fight you put up. Can you still see like some good progress from the team that you can compete with international teams as well?
什么意思, Jack?
Jack has to be on hand to help. So just does it feel like you guys have made some progress as a team to be able to compete against other international teams just through the journey here at the major?
就反正通过这次major的旅程，有没有觉得我们这个队伍有进步，可以跟更高水平的队伍去竞争？
我怎么跟他说，就是更多的问题就是还是在就是心态方面吧。
Come here, Jack. You can come help.
So basically, he said one of our main problem is our mentality. Yeah, we need to adjust our mentality to be able to compete against the best teams here. Yeah.
We saw that as well, right? The mentality is very important, but there's a lot of learning to be had from it. For now looking at the future for this team, is he still confident that going forward you guys can be the best team in China, compete and keep coming to international events?
就是往后看的话，就未来你对队伍现在有没有更好的信心来去打这些大赛
Of course, we will be stronger in the future.
Nice. And is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans watching at home and supporting you guys? I know you were trying to do this for them as well. You can say on Chinese as well.
就是很抱歉没有能更进一步吧，就是感觉本来可以有机会能赢的，但是我们犯了很多错误。就是希望大家可以去一直相信我们吧，在未来我们会就是变得更好的。然后希望大家给 LV 加油吧。
And G, I know it's emotional and hard, but you made many fans of people around the world for Counter-Strike. Anything you want to say to all the English-speaking fans that have loved to see what you do, see your personality?
I don't know, say just Counter-Strike is the best game in this world. Yeah, if you love CS, I love you. Yeah.
And Counter-Strike loves G. We all love G here, but it's sad to see him go. They did their best to fight it through.
Oh, G. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. Respect to G, giving a loser interview in a second language,
much.
not easy. You can obviously see him holding back the emotions that are inevitably come rushing out any moment now as he processes the loss with his teammates. Hard-fought battle, hard-fought series, and Heroic come out on top. TYLOO eliminated here from the Blast Austin Major.
Yeah, I don't really care what the stat sheet or the box score says at the end of this series or even for this stage of the tournament. G proved to be a star for Chinese CS. He captured the hearts of so many different people, not only with his play in the server, but the bubbly personality and the willingness to just wear his emotions on his sleeves. I mean, he gave absolutely everything in this one. TYLOO gave everything they could, but Heroic, going into it, they were the favorites, and unfortunately TYLOO weren't able to pull off the upset by the end of it.
Yeah, and you had the exact performances you wanted if you were Heroic as well. Sunpius was getting frisky towards the end with his Oppie and Mobile, different positioning. Tanir played a really good game as well. All those star players doing really good things for Heroic to make sure that that third map was going to be in their favor.
That's actually really, that sucks, man.
Yeah.
The
crying at the end
interview hits a little bit different.
Bro, you can see he was so composed and he really well held it together.
Yeah.
But then just at the end there, like he's so, because he cares so much. He's so passionate about it, man. And by the way, I like that xFaZe coming back because you didn't see it when we were doing the interview. He actually said, like, I'm sorry for the trash talk, you know, afterwards, just because obviously the emotions are heightened for Heroic surviving. But that's some nice respect also from xFaZe on the other side. But I think we can all root for a story, not just for Chinese Counter-Strike, but for players like G.
On top of it, I feel like G is more welcome by Western audiences than Eastern ones, because I've heard rumblings about they're not always the biggest fan of him because he's okay. I mean, he's a good player, but I think just the boisterousness is not something that a lot of Chinese fans identify with. They actually, like, again, Jam Young is their most popular player in China, and that dude is pretty solemn, pretty quiet, at least for us. Like, we don't really get a lot.
It's very different, right? Like, the Jam Youngs of the world are praised in China, but for us, we love the Gs of the world.
Exactly.
And that heart on your sleeve kind of moment.
Yeah.
But there are plenty more games coming our way. The Counter-Strike must continue, so we are done here on the desk. We're leaving for now, but guess who will be taking over afterwards? You got Freya.
Who's it going to be?
Dupree.
Oh.
You want to get the last one?
No, I'm excited.
And Pimp as well.
Oh, yes!
Magical. We'll see you on the other side.
And Sunny, of course, just talking about your game yesterday, you managed to survive versus BetBoom. What do you think was key in terms of, keeping your head above water in that matchup?
I think we keep our mentality very strong yesterday on the both maps. It was a really close game on both maps, so it was really hard, and we kind of struggled a little bit on both matches, but we could do it, and our individual stepped up, and I think that's why we won it.
Speaking of individuals, last time I caught up with you ahead of a game, you said, look out for you in the server, and you absolutely popped off. You've been having, a pretty solid tournament so far. Is there any reason why you've felt so comfortable in the server for your team?
I think on the last practices and last boot camps that we did, I've been feeling very confident on myself and on the individual. But I think yesterday we won because of my teammates, so I didn't individually made too much, but I think Lucauzi and Breno, they were hitting headshots and they were killing everyone, so I'm very proud of them, and I think we're going to keep it up and do it today again.
Now, obviously, your next opponent, that's Falcons. Do you feel like we're seeing a different version of Falcons here in Austin than maybe we've seen since they added Muncie to the lineup?
I think Falcons is a very good team. It's hard on the major because when you have a bad day and you lose two BO1s and you are already O2, and it's kind of hard to keep it up. So we had a bad day, they had a bad day, and now we're kind of getting paying off for it. So I'm pretty sure we're going to win. We're very, very confident, and we're going to do it.
If you could put it down to one element in the game where you have the edge over Falcons, where do you believe MIBR are better than Falcons at the moment?
I think when we are on the flow and we are on communicating and we are pushing callouts, very active and playing a proactive game. I think we're on our A game, and I think we're the best team in the world when we do it. So I think we should have the momentum, and when we got that, we can win them.
Nico, great to get to catch up with you as always. Undoubtedly, I can only imagine for you guys, this wasn't the ideal start to the Austin Major. Was there any reason why Falcons, you feel like, came in particularly cold to this event as opposed to, you know, some of the events previously since you added Manassi?
Yeah, not the best start. It was we had a big day off with 2 losses in best of 1. I'm not really sure that the reason behind it. Maybe we were a bit too afraid to play, too afraid to make mistakes. We didn't have the best starts on the house as well. We have been losing a lot of pistols this event as well, so it's been stressful. But I think the win yesterday was super important for us, and I still have a huge belief in the team that we're gonna make it. We just have to take one game at a time, just focus on ourselves, and just kind of try to find our groove throughout the event, if that makes sense. So I'm still confident in ourselves.
Is there a certain added element of pressure for you guys, just considering that I think a lot of people, you know, would have expected you to be in stage 3. It was just due to the VRS points and how that was kind of weighted when that was decided that you ended up in stage 2. Does that add an extra element of pressure that you feel like maybe other teams aren't experiencing here?
I mean, I don't think there was a pressure when we started, but the pressure started rising up when we started losing. Then it's kind of hard to not think about the pressure when, you know, you put yourself so much behind on the first day. That's like when we came in, it was all fine, you know, like we knew what we had to do. But then when we started losing, or like after we lost the first game, then we threw some rounds against Lin Vision on our CT side, and we had a bad start on T side, and then we started maybe like overthinking a little bit. So the pressure was not there when we started, I would say, but it just kept rising because we did not really play our best. So and that put us in a tough spot. But this is something that we have to deal with, and this is it's part of the game. It's part of this event. There is always going to be a pressure at our not our Mars, but in these stages. So we just have to deal with it, and we need to find solutions together. We need to stick with each other. We need to be there for each other, and if we don't fight together, we are not going to make it. So yeah.
I feel like you guys found the solution on map 3 versus OG yesterday. First 2 maps were pretty close, pretty back and forward. Was there like a key turning point for you that you felt like everything clicked, you guys get on the same page in that game yesterday?
I don't know at what point I felt it, but I just liked seeing the boys taking initiative when we play. Like we would react on what's happening on the map and not just wait for a call for us to finish the round. So this is something that we just need to loosen up when we play, and just not be afraid to do mistakes. Obviously, I'm not talking about, you know, just re-peeking and all of these things, but when you see an opening, when you see a space that you have to take, we need to go for it. Otherwise, we just make lives harder for ourselves. And this is what I've seen yesterday on Mirage, that we get an entry on mid, and then like we start searching on B or A, and then the round just kind of plays itself. So this is what we need more if we want to find our group, because this was one of our strengths before. So yeah, I think this is one of the key points for us, because I think on other parts we are pretty strong when it comes to the mood, the energy. Like we're all trying to fight for it. So it's just these in-game things that we have to kind of solve and just be a bit more comfortable at this particular stage.
Falcons do avoid elimination yesterday, but now they must dodge the same bullets today. We are back with more action at the Blast TV Austin Major with Falcons versus MIBR, another elimination stations on the line. Myself, Freya Spears, Pimp, and Dupree are here to be guiding you through the second 2 best of 3s that are coming up today. Let's talk about the Falcons conversation. We had a lot of time to be talking about them yesterday in that OG game. First 2 maps, Peter, still looking, you know, very shaky for the Falcons. It felt like they almost got back to their former selves on that 3rd map of Mirage, right?
For Falcons yesterday, we talked about that they found themselves in a very dire situation and needed to get back, and they did so against OG, but it definitely wasn't pretty. And I think the most important thing out of yesterday was just that they got over the finish line and found some kind of confidence. And we've just heard Nico say in the interview as well that they need to start overcomplicating things. And I think that's a very like niche thing to say for them, because they have so many good mid rounders that they don't have to have everything set in stone.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think the first couple of maps yesterday weren't necessarily looking too great for Falcons, but then slowly but surely they warmed up into it, especially m0NESY. We spoke about him, you know, a big point of conversations. He had a rough first map, a decent second, and he was firing on all cylinders on the third map, involved in 6 opening duels, and finally playing the m0NESY way of playing Counter-Strike. So he took charge of that team yesterday, and that's what Falcons need.
It was kind of interesting when I was catching up with him in that post-match interview. It wasn't elation. It was breathing simply a sigh of relief. He didn't really feel like he was, you know, too delighted to be in that situation. Obviously, it's better than elimination, but finding themselves in this situation anyway, that's a loss for Falcons, right?
100%. And I think if you were to ask the players to be completely honest, I think all of them are a little bit embarrassed by their performance. You know, they're maybe shaken. You know, they probably don't understand what's going on, why it's happening, but also embarrassing in a sense that m0NESY is well aware, Nico is well aware, the whole Falcons organization is well aware that they shouldn't be in the position they are. But at the end of the day, they bounced back yesterday. They looked significantly better on the third map. m0NESY looked significantly better as well. So that sign of relief, Peter, you've been there yourself. Maybe there can be a point where they can be like, okay, our major begins now. So what happened the first couple of days, let's forget about it. Now's the time.
I don't recall m0NESY having such a bad start to a tournament ever, so that must have also been very new for him. Maybe that's also why he's reacting the way he is, but for him to have a better day yesterday, it was still subpar what we know he can deliver, but for him to actually see the improvements coming out of day one, that must at least do something within his own mentality to just move forward and see this as a stepping stone into playing themselves into the tournament. And everyone in Falcons has had a way more expectations. I think Magisk was one of the guys that has actually stepped up tremendously for this tournament, and he's maybe the one that has the head on the chopping block and one that's been criticized a lot. I think Magisk has been instrumental in their way inside the server, but also outside the server. Like, he's just showing so much character. Like, he wants to go and prove that he can play good Counter-Strike. He's been hyping up the team when they've been looking the most down. And I know for a fact that within Falcons, when things are looking dire and they don't get to a point where the confidence is going their way, he's always the go-to guy. He's always the one to remind them, like, guys, we're here to play. We're playing Counter-Strike for a living. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, this is the best thing we could do.
Stark contrast between his day one and his day two. As you said, Peter, he was firing on all cylinders yesterday, playing arguably the best Counter-Strike he's played in a Falcon jersey in 2025, and that's much needed right now. As you said, a lot of pressure on Magisk. He's most likely not going to be part of Falcons after this major, after the summer break. At least that's what the rumors are suggesting right now. So for him to come alive as well together with m0NESY, 2 massive steps in the right direction.
Yeah, very tricky situation for him to be finding himself in. Let's talk a little bit about Nico as well, because obviously I was catching up with him before this particular matchup. He was kind of saying, if I'm kind of going to paraphrase this, TLDR, he felt like the rounds were playing them, they weren't playing the rounds, which I think was kind of what we saw on maps 1 and 2. Felt like they got into their groove as we got into that third map.
It's always a big fine line to go out into a game and then having the rounds play out themselves and not overthinking. And I think when you look at Falcons, the expectations were so high on them that the pressure also for them to play perfect Counter-Strike, and also what they have shown coming into this tournament. Like, we know that they are a team that make limited mistakes, but they are getting carried by their individuals. And for them to look so flat like they did yesterday in terms of the mistakes they were making, and sometimes they just look clueless, was very uncharacteristic. And I think, as I touched on before, that they have so many great mid-rounders. Like, it's not that Kixen is supposed to have like the perfect plan from the get-go of the round. It's like they can go out into a default, and then the round will just talk to them, and they can just see the patterns of what we can do. What do we have to work with inside of the rounds in terms of utilities been used, or what kind of frags we've gotten, and what kind of space we have to work with.
That's the crazy thing. If you look at those results, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, they lost to Bait, which, okay, I know Bait have been looking better than a lot of people expected. They lost to Lin Vision. Let's be honest, not a team that Falcons by no stretch of the imagination should struggle with. And then they had a very close game against OG. So in terms of the results and level of gameplay we've seen from Falcons so far, is not only 1 level below the normal, it's 2 or 3. So they've been shaken so far.
It's substantial. Jacob, I know this is going to light a fire under you. We heard that interview coming out from Insani. He had a little bit of a bold statement. You know, I posed the question to him, where do you have the edge over Falcons? He basically said, if the communication's on point, if everyone's shooting heads, they could be the best team in the world. Do you agree with that?
I mean, no, not at all. I think we said yesterday as well, I could win a major. In theory, I could. I'm never going to, nor is MIBR ever going to be the best team in the world. I like the fact that he has confidence in his own team, I guess. I'm not a big fan of having false confidence. I'm not a big fan of talking yourself up to a point where you have no right to be, in a sense. You know, I get that he has to believe they can win today, and I think MIBR can win against Falcons because they have looked shaken. But to say that you are one of the best teams in the world if you're playing your A game, that's just very far-fetched. So I would like to ignore that statement and then focus on the fact that MIBR have looked a little bit better in their game yesterday when they won, and if they want to beat Falcons today, they have to play their A game and hope that they can be a top 10 team when that's the case.
I think that every player that has played inside of a top team have said this kind of thing in an interview, that if we actually play our A game, if we communicate flawlessly, then
tough, right?
it's hard to communicate apparently. Yeah. If you communicate flawlessly, then yeah, sure, we could play like the best team in the world. One thing is that you need to show it as well, and there's so many. I feel like there's so many things that MIB. I can't even talk right
MIBR.
now. MIBR, thank you so much. That MIBR has to go into and get going for them to actually perform the way the Insani see.
They know ball.
Yeah, football, the key for warming up, I guess.
Well, that's one thing
and some
Brazilians are really good
tunes
at.
at the same time. I wonder what they're listening to. We saw the maps going down over that Nico interview. We've got Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. If we do go to a third, any comments, any takeaways from those map picks?
Yeah, I'm here to learn a little bit, because I think MIBR's map pool, when you look at their win percentages and how maps they played, I know Anders is a big advocate for looking at that and being like, listen, they don't have a map pool. MIBR doesn't have a strong pick, so to speak. Ancient has been a little bit of a weakness for Falcons as of late. We saw that in this tournament as well. The game against Bait was not good at all. Monesi didn't have the AWP at all in the first half, so I'm here to learn whether or not Falcons have learned from that game, and if they can win convincingly right here, I tend to believe that Falcons are back.
Well, I think it is time to find out exactly how it's going to be going down. Falcons versus MIBR. Let's get it on.
For this one, intrigued to see whether or not that was just a very bad day of best of ones. Well,
yes.
OG looked a bit tense, didn't it?
Exactly. So it's carried over into day 2. Let's see if it persists into day 3. The odds definitely don't think so. Massive favourites, Falcons, and understandably so. They came into a field full of fledglings. Falcons found themselves as the favourites, and they faltered as the world number 2 on day number 1.
Yeah.
There's blood in the water. Right? The fact that teams have taken maps off of them, the fact that they're in this situation, MIBR are going to test their resolve today. And there's no reason that they can't topple Falcons, because ambiguity breeds anxiety. In this team, there are changes on the horizon, or so we've heard. And you would hate to have a repeat for Nico and Monesi of Rio 2022. A long time ago, but I'm sure those memories of heartbreak not even making it to the major. Well, now you're in stage 2. You're meant to be in stage 3.
Yeah, this was meant to be a very quick 2-day affair, right? You were supposed to just breeze through 3-0, lock it in, and have a couple of extra days to practice an intense boot camp staying on the American soil between Dallas and Austin in order to get those extra reps.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much North American Counter-Strike for Monesi, who's been having the toughest of time. So let's get this one underway. T-side start, MIBR's map pick, and I'm sure Ancient should bring some questions. Sure, Jacob said that they lost to Bait in this one, but before that, they were 5 on the trot against some of the world's best. So Falcons, can you set the record straight?
Yeah, I mean, Lakowski goes looking and does inflict heavy damage. Damn, Safe will connect. Insani hits his headshot. Sure, 2 members low. You'd have loved that bullet from Kixon's Glock to have connected for Falcons. Now, a bomb plant is a start. Whether or not they can really thwart this 5-on-3 retake with Nico limping at 2 HP, they have to find a vantage point. It looks like they've elected to play from cave.
Well, there is a smoke for the retake, no defuse kit.
Okay, we're going to need some kills out of Monesi. He stays active on the angle, finds Safe, and stays more active. Okay, couldn't get the shot onto Insani. Lakowski lingering for that late arrival in cave, and Insani sticking this one. Kixon knows he's on a timer here, tries to hit the wall bang. Lakowski down, needs to shoot him, can't find him through the boards. It might be our pistol.
And that's something Falcons have been struggling with ever since the opening map, where I think they picked up both. They haven't won a pistol since. So for Falcons, it's been tough in that department, but it doesn't start well, losing the 2 opening kills despite those gooshes. So with the bomb going down, there will be a 4-spy to follow. Nico's going to get the AK into his hands.
2 headshotted, no. 2 headshotted.
Double take on that one right there as we get into the 4th. So there will be 2 Galils, the dropped AK, and a couple of pistols to work with. Limited on the util, so not going to try and fight fire with fire, as taking this mid control will be no issue for Insani. Posture's down, but doesn't hang around. Oh, the odd shifted just after the pistol. Okay, well, we'll keep tabs on that.
All it took. Single round. And there's a little more belief for MIBR.
Breno playing a block with util there. You can see him on the jiggle as warning shot comes out of Tessus. Now there is support. You can see close by a donut player as well as somebody from Red who can path back quite quickly. Are they going to be able to find this opening kill? It doesn't seem likely. Breno on the speculative jiggles.
This is almost a flawless way in which to get this information safely. A la, you know, Inner on Train. Should be able to get this info as a bit of a beacon for his team. There you go. Block, and then a smoke can land on top of it, unless they dare disrespect the incendiary.
He's going to going to soften up Kicks into half HP.
No Kevlar on him, so that extra hurts.
It feels like you might have to reroute at this juncture, but they are just going to linger in A main. So there's no information right now for MIBR towards B. They've stacked 3 players over towards there, so now it's going to be a little bit easier to break in. Breno up towards Tree. Insani over towards Temple.
Yeah, they're really backing them, and it's worked wonderfully. Both of them winning their initial duel. Now, it is up to Insani to get anything more. He doesn't really have the health, but he manages to remove Nico from the pack. 2 on 3. Rotation through CT. Tessus finds himself a weapon. m0NESY finds himself a headshot. Knife out from Lucauzi, trying to catch a timing. The element of surprise. m0NESY inaccurate as he gets that bomb down. Doesn't have his weapon out in time.
This flank.
Yeah, Exit seems to have booked it here. Tessus not focused on it. Is hidden, obscured by that big box, but still in his blind spot. Jumps up, catches a glimpse of the tip of the head. Don't see a kit for these two, but still, I'm very uncomfortable for Tessus. Overwhelmed, overrun. The MP9 runs him down.
Okay, well, they will pick up an M4 and an AK and carry that through, but a 10-second round. Both have come with the diffusers. This one, a whole lot harder for the Brazilians to get past, but they do manage to weather the storm. m0NESY has 4K if they want to go for another hero AK into the mix, so they can continue to apply the pressure. But the bravery here from Lucauzi, just pushing through that smoke back site, taking the fight, isolating the duel, and then putting Tessus in a tough spot. And they were going to buy again. So in for a penny, in for a pound are the Falcons right now. Money's name of the game is it's going to be 3 Galils, a Deagle, and now an AK, and still limited util. But they know that MIBR's purchases are brittle. They're going to be able to drop M4s across, so they're fully fledged. Kits to work with, util there as well.
Would you say that this is the buying pattern of a confident team?
I think that they believe they can go toe-to-toe in the firepower, and they should. This is a team to be feared.
See that individual firepower on display in this one. Lucauzi just sweeps through by virtue of that door's smoke. Whether or not he sticks around remains to be seen, because Kixon, he's going to be cooking up a flash for them to take this space upon the fade.
And this is the thing. Is there a redeploy of the smoke towards doors? First one's faded. Lucauzi tucks in the pocket, but gets the opener.
Yeah, he's gotten away with murder there, and he's even got himself a block util piece if he gets...
Yeah, he's under pressure.
Yeah, okay. And that's a quick reaction shot out of Tessus. By removing Insani, now Lucauzi, they're trying to force him out of his position. m0NESY, he'll hit flush him out. This investment looking to be justified. Just 2 to find. Exit the unknown entity lying await in cave. Brano spotting for the Heaven relocation to A. But they're not in any hurry here. You got 50 seconds. Nico's just stretching his legs in mid, and it does look like that pivot is starting to take shape.
Gamble right now from these two onto the B side. Exit, the cave player, will be joined by Breno, and, well, yeah, you've just touched upon it. They are going to avoid the biggest point of the thread, and it looks like MIBR will just have to save. So the bomb will go down on A. 4 players likely to stay alive unless Falcons want to ult for the hunt, and a bit of a back-and-forth nature out the gates of this one.
You know, when I saw the news of the Falcons roster, m0NESY and Nico reunited, and so many big names alongside with Magisk as well, I'm surprised by how much attention Tessus has drawn to himself. He really has kind of demonstrated a pretty solid case for him to be in this team. His mechanical ability on display. I think he's taken to this team very positively.
Well, I think this is the thing. When you're in a team of this stature and you have to perform, we've had a lot of big roster changes out of Falcons in the last year and a bit. And the expectation is with money should come results. They took a core at the start of the year again. This time it's been more successful than last. Helps when you can get Nico and then m0NESY joining within a 6-month time span. But it's about who's going to get replaced next, which is a story for after the major.
Yeah.
But they've definitely been the most competitive team to vitality in the first 6 months of 2025. And that's why it would be such a shame to not even see them to get a chance to play in Stage 3. Lucauzi, even though he gets the opener here, he fumbles his util. So the molly's under pressure. The smoke is bad. It's allowing the T's to work their way into ramp. And because of that, they're able to burrow themselves in and get a couple of key frags. So very well done. There's a tactical timeout called. Going to get on the microphone immediately at MIBR. They don't like the way that one felt. And when you looked at the video going into today, it felt tough for MIBR to go anywhere. With Anubis being the ban of Falcons, that's one of the maps that you would have liked to have seen MIBR to be able to pick in, but hey, not the case. Removed from the pool, and then Dust 2 gone. It's like, okay, well, Falcons are pretty good on that, but they also have a few more that they can turn to. When I saw Ancient as the pick, and then Falcons deciding to start on the T side, they want to make sure that they can deliver the tone. We move into Nuke as map number 2. There was a guaranteed in this one, as both coaches get a moment on the mic. So they will be able to hedge in behind the saves. It's going to be a FAMAS, an MP9, and a Deagle joining the M4s carried across. This is your chance to break in if you're Falcons. You win this round, and you should be able to make it a third without too much problem whatsoever. Heavy towards middle and A right now. Red smoke lands. Standard exchange to U2 and an A main push into a double kill. So that one's quick as you like. There's an aggressive maneuver to get the space to get the info, but they get nothing, just 2 deaths.
Do you have any slight chance? A little beacon of hope would be safe hitting a cracking Deagle shot prior to the smoke, but no. Well spaced, well timed. Nothing for him to find through there. So the investment falls flat.
The problem is when that's the 2 saved M4s.
Yep. Really maximizes the hurt.
If that was the MP9 and the FAMAS or even the Deagle in the mix there, okay, then you still might give it a go. But right now they are just going to try and save again because they know they'll have nothing to work with in the next. So that's quick, smart. We'll tie it up 2-2 and we'll have another save.
I do feel like Ancient's one of those maps where I see it more frequently. You know, you talk about conditioning, a style of calling you used to, leverage an awful lot. But I feel like the A site is a really commonly used tool in that department, as in like showing early proficiency. Oh, hey, we can take A, and then suddenly you're going to force that extra CT fully invested away from the more mid and B focus.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to weaken up the strength that they can have for the lockdown of mid and B, because a lot of the Ts want to get B lane control and get out middle, grab that space at the same time. Whereas A, unless you're going all in like that, it can be tougher to work with. But we'll see how it activates the lurks later in the piece.
Want to see a couple of red-rated games in the best of ones. He kind of turned it around against OG, but eyes are on him to see if he can perform to, well, what is expected of him.
That's what I said. Too much North American Counter-Strike. Farming noobs in face it, right? It's a different level of Counter-Strike. So maybe overstaying their welcomes in Dallas.
Chad, I saw a very cool stream clip of him hitting like 15 kills in a row on Deathmatch.
Oh,
15 whole kills in a row.
15 kills. That's crazy.
And the lady voiceover lines for the multi-mega kill sounded very excited. So we're out mid, and you know that they're rather unequipped.
Yeah, look, there's a few things that I think people tend to forget about with Counter-Strike at the highest level, and you can see that with complexity. This should be a bit of a farm fest, so unless Insani grabs another, well, there's nothing really to worry about. Smoked off for now. And that's them blocking and trying to channel them in towards red. So you have lost Nico, the highest rated member for Falcons so far, but 2 kills straight through the smokes, and the round is over. So as I was saying, complexity.
Yeah.
People thought that they were going to be good in stage 1 because of the caliber of teams, but you had a stand-in. And people were like, oh yeah, but what about G2 with Stu? You were talking about completely different teams. And we're also talking about Halzerk. Stewie was replacing Hooksy. He wasn't replacing one of the best players in the team. Halzerk is like a top 10 AWPer in the world when he's on, right? Definitely. So I think complexity got overrated. This isn't to send any junior slander. It's actually to say Halzerk's a great player. That's what that's to do.
Wow, so Chad hates North America confirmed.
Well, North America hates themselves. M80 eliminated now. So at the moment, if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan, you better be loving Brazil, because they're the only ones that can keep you spots going forward into the next major. Budapest coming up later in the year. But nothing to really write home with this one. If I was asked my opinion of how I think this game is going to go, I think it's going to be a quick 2 over Falcons.
That should be. But again, if you'd have asked my opinion on how the first day was going to go, I'd have said the same thing.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We've seen individuals on this roster, sure, part of a different team before, crumble under the pressure of being one of the favorites in an event and play terrible Counter-Strike. And coming in right now as the world number 2, and you're going up against... Look, if you took a look at, since m0NESY joined, the other teams that they had lost to in the world, it's only Vitality and Mouse. So of course everybody has them 3-0 in the pick, and of course everybody has this team to be able to take the victories. They get into the best of 3, they kind of get wobbled, a big slap in the face from OG and map number 1, but they turn it around. So now that that's out of the way, they can set their sights, and any day of the week I would have Falcons chewing it up and spitting out any of these names.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? I mean, yeah, you painted a very clear and, dare I say, a beautiful picture there when you think about it. When you look at, the only teams they've lost to aren't even in this stage of the competition. They are in the next stage, the stage which they'd be beating all of these names to get to. But obviously that changed upon their arrival here at the Blast TV Austin Major.
I'll tell you who's happy about this performance from Falcons. Vitality. Right? So the world number 1 coming into this, if their foes can eliminate themselves, as it were, that would make life a whole lot easier. But here we go. Rifles back out finally. You lose to the back-to-back force buys of Falcons. You find yourself now a round down, and the gun's invested safe into the AWP.
We'll be be asking questions here. It was a bit of a clash between Nico and Insani, who continues to just play more passive on that donut cross. Smoked now. Oh, looks like they might boost. Yeah, Breno's going to be set up just for an angle for Heaven. He won't see much more. Won't see anything, actually. A nice shallow one from Nico.
Yeah, and they're likely to slip under his nose anyway. So 3 out through middle, 2 over towards B lane. Are they going to jump up Heaven and look for the B finish? If they do, there's 3 towards that site as Kixon trying to show us the specky wallbangs.
Yeah, that's a geeky one all the way to long. So m0NESY first hit that.
The problem right now for MIBR is the question mark, have they crossed red? We can see they haven't, but they're coming back to clear mid as a pack. This is about to get biffy.
Yeah, Nico versus Insani. Oh, perfect. Insani can't finish his meal onto Kixon. Exit, he's arrived just in time to lend a hand. Removes Tessus from Heaven, now all trapped on that mid floor. Breno swings on out for one and done. Magis puts him down.
40 seconds, smoke towards A, but they're still going to force their way in through red. Oh, smoke missed, so didn't get the trajectory on that one quite right, did the young buck.
It got the reaction.
Yeah, but he needs to get this kill, and the problem is going to be the time. So Magisk is going to continue to try to go towards A. Does m0NESY play first? It looks like it.
Yeah, he's basically seeing if he can slip to the back lines. Like, how's his angle, though? I feel like this is going to book m0NESY. He'll have a shadow advantage as well.
Gotta go.
Yeah, or not. 15 seconds, boys. What are we doing? m0NESY does get caught out by that Lakowski off angle, and they collapse. Okay, that's convincing. Ties us up 3 even.
Important there to make good on the opening kill on from Insani. It's another Nico opening death. That's going to be a second so far, and we're still very early on, and Nico still yet to find a frag. And we know that he loves to show the frustrations. The haters out there have been building compilations of him just wincing. But not clearing his corners, punished for it. Stunted in donut. And an easy round as the fire in the belly. That's no surprise with the Brazilians' legacy. Just yesterday taking down FaZe to book their spot as the team that's not even meant to be here in stage 3.
Meanwhile, Falcons here, battling for their life every day. Could have a fight here, yeah. Breno!
Nico dead again.
Again, an opening death for Nico. This time at the hands of Breno. Kixon goes looking. He looks like he's about to catch an AWP bullet if he goes a step too wide. Safe in a forward position despite that early man advantage. They're not playing scared. Maintains that angle deep into ramp. m0NESY boosted up to go looking. Oh, he sees the shadow. Look, he can see a body! Oh, it's all just the smoke and mirrors. Or shadows and headshots, I should say. Gets it anyway.
Okay, well, this is very tough now.
Very tough. Oh, angle. Just as he mantled up, that was suboptimal for Magisk's timing.
Yeah, just the spray at range. Not stabilizing for the Invites. They're getting mauled right now. It's about to be 4-3 in favor of MIBR. And now the money in question on the other side of the server. 4.7 at the high end, 1.9 at the low. Do they take another tactical timeout and bring Zonic on the mic? Yes, they will. So first now called from Zonic. We've had 1 apiece within the first 7 rounds of play.
And first 7 rounds of play without any Nico impact.
Yeah, I saw Steel make a tweet yesterday. He said Nico's not an entry fragger, he's a star player. Somebody else needs to be going first. And if I have any critique of seeing Nico in the Falcons jersey, it's him on the CT and the T side trying to go for this mid control. He doesn't make it look like a fun day in the office, like a Donk would, like Exertion would. It's quite labored. It doesn't look like it's in his playstyle because Nico, what does he go for? 1 taps, right? He's not out there giving you the spammy little bursts. He's out there looking for the 1 bullet to the dome and coming through smokes, Molly's flashes.
Yeah, you saw it from his POV there. Like, what? How much does he actually see? Just a slideshow of green and white. Nice shooting. I mean, there's no doubt there's definitely some firepower on both sides of the server. And Insani was one that certainly turned heads upon his arrival. And what did they elect to do with this? Just a little bit of Kevlar and some Desert Eagles.
Conservative approach was loss bonus going to be 2,400 into the next, so they will be able to get the full buyout. Or close enough so.
I find it curious that Exit's position so close to the smoke. I suppose he's ready if they do start leaping through.
It's good for a pop, right? If they are on pistols and they come through, that's a position where you can mow down multiple by accident, right? You're kind of stuffing the choke point. But going to pivot in through cave. Short smoke, pillar molly, help facilitate the cave control.
Yeah, and they'll actually smoke out cave as a response, so that's...
The key you need to look for is this Kixon flash. So he'll flash, they'll come running through, or they'll wait for it to fade. There's also a Magisk smoke, which could be used towards short or long. How good can this flashbang be?
Would have to be brilliant. Smoke now fades for them. He'll be flashing them over the top. Green smoke short, exit spots them out. That's a big pick from Magisk. If Lucauzi goes down empty-handed, his back is turned. They know where he is. Why has he got the bomb out? Nico again down and out. Triple out of Insani. That's crazy output. 2 short, 3. Absurd.
Gonna get the bomb in. The cash is gonna help. They're not gonna play forward. They're gonna wait for the smoke to fade. Now they're pivoting in through short.
Yeah, and then just partnered up. Magisk is gonna have his work cut out for him here. Maybe a missed AWP shot is going to be a real opportunity for him. As he does take that first head. Now up against the AWP, but he swings on in. Safe holds his nerve, holds his line, and pulls his trigger. 3 in the round from Magisk. That's impact, it's a bomb plant, it's damage, but it will not be a round.
Yeah, just keeping the CT cash humble. They're going to have to reinvest in 4 weapons right now. So Safe having the AWP, that's great, but there's more than enough cash to do so. Safe can drop a rifle for exit so he can go full nades, but we'll catch some of these in the replay, and this triple is beautiful. The first 2 lining up, the third when they swing out, and eventually Magisk finds that trade. Could have got a little bit awkward there because the CT ramp smoke came in that actually blinded up Lucauzi. It wasn't the T-Molly even. T-Molly, T-Flash. Could have called it a decoy. We're going through all the nades right there. It's
kind of like Jason last night.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 rounds the difference. So pistol conversion, then 3 back from Falcons. Now 3 out of the Brazilians.
All right, well, hello and welcome to Nico Pushing Mid campaign. So far, not so good.
So far, no kill.
This is a test. They thought about it. A little double swingaroo out of Breno and Insani, but they'll back away. And Nico will have some space to stretch his legs. He's got 2 players behind him as well. Kixon, Magisk, and m0NESY all joining elbow.
Really wanting to push the issue in mid, aren't they? So the AWP's going to get across towards the Tetris box and might even jump up on the ledge to look for the donut fight. He might be able to catch Insani on the jiggle. m0NESY's quick.
Yeah, but this is a very hard jiggle to hit. Oh, that looked pretty good to me. Goes straight through the corner. Insani put on notice. Lucauzi activating. Oh, he got the info. Tessus ready for the swing. Nails the first headshot onto Lucauzi. Knows there's more. Swings on in. Can't hold it. Can't control it. Exit removes him, 4 on 4.
I love the moving pieces right now of MIBR. Safe forward in cave, but it's the A main push right now highlighted by our ops team. Breno and Insani with so much room. Nico's in red, sure, but it doesn't count for an awful lot. 45 seconds on the clock and looking to pipe up the ramp into exit sight.
That's their last smoke, Chad. So, yeah, throw that out towards long. Exit just going to be spotting for the cross. Oh, he does that again. He's dead to the AWP. Oh, and Nico doesn't spot this.
He's been seen.
Oh, and he goes down completely empty-handed, baffled at 0-7. Oh, he had a chance at the AWP. Safe does go down. Exit stubborn on the long side. That's the m0NESY pickup. He's responsible for cave as Kixon digs in long. Vulnerable to a swing, catches and spanks. Nice catch onto Insani. It's Breno slipping out ahead of their perhaps expected timing. And oh, they nearly line up. m0NESY sprints away. Knife out, gets out, missed shot. Looking awkward here. 18 HP, all he has to work with, poor Breno. And that bomb ticket away. Headshot found. m0NESY, good work to find and scavenge that M4 to make that a whole lot easier.
Oof, touch and go there for a moment, wasn't it? MIBR, the comms seem to be flowing right now, and they're having reactions to the space that they're losing. This is great work from Tessus. The jump spot, he sets himself up for 1. They get in towards B, but they're boxed in. So Kixon being given the space there by that m0NESY AWP kill. And then he has to go into the rifle. All right, Molly HE and fight. Going to buy back in with a FAMAS and MP9. Make it 2 FAMASes on the CT side. Nico should get the space. We're studying 4B. This is a change-up. Might be aggressive.
Yeah, Kixon eats that flashbang, pulls away. Fortunately, Tessus was tucked, and that's a nice counter flash. m0NESY sets up Tessus for more. Look at the assists in the feed. 3 members go down. m0NESY's flashbangs playing a part in all 3 of them.
Oh, that's beautiful, right? Whether that's protocols that they've discussed, hey, if we're going for this, you just need to have a flash at the ready, or if it was called coming out of spawn, you need to be ready for some type of an aggressive maneuver because their cache is a little bit hamstrung.
Yeah, they didn't have enough to be playing a standard round.
I do love the fact that the MIBR are trying things, right? You can't just sit and play default round after round. So this AWP and FAMAS, will they get to retain it? That's the question, because we can see the B bomb sites open as Nico searching A, still looking for his first kill. Some exits, they're not the most glamorous, but they'll make a dent in MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, removing this up would be very valuable at the tail end of this defensive half. Nice tap. Oh, I love the little POV cut. From Safe, he
yeah,
gets
just
the
go
info
B now, guys.
Nico's coming. And Safe is trying, attempting to save. Oh, yep, he's seen you. He knows what you're up to.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, he made a step. Nico gets the early warning. And no AWP for safe. 5-5. Competitive on Ancient, despite it being a bit of an eyebrow raiser in the veto, but the desk discussed how difficult it would have been for MIBR to just find a territory.
It doesn't feel like they have anywhere to go,
yeah.
to be completely honest with you.
Those are the flashes you can see just thrown out over. It's clear that Kixon, either he called for it or had previously requested it, because as soon as he gets flashed off, he pulls back into the smoke and m0NESY starts to flash.
But that's what you need to have ready. If there's any time delay on that, the flash is too late and your teammates are dead. So really well handled there from Falcons, and now it is going to be the eco out of MIBR. So a chance for Falcons to take the lead. A big red stack.
Yeah, and they're just counting on someone getting a little confident and walking into the smoke.
Watch Nico tilt if he dies without a kill here.
He will. This is a prime opportunity to just completely like farm them up, right? You could just sit in mid, your teammates start planning B, and you get 5 USPs running at you at range. That's certainly what Nico's set up for here. But he'll slip away as his team prioritizes a finish on B.
Yeah, been a lot of action over towards B, hasn't there? So I'm curious with the last rifle round if at that point they try and head over towards A. A little bit of trickery out of Kixon for the final round. But together, the snake slinks down through middle. Nico, how many are you going to get? This should be like shooting fish in a barrel, a chance for you to redeem some of that stat line. Might even be m0NESY. AWP posted from the doors. And he's just pivoted away. Spots the shoulder. This is the first, but Nico now, he can just knock him down. There you go, controls the spray in for 3. And Lakowski, the last man standing. This is everyone's least favorite teammate in a pug.
What is he doing?
You know, he's like, God, just die, you're on an eco.
Are you safe? What? Are you trying to avoid $300 kill reward or something?
Let's see if he can somehow snatch back an AK-47.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You know, trying to...
Min-max.
Yeah.
You do have to kill someone to get a gun, unfortunately. Oh, it's the ninja. The
of course.
Ninja.
Well, hold up. No. All right. Well, you tickled the bomb.
Yeah.
And you're out of there.
He's got a little cheeky smile as well, just realizing, well, that looked a bit silly. Had he had a kit, you know, just a $400 on the eco, you've never seen it coming before. Nico did stabilize. When I saw him tracking left like that, I did get a little concerned he was about to get a little double dinkaroo, but he gets 3, and his stat line recovers.
Okay, so do we find ourselves into a change on the T-side call right now from Kixon? Remember, it was early on in the piece where they were trying to soften up the A site to force more CTs to have to be concerned about it. Been a lot more mid and B plays out of them ever since. But no, it'll be heavy over towards B again. Madges towards middle to throw the standard U-tilt. Lurk smoke on the site.
Oh, wow, look at him go. Kixon's just walked straight up. A quick lurk smoke onto the site, but oh, you've lost Nico. He went asking questions of Cave. Good catch, though, from Tessus. Catches exit, switch into his smoke. And Kixon, his forward presence, just by flashing himself, an underhand flash, gets him early access to the site. Tessus caught on the cross, that boost, unorthodox and unexpected. Very uncomfortable for the Falcons here. m0NESY fakes dips out, so much smoke on the site, chaos imminent. Perfect pre-aim, Lakowski activates, it's a messy spray. Awkward now for m0NESY and Madges. Oh, needed to hit that. Madges and m0NESY pulling this one across the line. And with their powers combined, a double kill each, they end the half as they mean to go on. A run of 4 from Falcons, trying to take Ancient and trying to survive the day here at Blast TV Austin.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Uzera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL, it's been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, you know, star roles like Connector or Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be jump spotting B apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage, and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read, you know. We were playing Navi, That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round and you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than CT side.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And that was, holy shit, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12! I love that move, man.
Inferno and Anubis, if you start T-side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players, such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike, you know?
Big Sarah, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
No impact from Nico and no pistol, and yet Falcons come into our second half of our first map in this elimination game with a lead, 7-5. MIBR taking now to the attacking side. Lessons learned in that first half, Chad? You're not impressed?
It's been pretty pedestrian Counter-Strike across the board, I would say. Obviously, very high hopes for a team like Falcons in this event. You want to see them start hitting their stride. I think a positive is some nicer shots being hit out of m0NESY.
Yeah.
Still some rounds that had to be pieced together late, but it's pretty default Counter-Strike, and I guess that's what Falcons are known for. Maybe why it only takes Gum 2 hours to prep for him. But here we go. Second pistol round, straight out the guts off the red smoke. A-main Biff.
Yeah.
Renault not spotted. How many steps is he here? They've gone through red.
This is why I call it the Portuguese, Chad.
Is it a B split or into A? Has to be. Oh, yeah, A split.
Renault. That's the kill from m0NESY. That really limits their contributions now. They don't have that extra angle. Nico's no longer feeling pressure as m0NESY, he manages to relieve our exit of his head. Insani into the Cypher, one back. Nice catch from Magisk on the way through.
Kixon
Opens up the rotation. Kixon not being noted. Hard shot to hit. He tracks the heads. Gets the job done. Shaking his head as he pops 2.
You can understand it's the same thing we've been saying match after match. There it is. Finally, they won a pistol.
A little bit of energy.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks as far as pistols are concerned, but Matt just trying to bring a little bit of positivity to the situation. It's m0NESY just lighting them up. But yeah, Kixon's shaking his head because if he gets that cleaner, he probably denies the plant.
Right.
So he's thinking from the in-game leader.
Yeah!
Oh dear.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those where, you know... Oh, actually, yeah, we've got it up on screen. We can give you a quick reminder. Use code BLAST on Underdog for a chance to win some cash prizes.
Didn't force off the back of the plant, Alex. They've just got the hero AK, and A-main searching again. Dig from the Glock. All right, get out of there. We've seen enough. 2 players brought down to 50 HP by Glocks. That is a tough one to deal with. Nico's going to jump spot red as Insani's able to work his way out middle with that aforementioned AK. How much impact can the young Brazilian find? Kixon looks like he wants to start searching down ramp with the MP9. Magisk is going to join him, so the 2 of them partner up to take some space. Safe, currently viable as a frag over towards Heaven for now. And Lukowski might go... Oh, these bloody Glocks.
I can't believe he's done 81 damage.
They've found so many dinks with Glocks so far. So the aim's on point for the Brazilians. If they had better guns, there'd be a few kills.
Insani does. So I am just like slightly concerned for the Falcons if these Glocks do anything else. Gonna maneuver into this cave setup though.
Nico, you have to get a kill.
Oh, put your nades away. Oh, I'm a bit stressed. It's fine. Kixon's not stressed. He gets 2.5. off. Nico's dead.
Not cleared.
Overlooked. Oh, Magic. A sigh of relief from him as he doesn't get cleared. Gets himself the kill and that AK upgrade. They will be planting, though. They're getting an awful lot out of this round, Chad. It's already costly. And I don't even see a kit. Why is this uncomfortable? Why is this so
low?
Why is this so awkward? And he's just seen the kit. Look, how's he communicating? Perhaps they don't have one on site.
Okay, they could really lose this.
It feels very losable. Okay.
It's an open plant.
You boost up, but it's an M4. Oh my God, Modesty goes down, another one available.
Time.
Lukowski exit, someone's got to hold this. It all falls to the cover of Magis. What can he get done? Not enough. Tessus is gone and they've lost it.
Forget about the AK. Forget about the hero AK. That's not even in the conversation. It's the pesky pistols, the Glock Dinks.
Oh no.
That is an absolute mare.
Oh, Kixon gets 2.5. He gets overrun. Nico goes down through the smoke.
It's the damage on the other three. Remember, 2 of them got put to half HP pushing A main at the start of the round. So it's the dinks that were done by the Glocks earlier in the piece. That is a calamity right there.
Oh,
a miserable round to lose.
Lovely use of that like late round boost. Look what it's done to the Falcons economy.
That's a different story, right? Okay, oh, the AK gets an opening kill and then he doubles up and they pick up a rifle. No. It's Glocks getting dinks.
Glocks getting dinks and then an MP9 just arriving. Lukowski's just been escorted straight into the site and puts a bullet in between the eyes. Modesty's gone and he gets a second onto Kixon. Okay, is the round over? Nico doesn't seem to think so. Neither does Tessus. He slips out, removes Insani from the bomb site, denying the plant. And he's sticking around for more. There is body shots connecting. You see Brano and Safe left wanting at half HP. Now, don't forget, Tessus and Magisk only equipped with Deegs. This FAMAS really wants to stick around, at least have a bit more output from him. Hard shots to track. Nico and Magisk get that back. Tessus, Nico getting the job done. It's exit in the clutch. Bomb down on default and plenty of time to cook. Molotov will be useful.
Tessus is cutting off at the pass, so he's pushed through Cave. They come back around B lane. Nico's also departed. I don't love this from Nico, but Tessus, you love to see that. Spams him through the board, and he played that round to perfection.
Didn't he?
Tessus could have overpicked after he killed the bomb planter, but just drops it, stays alive, values his life, and ends up being the one to close the round in an unexpected fashion. So that's unfortunate for Exit there. We'll go back and forth. One was a hero AK with Glocks, the other was a full force buy.
I'm amazed they win this after this start. This is a 5v3. Yeah. Tess is definitely going to be MVP of that round. Such incredible impact.
Beautiful.
Great shot. And the wall bang. He's got his lineups. Perfect.
Yeah, helpless there if you exit. What are you really meant to do in that situation? And to drop the ball on that one. So both teams have had a hard round to swallow. That'll put Falcons up to 9. A 3-round gap as second tactical timeout for MIBR has been called. I see another AK. This one in the hands of Lukowski. He doesn't have head armor to go along with it. 1900 loss into the next, so they will have enough for a buy. They just want to make sure they continue to do damage to the CT finances before it gets too out of control, because we're only 3 rounds deep. Feels like we've had a lot of action for just 3 rounds in the second half.
Yeah, definitely. This half's already got a very different flavor.
Here's the problem. You can't rule them out of a round with 4 Glocks and an AK.
No, sir.
Even though I want to, because there should be no way to win, but they've already found one. Can they do it again? This one looks like it is going to have a tempered pace to it.
I'm no geographer, but I don't think lightning strikes twice. I don't even know if geographers deal with lightning.
I don't think they do that at all.
Meteorologists?
I think, yeah, that's probably more like it.
I'm no meteorologist.
Unless like the geography of the world was something you'd study in terms of like storm patterns and the frequency of thunderstorms and lightning in certain areas, but I'd say there might be some weather people out there.
But back in the day, you'd call them a storm sage, probably. Probably.
In a way.
I am a storm sage, trapped in the modern day.
That could be your alias for tonight.
Pretty good, actually. Yeah. I'm into it.
That's one of the X-Men, I think.
Yeah, it does sound like it. So this one has got a different approach. It's wait and then go, rushing into Kixon. He's got his gun out in time. Glogs spamming helplessly. And that's the power of a well-timed smoke, folks. Sometimes the simplest answer is the best one.
Turns out you are a geographer after all. Lightning didn't strike twice as Kixon pushes down, finishes off the round. Double digits now for Falcons.
How many different types of rock can you name? Sedimentary, that's all I've got.
Granite.
That is a rock, I think. Okay, well, we'll leave it there.
Limestone.
Let's end on a... Oh! damn, sandstone. Okay, we win. Chat, keep going. Any more rocks?
One's in chat if you love rocks.
They're minerals, Marie. Minerals.
I jump pool?
Pool?
Is that what he said?
I don't know where pool is.
5th floor. All right, well, could be an A go. Yeah, Exit's already lining up some util to throw straight towards CT spawn. They're just going to rush A. Nico out mid. m0NESY finds nothing either. There's not going to be a quick rotation for this. CT smoke's already landed.
They've whiffed it. Absolutely bamboozled
yeah,
it.
you're right, they have.
And Safe's got 9 HP. Oh, that's a messy one. m0NESY gets nothing done. There was 2 on his screen. He kind of got a bit too much of a target-rich environment, got a little overwhelmed.
How have you hit a skyball in the CT smoke? I can't quite understand that.
I think it's harder to hit that than what the actual CT. Magisk and Nico are retaking this one very nonchalantly.
Everyone's dead.
Wallbang headshot through a smoke, of course.
Well, Lukowski's on his own because Exit up to Exit tricks. He's just lurking. So, Lukowski, you need a multi-kill, mate.
Yeah, but the bomb is actually quite light on time. If he had got some output, maybe Exit's position could have been a bit of a late linchpin into the clutch. Defuse isn't planted for him. Nico just needs to provide the covering fire. Another body goes down. Defuse comes through, but he'll farm up a couple of extras. Triple kill from Exit. Solid output. But the 11th round is Falcons, and that's kind of where the focus is drawn. This second half from MIBR is going down the gurgler fast.
Yeah, and you hate that as well. Like messing up little details like smokes when the call was good. There was nobody home. They went for the B lane and the mid press. There was 3 players dedicated towards middle. You were in towards the site. You get the bomb planted. You know, if you had the safety of the utility landing properly, the comms not having to be chaotic, players not needing to pull out nades, start focusing on the territory you're going to take. Maybe, just maybe, that could have been your round. But stressed out now. Final tactical timeout, and this one looks like it could be over. Quick, smart, nuke up next. Inferno if we need it. And Falcons finding form. Well, they finally won a pistol, Alex. Next map, let's see if they can get a pistol and a conversion.
Well, that's, yeah, you have to go it stage by stage.
They're just going to power up. We got FaZe versus 3D Max coming up next. That is a 2-1 fixture.
I'm excited for that one. It's a team that a lot of people are intrigued to see what kind of level of form you can get just immediately throwing a wild card AWPer into the mix.
Well, everyone's loving the FaZe hype train at the moment. It's just that simple.
Push, push, push.
Well, a partial. So essentially, you still have some threats, but you're playing for OT.
And what I find interesting, Chad, is that Nico's cheated over as well. So how are Falcons going to operate without any mid info? Is it just a kind of question of, like, at some point m0NESY checks the red cross, like in his internal timer?
Feels like this is part of prep.
Okay.
Just playing this heavy towards B and staying so staunch with it. Now that util drops elsewhere, it actually pulls Nico away. Tessa's starting to pivot back from cave. m0NESY still posted on the line.
Oh, he's actually missed it. Just looked away. Started to move his scope just upon the first peak.
See, there are concerns right now for Falcons because they didn't have eyes on middle, like you touched upon, so they don't know if anybody's crossed towards red. So m0NESY will have to worry about that. Nico needs to worry about A. Magisk covers Donut, which now makes this B defense a whole lot weaker.
Yeah, it's just the 2 of them, and Kixon's just tucked in the cubby. So he's just going to try and play spoiler. It looks like Tess is kind of selling him down the river.
And no block utility between the 2 of them.
Oh, Cave, though. It is a very tight choke point.
Here comes the util.
They'll concede. Yeah, okay. Play and retake.
Bomb should go down.
Well, Tessus could maybe do something here.
Still a tough angle.
Not comfortable angle, especially with good flashes like that. Now the Tech-9 surge forwards. They confirm Tessus' presence, and the bomb will go down. MIBR, they've got this far. Anything else seems like a bit of a pipe dream. I say that. Lukowski does remove Kixon. Insani in the cave side. It's all Speedway. So no threats from late ramp, cave. Flushes them back, but Incendiary won't spread, won't force fights. It still is a fight from Safe. Makes it work with just the P2. Magisk gets low. Softened up for that Insani D. Kind of needed to hit 2 consecutive bullets here. And yeah, swings into Nico. Plenty of time for a 12th round on the defuse.
Okay. Well, the buy does come through. Obviously, the max loss bonus in play with the extra cash money. Insani and Lukowski, 17 and 16 apiece. So the 2 of them delivering in the frag department. Feels all in vain as MIBR stared down the barrel of a loss on their map choice.
That round's a great example of, you know, how you're trying to hammer it into the people we're playing with, that you can give people the sight sometimes.
It's fine, right? You can give over the plan. As long as you win the round, you understand your protocols as far as the retake is concerned. But let's go. Likely the final rounds here.
Okay, well, Nico's got a partner in crime for the mid-hold this time.
Yeah, and Monacy also there to throw some flashes in case there was a barrage utility coming back their way. But the surge in through heaven. Tessus is going to meet exit, but completely blind right now.
Both of them blind in the smoke. Tessus gets out first. That's a huge advantage now, but it does leave a potential cave slip. Covered in the smoke, it's Sani. Doesn't matter! What a transfer into Tessus! Different elevation, he pulls it up, finds the head. Double kill out mid. Exit. Oh, he should have had that one.
Yeah, well, Lacalzi's in the site, so Lacalzi should kill Kixon on the way back. It's going to be Monacy and Nico going to have to mantle up, and Kixon actually playing it safe. So he is essentially communicating to his team they can be anywhere on B. I'm going to value my life. Monacy jumps up. Now, there is the late piece of Breno coming through lane. Monacy could catch him here.
How does Breno peek this? Okay, he jiggled it out, so just takes a leg shot for his troubles. Now, Kixon's heard those steps. Safe starts to plant the bomb. Kixon buys time.
Nico's flank.
Coming in from the door side. Breno distracted as well. Not looking. Should be Nico's. Yep, not going to take his time with that one. Oh, and now should be safe, but he's jiggled out, forces that AWPer to pull the trigger. Now getting uncomfortable for Lacalzi on site. They're pressuring from cave side. Safe distracted, eliminated now. Lacalzi getting closed in on. He knows where they both are. Has to isolate these duels. Nico and Monacy, though, they've got the synergy, and he gets overwhelmed. A convincing start to the series. Falcons, it was necessary. They are on death's door, and they stand up and deliver map 1.
Yeah, well, the underdogs might smell blood in the water, but right now, MIBR are looking like fish food. We've got Nuke up next. That was their map choice, falling very flat. If you thought there was a weakness because of bait, maybe that was just day one jitters.
The most dominant form we've seen from Falcons throughout the entirety of the Austin Major so far. Dupree, looks like Falcons are back.
So far, so good. I mean, I still think that Falcons has proven us that they can still play some good rounds. I think Falcons has shown also that they are in a position where they get when they get the things going, they play great. But at the same time, they still show a lot of weaknesses. I feel like there's been a lot of rounds where we just see them fall completely flat and then just look super silly.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I feel like it's still not polished. It's still not clean. But then again, you're winning 13-6 after what happened yesterday and what happened the day before that as well. I think it's very hard to be negative in a sense that it's significantly better than what we've seen the first couple of days. So I still think they're trending upwards. I also think there's a case to be made then, and you can probably attest to that as well, Peter, that sometimes you play up to the level of your opposition. And I think Falcons are one of those teams that whenever they're facing a good team, they will also inherently play better Counter-Strike. And I think them facing the likes of Bait, them facing the likes of Linvision, them facing MIBR, I think it drags Falcons down to a level that is not necessarily justified.
Yeah, it's kind of mental to reflect upon, you know, before coming into this particular tournament. From the point that they added Monacy, they only lost to Vitality, they only lost to Mouse, right? That's the caliber of opponent that we're talking about. And then when we're talking about Monacy, it's great to see him back in the server today, isn't it?
It's definitely like I still feel like he has misses, but it's just way better from yesterday. Like we saw some of his more characteristic hits with the AWP as well, and also coming into round 9, we saw that Monacy, he came into the round and saving the things for Falcons. You know, it actually didn't look too pretty. You know, Nico gets caught off by in this situation in the flank. Then they know that they had to speed up on the opposite side, and then Safe comes in with a little bit of a bad miss here. But overall, it just looks like Monacy understands the situation that they need to go for the aggressive plays here. Monacy, he hits the first one, then he gets an outkill on this one, and actually falls back. And Freya, we talked about now the fact that he picked up the M4. We talked about the fact that maybe he's actually not feeling confident now because he gets another uncharacteristic miss right here. But he's out of bullets. He actually goes back to the M4 and just instantly goes for the fight.
Love the fact that we get to see Monacy on the AWP. You know, one of the big critiques I had when they lost to Bait in that opening game on Ancient was that he didn't play the AWP in the entire first half. So I think, and I hope that's something Monacy would have said and localized as well. Maybe even Sonic, for that matter, as well, have realized that, listen, we have to treat our economy in a way that we allow Monacy to get into the game. We know he's capable with the rifle. You see this in this highlight package as well. There's going to be kills with both the two guns. But I think Falcons are a better team when they have an AWP presence, and I think Falcons are better when Monacy's playing the AWP.
It was something that I kind of wanted to combine, you know, when I checked in with Majest yesterday, he was talking about, you know, we have to treat this as individuals, right? We have to step up individually. And then Nico saying a little bit more on that today about the being proactive, being reactive to what your opponents are throwing at you. Were you content with what you saw from Monacy in terms of that aspect in this particular map?
I think it was good to see that he just lived up to the expectations of himself, and also the fact that he knew that I let the team down yesterday. I needed to prove myself. I need to prove everyone wrong that what happened yesterday or the day prior to that was just not just me, you know. And for him to get some confidence building into this one was great to see. And also his decision making inside of this game was good. I feel like he understood very good, especially in the round we just saw that I cannot just stand still and just be like super stale. I need to go for kills, and then I need to equalize and play off my teammates way better than he did the other days.
We've spoken about AWPing, we've spoken about rifles. Let's talk about the pistols, because prior to this, Dupree, Falcons, they lost 9 of them? Is that correct?
We've addressed, yeah, it's correct. We've addressed how important pistols is.
That's
like
crazy.
Pistols coming into these games is always gonna do one thing. It's gonna build economy, but it's also gonna bring confidence, you know. And at this given stage, you know, the whole A gamble thing for Falcons finally paid off. They also did that against Bait. Manisi hitting another banger shot here, and it just, you know, he just creates the scene for the rest of the players to get some good kills inside. He tries to bring things back. Kicks in here, you know, he comes out of temple. He fumbles a little of the kills, and he actually shakes his head in the position, because I think if he would have gotten the kill faster, he would have actually denied the plant, which is also important going forward. But you can see how much it means to Magic Stack winning this pistol.
We're going to do a little bit of a flip-flop here. How do you say it in Danish? Clip-clap.
Clip-clapper.
Clip-clapper. We're going to do a bit of clip-clapper here, because what happens in the next round then, Jake?
Well, that's when it gets ugly. You know, that was the ugly moment in the game, because you think Falcons finally win a pistol. Now also shows you can convert that pistol. Unfortunately for them, they get into an uncomfortable 3v2 where the bomb is going down. You're playing against an MP9 with no armor and a Glock with no armor. And the cool thing about Exit, the only thing he does in this round is boosting Lukowski and making sure to stay alive. Then he ends up dying at the later moments, but you think to yourself, that is unlosable. At that moment, 8-6, we think Falcons, oh no, this could be really ugly again. Luckily for them, they bounce back right here. A 5v3, you think to yourself, that's unwinnable for Falcons, but they find their way back. Tessus gets out, what a good timing. I don't know what the hell MIBR is doing. Planning the bomb this early in the round where you have no control over Cave, you don't have Long under control as well. You're in a 5v3, there was no point in rushing it. And at this point, Exit left by himself. I think it's Tessus who's going to pick up a kill and a spam kill as well. And I can't help to feel that, yes, that was the one moment in the game where MIBI could have come alive again. They could have installed a bit of fear in Falcons, winning the pistol, not converting. Oh, we're back to square one. We're not looking good. But from this moment and onwards, it was Falcons all over.
And sure, we got to praise Tessus for hitting some really great shots. But what I want to boil it down to is that the plan is just incorrect. Like, he gets the first 2 kills that go in the way of MIBI comes from the long position. And the fact that he actually decides to go for a plan where he's actually spotted from Cave, where he doesn't, like, they're unaware if there's a guy in there. I think that even there was a smoke in there, so they are probably aware there's a guy somewhere around. So if he would have just planted the bomb anywhere where he wouldn't be able to get shots, sure, he could have get wallbanged, but the case would have been closed in that situation.
It's mistakes like that that is the difference between making it at a major and not. And it may sound a bit harsh to boil it down to that, but at the end of the day, it's a massive mistake, and it cost them a round, and it cost them an opportunity of getting back into it.
And they got a free ticket. Like, the round they won prior to that was like a free ticket back into the game, and they just completely threw it away.
Let's talk about one of the players on the side of Falcons that undoubtedly has the most experience at majors. You know, if he were to win this one, Dupree, he'd be tied with you.
Yeah, he would.
Don't think too much about that. Don't think too much about that. Yeah, Majisk, we've been talking a lot about him because, of course, the rumor mill keeps on churning, right? The fact that there's a Sankyosuke out there that has been rumored to be joining Falcons. Magic's name is always one that's thrown into the mix, but he has been showing up here, hasn't he?
I mean, whatever is on the line for Falcons of what's going to happen after this tournament, and whether who's the one that's going to be in the chopping block, I think it's great to just see Magic just leave all these things behind. You know, he just takes matters into his own hand and actually plays some good Counter-Strike. You know, we saw he had a bit of an uprise also when they were in Dallas, and now coming into this tournament, he's also been probably the most consistent player, maybe alongside Munisi, if you could like look apart from the first couple of days, but then everyone just really played really bad. I think Magic in this game, like, he didn't get like super flashy kills or went to do like a lot of the heavy lifting, but he was just like being stable, and that's what's needed of him. Like, you have Nico and Munisi inside the team; they are the ones getting the highlights and getting the flashy ones. So for him to just step up and be this rock that we know he can be is definitely the right approach for himself as an individual.
If you're a Magus fan, you should be happy because every game is an audition for him right now. If he is going to get cut, if that is true, all the rumors that we're hearing right now, and Kyusuke's coming in and he's out of the lineup, then I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other teams right now that we're going to speak about at this tournament. The likes of Astralis, who's not here, G2. There's a lot of teams who could use a player of his stature, a player of his caliber, a player with his experience. And if he's showing that at this tournament he can still play at a high level, then he's just basically playing for a new contract. And so far, so good, Peter. I agree with you. He's been consistent. He's been delivering. Had a bit of an uptick at Dallas. So Magisk is proving that there's maybe still a couple of years left in him.
I reckon he would go back to Astralis. I don't know. That's a conversation for another
Hopefully
day.
not for him.
Was this
Hey,
the best opportunity for MIBR to take a map off of Falcons? Obviously, we're going to talk about a bit more about Nuke, the pick of Falcons after the break. Was this the opportunity for MIBR to strike when the proverbial iron was hot?
I think it's fair if they head into momondo.com right now and start looking up flights.
Oh.
I don't have to agree. I mean, coming into this game, what map are you supposed to pick? If you decide to go and pick Ancient against Falcons, then you just have a pretty bad map pool coming into the series.
Yeah, I don't believe it either. To be completely honest, MIBR had an opportunity losing the pistol, winning the second round. That was the ticket into the game. They didn't capitalize. And to be completely honest, I feel like the more Falcons get to play, the more of that pressure that gets alleviated for them, that is, then I think it's game over. If MIBR gets to double digits, I'd be surprised.
Well, 13-6 is how Ancient is going to be wrapping up. And now Falcons pick lays in wait. That's Nuke, which we're going to be diving into after this short break.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime on Nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in Gamer Legion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And of course, starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
Nuke as the pick of Falcons coming into this series, and a chance for them to go 2-2 here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Obviously, we've seen them playing a hell of a lot of Nuke in their careers. What should we be looking out for coming into this one, Dupree?
I think obviously Falcons is a team that has been playing so many tournaments and they've made so many deep runs that they have so many repetitions on all the maps. And if you just look at how many maps they played on each individual, like they're like at top 15 on all of them. So they have just so many repetitions that they will feel confident pretty much anywhere they would go against in likes of MIBR.
I think the biggest storyline for Falcons when it comes to Nuke is keeping an eye on Nico. Obviously, leading into this tournament, he had a period where his CT sides in particular on Nuke were lackluster. His T side necessarily not good either. And we know Nico to be, for many years, we described him as the best outside yard player. We described him as arguably the best CT-sided player in the world on the map of Nuke, and he's been in a bit of a slump. So in terms of Falcons winning this game, I have full confidence in that. But if you are a Falcons admirer or a Falcons fan, you want to look out for a tendency trending upwards for Nico, because he's going to be needed when they play the likes of G2, when they play the likes of Vitality, when they play Mouse. Against MIBR, it's going to be no issue.
They're going to be starting on the T side of things. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No worries.
Just going back to a point that you said yesterday in the OG game, you were a little bit concerned about Nico maybe getting bullied in that outside area, right? As Pimp said, so crucial on the map.
Yeah, but that's actually what I want to buy into. Like, I think if they can keep Nico alive, if Nico can get to the secret area without getting punished, I think that Falcons is in such a good position where Nico can help play and make out the rounds for them. It feels like every time Nico gets punished outside yard and they clear him out and see, okay, there's no one else here, then they're like, okay, they probably fall lobby. They're gonna either hit in or they're gonna go ramp. But if they can keep Nico alive and he can actually bully whoever is actually trying to control this secret passage for the CTs, then I think they have so many more options. Whether they can go back to yard, they can come up vents. There's like so many possibilities, but it all kind of relies on Nico staying alive, and that is probably where I would be looking for this series as well.
Does it sound like it's over then for MIBR? We're literally only mentioning Nico's name and how much impact he's having. There's 4 other players on the side of Falcons as well. Are MIBR going to be able to surmount this hurdle?
Personally, I don't think so. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see MIBR maybe take a map off Falcons and install a bit of fear again, so we have a bit of excitement. But nothing to me right now, Peter, suggests that MIBR is going to win here. Insani is the one player I'm looking out for. We had a talk about it in the green room as well. Lukowski used to be a guy that could make the difference, but let's be honest, Nico Monesi versus MIBR, it's as clear as it should be.
And I think, like, you know, Insani and Lukowski has been the 2 best players so far for MIBR, also in the game before this one. So if you have to look at like a bright spot, sure, they have the ones that they expect to go up and make numbers. They are playing well, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
If anything, MIBR got the coolest shirt in the building, so I would like to see that a bit more, but I think it ends here for you.
That's why we pay for the high-level analysis, Jacob. Well, it's time to get this show once again on the road. It's Nuke, the pick of Falcons, and a chance for them to go 2-2.
Wait, you get paid?
Is Jacob colorblind?
No, look.
Is he colorblind?
You don't, like, he's good at something.
Is he colorblind?
Analyzing Counter-Strike, endurance.
The coolest shirt.
Not fashion sense, okay? I can't talk. I'm wearing essentially a bin bag, but I still think
coolest
the
shirt.
coolest shirt is a stretch. It's a stretch. It is, but hey, let's not bully him because this could very well be the last map they play at the major for MIBR. I feel like it could very easily be overshadowed by the Falcons surviving another day of play. It's understandable, of course. You know, a star-studded roster for MIBR, they are still seen as mere fledglings, and arriving in this stage an achievement in itself.
Yeah, I think this is the tough part of this. There's only really one side of the story that the greater Counter-Strike world cares about, unless you're Brazilian. Obviously, it's important for the Americas region as a whole for the second major of the year, but right now, all focus is on Austin. Budapest is a whole long while away, and well, Falcons are a team who are meant to be in contention to take on Vitality for the trophy. Let's see, can they find consecutive pistol rounds? Well, the T-side start their map choice.
They were very happy when they won the first.
Yeah, well, I can understand why. A drought of pistols, especially with just the tense games that they've been playing. All right, looks like the top pop set up. Molly at the ready for top hut, and away we go.
Okay, well, that dual Berettas is going to be forced to drop down. He's set himself up beautifully. Lukowski smoke drop double. As many kills as he has pistols in this round. And yeah, I think the knife slashing in the smoke is an embodiment of how well this pistol's gone for MIBR.
Wasn't that beautiful, though? Smoke lands, removes the vision, and don't worry about that. You get fade to black in a moment because the dual Berettas bang, bang. Round over, job done. Kixon in a 1v5 situation. We'll call that the 1-0 start for MIBR.
You want to see, you know, full justification for Breno facilitating Lukowski with a smoke and the dual Beretta drop. Breno essentially just bought everything, got away with just a pistol.
Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, nice boy indeed.
All right, well, Kixon, see how much you can find because, yeah, you would find the U2 on that T side. So he's been spotted. 40 seconds left on the clock, and it's tough to even bother talking this one through. He does have the bomb. He could plan on B.
That certainly gives him something to work with. However, held by Insani, and they will have 5 alive. Not an overly extreme pop-off. Second round conversion is still going to be a question.
One of the keys, and it is a smaller one, is the fact that only one player took damage, which means the players who already had Kevlar get the cheap investment into head armor, which facilitates more rifles. We don't bother talking about it too much, but it actually does have quite the huge ramifications with the early stages of a game. So you're going to see 3 M4s and 2 MP9s going up against what looks like it will be the Glock Eco. So should be MIBR able to get away with the 2-0 start before Falcons bring the rifles out. And remember, there has been a roster change for MIBR this year as well. Obviously, Drop was formerly part of this team doing the in-game leadership as we get the odds up on screen, and they've even grown ever further in the favor of the Falcons. So you're going to have Breno playing over towards ramp, occasionally assisted by that safe AWP. You're going to have Lukowski as your hut/door guy. Exit is going to have to be the topside anchor plan on the rafters back side. Insani The outside rifler and safe, of course, as the AWPer. The desk obviously highlighting Nico. Dupree pointing out, hey, if they can facilitate so he gets control, it is going to make their life a whole lot easier. And Nico is a very strong player, but there's so many more ways these days to be able to deal with yard players, the clears of the smoke, the understanding of the rotations, the spams are becoming picture perfect as the block eco is about to be dealt with. There you have it. MP9's getting the lion's share of frags within that one. So Insani versus Nico was a fixture on map number 1. Nico was, what was it, 0-7 at one point before he got on the board with any kills, and he was having a tough time giving up a couple of frags. But, let's see if we can get into these guns right now and they can find their first rifle round.
Quick message from our sponsors. This is Underdog. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players to win real money. Moving into round 3, though, it is guns out.
1 MP9 for Lakauzi. Khalil for Magis, that's the weakest of the weaponry right now, as Tesses top silo. Quickly mantles onto main, kicks in. Tasked with the util. Diagonal smoke wall dropped. Insani aware of Tesses' position by the looks of things. Now, just talking about it, can Nico get across to Secret, or is that even part of the plan? Is the first clear of the smoke, the speculative shots, nothing found. Now he starts the crawl, another HE. Second smoke wall, so you can just see how much utility is exhausted to get this control. But Lakauzi's already down to Secret. So he's in a position to get early information, trying to play an off angle against Nico's AK. Insani drops back over towards Hell, and they're quite clustered up at MIBR. Redeploy the squeaky smoke. Nico's coming down to investigate this.
Yeah, Lakauzi committed angle, and with 40 seconds left, the finish is imminent.
It's not going to be B, so they can stay quite heavy towards A right now. Another squeaky smoke.
Feels like their setup could be tough to break. Up in the rafters, overlooked. It will be safe. Does connect. Match is gone. They need to find the player on the site. Safe drops into Kingston. A free frag exit flushed forward by the Flames. Gets confirmation. Still has a safe haven. Up the vent. Low HP. It's Breno in the clutch versus Monacy. Doesn't call the bluff on the plant. Monacy allowed to get that down. Now Breno swings out and he wins the duel. Monacy looks up to the sky in frustration. Sure, you got the bomb down, but MIBR, they'll keep these wins flowing.
We can just see how telegraphed that was, right? For MIBR, they know the impending doom of that execute. Nico had the secret control, but he didn't apply any pressure. And when he did start to investigate, there was so little time on the clock. He didn't get the kill, gave over the opening death, and his teammates did a good job to still trade in towards that A side and get the bomb down. So, yeah, Secret's call completely clear. Having that space is great, but you have to do something with it. You see certain teams, they round the corner, they get the molly over to the double door side, they make sure that there's nobody close, because if you're towards back vent, right, your decon side or your double door side, you don't actually know what could round the corner in an instant. But if you have that space that he had, it's unlikely like 3 players are still all just sitting on the stairs doing nothing. So we'll be a partial now, 1 AK. 4 upgraded pistols and opening of the util. All smoke and mirrors. They're going to pounce ramp into the orb.
Yeah, safe, primed and ready. Elevated angle on top of the box. Be able to fall back, drop off, and actually elects to do so immediately. Just going to throw out a block smoke. Will that be
That's
their
an
time
invitation.
to go?
That's an invitation.
Tess is with that Tech 9 and the bomb on his back, about to triple swing this AWPer. Okay, bait the shot. Lucky to be alive.
Breno's
Tess is hamstrung. Finished off by Breno's rotation. Safe, pullback, AWPing, a missed shot. That's the support you want to see. Team play on display from MIBR.
Oh, look at that, everybody.
Insani, everyone chips in, everyone in the right place to defend this ramp rush.
Yeah, quick response time on this is just Nico. Only one yet to frag again, so 2 extremely slow starts from the rifling superstar in the start of both these maps. Sure, it's only 4 rounds played, but when he plays such key positions, you want to get him going early. So 4-0, about to be the case for MIBR as Nico is going to look for anything he can. They've actually started to push up ramp, so he might just get blindsided as he peers back down. Sweeps in, spotted now, and Lakauzi will delete. Beautiful work, all 5 staying alive. So you think about it, the pistol round, clean and easy. They're able to get the M4s out early. Now, we're talking round after round. Sure, Breno came down to a 1v1, but this alleviates a whole lot of that pressure against the partial.
I mean, here's the maths for you. Falcons, 5 frags in 4 rounds of play. That will certainly do it for the CTs. They're flying high. The coffer's going to be a little extra padded.
All right, well, no tag taken. Just going to get straight back underway. This time a bit more pace from Nico.
Yeah, he's going to be working on yard this time.
Sunny in from main, so he's prepared for a player trying to slink down vent. Smoke wall's up early. There's the clear, nice and high. And slightly premature. Nico can wait that out. Is there a second HE who's going to part through this?
Oh, he's holding for it. Oh, Nico, despite that, still hits the headshot. That's an opening kill for Nico. Impact being felt as Tessus gets aggressive.
I love this from Tessus. Depends on the timing as he mantles up. You see there's a player in the heavens. That's Breno. He's just dropped down in towards the site. So high alert right now is the lobby anchor. This time there is follow through down towards B and nobody home at the moment for the Brazilians.
If Magis just gets one here, he got that little shoulder jiggle, does tame the spray. Finds Lakowski. Did he hear Breno on the swing through? I think he did make a step, yeah. Concerned about more in lobby, but that's keeping him so busy. Feels like the round's almost a shoe-in now.
Yeah, okay, well, they've sprawled out everywhere, haven't they? Lobby control, you've got Tessus who's gone all the way outside. Now he's going to flank ramp. It will just have to be the save for MIBR. Does Tessus hard clear this? It's not an easy one, but step straight in. Safe will take it for free. Breno goes down in the interim. Magisk is playing this. Look, it's not the most glamorous role. He's back in T-spawn where he started the round, but his impact, it's massive. Stalls them out, drops back, removes an avenue for them to save. Eggton and Safe really going to try and tussle with him because they could lose everything by going for it.
Yeah, Exit and Safe are trying to exit and save. However, Magisk is in a position to really slow them down if that bomb radius catches either of them. If they were just a little lower on HP.
Coming.
Yeah.
They're crawling in.
They're on high alert, though. They know he's disappeared.
Oh, what a ridiculous save. Just on the other side of the wall. You've got quiet neighbors, Magis. You don't even know they're home.
Okie dokie. First round on the board, and it starts with an eco opener.
Yeah, that's his first and most impactful kill of the map so far. Who would have thunk? Is that the first of many?
Wasn't that long ago I was proud of myself for asking you about the lowest rated player on Nuke for Falcons.
Yes.
Being Nico.
Yeah, well, look, he's had some up and down times within this jersey, hasn't he? They've had some heartbreaking grand final losses, but considering how quickly they've got there.
Well, exactly. You know, they hit the ground not running, but sprinting.
All right, well, this time doesn't have the follow-through outside, but they've got the response they were looking for. Insani has started down secret immediately.
We talk about this.
Red pole, not
aggressive
secret.
AWP draws the line and removes Tessus just as easy as that.
Couldn't have come in a better round because it's so lobby-centric right now.
Now you're already walking into a man disadvantage 4v5. Now testing Breno and comfortable onto Monacy. A second is crazy. A headshot, instantaneous deletion. Kixon's removed, and now Nico and Magisk forced to try and come up with a 2-on-4.
Well, they're hoping for an over-rotation, but they don't really need to move too much. Lakowski's already down towards being safe. Here he is again.
Re-sweeping through. Last seen in this exact position, besting Tessus, and he confirms to the boys that it's either heaven or they're coming down ramp.
Well, when Sani's going over to deal with heaven and hell right now, you can see just how curious he is of the possibility. Lakowski is on his own. This rotation is far away.
And Magisk has that bomb with 37 encroaching onto the site. Lakowski staying active. Now that Util drops, their intention is clear. Lakowski stays hidden. A single kill would be good. He just needs to kill that covering player. It's Nico. Ooh, some damage, but with 96 damage inflicted, Nico flicks.
Tough spot for Nico now. Two going to come through decon.
If he could just get one more. An extra kill really sets up Magis, but with such low HP, a single bullet can best him. Nade of the door, he unloads, he gets his. Magis, the unknown entity, only so many places he can be. Times it well to engage on the first. Swings on out, isolating Jules! Oh, it nearly came together. A really valiant attempt between the two of them. 2-on-4 goes 1-on-1.
Okay, well, the defuse comes through. Exit will secure that. Might be able to get Safe's AWP back as well. Yep, can grab that just before the time expires. So, well done. They had the man advantage thanks to Breno on ramp. His double kill felt like it should have been more than enough to secure that round, but they gave it a good shot, didn't they? Here it is again in the replay. On board with the over-the-shoulder cam. And the double is beautiful. One, great. The trade, not immediate, as they make the most of this. Tactical timeout called from the T side. Falcons wanting a moment to talk this one over. They do have money for the buy. Monacy even now equips the AWP. So they can have a full rifle round. Kixon gets the delight of whatever he'd like to call with the conference of Zonic. Stressful time in the Falcons jersey. Looking to bring success to another organization. Vitality Astralis, both thankful for the big man's contributions to their major trophy cabinets. The Falcons hoping to find that same success. Under a lot of scrutiny as well from the community day after day. People preying on the downfall. It's hard to argue with the talent in the server. It hasn't come to play in Austin just yet. But if they survive the day, tomorrow they go into a 2-2. Their opponent, well, the possibilities are endless. All boosted up. Safe this time outside. And he's going to get found.
Lovely work, m0NESY. Just catches that timing. Safe just pulled away, and so on that re-peak, m0NESY with the advantage already posted.
Strong position for Insani to find himself in, especially if they try and split into top site late. Brenner's going to poke his nose up secret, so great information. They've sold ramp, okay? They've given it up completely. Oh, and the
it works.
Yeah, well, Magic was just in heart deep, wasn't he?
Okay, well, that's info.
And that's a free kill back, so we're just leveled out to 4v4. That is tough. m0NESY did some hard work there to hit a necessary shot outside, and now it's just a 4v4 situation. You're really just going to try and walk into A. They've cleared outside. They know that nobody's home.
Oh, this is a tough round for the T side with such little map territory so late into the round.
How far does Breno go?
Exit, burnt in, drops down. Tessus puts him in the dirt. Quick drop, vent. Okay, so bomb maneuvering B. m0NESY to try and cover their rotation, stop that vent rotate, but someone just slipped down the vent. Oh, okay. Breno, though, will be the unknown entity. Nico's going to be furious. How is it possible that I'm getting shot in the back of the head? Oh, dear. Breno in the 1v3, goes 1v2, looking for that bomb, sitting in the open. Missed shots from Kixon. How is this going wrong? Throws out incendiary. m0NESY doesn't like the sound of that. Does he dare push through the flames? He knows it could be a stick, but m0NESY's going to call the bluff. Now there's not enough time on that. He'll have to stay active. Staying for it. 1v1. Mind games. Flash Eaton doesn't swing. Breno just holding. Oh, m0NESY overthinking, and Breno brave. Even takes him down after.
The loose piece down the vent and the amount of output there. For a moment he couldn't find the bomb, but sticks the landing, and 6-1 reads the scoreline.
Timeout? We just had one though.
Yeah, exactly. You're not taking another. This should never have been able to happen. Just slinks past. The orb's over towards T vent. Comes in. Surprise.
How many bullets?
Jump scare.
1, 2,
you can't
3,
find
4,
the
5.
bomb. Oh!
It was the erratic movement of Breno looking for the bomb. Like he's like looking left, looking right, crouch, uncrouch. Kixon couldn't track him, and then a very awkward 1v1 for m0NESY.
Well, you were bang on. They did take the tack timeouts. This one's just to screw the head back on, maybe to discuss what went wrong or to try and wash it away, because you're still into map number 2, 1 to the good, and this is the T side of your map choice, so you have to start slathering on a couple of rounds. I think 4 is probably enough, but at the moment, that means 3 more need to be added to the total. So as long as you don't let the frustrations of that one get to you, you should be able to start whirring back into action now. Get the AWP back out, the AK's in the mix.
What a round out of Breno.
And to think about it, the money's still not great over there on the Brazilian side of the server. Sure, it reads 6-1, but it's min-loss bonus if they do lose the round, and they don't have a lot of leftover cash to work with.
Yeah, just the exception of Lakowski would have a little bit more to work with, but that's it. Okay, well, this time Nico and m0NESY working on that early yard fight once more. Break, that's what m0NESY was hoping for. Oh, just in the right angle is safe.
Got the better of him.
Yeah, wins it out this time, gets the bit of revenge, and Tessus just walks straight into his crosshair.
Yeah, reading the default like a book, huh? I know it's a little bit more different on a map like Nuke. It's not as standard as a Mirage or an Ancient in terms of the positions you'd find yourself in. Nico picks up the AWP, that's never a fun sign.
It might be fun if Safe was to go looking for answers, but why would you? It's 5v2, you're holding enough. Just Kixon and Nico. And this was off of, I mean, they've burnt 2 timeouts in this half.
The biggest problem I have with what happened in the last round, then obviously Breno manifested the gap, caused the chaos, as we can see here. Exit denying exactly that. It's just been a lack of opening kills. The one round they do have was Nico getting that AK kill as he slipped through the standard straight wall smokes in front of Red, kills Insani towards main. Then in the last round, m0NESY gets the opener, Magis gives one back immediately, and that felt like a bad death to give over. So you've got Safe, Lakowski, and Breno all with 2 opening kills apiece for this CT side. There's a Unwinnable 2v5, now gone 2v4. Nico just thinking about, I thought he was thinking of saving, so are they really going to give this a crack?
I mean, Kixon swings into Breno just as he looked away.
Okay, they're going for it now.
They are giving it a go with 15 seconds left, and no one's on the site. Insani will have to come up the vent. Never fun. Nico not covering though. And Lakowski, he nearly found him in the smoke, but it does give him his position away. Nico chips in with another. Kixon set up for a potential clutch. 2-on-5 is a crazy ask. But now a 1v2 feels a little more manageable. Chip damage inflicted. Nade for the encroaching. Chips on Insani. Kixon, that smoke fades, loses his cover, loses his head. MIBR, a solid CT side taking shape now. 7 already under their belt.
Okay, well, the bomb goes down again. The loss bonus is there. You could justify another buy, of course, on the T side, but what are we going to change? You lost a pick there, Monacy, unable to beat Safe in back-to-back rounds. Then Tessus was a free kill. It's crazy that they even got the bomb down in this, so props to Nico and Kixon for that. He's showing some frustrations there.
Still got the mic mute etiquette.
Oh,
the timing.
wow.
You see that?
What a cam.
Yeah. Just a glance as he swings. Oof. I mean, you can only imagine the level of pressure these individuals are feeling right now on both sides of the server. But certainly, as far as expectations go, Falcons themselves and their fan base expecting a whole lot more of them here.
It's the big money, big expectations. And that's why they've got some of the biggest players in Counter-Strike. Nico with some space.
Yeah, when I see Nico this far forward, this early into the round, I have expectations of him. Oh, for that kind of action! Straight headshot ahead of the smoke wall.
Beautiful. Okay, so those are the mind games between your yard holders. Boost is perfect.
Yeah, Breno, he's in the prime position, doesn't exercise any restraint, just goes straight for it and is punished. Honestly, swings into the AWP. 3-on-3, has to respect the flame. Decision-making tree is wild right now. Exit, he reveals his position in lobby, smokes the trophy return, and then leaves.
Yeah, he's got a lot to worry about. Lakowski's already hedged down towards the B site. He's playing Joker right now, just going to hide behind the single box. Tessus, Nico, and Kixon are going to be able to group up. Nico is worried about, hey, where did that smoke come from, and has he disappeared? So diligent work over towards Squeaky. We can see nobody's home. Exit opting to play behind the CT. Bennett might get caught by a timing. Nico sticks the landing.
Yeah, that was a tough spray to commit to. Converts it in half a magazine.
Well, we discussed the finances previously.
Yeah.
And you've already got 7 rounds. So I don't think there's any harm in giving over a second, holding onto your guns and going again for it in the next. Exit should be able to buy something with the 1400 coming through. And Safe will be able to drop potentially a FAMAS or an MP9 depending on what his teammates want. He already has a belt of utility, so that's quite nice. Lakowski, if he holds onto the AK, that'll be great too. So they'll have at least something to fight for within the next round. But we've been here before. Falcons need to punch through with consecutive rounds to open the bank of cash, at least as far as their side of the server is concerned. It'll force MIBR into eco territory, and that's down the stretch where maybe, just maybe, they could still walk away with 5 in this T side. So really well done. Nico, there's his second opener, and that one was a thing of beauty. When you have a team structured in the way that Falcons are, you need your star players to be able to deliver you this. This is why you set them up. You know, they're, in some cases, calling the way that they're going to go for those fights. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would be more surprised if Kixon said, hey, Nico, can you go get the timing as I throw the smoke? Nico's probably gone, you throw the smokes, I'm going to peek as they're landing. So tactical timeout called first from MIBR, and understandably so. It has been an easy stroll down the sidewalk of the CT side of Nuke. Currently 5 rounds to the good, and it can still get a whole lot better. There's M4 territory as discussed for Exit. It's going to be a 5-7 for Breno. Well, it was at least. So indecision in the purchases. Bought in, sold back. Where do we find ourselves? No, he's just gone back into the same buy. Okay. No, they're taking the eco. All right, well, it's like all of us. You know, you go window shopping and you see something you like, you try it on.
Yeah.
Oh, can they make up their mind? I've said it 3 times. They bought, they sold, and they bought back. Okay.
It's
it is what I thought. Exit with the M4. FAMAS dropped over to Insani. Breno with a 5-7. Okay.
Now we go. Oh, Nico pays quite the heavy blood price. and goes straight down. Okay, that's rapid. And he's not going down secret. He's slipping into warehouse. He's calling that this is unoccupied, and he's bang on. No one red pole.
This is great as well. He doesn't know it, but the AWP started ramp, so he gets so much space for free.
Oh, and it's come clear back. Nico didn't spot him through the grate. I think Exit got that info.
This music is perfect for the situation right now. On board with Secret Agent Nico.
He's got him. That's the info flowing. Comms are good. Kickoff found. Nico an opening death this time, but that's the difference maker. Tessus and Monacy, dispatched to the secret stairs, have managed to find themselves both of the defenders. Safe, likely close by. They know where he was, towards hell.
Yeah, if Falcons rushed that, they could have been picked apart at the seams right there. So I love the fact they've hit the brakes. Jumping back across, Tessus needs to be very, very careful. Another flash, another jump away, and still could be caught. Safe sees him darting away, and they're rerouting completely.
Just trying to get that info safely.
So Tessus in the vent, Magis lobby, and the other two going to poke their head back up the secret stairs. It's Lakowski on top site, highlighted here as the next man to be under pressure.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do because he's concerned about Heaven as well, simultaneously as he's going to get potentially walked on. Hart is another threat. Magis makes that clear. Good find onto Monacy. Oh, Lakowski, the one-man army, takes all four. The Falcons are trying to find something to cling on to, something to hold. And Lakowski's holding his sight strong.
You just see right there how the spacing works against Falcons. The player wrapping around the right side from Lakowski's perspective. You're going to catch it here. Essentially lines up as the Hut player comes out. The Danes double up, and that is trouble. There is no trade found. One man in the top side defends it all. That was a broken buy. That was one that had indecision around the purchases. And Falcons, the best they can get now is 4.
Yeah, they're glad they bought on after all.
It was one of the saved guns as well. So the time for rounds that Falcons are lost in this one, it was the Breno slip down the vent. Now it's the Lakowski. 4K, A-site, denial. MIBR, they're not giving up.
Yeah, well, understandably, you know. This could be your last map at the Major, and they are doing everything in their power to ensure it is not. Making this CT side flow nicely, as are their communications. A little bit of a lobby flavor to this one. Yeah, Lakowski's coming looking. I think he spotted the barrel of Madness because he pulled away again with the info flowing. He takes full lobby control. But with it being so quiet, the implication is they have to be elsewhere.
Yeah, they're playing some very confident Counter-Strike right now, aren't they? Obviously in the last having to deliver from an anchor position, but this time taking the fight to them, and they know that they got Falcons under this pressure.
Like just straight away, like as the solo lobby holds, suddenly there's 3 CTs walking into your position.
It's almost a bit of a... Oh, hold up a second.
Yeah, because Safe is going to be tested by a little boost.
Easy flick.
Oh, comfortable for him. Puts Nico down. Banging his head off the doorway for that safe info retrieval. And Sani can do the same from Decon. And now they're just rotting that clock. Playing wicked games here with Falcon, just pulling them all across the map. Kicks and reveals their intent. They want to try and finish towards this A site, but Lakowski again making it difficult. You got to get another one of those, Tessus. Heaven is occupied as well. You want to have to plan Heaven side. You have to. Insani, he could just deny the plant right there. 7, 6, time is of the essence. No time in the round. Falcons have lost another.
Can he get enough to time?
He certainly could. He certainly could. He's holding on, fighting for his dear life, safe on the hunt. Does he even bother to pick up the AK? He just wants to focus on living. Didn't want to be condemned to no Kev, no Web. Has anyone ever called a weapon a weapon?
I don't know. We add that new one to the vernacular.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Great. Lakowski pushes in, deals with Magis, who has been good at anchoring down the lobby position. But this is all too little too late from Falcons, right? These kills are coming in as just this spurt. There's not enough time on the clock, and the frustrations are brewing. They're really struggling on the T side of their map choice.
Yeah, and that's the hard thing. Doesn't matter how much experience you've got when you're in that seeing red state, when the frustrations are just inescapable. That's when those unforced errors are amplified. They carry over, they linger.
This is more harassment towards Yard, just the constant clears, the jarring timings, and it's 5 Galils to finish.
Good angle for him.
Oh, wow. That's an AK, that's a kill.
Wow.
He got first bullet, it was the dink. It was just a Galil, it wasn't an AK.
Yeah, and he pays the price for it, the ultimate price. Okay, now you've got to recover. You ask questions of Breno, who has had a lot of impact already in this half, 12 frag deep. And again, he connects. He connects twice at the same time as Lakowski beats out Nico. It's too easy for MIBR right now. They are on elimination game, fighting for their lives, fighting to survive here at Blast TV Austin, and they got 10 in that first half of play.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also two smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards Secret. So with those two smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down Secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards Secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards Secret who's super defensive, you have two players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have three Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying that pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk, who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're going to throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on the side as well. And they're also going to throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, three players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here. Now Jota, who's in the boosted position, he's getting a double kill, which in itself is very well handled by him and not according to plan by Team Spirit. But what happens subsequently as well is that they are reading this fake. So the Eternal Fire players have no information whether or not Spirit are faking inside and already are in Secret. They may think that, okay, they're going to go three guys towards ramp. They already have two guys Secret, so they're going to do a lower crunch, which means that these two players in Matcha and Wycadia, they feel the pressure to do something. They feel the pressure to get some sort of information. And while these three players are fighting on ramp, you have both Wycadia and Major, and they're pushing in towards Hot, they're pushing in towards Door, where these two players are waiting for them. So even though they're losing the trade towards ramp, even though Jota is getting a multi-kill and essentially potentially winning the round for Eternal Fire, because Wycadia and Major feels pressured to do the push because they have no information towards Secret, these two players are able to punish that, which means the one surviving player from ramp can then rotate back, and you have Spirit going inside and essentially winning the round. So at this point, this would not have happened had they not conditioned Eternal Fire from the beginning of the round. So even though nothing is transpiring for 50, 60 seconds, every single smoke, every single Molotov, every single point of pressure is conditioning your opponent to make a decision later on in the round, which you can take advantage of, which is exactly what Spirit did here.
Alarm bells continue to ring as Falcons find themselves with only 2 rounds to boast in the first half of play in our second map. This is an elimination game. The fact that Falcons are here is already alarming to themselves, to the fan base, and to the expectations of a Falcons playoff run. There was all this stir around a very clear, defined top 3, top 4. Falcons were in that and seeing to be the only team that could push Vitality, who are coming into this one feeling like it's a shoo-in.
I think if this was behind closed doors, there was no cameras, there was no public eye, and you told them you had to play Bait, Linvision, OG, MIBR to go through the next stage, they'd laugh you out of the room. This is worrying. This is only 2 rounds T-side. Sure, they won Ancient, but that was their opponent's map choice, and MIBR have a weak map pool at best.
Oh, it has to start somewhere, and pistols have been a real problem for Falcons. Can Monacy's dual Berettas be set up for success? No! Safe will immediately cut him down after his first. Not the same output we saw from Lakowski's, and speak of the devil! He finds Testus, and immediately they recede now. Equipped with Monacy's dual Berettas, he could do it again. He did him so dirty in the first. A very convincing start to MIBR's first half, and doesn't look like it's going to go that way here for Falcons. Quick into the top side, through Squeak. Magic smoked off. Kixon needs to hit a hard shot on a jumping safe, and has done so. So it will be 3v3 for this post. They have to wait for Magic's smoke to fade before they activate, but they're taking their sweet time, Chad. I don't see a kit.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough retake. It's a late lobby piece as well.
Magic's got to get a move on now. Makes it very loud as he leaps on out. Lakowski primed and ready. Very quick deletion of the first. Nice from Magis. Can he get any more? Does so. Just exit. They need to be defusing. Magis has to hold it. Nico has to hit this shot. Falcons, if they want to have hope, a nuke, but he hits it off the defuse. Is that actually going to be? There's no way. There's no way.
I don't even know why he was hanging around. He was hanging around out of frustration.
Yeah, that's what that was.
It. The round was done. That is insane that shot gets hit. I don't quite believe what I just saw in my eyes.
It whistles past Nico's covering face and it hits the diffuser.
Well, this map's over.
Yep. I guess we can stick a fork in this one, but I mean, how? How is this happening?
And you bang on. Nico has to cover. He just has to hit, it sounds simple, a shot. Magis getting these two were beautiful. Just absolutely swings around with the dual Berettas. This is it. The fact that he can even get to that line, that's the problem.
Wow. I mean, that's impact from exit, and it does, yes, surely might signify the end of a very quick nuke. Falcons map pick could be over this quickly.
Oof, okay, well, the odds are still favoring Falcons, likely for the series, sure. Inferno coming up next.
I didn't think we'd be seeing Inferno, to be honest with you, Chad.
No, but this is just wild. The type of teams that they've lost to, this is the beautiful thing about the majors. A 13-8 loss to Bay, a 13-9 loss to Linvision. They lost a map to OG.
Ooh, Nico's Deagle's done something naughty there. The third is crazy. Oh, yeah, he wasn't ready for safe. Still hits one into the belly. Gets him on 50. That retrieval mission could cost Tessus his life if he's not careful. Gets away from the flame.
This is where I hope that the desk is hypercritical of situation. Nico gets 2 kills there, you have a number advantage. What are you doing? Why are you going one more? Okay, round's going to simmer in. Safe and Breno. Breno's had some impactful moments throughout this safe as well with opening kills in the AWP. Famas, it's an MP9, it's a scout. The bomb is across secret side. Nobody's rotated down, but they're not to know that. 30 seconds. A finish will have to be found. If Breno can find a kill or some information, that'll help inform safe for the finish. He's actually going to get a free timing right now and get this kill in main.
Yeah, I don't think Kixon's at all looking at this possibility. So slips through main. That's
Safe's
what you
back
want.
up.
The trade from Magis, because position is noted.
time.
And with only 10 seconds, you'll have to swing through. Magis lets him. You can go as much as you want, mate. I know the time is against you. 8, 7. He'll just about isolate the duel. Does he fake it? Does he call the bluff? Monacy not playing scared. Pushes him in. And a necessary conversion from the Nico double dig, but why is it so stressful?
Yeah, but this is it. It's a force buy situation. It has to be. The only way that you're going to eke through that one right there. So you don't win a pistol round in this map. You win the force buy back, but now you're going to have to dig yourself out. The bomb doesn't get planted. They will force buy back in because of the loss bonus situation. First two are beautiful. This is one of the things as well, when things aren't flowing, players, especially star players, start to feel like they have to do an awful lot.
Man, I didn't see the time.
Oh, no longer wondering if Magis knew the time.
He definitely didn't. Okay, well. Looks like they're going to sell a fake towards outside. Breno will have the HE, can blow open the door.
Yeah, whose POV is he looking at?
I think it's the yard player to see how much space that Insani can get before he throws it. So Breno will nade open door. I guess the molly is going to be from main or CT vent. And then it's going to be the other two out heart. So this is to force the rotation. Door now open. Molly in the vent.
Coming in to test this MP9. That's a beautiful trade from Lakowski. They keep Magis humble. He was alone on the site. Good nade. Solid connection. 70 damage is bringing. Kixon gets a good clear onto Insani in the vents. He has to come up still. NiKo makes his presence known, trying to draw attention away from Heaven as the 2 late pieces will arrive. Breno, just a Tech 9 to hold this. Has to be Falcons. And looks like it could be, should be. Exit, however, he's already done it once. Spamming blindly, unloads his full mag. Diffuse comes through from Tessus. And Kixon even gets himself an extra $600.
Well, you can't fault the strategy, can you? It worked perfectly. Yard smokes land, they even molly in the vent, so that was all part of the fake. It's to make it look like what they're trying to do is get a player down secret or maybe multiple bodies and then go for a ramp split. You get down secret, you constrict the vent rotation. If you molly in the vent, the CTs can't drop down to deal with secret in that fastest port of call. And then they come out of hut. Magisk on his own, he had to get 1 kill there to make sure that the retake was at least somewhat favorable for Falcons. Sure, they had the weapon advantage. Well, they definitely needed the man advantage. Now it will be the eco. 2-0 still on the table, but this is going to be a tough climb. Tessus about to have company on ramp.
Yeah, here comes Lakowski. It's not the weapon you'd want. A Deagle walking through a smoke. Yeah, he thinks twice about that. Doesn't seem advisable.
He's been having a good game, him and Breno. Lakowski had 2 good back-to-back maps. It was him and Insani in map number 1. Right now, it's him and Breno. Still not too late for the players like Exit and Insani to activate.
Yeah, MIBR are just going to ask questions of Tessus. Just delayed by that
joining
smoke.
him.
Ooh, just in time. Just in time. Tessus sticking around, unloading. m0NESY cleans up. 3 down to the M4 spray. Not even bothering to reload. It's just going to be sidearm to try and finish the job, and finish they shall. Insani's lost his gun. He's lost his gun. Doesn't matter. Lost his life as well.
All right, well, that was just an eco. We'll get back into the rifles now.
Make no mistake, though, MIBR still absolute prime candidates to take us the distance to Inferno here, a 10-2
I love the micro decision here from Kixon. He had an MP9 carried through, but because they're working with such a fine margin of rounds, as you've just highlighted, he has upgraded into an M4, right? Why take any risks on carrying that through? You don't have a lot of rounds to work with. This isn't the first half, this is the second, and you can't risk giving over 12 this early. NiKo aggressive, behind the glaive smoke.
Insani and NiKo likely to clash. Masked by the smoke and loud. Oh, and Insani doesn't matter. Finds m0NESY. He was on top of blue. Just sticking out over the smokes, and Insani, while running, just drive-by kills him.
NiKo has to get away from this.
Yeah, they're going to fade pretty soon. They'll park 1 on red, catch that secret rotate. Tessus under so much scrutiny here.
Oh, they passed.
Oh, a jump scare for Tessus.
Saw the bomb.
Yeah, and a necessary trade out of Exit.
Forced a big rotation. Magisk has hedged down ramp immediately. NiKo's now taken the ramp position. Kixon is going to have to worry about everything under the sun. We'll have to eventually worry about them going heaven and hell. He's worried about main. He's worried about heart. He's worried about squeaky. And MIBR can just hit the brakes and let this one simmer. So Kixon takes the round into his own hands, pushes into a safer haven of the squeaky door room, giving them space, but also giving himself less to worry about. NiKo also starting to activate. So he's pivoting back, or is he? So coming in through lobby, Kixon needs at least a kill here.
Yeah, but you're surely going to be double swinging this. It's not going to be an easy duel for Kixon. 2 AKs peeking, you know, they crouch walk in. A real golden opportunity for one. NiKo the other, gets that belated trade onto Exit.
Remember, Magisk is lower.
Yeah, and Breno's been lobby this whole time, just come back down the ladder and waiting for NiKo. So Lakowski sideswipes him, and the plant should be uncontested. Lakowski has that bomb on his back. Magisk will slip up the vent and start to his crawl. 2 AKs are behind him on that site. And Breno hits the first bullet. That's what you want to be seeing if you're MIBR. They put themselves on 12, and notice this kind of mute celebration. They're not going to be popping off. They know that they've got to win a whole other map after the end of this one, but the fact that the third is even a discussion is a sign, a warning sign for Falcons and their form here. It has not really changed too much from the best of ones.
Yeah, I think one of the keys right now is that you touched upon there is it is quiet, and this matchup hasn't had the same banter or same yelling as some of the other games that have been taking place across Stage 1 and Stage 2. The serious ramifications for this for Falcons is going home so early and not even a position where you're even contending. Both of these teams found themselves 0-2 after day number 1. It was losses to Bay and Linvision for Falcons. It was losses to Legacy and Nemiga for MIBR. MIBR took down BetBoom to send them home yesterday.
Yeah, Legacy with a 3-0 finish in this stage. Doing what Falcons thought they would be.
Yeah, the Brazilian team that's not even meant to be here. It's crazy. That's the Cinderella story of Austin so far. All right, well, back into the buys. AWP for Monacy. You're just going to need, what, 7 rounds in a row?
Oh, is that it?
Crazier things have happened. Oh, the pace on this.
Oh my God, Insani straight in, breaks his legs. And Monacy chips in elsewhere. What the hell? The timing on the Spanic lines up perfectly, and this round just falls immediately apart. In tatters. All over the map, bodies drop.
Okay, well, trying to finish it with pace off the back of the tactical timeout, thinking, hey, what is their response going to be? Let's just try and throw pace in their face to unravel whatever their opening hold is. Safe would be loving some damage right now, but it's tough to see him getting anything. And I think for MIBR going forward, a bit more standard defaulty rounds, as it is all 5 staying alive for Falcons. How many AKs can they scavenge back? Everybody gets one alongside of the AWP, so at least they're as fully equipped as they would hope for. And you may as well be buying in with head armor, get your defuse kits, get all your utility round after round.
Oh, he was so rapid on that. The outside player on Unbreakable is very fortunate. Kixon was so active there. So an impactful round from the captain. Good catch on that pace change.
And it is just going to be 2,400 lost into the next. There's a hero AK for Safe. Everybody else will eco. Now, they did win a round like this on Ancient if you missed it. It was Glocks that did the damage, not the AK-47. So let's see if that can happen again. There is a Deagle. A hand cannon for Insani. Can he find Monacy with the AWP? Will have to be a cracker of a shot.
Ooh, I think Monacy saw the tip of the head on there, on crouch there.
So swept away. Can help fortify ramp alongside a TSS. You know, you have some problems in a round like this if you're expecting lighter buys. It's always a bit more poppy. But now Safe going to try and isolate a 1v1 against TSS before that AWP can help. Suspiciously quiet. That forces a smoke and now a redirect, or at least a hurry up and wait out of the Brazilians. Just one more round. 5 kills, and this one seems like the most unlikely of the bunch.
Yeah, but you'll play for those kills. Doesn't matter how late that clock gets. Respect the smoke, start to accelerate soon. Insani trying to get across, and he's found the gap. This, however, is hell.
Oh.
Nico giving him a sound cue. He doesn't realize what he's just given to Insani, an opportunity. That's enough of a distraction. Comms flowing, now rushing into Tessus' spray. That's what you're expecting to see. The hero AK gets nothing done.
Yeah, it's just a tough one there for Nico because that's Counter-Strike timing, right? He starts thinking, okay, there's not going to be anybody outside. I think I'm going to start moving elsewhere to help, and then makes a step. I think he spots maybe the tip of the Deagle, almost gives his life away in that situation. So the Counter-Strike god's not smiling down.
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
That's Counter-Strike.
Okay, well, that was the eco. Now we get the buy. Safe, with the hero AK, will have to operate with something lighter. He gets a Tech 9 in Seb, but the rest of his team are fully strapped. Can Insani accelerate into this yard space quickly? Oh, negated early by the Deep CT Molly. Smoke ball dots across the yard. Nico, as the yard player, will have a lot to communicate, a lot on his plate, and there's a lot on the other side of those smokes.
He's not alone, though. His duo, his partner in crime, Monacy, working on secret stairs early. So this will be a nice opportunity for an AWP. You'd expect to at least get one and fall back. Oh, Madness is going to chip in all the way from downtown. Committed to the spray, finds Insani through the smoke. And now, if you still want to commit to B, you meet the AWPer. Feels like the setup's poised to be perfect from Falcons. Oh, and even if with the drop, the unorthodox approach, Monacy, he ain't scared. He gets his frag. Nice reaction shot from the sniper.
All right, pivoting back now, Nico Redpole. Good position to deny all of this.
And he stays tucked. He doesn't want to give them the way back in. And that's Kixon covering Nico. Look at the team plate. There's synergy on display now. Is it too little too late, though? Don't forget, just one single round. Kixon's a dead man. Exit bowls him over, but swings to his demise.
Okay, well, that is the first 2 kills for MIBR in the last 3 rounds of play. Those remove 2 AKs from the board, so they're not going to have those to work with, but it will be another partial investment now from MIBR. Now, they shouldn't be worry too much. See with this kill here, it looks great, but it's on Insani. So the problem with that is you've taken down the standard outside crawl player anyway, so you don't exactly know what to expect. Good point. So as soon as m0NESY kills Lakowski and then understands there's more, at that point, Falcons get a better understanding of the picture, the strategy that the Brazilians are called in with. And they are going to take their second tactical timeout. Now, they've got one more of those to burn. Take a look at the top left of your screen. You can see Falcons have nothing. And, well, they're not even going to get a chance to take it unless...
Falcons keep going.
Yeah, well, look, if we get into overtime, we know that there'll be replenishments of tactical timeouts. This is where you hope in the lab that you have a great pocket strat, right? You know, what type of set piece have we calculated? Last time, they brought out the lighter buy. They did the outside smokes. They got Insani across. They mollied it into the vent, and they actually just left Magisk on his own towards the top side. So you could throw a similar pattern of util, and they actually have the util to do the same thing again, but you could have a different finish.
Okay, yeah, clearing 10 off the rip. Set piece. Imminent. Ooh, and a little bit of damage just through the corner of the box. It's confirmation there's bodies outside, and plenty of bodies now. Tagged up by that HE. A little bit of flak damage, re-smoking, and oh, he was holding. m0NESY, good awareness, and spam from NiKo. Removes the threat.
That was easy.
Yeah, there is no 1B. You know, there is perhaps a chance for Safe to get this bomb down uncontested. I think the ramp player might be able to get... No, he's planted Safe.
Okay, well, you take the $600.
Thank you very much.
It's just going to be Breno, so very late to this. Unlikely to find anything whatsoever as the diffuser's already been stuck. Magisk down towards the lower deck as the last man standing will just have to saunter on out. He's got the Kevlar, it's all good. He's going to be able to upgrade into head armor, no dramas, so all good in the hood because, again, there's still plenty of rounds to work with. 3 more, though, to complete this comeback and take us into OT.
You go down 0-2, you go down 10-2. Like, Falcons just doing it on hard mode at the moment.
Want to get in as many reps and rounds as possible, apparently.
Right, yeah. It's all Zonic's plan.
All part of the plan.
Get them all warmed up.
All right, well, that plant has actually facilitated a safe AWP. And he's even got the trimmings, some util, some head armor, all the goods. Can it be the difference maker?
Oh, m0NESY's under so much pressure. Oh. He still gets one. Down the vent with the bomb, though. That's an awkward one for the CTs to manage. He's done very well to survive the nade barrage.
So quick.
Yeah, but look at the lobby hold. Exit lingers. Catches Kixon quick to it. Lakowski will not be forced out. A missed incendiary. He still has a vantage point. Behind the site, can pivot between ramp. Them. They're all coming and channeled through that narrow choke of ramp.
Bomb's already almost halfway gone.
Yeah, this is already looking like it could be the last round on Nuke. MIBR, have you done enough? Is there anything from Falcons on this retake? Couple of pieces of util, well placed. Breno reveals himself as he spams away at the control side smoke.
Gotta get a move on, boys.
They're advancing. They need to be defusing. Look at the time. They've got to get on that bomb. Lakowski catches another. NiKo doing his best. Molly towards the bomb site. NiKo fragging up the storm, but Exit's done it. MIBR take us the distance. The Falcons are on death's door 2. Loser of Inferno's going home. World number 2 versus Brazilians, and the Brazilians take us the distance.
A vent dive is going to send Falcons to hell. The insanity of that call, the damage done to m0NESY still finds one, but they get that bomb clan and quick smart, and we'll call that a quick one from MIBR. Dominant in the first, not so much in the second, but that buffer around, it was beautiful.
The Brazilians with resilience. What a way to be closing that one out. Inferno will decide who is heading home here from the Blast TV Austin Major. But man, talk about a rebound from MIBR.
Good job by MIBR. I mean, I think they actually played really great on Nuke. They came off get-go. I think it was a 10-2 half. I think they played really great. Like, they had a little bit of a struggle closing it out, but you had the individual like Lakowski having some impressive rounds.
Very impressive rounds. We spoke about it. Lakowski coming into this game, we said and highlighted he's been the well-playing player for MIBR throughout the tournament. So if they wanted to make a comeback, it had to come from him. Breno as well had a good showing. Insani with a couple of moments. I think we got to give credit to MIBR. And yes, I agree, they played good Counter-Strike. But Falcons, man, I don't know what the hell they're doing. We're going to show you a couple of rounds where we feel like that's where they're losing it. But overall, it just seemed like they're shaking. Like, I thought it was a day one thing, but no, it's Falcons not playing good Counter-Strike.
I think the retake was like the last round we got to see like the retake. Like the bomb was even like halfway gone before they even started the retake, and the retakes was something I touched upon yesterday as well, and the day before that. It just looks so slow, and like you can see, like the vent dive call here from MIBR to actually speed up things was really good, and they get down vents without actually getting contested too much. They get the bomb down pretty early. The lobby crunch does not work. Exit actually plays off super well, and then you can just see the retake. Like the bomb is always about to explode, and at this point, even a molly dropped the bomb. There's no way back from that.
It's the reaction and lack thereof and hesitation and maybe, I guess, the fact that they are a little bit stubborn in their way of playing. You know, they're stubborn in the sense that, yeah, we have to do a retake all four together and we have to group up, we have to wait for the utility. But fact of the matter is MIBR is rushing out the door in the beginning of the round, which means they have all the utility in the world to hold Falcons at bay. And at that point, someone got to make the decision that we have to get in before that utility goes down. Otherwise, you lose your window of opportunity. 9 out of 10 times, I'd say Falcons, Nico, m0NESY, those players, they realize that in the moment, but they're hesitating right now, and I don't know why.
Lars was talking about that ambush, you know, starting it for Falcons, just coming into yesterday. But that was just a pure ambush of utility coming out from MIBR, perfectly timed as well. I think we've got another example of that when we go back to round number 7. This is Breno with a beautiful clutch, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a beautiful clutch, and I love the fact that he's the one keeping his composure. I love the fact that in round 7, he seems like the more experienced player. Again, Exit makes a bit of a mistake. Tessus gets a nice kill, drops down the vents. I like what I'm seeing right here from Falcons, to be completely honest. They get down, they get the bomb down as well. It's a 4v2 at this point. Now, Breno is in behind enemy lines, and he is that cause of m0NESY got the first kill. He didn't realize someone was coming from behind. It's still a 1v2 at this point. He doesn't realize where the bomb is, and then the guy on ramp panics. He swings out, kicks, and misses a free kill in the side of Brennan, and I'm pretty sure that we don't get to see it from Kixon's point of view, but it's not pretty. Molotov goes down, Flash comes in for m0NESY. He doesn't bite the bait. I thought the second time he faked and didn't stick to it, that was the opportunity. He then the third time goes for it, and m0NESY doesn't buy into it. This round, look at the scoreline as well. 6-1 for MIBR. Had Falcons won this, it would have been 5-2. There would have been no money in MIBR. Falcons would guarantee themselves 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 T-side rounds, and I'd be like, yeah, they're gonna win this game. CT side is gonna be fine. But that was the moment where MIBR bought the ticket back into the game.
And this is where you see, like, sure, the clutch from Brennan was extremely well, but then at the same time, we touch on Ancient as well, that Falcons can have situations where they just look completely silly. And, you know, sure, the clutch is more like on the individual players, and obviously Kixon from ramp is clearly missing. But the fact that he wins this round, and he looks completely out of it when he goes, I cannot find the bomb. You know, it looked like it was going to go in the way of the Falcons, right? But that just also proves the whole idea that Falcons can play so good, but they can also look so silly.
Why do you think m0NESY didn't repeak in that situation? Because like he taps the bomb so many times, you know, he's fully blind at one point whilst he's sticking it. Why wouldn't you repeak in that situation?
There's obviously the case that we didn't get to see how much HP m0NESY had in that situation.
Low HP.
If he was low HP, obviously he would have picked in the molly. Maybe he didn't even have time to get the shot off. Maybe he would have just done it instantly. So Brennan could have just stuck to the fuse, but I think the damage that was done to m0NESY was probably unknown from his side. So the fact that m0NESY throws out the flashbangs, you know, to try and get a reaction, like Brennan he sticks the bombs a couple of times before he realized that, okay, now I only have this option kind of to stick it.
But he's never touched the bomb right here. m0NESY can definitely hear if he's touching the bomb right. m0NESY and Kixon have to communicate. Why would Kixon ever peek out from ramp? Why would he ever peek out from ramp?
Wasn't he 98 HP?
Yeah. He was on 98
m0NESY was 98
HP.
HP, actually.
Okay.
I was called agreeing that he was on, but he was not, apparently.
Doesn't matter, whatever. Why would Kixon ever peek out from ramp before m0NESY tells him to peek the bomb? I know the bomb is planted behind and Kixon is maybe afraid that he's left out behind, but at that point, it's a very simple 1v2. m0NESY have to be the first point of contact. If he sticks the bomb, m0NESY will check. If he doesn't, then Kixon can stay alive and then move in. He peeks out before that happens. Not only does he miss the kill, you know, mechanical failure, missing an aim duel, we can't really blame him for that. That can happen to any player out there. It's more so the lack of communication between the two players that I hate. This is not Falcons. That's not the second best team in the world playing Counter-Strike right there. They're losing to a player who cannot find the goddamn bomb, looking left, right, and center, and they make it look silly.
I know we're looking at the minutiae of that particular round.
Well, they're losing.
For good reason, because we like to get nerdy with it. But let's look at the wider context of this situation. Now, once again, Dupree, Falcons 1 map away from being eliminated in stage 2.
This is not where they find themselves. Like, this is not where they're supposed to find themselves. You know, like I think that the win on Ancient, for me, it felt like it was this is us bringing it back into the tournament. Like we got a comfortable win on a map that we feel comfortable on. Now we're just gonna go to Nuke and take it. But obviously we also saw like weaknesses from Falcons playing its OG yesterday on Nuke. So for them to find themselves now going up against MIBR on the third map of Inferno, it's obviously going to be difficult for them. But at the same time, they're also just like they have to win it.
Yeah, well, MIBR, they do equalize the scoreline, which leaves us down to Inferno. One more map to see if Falcons will be eliminated here at the Blast TV Austin Major. Falcons knocking on death's door, and it all comes down to that third and final decider of Inferno. This, Jacob, this separates Falcons from potentially one of the earliest exits we've seen of one of the favorites coming into the Austin Major.
And I feel like we've been there before. I feel like we've been there before where we had that scenario happen against OG as well. They survived against OG. We think to ourselves, what the
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon,
Oh.
kinda.
What?
I decided that I needed to show my inner support for Falcons, so now I'm here. I've been degraded from playing a player to now being a team mascot.
Is this like still in your contract for Falcons? Or?
Actually, I'm not contract anymore. This is out of my free will.
Oh, okay. Do you come with any words of wisdom, Mr. Falcon?
I made a poem for them going, Falcons fly, Falcons fall. Do you know who's gonna save us all? Manisi.
Manisi?
Yes.
You're predicting Manisi, Mr. Falcon. Is he coming back for Inferno? Is he back? Is he really back?
He is back. He's never been missing. Like, Manisi is here to play. Like, he's the one that's gonna bring Falcons back.
You do
2-1.
have such a massive brain in that.
Right?
Debris.
I actually have a beak up here as well. Anyway, how do you guys feel about this game?
I'm feeling all kind of ways right now. How about you two?
I can't believe I get shit for saying MIBR has the coolest shirt in here, and then you show up in that, and you probably get praised.
We should make a poll who has the greatest shirt.
Oh, shit. It's like it's
inflatable. Yeah, it's inflatable.
It fits you really well, Mr. Falcon.
I can hear the inflatable coming in your ass right now.
I can't believe you've eaten Dupree, Mr. Falcon. It's just crazy.
No, but I mean, like, when things get hectic, when things get to a point where you need to pull out like the most crazy stuff, that is what I needed to do. You know, I needed to show much. But I have two of my best friends playing inside Factory. We cannot have them eliminated.
Do you want to go like maybe just run down there?
I don't want to go interfere with the players. I don't think I should go that.
Sure?
I think that would be bad. They're in a position where they need to focus.
They're in full
don't take the focus away from them, Freya,
They're in
please.
full focus position. What are they saying coming into this Inferno?
Yeah, try to be
Considering
serious,
they could be
Pia.
eliminated.
Try to be a bit serious, will you?
Well, the fact is that now they're going into Inferno. They are in a position where they need to win to advance. You know, otherwise they would not be shocking up in this one. You know, that there is not a case where we do not see Falcons advancing. Do you actually think I would pull up in this kind of thing if it wouldn't be a case?
The head is so big that I don't get it. Like,
but this is because I'm so smart.
You do have such a big head.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we're looking at Manisi, Mr. Falcon. Why should we be looking at Manisi, Mr. Pimp?
Clearly because he's the best player on the server, right, Peter?
Yes.
Yeah? Any
alongside
other reason?
Nico. Well, alongside Nico, Magisk, Sonic as well, like all of them, Tessus even.
Yeah, I mean,
Hickson,
you're just saying
let's not
player
forget him.
names right
Mastermind.
now. Yeah.
I've gotten to a point where I'm annoyed now. You know, I'm annoyed at Falcons. I'm annoyed at the fact that they don't live up to our expectations. So at this point, you know, they may as well lose. Send them home, send them out. You know, let them fly wherever the hell they want to fly.
You and I, we're gonna have a battle in the green room.
Yeah,
because it's so serious.
Yeah.
Are we actually going to see Falcons go home? Though?
No, I mean, if they win, right, there's a chance Peter will show up in this shit again tomorrow. So at this point, we just need to get him out.
What are you talking about? It's a Falcon, Jacob.
It's an eagle. Oh.
I need to be super serious here, but this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, is it happening? Are we going to see the demise of Falcons? Like, we've been on this precipice before, right? We've been into the exact situation yesterday. They gave us faith when we went into that third, but now it's a bit topsy-turvy, right? But surely, we look at Inferno.
Surely.
There's Nico, who I would say is the new king of banana.
Have you yes, as you just mentioned, have you seen how Nico goes and take banana control? Like, he's like the god. He's like Freiburg evolved. How do you feel about that one?
I lost faith. I think MIBR is going to win, and I also do want to contest what Chad and Alex said just before. I stand by my statement. My eyes are fucked in every possible way. Colorblind is not one of them. I think the MIBR jersey is cool.
So that's why we shouldn't trust your take on MIBR. In all seriousness, no. We are coming into such dire straits. I actually can't keep it together. We're coming into such dire straits, though, for Falcons. This is the team that we're looking at and going, okay, prior to this, you've only lost to Vitality, you've only lost to Mouse. Are we actually in a situation where they're going to lose to MIBR?
And honestly, here's why I'm pissed, you know, because they can always go out after the tournament and say, yeah, we knew we came in as a deadliner. We know the rumors, we know that Kyusuke most likely is coming in, and the excuse will always be, yeah, we knew we were going to change afterwards, right? That doesn't make it excusable. That doesn't make it okay for Falcons to be struggling this much, but that's why I'm getting slightly annoyed. You know, they don't play good Counter-Strike. They're not exciting right now, and that's what I always felt that I would get from the Falcons or the Eagles or whatever the hell they are. But at this point, I'm getting annoyed to a point where I think MIBR are good enough to beat Falcons, so I hope it's going to happen.
Mr. Falcons, would you like to send us to the commentators to get the show on the road?
Who's commentating?
Chad and Alex.
All right, cool. So, Chad and Alex, can you bring it on? Let the Eagles, the Falcons, fly high.
Doesn't even know what type of bird it is.
Yo, I'm impressed.
This is very serious.
Yeah, it is a very serious time. I don't know why we're all playing fun and games over there. Actually, Jacob isn't. Jacob's taking it seriously.
He's pissed.
He's not happy.
He's not happy at all.
He's giving disappointed dad energy.
How is Nico part of 2 rosters in back-to-back majors that are both dead on arrival?
I don't know, man. That doesn't make sense. It does not compute. We're all coming into this one expecting Falcons to fly into the final day. However, MIBR have got us into Inferno. A solid performance from them, and a solid performance from our analysts, I have to say. Loved a costume.
Yeah, here's a nugget for Mr. Falcon. The brain of a falcon is relatively small compared to its body size, but it's proportionally larger than other birds of similar size.
Oh, well, now you said it like that.
In the bird world, it is a large brain, but a small brain for the body.
Proportionally.
Proportionally.
Yeah, okay. I think proportionally, I've got quite a large body.
Compared to
other birds
of a similar size.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's get underway.
Well, what do we have here? Double Molotov, a lot of investments into util.
Oh, and I'll tell you what we have. MIBR 3-1 in the pistol department so far.
Yeah, not in a good way. Oh, MIBR, yes. Sorry.
MIBR. Falcons 1 and 3 in the pistol department.
That isn't pretty.
And the fact that Tessa starts with the Goosh immediately will limit his inquisitive options. It's going to be a B execute into 3. Nico, Magis, Kixon. Can you defend this one?
I mean, if they're doing a double molly exec, Magic's position won't be flushed out. Nico likely will have to take first contact, but it blocks smoke ready. Throws it out as they throw out 2 of their own.
There's a HE from Breno to clear this.
Here come the mollies. They're not slowing down. They are going to commit to this. Kixon has a sight line over that coffin position, draws attention to himself, but the flashes are good. Layered nicely. There's Kixon, but it's Breno that opens the sight with 2. Forced away, low HP. Another pistol imminent for MIBR.
Remember, Tesla's got Goosh at the start of the round, so I don't even know how you get back into
your
this.
Kev. I mean, what have you got? You got Monacy, the only real kind of possible healthy member of the squad, coming back in to a lost bomb site.
Kixon's the only one that I would say can go for some frags because he doesn't have Kevlar to work with, but he's looking like he wants to usher out of town as well. Monacy hanging around to escort him, and that's just to limit $300 going the other way. So throwing the towel on the pistol round. This one's done like a dog's dinner. 1-0 start for MIBR yet again. And there you go. Kixon will grab another kill. If he could have made it a 3rd, that would have equaled a silenced M4. Actually, either M4, but...
yeah, what are you talking about? You're an A4 stand.
I know, but normally they go for silenced M4.
You're right. Well, Breno hasn't slowed down, has he? Of course, big impact. Des discussed his impact on Nuke.
Yeah, questioning Monacy's decision-making in that clutch. Actually, Kixon's as well, so putting them under the microscope.
Here he comes, into the site, and immediately dispatches of the 2 defenders.
It looked casual there from his perspective, didn't it?
He's calm.
Well, he was actually removed from this roster and then brought back on, right? Remember, Breno got replaced for Lakowski. Brought back when they got rid of Drop. Putting Exit back in the in-game leadership shoes. This is going to be a force buy back in from Falcons. They won one of these on Nuke. Aggression.
Yeah, very aggressive. Up the guts of middle, escorted by that Monacy scout. Now the flash. Oh, he's jumping. Oh, Exit was blinded off. Just gets vision in time. Magis 1. Good work from Kixon. It's really not easy for Insani. They know where he is, and they've got him low.
It's the bomb, though, that's down at the feet of the final 2.
Yeah, his options. There is almost no way for Insani to win this. Trying to scavenge any additional util he can find. Another smoke takes his place. He's just going to have to make a Hail Mary maneuver. Hope the flash catches his opponent. And Monacy, oh my God, goes down. Oh, and he even connects another bullet. How does that one come down to such a close exchange? Kixon, with 3 kills in the round, has sorted the Falcons out.
Yeah, Kixon and Magis combined there. So sure, another pistol lost, but another force buy win. Problem was they couldn't keep that going on Nuke, so see what they can pull out of this. I can't believe Exit gets a chance to recover there, so the timing of that flash maybe a little bit early with the pathing that was coming through. Exit did very well to avoid just instant death. Something gets an AK. Tech 9's for everybody else. So I don't think you can go fast in this round.
They might disagree.
You can.
They really disagree. Kixon, they all line up for him, but he gets absolutely nothing done, and the B site's open. Oh, this is a catastrophe. Weapons fall into enemy hands, bomb site's lost. You're already panicked, flustered, you spot someone, but you've got an MP9, and you still make it work. That's a nice find from Tessus.
MIBR clearly do not care who you are in the server right now. They are happy to play in your face CS. That smoke Is it Coffins? Is it CT? All right, that's the right choice, as we can see.
Oh, and you can see that really limits their retake options now. You're either pushing through the smoke.
And their retakes have sucked.
They really have.
Again, it's down to the wire.
Yeah, you want the second round fought, and now you're in trouble. Maybe not, because Magic's the hero Falcons needed. He runs into the site, burns out one, headshot, foul, trying to spam through the smoke. It wasn't far off, you know.
Still going to be damn close on that defuse, isn't it? It will come through, but...
Bro, that was so unbelievably close. I don't want to like be critical of Kixin because he did just get completely owned by this Tech 9. But like it feels like you're due a couple when I see the util, I see the damage, I see them line up for him.
No, I agree. I'm very surprised how easy that was. So the B defense bowed out in a big time there. The bomb goes down again.
I swear, like Magisk is really keeping Falcons in it with some of his impact.
And apparently energy as well.
Yeah, right.
See him there trying to bring that. And they know that they're up against the wall once more.
I think he's one of those guys that's just very much a big game player. Like he handles pressure. It only makes him a better player.
Well, part of the storyline that we haven't even really gotten to touch upon because they've been losing so much is the fact that Magisk is chasing down Mr. Dupree's record.
That's right too.
He might be able to level up the playing field. The only other man who could be getting 5 majors under his belt. They both did it together in Vitality. They got 1-3 together in Astralis. There's pop flash through middle.
See? Lovely. This one's textbook.
I tell you what's concerning the most about last round is one thing that you would back Falcons in for is their individuals to play heads-up Counter-Strike, and heads-up Counter-Strike is just taking duels, which is exactly what they got offered in the last round. I know it was against armored opponents with Tech 9s, etc., but still, to get so little from Kixin and Nico is inexcusable.
But is that not how we sometimes categorize Brazilian Counter-Strike? It is very kind of, we welcome aggression, there is some heads-up nature to it.
Well, definitely with Legacy. I think MIBR have definitely been back and forth between different types of CS that they'd like to play.
Okay.
Same with Furia. They've really been chasing their identity. Obviously, we knew that it was crazy with Art as the in-game leader, but they've definitely tempered since then.
He's not scared, is he? Going to quickly boost up over the half-wall smoke. Okay, Nico, proactive.
Does seem scary because Insani could path through those smokes and be directly under them. He is backing off, so we can see no harm, no foul, but it is quite worrying there. So Nico will dismount.
Yeah, thinks twice about.
Look at how far forward Brenner was in apps. He was already up in the choke of apps. He's walking away, right? He had so much space within that round already. So it's only 2 players on B. Nico and Kixin. Rotation is either Monacy or Tessus. Everybody going to congregate in Banana now. That nade well placed. Here they come.
Yeah, okay, Kixin. Nico, crossfire tested, held. Perfect! Again, empty hands for the B defenders.
Save.
That looks too easy.
It is. It does. And another slow start from Nico. Said it's 3 maps in a row now. 0 and 7, I believe he was on Ancient. I think he was 0-4, 0-5, something along those lines over there on Nuke. And, well, he's 1 and 4 at the moment. And again, it's his bomb site that's exploited. So expecting an A play with the 3 individuals holding the A site, but you can see the corpses littering B, just the remnants that was, as this one is secure. 3-2. Money for the buy.
And that B bomb site as a CT, it is like a very nuanced affair, is it not?
Look at Alzi. Not what he's looking at. That's a couple of peppers or capsicums or whatever you want to call them, but he's got a smile on his face. He's having a sip of the drink, a casual round. And this is the thing, MIBR or any of these teams, OG as well yesterday, even though it was heartbreaking for the youngsters, they had 3 major rookies within that roster. To lose to Falcons, you're drawing against one of the top teams in the world. So you're getting a free swing at maybe not the king, but definitely the prince.
Yeah.
And what have you got to lose? Look at this. Everyone, he's not sitting at home taking a sip of the beverage. It's on land.
But there's no way, like, humans don't have like a reset button. You can't just go to like Nico and just say, hey, can you just, forget about it, start fresh, new day.
It's to see if they can install one, huh?
Yeah, well, he's stewing in it. And it's not what you want to be seeing in a 3rd map for your survival at the major.
They were hoping this conditioned to 3-player B start. It hasn't. 3 on A for Falcons to shut this down.
Okay. Exit doesn't reveal its position, doesn't get caught by the incendiary on its initial spread. That's an initial excursion gone wrong. Lakowski pokes his nose into Monacy.
Sunny up Banana. He might just try and look for a fight against Kixin. Tessus calls mid-clear, or at least for the space that he was able to garner. And yep, look at that. Insani knows he needs to try and level the field.
Immediately you see that rotation forced.
Yeah, and that's not a lot of pressure really, is it? It's just 1 player. Everybody else is still bearing down on A. Breno and Apps, the other two in the choke of mid, and Insani starting to saunter back down. Banana for the finish. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Could just be Long and Moto. Go, pop into Modesty and Magisk, and if they don't get kills between them, the other three are on B. So right now, MIBR calling up a storm.
Yeah, Falcons getting tossed around, just completely manipulated.
Good block. Really good block.
45, does that channel them up the arch side? No, they'll nade and go. Swinging short, multiple bodies. Magisk, can he deliver once more for the Falcons? The answer is no, a resounding no! Same story, different bomb site. And Sani this time with 2. Doesn't matter about the loss of Lakauzi, apparently. Faked out by one guy, top Banana.
Yeah, and they pulled so many resources across. So right now, Falcons feels like they're trying to do too much in response to this.
Holy schmoly, dude. I'm just processing what we could be witnessing by the end of this map.
Yeah, and this is Falcons coming into the major as one of the top dogs alongside of Vitality, Mouse, and Spirit. That's your top 4 in, well, any particular order after Vitality. I just saw a photo on Twitter, Cycrin with the boys in a facility right now watching this very match, and they're another team who'd be happy to see Falcons getting sent home early. Had some back and forths with them throughout this season.
Terrorists win.
And I would just reflect on Rio, where Monacy and Nico in G2 weren't even able to qualify for the major. This is stage 2. They would rightfully think that their spot at the table is with the big boys, not even in the top 16, but the playoffs. With the way that this season has unfolded, we've had 10 Tier 1 events up until this point. The VRS season, the first time, 2025, the change, the shake-up, the new world order, and Falcons, within the later stages of that, have pegged themselves as the world number 2. Before that, Mouse was in the conversation. Coming into the new year, it was Spirit off of the Shanghai major win, but it's been Vitality dominant.
I mean, what a final that most consider, you know, it should have been a Falcons victory in Melbourne.
Yeah, they had him down. They had him out. It was a crazy comeback on Nuke.
It certainly was. And yet now, oh how the mighty have fallen. They find themselves here. A third map getting double entried by Brazilians, swinging you up short. It's a good sign of life from MIBR. If they want to see another day of play, they need more of that from Insani, more of that from Breno. Nico and Kixon also need to lock down their bomb site for the Falcons.
They're never going to win out banana control with just 2 players. And again, they're already cheating. This could be poor prep. I really don't know what else to put this to. The fact that you're hedging 4 over towards A, the similar setup as the last round. Maybe this time you get what you're looking for.
They couldn't be further away from A, Chad. Like, look at the map.
Yeah, like that's the thing. This could be a scenario where they're waiting for like a second wave banana control, then they win out the jewels, then they hit the site because they get blocked, and now they rotate back. So you're really hoping for a brackets control next on the menu. Tessa's playing anti. Nico with a supportive flash lobs that one out, and they need some Qs. There's one, so at least somebody spotted over towards second middle.
But that's
yeah, but that's it again, and it's bad info again.
Tessa's is going too?
This is just, I'm not, this has to be from bad, well, it's not bad prep. The prep is
not
being
working.
Called around from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR again are in the right place. They have found the less guarded bomb site.
They have
just
no help.
Monacy versus the whole squad. It is a 2v5 on A. What have you got? Turns the flash. Matt gets light on ammo. Still gets 2. Solid output from him, but Monacy, he was instantly deleted by Lakauzi. Your bomb site's lost, and your retakes better be good.
Well, again, they're in this position. A number, look, at least not disadvantaged scenario. We're all leveled up. 3v3, there's a kit in play. Bomb just goes down now, 40 seconds. Do you even try and tussle with this? We know how hard it is to retake on a map like Inferno.
Oh, and Tessa's just took 46 damage from a
Saving
HE.
again.
He's backing away.
They are not playing like a team who's trying to win. They are playing like a team who's trying not to lose.
How many times is that's
3 in a row.
That's the third. Yeah.
3 in a row.
The third time where they've just been kind of outmaneuvered by the T side.
Okay, lost bonus again. Nico can drop. Monacy can buy himself. They can buy again. But either way, they're just being completely outcalled right now.
Yeah.
You need gargantuan with levels of output from your individual. I think a timeout has to be taken.
Terrorists win.
You're not going to get an AWP again. Well, actually, Nico could drop one, but he needs the nade. So I would say an AWP right now is not advised.
Yeah, but you're bang on about this whole banana take. Like, why have we not started 3? Why do we, like, at no point, at no single time in this round have Falcons said, oh, we've got banana, nothing's the banana, rotate the AWP over, cheat A, stack A, whatever it may be. We haven't gotten that far. They kind of throw a nade and then fall into the site and getting pulled apart.
They're getting destroyed. Okay, well, Magisk is the one who's going to have to swallow the bitter pill of the FAMAS, everybody else with the M4s.
Well, this is what you wanted to see, 3.
Yeah, but right now, just call into a fast A.
Okay, yep, they are. Breno's quick to abs.
And he has been a lot of the time. He understands he has this space. He's actually been taking this liberally.
Yeah, well, Magisk lets him know that he is going to be active this time. The incendiary. But actually, Magisk is pulled away, and Breno, he is in hot pursuit of Magisk, already out on the balcony, not even worried about the site. He's looking for Magisk, slips into him now. Magisk needs that, gets it on the FAMAS. Wasn't expecting Safe to have been there with the bomb on his back, and the A site lost.
Say it again, Alex.
SAVE. Falcons, they ain't got no economy. This is another locked-in round for MIBR, and it's just consecutive blows. A 4.
You haven't been able to compete.
Not once.
In these last 4 rounds. This is baffling to watch. Look, if we're going to take a step back and we're going to look at the bigger picture and we're going to say, okay, Inferno, what are we looking for on the CT side? You can get away with 5 rounds. That's fine. Falcons will be happy with 5 rounds, but at the moment, it's just a flow of this. They don't feel like they're in touch with the game whatsoever, while MIBR are in this flow state. The calls are perfect, the shots are being hit, and Insani's on the hunt. This is one way to rumble him.
They're going to jump on his head.
Yep.
NiKo gets out. If everything else is going south, you'd hope your save is executed well. Finish out.
Okay, the minigame of just holding on to your guns. Ooh, fortunately, Tassus will take down Safe. Can't risk losing anything in that scenario. We'll be able to drop again.
And there's that timeout. CT's I mean, this is an emergency meeting now. Magisk again. I mean, honestly, I feel like he's the only one that's putting in a solid shift right now.
You're being dictated to at the moment. That's the problem. You're not dictating the tone of the game. You're responding to what's happening on the map. You're taking no space. You're not doing anything aggressive. You're not being jarring to second mid defaults. Don't have any map control. You're responding to what MIBR are offering up, and right now it's hot.
It's like when you watch any of the best teams in the world, you know, outside of the what we would have put Falcons in that category. You look at Vitality or Mouse, and when you're playing Inferno, just the fights they're just taking all over the map. You know, stomps on the CT side by dictating those fights early. And instead, MIBR are getting to do everything they want.
And NiKo's still quiet, just 1 kill for him still.
All right, let's go. This is crunch time, folks. Masterclass from MIBR, disaster class from Falcons.
All right, finally a bit of banana control, but they're going to break through this.
Yeah, they've got the flashes cocked and ready. Kingston's about to get nade exposed. Oh, the flash was late, didn't come, so he does manage to remove Insani. That's a big pick-off, big scalp to remove.
Now, this is the type of situation where they might just put full faith in NiKo to hold B on his own, right? He's that level of superstar, but he is having a tough go of things, right? Only 1 kill to his name. He's been mainly saving, hasn't really had too many opportunities. And because they've lost the last few rounds towards A, I wouldn't be surprised if they just put all of their cards to back NiKo. And then you just get a banana execute in a 1v4. And then you know what happens after that.
And with 60 seconds left, I don't fancy NiKo holding on to his smoke. That's it.
All right, well, playing for info top mid again is Tessus. They've done this a couple of times, and they played for info, and they've gotten some, and then it's been bad info. But now Tessus is going to push. It's not just about having a jiggle, it's about going all in.
This is probably what Zonic was saying to them. It's like, when we do this, we need to do more.
Take the game into our hands, and they've got them pinned banana now. NiKo, support on the way. Magisk through, spawn 2 up banana. What's the timing?
Oh, and 1 lining up nades. Okay, well, that's a lot of info. The whole team's here. Running into his demise is Monacy, an important trade there from Tessus, so they know the door's locked behind them. They might have to fight forward, and that's what NiKo and Magisk are positioned to deal with. However, guys, by the smoke, they can slip through CT. 20
time to get
seconds,
to A.
I don't know. Knife out, they probably could.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Gonna have to start running.
They haven't discussed this though. They haven't even had a conversation. This was impossible. It's a retake from Falcons.
They have another smoke. They can smoke off Moto. They also have a molly to work with as well. There's the Moto smoke.
Oh my god.
Bomb's gonna get planted. Bamboozled.
Oh my god. Oh my god. If this is a round that Falcons end up losing, yes, it would. This is how you know the 5 players' mental would be in tatters.
Breno and exit. Can you save the day?
This could be it. This round right here, round 9, map 3, remember it. If they lose it, Tessus putting up a fight, and the flash is perfect. Sets himself up for success and avoids red faces, steam coming out of their ears if they lose that one.
I felt like Tessus has had some of the absolute best rounds for them over the course of these maps. Remember how this kicked off on Ancient? It wasn't convincing as far as the gameplay. They get the ult for m0NESY. Okay, well highlighted there, but it was convincing in terms of the scoreline. There were still some really labored moments. It wasn't an easy map, all things considered. Nuke was essentially a no-show. There was a late comeback. Tessus with a couple of beautiful frags right there. He did an awful lot in that one, didn't he? He was the reason that flank came in, and he devastated them on the retake. So Tessus gets forward within the round. Kixon got the opener onto Insani in Banana. And they actually dictated a little bit more of the tone, right? They took a fight in Banana, they go 1-for-1, and at that point, then they make the play down middle because they've identified that MIBR are playing quite packed and grouped up in these scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, you know you're onto a winner when Tessus has walked down mid and catches Lakowski crouching, lining up a nade. That's, I mean, you've booked him there. And that's more the proactivity that Zonic's probably trying to reinforce. The fact that MIBR call one, it now frees him up to just reiterate the same message. It's a 4-5 scoreline in this final map.
All right, well, where's m0NESY going to take the AWP? Looks like he's going to start over towards B. Now, will this be to help get him set up in Banana or just to donate some utility? Bruno has help in second mid this time and multiple bodies, so this is telling of a different round. With that timeout taken, it looks like they're probably going to go for something a bit more direct again.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, it could be a set piece into A.
Set up on B. Nico freed up to go and support the Danes on A.
Oh, they're ahead of this now. Just obviously fortunate because of the incendiary. They can't start to brave through. We'll have the smoke to block. It's awfully quick, but they don't have Banana info. This is going to happen rapid.
Yeah, this is maybe ahead of his internal timing. Yeah, he's still putting out nades. Sideswiped. Good find from Tessus, but traded. He actually gets exit. He braved the flames to take that fight. Falcons have the advantage, but how long will they hold on to it? Nico gets leg shot. Bomb gets planted uncontested. Smoked off on Moto. Kixon and m0NESY healthy. If anything, it's going to be Nico tasked with just, oh, never mind, m0NESY just chips in, but so does Insani. Double spray, and m0NESY last seen behind that smoke. He's going to be able to just slip away into the smoke. What's m0NESY doing? Just rotting the clock long enough? Insani's chilling. That bomb's ticking. Half gone. m0NESY braves the smoke. Insani's giving him all the rope, and now he's going to be in trouble. You don't have a clue, mate. You're looking the wrong way, and Insani closes shop. That's impact from Insani. Monstrous double. Just on his spray, they line up for him. How do two of them go down through that smoke? And Falcons, it's dead silent.
Yeah, well, Nico got tagged by the AWP, so he was just easy to get bowled over. They get surprised again. That is reactive again. Tessa's fortunate to get the double. This one here buys them the way in against the AWP, but it's Insani. It's all Insani. Steps out, spams through.
Oh, they lined up. Nico was just low behind the smoke. Nothing is given. Everything earned. Falcons, you have to fight for this if you want to continue at the major, if you just want to see another game. Never mind a spot in stage 3.
I don't know, you know, with the sentiment of the scenario that's been going on. Oh, he's going to play ahead of this. Knows that he can use the smoke, actually looking for the fight, so...
This is cheeky, you know.
He's going to jump up.
Yeah, I don't know if m0NESY's... Whoa, he's ready. Waltzes into the angle. AWP collect and open up.
Quick reaction. Lakowski knows that there'll be no AWP on long, so immediately goes and takes a lot of space. Look at the break. This is the thing. They're so liberated in this scenario. They know that they're up against one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world, and they are playing it right now. Like they just want to give them their absolute all. I touched on it as we came in for map number 1. There's blood in the water. They've seen lesser teams be able to take down Falcons in best of ones. Why can't they win?
That's probably what they said to themselves. It's basically a best of 1 now. Missed shot. m0NESY, he's lost his sight. Kixon has been noted as well. m0NESY's going to be smoked and flashed. Gets away, dips away from that swing. One across, good return from Breno. Oh, and it's a perfect weapon for the job. Safe holding that banana rotate. He just racks him up. It's too easy for him. Falcons plucked on banana.
And look at this. He's picked up a FAMAS and he said, I'm hunting him. I'm taking him. We're removing this guy from the round.
Oh
Nothing will be carried through.
He's trying to save a FAMAS.
We're going to find you. And he goes down to exit, getting absolutely destroyed.
Tell your friends. Tell your enemies.
If you didn't think it was a reality, if you thought it was just a slow start on day one, if you want to blame the format, that's on you. The best of 1 losses to Bait and Lin Vision. A lot of you are sitting there saying, who? They go into a best of 3 against OG. They lose a map. Now they're against MIBR. Where do they even land in terms of best Brazilian teams?
Oh, you nearly beat Vitality in a best of 5, did you?
That doesn't matter here. That doesn't matter now. Austin's going to tell a different story. Nico, 1 kill.
A single contribution from Nikola Kovac. Oh, and it gets better for Safe. Didn't even think that would be possible. Kixon tries to take some banana control. A simple nade break, AWP swing, job done. Kixon gone.
It's just
now
disbelief, Alex. I can't believe the level of Counter-Strike the Falcons are not bringing to the server. Nothing is coming easy. It all looks labored. The individuals aren't themselves. They're being out-called, and they're going to lose it on A again.
Yep, pins it in.
Sonny has the bomb.
And he's got the frag onto Magis just perfectly placed. Tessus has got 4 players surrounding him. What is he supposed to do?
Just deathmatching. Sonny has to
Lakowski's
get away.
opened up the
Got
site.
the bomb.
Ooh, bomb loss makes things interesting for Nico and m0NESY as they combine their powers to make a 2-on-4 realistic. The loss of the bomb changes everything. Insani caught off. Breno aggressing, trying to get some distance with that sniper rifle. Nico caught on the lip. And now bomb retrieval realistic. Breno, that's a frag. That's one hell of a frag. It's actually got them straight back into the bomb site. Oh, m0NESY. The FAMAS once more. He started the round with a FAMAS, and he'll end it with one. Bomb goes down. Nico just watching through his fingers. This was supposed to be the 2 of them, and he's only gotten the 1. m0NESY to find the 4. Breno on that box. Named after a Brazilian that came before him. And Breno converts. What a half they're having. Falcons are in trouble. This could be it. Their major could end at the hands of MIBR. We've got 2 minutes, and they're going to hold their breath for the whole duration. a roster stacked with talent, major champs. They've got it all, apart from a spot in Stage 3. Falcons, it could very well be ending right here and now. We didn't think it was possible. MIBR, we thought a team they could swat away like a bothersome fly, and yet Falcons have only 4 rounds coming into our final half of this best of 3. Elimination at stake. And a pistol. They've been eluding them all series, Chad. It has been tough to watch.
1 out of 5. Let's see if they can make it 2 out of 6.
Kind of sounds like a Nico scoreline.
He had a tough half. Limited impact. Could even say none.
Yeah, first half. They were just completely manipulated by the T side of the Brazilians.
Cheeky little setup. So Insani's going to take contact. Lacalzi has the flash. The bomb's over towards apartments for now, so it might not be the B finish, but this is where the lion's share of utility finds itself for a fake.
Nico is going to be that first fight.
Do they molly it? It's possible. Or do they just give it up? They want to hold on to the U2.
So they will molly and force them back with the flash and swing. Reflash and go! He's caught out completely! Oh, and Insani puts so many bullets down range on the last one. He finds him.
It's all a fake, though, and Safe just got some information holes. I think he saw the bomb.
Okay, well, Monacy, you're dead too. Oh my God, it's actually happening, folks. MIBR to take 9 straight out of the rib. Falcons, they were already hamstrung. A bomb plant would be everything. He'd love some extra cash. Getting run down, tries to take the fight, but eats the flash. Tessus can't even get the bomb down unless he hits another shot. Exits close by. Turns around and loses it. No bomb down. MIBR, they can actually feel it. They're about to throw a knockout blow to a titan in the Counter-Strike space.
They had 10-2 on Nuke, and it got all the way down to 13-9, but MIBR got the job done. Right now, as long as they convert this next round, and they've made it easy. Tessus didn't commit for the plant there. He went for the fight. That stops the extra cash coming through. And I think the unfortunate factor of this is they've added some absolute fan favorites of Counter-Strike players to this Falcons roster. You've got Nico, you've got Monacy. They're 2 of the most popular Counter-Strike players in the whole world.
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is they are playing some of the worst Counter-Strike I have seen them play all season right now. And that's the problem, is the fans out there, they want to see their boys playing well. They want to see them delivering. And they're not. I said that they're, playing not to lose. There's just lack of conviction in a lot of these games, thinking just the default Counter-Strike was going to get them through, but the odds have tipped. They have traded places. MIBR are the favorites to close this and knock Falcons out of the major. They played solid Counter-Strike. They've been direct. They've been in their face. They've been backing their individuals. They've been making the plays, and they've been making Falcons hurt.
They lost a couple of best of 1s. We turn around, we say, yeah, okay, but best of 3s. That's where Falcons will do their best work.
Now, that's the thing. People want to look at the format and say, okay, well, the only other events with best of 1s, they're probably some online games. It's not Tier 1 CS. Completely moved away from that. It's all best of 3s the whole way through in 2025. So to see the majors still have this, okay, adds a bit more of the flux nature to things when you go up against underdogs. You lose 2 pistols, you lose a pivot round, you lose a clutch. It's game over. But now you get 3 maps, Ancient, Nuke, and now Inferno, and 2, the last 2. You haven't been here to play.
Yeah, Breno's going to be tested with a little bit of a flash out pop. It's no trouble for MIBR, just that Desert Eagle. They're going for knife kills, Chad. That was an attempted knife from Lacalzi.
I'll see if it comes back to hurt him here.
Yeah, well, it's cost him his life.
Tessus is class.
Anything, yeah, he is. Mechanical beast. Got a triple swing. Uno dos tres. 10-4. Guns will come out.
Yeah, that was the eco, so investments now. 4 AKs of the Lil. The U2 needs to be there to vie for this control. And the 2 down the end, they felt the feeling of not even making a major before back in Rio. This is only the top 24. We're not even talking about the top 16. We're not even talking about the playoffs. MIBR, they're looking to do what OG couldn't. And this is just to keep their major hopes and dreams alive. Qualification not on the line here, literally just survival. Mal's Spirit, Vitality watching on with a big smile on their faces. You want to take care of one of our hardest opponents for us? Yeah, thank you very much.
Certainly not looking like that now. Shadows of their former selves. Previously only losing to Vitality and Mouse, and now the list is long. And MIBR want to add themselves to it.
You can only sing the praises of MIBR. Some great calling on that T side. Constantly outmaneuvering Falcons.
Yeah, but Exit's going to be empty-handed this time.
Kill 2 here.
Time to work with.
A minute on the clock, going to pivot at least deeper into Banana for now. Still could go for the finish. Look, how's he looking like he wants to cheat away? Block smoke will dart in. That blocks top Banana for 20 seconds. You could even go for a gamble if you're MIBR. I wouldn't even hate that call, and that's exactly what they're going for. Right, you have so many rounds to work with. Take your chances. They have the stack in the right place. Safe has a flash. How well timed and placed will this be?
Right bodies, Crosshair in the right place. Nico was inaccurate mid-air. Lacalzi finds him. Important from Kixon. Safe is still there as well. Chips in. Monacy on the smoke break. Good for one. And it's Kixon to save them. Determined as they pick themselves up their first gun round T-side.
Okay, your heart's going to be beating a million miles a minute there if you're Falcons. And the realization is that you're into the stack, so you just have to deathmatch your way out of that. They made the gamble. It was the right call. They get the job done.
Kixon gets 3 in the end.
Yeah, and he's had some really key rounds for them, hasn't he? I think a Kixon combined with Magisk in the earlier stages of the first half, the two of them having some impactful rounds. Remember, the MP9's running down mid on the force because they didn't win the pistol. Only 1 pistol out of 6 played. And if you go back, I think the last time they had 1 pistols before this series was against Bait in their opener where they won both, which means they lost 2 against Linvision. They lost 6 against OG. That's a miserable stat line as far as pistols are concerned.
Yeah, well, that's certainly a good place to start. But I haven't seen any signs that MIBR are like in their heads or overthinking. Like they are so chill. It's like it's all been Falcons where we've seen displays of that.
Well, that's a key point right there because that nervous nature will start to creep in now. Right after you had just won that pistol and you'd understood the fact that you were so close to knocking them out and keeping your run alive, keeping your major hopes and dreams, your season after this tournament break, you get a month off. It's going to be more if you lose today. Make it a month and a half. You woke up, you knew the task at hand. Sure, you have that belief that anything's possible. It's noise made towards second middle. It's an aggressive stance in boiler. On the porch, excuse me. They have 4 players clamping down on middle.
Oh my god, and it seems like it's in the right place once more. How many times can Falcons walk into a stack and get away with it? This time looking good as Brenner. Oh, and they're looking at the wall. Perfect. Set up for success walking into a stacked A site, and Safe will just slink away to save his Kevlar. I understand he's anti-flash, but wasn't quick to return. Maybe it did catch him, clip him on the top of that porch.
All right, well, can take a breath now as they look to remove the last 2 upgrades. Worst case, they give some AKs over here. Best case, they make sure that there's no threats going into the next. So an important round. That'll build them up to 6th, and then likely 7 rounds due to the financial scenario that you find yourself in on the Brazilian side of the server. A little bit of spice to throw into the mix as far as nerves are concerned. Renault, who has been impactful for them. It's his first major. The 4 have been here before.
Well, that's a solid performance from a major rookie.
Yeah, you'd hate to have it come to the end for him now, but Falcons and I think the Counter-Strike world would love to have them make it to the next stage, and there's still a whole best of 3 to go down tomorrow if they can even get there. Okay, well, Magisk still with a jovial tone in the voice, the serious nature of the situation, I'm sure it's dawned on them, but they need to keep themselves locked in. There's no reason Falcons can't do this. The Counter-Strike they played today, they would not say is their best CS. They're still able to pick up the victory. I think when Monacy was having a tougher time in some of the earlier games, Yanko took to Twitter to say, Monacy doesn't need to carry, he just needs to not be a liability. And I wouldn't say he's been that in this series, but you could say that almost player to player within this team. I think they should have enough in the tank to be able to get past a team like MIBR. It is the full eco. It's a cheeky looking stack, not on each other's heads, just everybody taking a hidey hole on A and hoping that they waltz on in and the USPs can delete a couple. Nico's top Banana finding no resistance, so depending on how far he goes, it might just inform them to come back to B. You should send a beacon into either site right now just to make sure you're not waltzing into a stack.
Yeah, don't overcommit while Nico's saying is nothing shooting at me.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Nico's going to have to go quite deep before it's confirmed. So this is why you see him on every single clear, just doing it pre-fire live for everybody. And he's waltzed in. The fact he's gotten this far, exactly. They will start to cheat back over.
And then Magis just gets to sit and lick his lips as he knows he might have a couple of eeks ahead of him.
If you're MIBR, I don't even think you need to move a muscle, right? You can do just repos so that you can try and get a couple of exits, sure, but everything's been cleared out. They've gone through ruins. Nico's being very diligent just to make sure that there's no loose pieces hanging around. And at this point, you understand that it's the A stack. So this is going to be 7. Then the Rifles will come back out with 2,400 as they're lost into the next, which means it's going to be a kind of rough CT-sided buy. Might see some MP9s in the mix. So scoreline draws ever closer. And I thought that the OG win would be a confidence-building win, right? You could shrug off the fact that this pressure is at such a heightened point. But again, today...
I think I would have agreed if it was like a really convincing 2-0.
Sure.
It wasn't.
And that's what I was expecting today coming into this, especially after map number 1, right? The scoreline was convincing. I think when the narrative feels so ironed out going into the major that you're going to see these top 4 teams, Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, Falcons, in the playoffs, because you go after those 4, then you have a cluster of 2, right? You've got the Mongols and you have Aurora, aka Eternal Fire, and their biggest issues is performing on stage. And then you go down after that and you're like, well, Na'Vi haven't been so great. G2 have Hades. We know their roster is going to change afterwards. And you start to work out, well, who are even the teams contending for those 2 final spots? Falcons being in this state was never even a worry.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a conversation of, you know, oh, our roster knows they're going to make changes. I mean, it hasn't affected some Pius and his contributions.
It didn't affect G2 in Shanghai. They all played
You're right.
top Counter-Strike.
Boom, boom, perfect example. Well, some early damage has been inflicted to the B duo. You can see Insani and Exit just barely hanging on at 18.
And neither team with banana control. So Nico doesn't know it's clear. Insani doesn't know how much space that they have. So on either side, somewhat in the black box, at least for a moment. So Kixon will start to lead in. Nico behind them, m0NESY to support, as Tessas and Magis hold over towards Spoiler and Holes for the intro. Now they secure that banana control. Sandbags is theirs. Insani will greet them with a block smoke.
He's got another one, just picked it up off the floor.
This is a strong setup on A. They have 2 players pit side, 2 players inside, and it's another gamble. They're not really playing for Arch. You can get one of those pit players to worry about Arch side from the headshot angle, and actually right now, not even doing that. So it's another gamble. I like it, and it might pay off.
It looks like it might, Chad. 4 players occupied the A side. Nico less progressed as he was previously.
Just so much space. This is essentially, can you duel your way into a 4v5 situation?
Yeah, that is the question. That is the question. Smoke's thrown out. Last 30 seconds, they are going to be running into a 5-on-4. Say forward on short, audible wrap. Lukowski comes in, good for his. Gets his work done, and then a little extra double kill. Headshot onto Tessas, and they're not ready for exit. Too many bodies on the site, too little time. Not ready for another. Magisk flicks in. Oh, Magisk! He may have saved the Falcons. They got a plan. They will. They're on the site. Nico punching in the code. Magisk has the cover, running through. Magisk! He is the hero they need right now. There was no way. There was no time. How has he hit that?
The shot on the truck player is insane, right? He's not even looking his way. The fact he's able to pivot into that stack, it paid off. It was the perfect call. They've gambled correctly again. That's 2 rounds.
Look how he gets 2. And
the second is insane. Pops up on the 3rd attempt. Instant onto Tassus. This one here flicks into Safe, who's going to be kicking himself. And Magis deletes them as FaZe look on.
Yeah, everyone's watching.
Well, there's some ramifications depending on how that FaZe 3D Max series goes down next. 2 rounds the difference. Back to the pistols.
Telling you, man, big game player Magisk. You'll start to catch on.
That's the Danes. Top of the table right now.
Lost to HE.
Well, when you don't have a whole lot invested, that's quite valuable.
It's a shame,
What's the timing on this HE? Is there a tell before exit lobs it out of his hands? Oh, there it is. The volley comes through. HE goes down, and decent damage. 24 onto Kixon, 11 onto Nico. And remember these 5-7s. 3 of them in the mix, a Deagle as well. Again, another stack that could have been in the right place. They lit up Banana, now they back off.
Safe has no way to like puff up his chest on A.
And I think it's okay as well for MIBR. They gamble wrong again. That'll be the third time. And after that, the flow of the game might have to change because they've been stacking these sites well. But we were talking about Falcons not making any plays on their CT side, kind of chasing the ghost. MIBR aren't chasing, they're gambling.
Yeah.
So they're just going, okay, we're predicting you're going to do this. We're not going to try and let you cause the ebb and the flow. We're going to stick to our guns. We're going to hope that we've made the right call. And if we do, then we just have to shoot you. So another late round from Falcons. One will get punched in. MIBR might want to look for some exits to see if they can get some upgrades to these AKs.
Hey. You'll be seeing FaZe later. They'll be playing 3D Max.
Yeah, not too far away. And haven't been keeping my eye on the adjacent stream. Looks like that's all wound up. So all eyes right now. Not even a half a Counter-Strike left on this one. And then FaZe versus 3D Max to round out the day. Simple back in the server, and that's drawing an awful lot of attention. But this one too, another crazy result.
Yeah, crazy to think that, Simple, one of the inspirations for players like m0NESY. Counter-Strike long enough, we've got generations of talent now.
And looking to do it the opposite way, aren't they, from yesterday, Falcons? They lost the opening map against OG, and then they ended up 13-10 on their map, chose a nuke, and then finally on Mirage it was 13-6. So it became a blowout in the end. This time they're having to work back into things. They won map 1, they get thrown around on map 2, and they were down, and a lot of people would have said out on map 3.
I think they would have when they saw an 8-4 half and then a pistol win for MIBR. In fact, that might have been when MIBR had the same thought.
Yeah, and Nico's been so quiet. He only has 3 kills. I think that's only 1 so far in the second half of play. All right, well, are they going to vie for this banana control? Some space feels like it's necessary for the Brazilians. Nico going to tussle with Insani and exit.
How's he handle it? Oh, quick first bullet accuracy out of Nico, and he's got a second. 8 damage is high, but Tessas with the cover just commits to the spray on the predicted swing.
And this is about to be 6 consecutive rounds now out of Falcons to tie things up 10-10. The wobbles now being shown from MIBR, and they've had their opportunities. That safe whiff in the back of Magisk. If that's still in his head, that's going to cause some gargantuan problems down the stretch. This is where the less experienced, especially versus this level of Counter-Strike, are going to start to have their doubts. They have to save the AWP and the M4. The loss bonus maxed out. Can get some drops through. Insani can buy himself. I just said Nico struggling in the frag department. Well, there, bang, an opener, a multi-kill. He's first. So late in the piece.
Chose the right time to be finding form.
What's the adage go? Better late than never.
Most definitely. Oh, we would have loved lethality there. Position now noted with time. Still outstretched. m0NESY finds an elevated angle, unpredicted, and the AWP ripped away. Breno cowering in a corner. Oh, did he spot him? He's a little cheeky bit of leg. Okay. Hold on. Okay. An M4 brought through, but I mean, Cash is on 2 very different ends of the spectrum right now. Here it is. You can see that little team dink as well. But Nico, he got his, gets the second as well. And Tessas with the covering spray here. 3 players down B. Problem solved.
We know money's a luxury for Falcons and in the server as well. And remember that max loss bonus, 3rd tactical timeout call from MIBR. Take that last swig of water.
Yeah.
Remember, 6 on the trot. The momentum has definitely swung. Falcons are believing that they can still do this and push them through the final day of play for stage 2. They win this. There's still 1 best of 3 to go down tomorrow. And there's a day off, a chance to reset and focus. Stage 3, where all the big names reside.
This is still not a guarantee, sure. It does look like MIBR have started to get a bit cagey.
They've actually gone for some half investments here, so they haven't shoved all in. I mentioned the max loss bonus. If they'd saved those guns, both of them, it might have been a different looking buy. So this one is going to be a little bit more out of the box. You can take a few more risks, you can press a little bit more forward, and we'll see if that catches Falcons off guard, who have been playing out most of these rounds late. That last one was a bit more of a clash in banana because MIBR felt the need to duel for some space. Right now you can play more aggressively, a little bit more liberal if you're the Brazilians. And the same critique that I gave to Falcons in that first half has to fall onto MIBR, not being able to dictate the tone on this CT side. You can see how tough it is when you don't have all the nades. Can't imply your will. into map control. Nico up towards half wall already. Has the support of m0NESY and kicks in. The AWP's going to peer in and will catch him on the jiggle. Insani down.
Lovely use of the double zoom there. Tight angle. Knew what he was likely up against and hits it. So good contribution from m0NESY in the opening department. A swinging 5-7 does do significant damage. Has Kixon left wanting. Breno considering cheating over, wants to remain silent as he knows top banana's lost. Are we getting gambly here? Looks like we are. Gives himself something to work with that cock and smoke. And significant damage actually. Now Tessus and Kixon left wanting. Boosted Breno. There is a little world where he can beat up. He's popping up. Sometimes it just takes a spark. And the rest leads to explosion. 2 left now for Falcons. Breno has stepped up. Lakowski matches his output, and m0NESY's a dead man. Back of a timeout, MIBR break the streak from Falcons. It was 6 on the trot. Now they find their footing.
That's crazy. Even with the opening on the AWP there, the man advantage, that boost from Breno, absolutely insane work from him. They've got everything they need and more, but the fact of the boost and then the double up on this, they even go for it the second time round. 2 kills. Nico and Kixon just get caught with their pants around their ankles, and the Brazilians let out a roar. It was the lighter investment. It wasn't the full buy. That was just a couple of upgrades, and they get the job done. Well, there's plenty of cash for Falcons. They can go in again, but this one's back on.
They're throwing an Aggie smoke. They're breaking. They're sitting ducks. m0NESY onto Lakowski. And Breno now has to play turntail. Tessus is in hot pursuit. He knows he's going to be under scrutiny. He doesn't care about the incendiary. He wants your head. Runs him down, takes the site, and the round is done. How quick is that? Look at the time. 1 minute 30, the round is concluded.
Well, the celebrations are over quite quickly, aren't they?
Oh my God, yeah, now silenced.
Oh, that is just so quick. The clear of that mid-smoke, 2 players removed immediately, and Tessus, that palming, he was a man possessed. If they deal with that A player, the site is theirs now. Insani alongside an exit, looking for a safe haven.
We might get to see it in the replay. What I want to understand is who was supposed to be holding the smoke for the potential of a break, because the AWP is holding second mid. Safe's looking that way.
I think this is the thing. If there's the break of the smoke, there's so much to cover because the T's can path in so many different ways. So it's so tough. That clear comes through, you get caught off. You thought it was going to be respected, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, Lakowski goes down to the AWP of m0NESY. Safe caught off as well.
But that's 2 rounds where they've tried to throw a bit more aggressive punch. So 2 rounds ago, they went aggressive banana. They lost out to Nico with the entry in the multi. This time, they've tried to set the tone again. We tie things up once more. 11-11. Inferno heats up when you get into the final stages. There's no more saving. You've got to get stuck in. And that's it as well. So Lakowski's also channeling down. So, right, in terms of how you're meant to cover this off, you're not in a position to do so. He's even able to get a kill on the way back there, but Tessus running through the U-tilt.
Lovely work from Tessus. He really made sure they got the most out of that.
Well, with the loss bonus, there's still the potential to buy again for the Brazilians, so we're able to lock horns, full purchases.
That kind of play from Tessus as well was something Nico in his interviews was saying he wants to see more from his players. If you see a gap, you've got to go and take it, and that's exactly what Tessus just did. Ensured the round was over.
Going in again.
Yeah, all right. Some aggression to start off. m0NESY is on Overwatch. Second break. Does he sweep for the half wall? No, just checking for the walk up.
Look at this though. There's 3 players immediately in towards apartment, so they're going to go for something poppy in towards A. Breno Pitt safe short. Lakowski's rotated over from Arch. Can he assist?
Yeah, Safe's so focused on this brackets fight. Will block mid. That might slow things down. Insani jiggles out, sees nothing. Banana, it's dead silent. They'll have to change that.
Informed by the information, likely something a little bit different coming. There wasn't the tussle in Banana. So these smokes will start to fade. They've used them as emergencies. So none of those to work with unless dropped on the floor for MIBR. Once the smokes fade, Falcons will be able to take their path of least resistance as they choose it. Congregate at bottom of Banana.
Oh, not Insani getting caught on a jump.
Accelerating into exit.
What's he got? What can he do? The captain of MIBR readies himself for battle. Dips out, gets one. The flashes are there, but he's out of bullets. Impact from Tessus. It's broken. Didn't quite get the clear he was looking for, did Lakowski, and now across the pool. Good find from Magis, gets safe notice. Spots Boiler pushes through, covered now eventually. m0NESY had to hit that.
Bomb's not down, gotta be planted.
Yeah, Breno, the unknown entity, walks through. Molly should spread. Oh, is there a gap? Can he slink through? He's actually going through. He's ahead of the timing. Where's the cover? m0NESY goes down! A double from Breno! The rookie steps up at 11-11! And Magis a mile away. A 1 versus 2. Kit on the AWP up. Brenner will have to be the one to get this last frag as well. Behind this. Stays composed! That's the cover! That's Breno! Impact on impact! It's MIBR, 1 round away from knocking out the Falcons.
He pipped the gap perfectly, delivers when he had to, and the type of rounds that they keep on converting. 12 has been stolen. Falcons back against the wall again. 6 consecutive rounds to draw them back into it. The nerves. It looked like it was getting to the Brazilians, but they have bounced back with a vengeance.
Some small details, Chad, tiny details, and Breno exploits them. Oh, you didn't throw a perfect molly. I'm ahead of the timing. Double kill, frustration, head in hands. Disbelief on the face of the Falcons. Is this really going to be their last round in Blast TV Austin Major?
And the timeout saved exactly for this. 30 seconds to catch your breath, to focus in, to push this to overtime. The Falcons have what it takes.
One hell of a round of Counter-Strike, isn't it? This is it.
I started with m0NESY on that jump shot.
Yeah, he got it. He got Insani. Breno is just having a field day.
And guess what? He's dropped across the AWP in this one, and he's taken up an MP9 for the final round of play.
Team player.
A couple of massive impact moments from him.
Get you a teammate like Breno. 3B start. Nico, he wants to make a difference. He wants to have impact on this round. Take matters into his own hands. Master of his own fate.
5 kills in the map.
Insufficient from a superstar.
Banana control taken so early. A little bit suspicious. Don't just want to execute into it. Just time will free Insani up to rotate over towards the A site. It's going to be the AWP on B. Safe towards CT. Exit with util at the ready. All 5 in Banana now for this execute.
AWP on the line, flash is good, missed shot, kicks it, he's just knife out. Accelerating and just booked by the flashbangs. Straight into the site, Falcons. Step 1 of their mission for survival complete. Bomb planted. A disadvantage retake for MIBR, they have to give this a go.
Tessa still has the smoke, just deployed now towards CT, and Molly as well. This is hopeless. Breno's going to be late up Banana.
He's the one with the HE, he's so far away. Magic's on his next sweep through, should be, oh no, unless they get misinformation, they have to stay stubborn on this, they have to keep checking. m0NESY will find that Banana player, here they come, partnered up, put in coffins at the same spot. Safe's alone, Falcons have forced OT. Safe goes down to finish, and look at the relief. This is exhausting. Emotionally bankrupt at the end of this one for sure. They survive. It's not theirs yet. Just look at the face.
That tells the story. That tells the story better than we ever could. As soon as they got into that side, that was their round to lose. And kicks in again with another impactful moment. But yeah, just take a look at these Falcons players, the level of stress that they're likely feeling in this situation.
And what's crazy as well is, you know, Nico, heartbreak is a recurring theme in the career of Counter-Strike. It's a precise weapon. It just seems to follow him wherever he goes.
This one, considering the change in flow of the first season of 2025, in the conversation to contest for the major trophy. And right now, stage 2, this is only their third day of play.
Yeah.
And it just feels like they've been doing this non-stop around the clock.
Well, I mean, m0NESY hasn't been in this team for long, right? And the track record was brilliant. He immediately joins the ranks, you're immediately in the playoffs, you're immediately vying for trophies. That was what this roster was built for, Chad. This roster was built not for a group stage stomping, not for a quarterfinal exit. They were built for a silverware. They were built for a trophy cabinet that is sorely lacking for someone of Nico's stature. That's what this roster was designed for. That's why he took this job. That's why Zonic is here. To build a roster to be the top.
And we're just talking about elimination.
And we're talking about surviving another day.
All right, well, MIBR will burn their one tactical timeout in OT number 1. This is MR3 10K, so finances do play into the discussion as Nico along for the ride. Let's see if he can pull himself out of the despair, the extended break with the tech into the tack, and now here we go. Everyone's opted in for a diffuse kit, maybe a hefty investment as far as the CT side is concerned.
Yeah, with 10K, that's a heavy investment.
Well, We'll see if that detail even matters. We'll keep ourselves out of the weeds for now. Looks like they want to go for this Amps pop again. So 3 players.
See, Breno was communicating an awful lot there. I wonder if he's got a tell from some util.
This AWP is in a very strong position.
Oh, Breno again loves to take these incendiary mollies as invitations and safe dispatches of Magits. Now Breno to be overlooked. Tessus isn't clearing, and already 2 kills flow. That spot on Kixon. They know where the bomb was, and Monacy is getting cheeky. Held by Lekauzi. Just looked away, and as he returns, gets away with the intel. Okay, so you know where Kixon, now Monacy, have been positioned. You can see the immediate reaction from Insani and Exit is to depart B.
Yeah, so just that pressure from Monacy in this situation, knowing he has to make a play after they lose those 2 instantaneous kills, has drawn a massive rotation, while the rest of them have already been able to slink up Banana. So right now, MIBR have over-rotated.
Yes, I mean, this is a definition.
It just is going to come down to the timing, though, because they've understood. They've just cleared out long side. Insani's starting to cheat back over through Speedway, and, well, now the pennies dropped. The utils landed, and they know that they've gambled incorrectly. They've read the situation wrong.
Oh, what? Nico just swings through on the spam. Last few bullets catch him. I thought a 3v4 was hard. Now a 2v4 is even more difficult. He's only just got the bomb down, and Kixon tasked with a 1v3. Nico Monacy no longer with him. It's the spams from Insani and Exit to pick up the first round of OT.
Wow, 2 kills straight through a smoke right there. Does make that retake of that B-bomb side a whole lot easier.
I can't believe that.
Our save couldn't have been better placed, so it did look like using that tactical timeout straight into overtime was perfect. They have the AWP set up, they deal with this push in towards Amps. It was going to be something more direct towards A, and you just get stalled out before you even get a chance. They've been able to scavenge the AKs, so that's going to be prize real estate to carry through into the next. Gonna have to stay calm about things now. Izzy, they killed Tessus and Magis, that's the defaulters, and he just runs out, not expecting the 3rd man in Kixon, excuse me. And Kixon doesn't even get a chance to play the clutch, getting spammed through the smoke right there, and that's the classic Nico response. But okay, how many rounds are they able to grab on this T side? Both these teams have shown stronger performances on the T half, so I think 2 feels like it should be par for the course if we use the regulation as anything to go off. Yeah, smoke landing half wall. There's no progression behind it. Or from safe starting short, so keeping the AWP dynamic. Again, they want to continue to try and get into halls and boiler quickly. This time they will jump up, not go the halls avenue. And they might just go straight into the AWP again.
Flash. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just instantaneous deletion. Safe twice now has opened up the round in favor of MIBR. The sniper putting in a shift. Block on half wall from Insani. Facilitates his teammates to cheat over him. Just be ready to react if there was additional pressure. There isn't.
He's been in the perfect place in 2 consecutive rounds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This time it doesn't come with the follow-up, sure, but chasing their tails are Falcons. They got banana control. There's still 2 here.
Yeah, and Insani seems like
quick.
he should be able to do it. Oh, he completely pantsed him! Way faster than he was ready for. Don't have to rush this. You smoke the coffins. Exit will try and catch a smoke spam. Is there really more smoke spamming? Kills coming through. Kixon, quick find onto Lekauzi's rotation. Exit's position noted. He's just going to have to play back. Let's safe see if he can catch anything into Monacy on Banana. They don't budge. They don't buckle. They do not move a muscle. CTs have accepted that this is not their round. Going for something late, perhaps? Trying to do something on the exit. Magic swings out. Exit gets his. Some damage mitigation here. Safe holds onto his sniper and takes one out on the way out. Missed shot on Monacy. And an overzealous repeat baits the shot. Everyone goes down in the end.
The financial ramifications on either side of the server are nothing there.
It's just a bit of deathmatch.
I think what they're doing is hoping that Falcons think they're saving and start moving early and then can capitalize on a late retake. Sure. Because quite truly, there is no emissions for either team in the buys.
Hence why they stuck around.
Exactly. So even with those exits, they do nothing. And there was still money for MIBR to buy regardless because they had won the first round of OT. So right there, going for something a little bit out of the box.
I mean, it was probably the only way in which you're going to win that round.
Here we go, ready for this.
Oh, perfect.
All right,
this
not
time.
3 from 3 for for safe. It's going to be m0NESY to grab the opening kill.
Okay, Falcon Sniper has been the difference maker in their last T round of our first overtime. Third map, elimination series.
I have to just give all the props to Kixon right now. The type of plays that he has made in lieu of Nico's complete absence in this map has been insane. He's at 21 kills,
yeah, that's
top of the scoreboard. He's happy to take risks. He's taking a lot of duels. He's not backing down. He's not playing scared. MIBR have read the play quite well again. 2 players over towards A, going to be joined by the third of Exit. Breno stays over towards B. He's taking the AWP. All-time block because of the banana pressure.
Nico, he knows the orb died. Ooh, that could have been a nasty demise. Confirmation that it's occupied.
Another smoke into apps. This is they have to reroute. You can't go through
What's
that.
the call, Kixon? What's
You're going to have to go out short. You're just going to have to go short into A. There's 3 players here. This is going to be a tough crossfire to break.
Yeah, and Sani gets even closer to Lekowski. And peeking over the edge of that smoke. He's a good find from Magisk, and they have confirmation. Sani fired a bullet. Exit Scarpers into the side to lend a hand. So many backs turned. He gets 2.5. It's still Insani in that pit side. Nico will find him.
You got to plant, boys. Get that bomb down. Get it punched in.
More bang? The only way he was going to deny that. And he'll fall for 14. What a game he says. Yeah, I suppose. It was an 8-4 half. It went all the way up to 10-4 in favor of MIBR at one point.
Nico was just saying he wants to call something on B. So we'll see if that's followed through with a fight. This is the opening kill. They haven't lost 3 in a row to save AWP. It's the AWPers, though, finding the openings. Magisk finds the necessary kill on Lekowski, getting a little bit too inquisitive. If they'd just stuck to their guns and believed in the stack, that setup would have been a whole lot more potent from the passive angles. But they peer forward, and Curiosity kills the card, as it is going to be now the tactical timeout called by Zonic. They swap sides, and it's been a long time since they played a CT round. So just a conversation of, boys, we won so few rounds within that first half, and there was a patch of 3 with a 4 spy, right? So that's when we had their cash in the worst possible position. We weren't convincing on the gun rounds. We were chasing their tail. We were constantly reacting to what MIBR was doing. So this is where, if Nico, as mentioned, wanted to call something on B, they need to be able to win out this territory early. And that A defense of Magisk and m0NESY in certain situations was just surprised, bowled over, pounced upon. Just going to be a 2-3 start, and the 2 being Nico and Kixon on B. So with only the 2 of them, it's unlikely to see them go all in. Decent nade damage early. Lekowski chipped away out early. Nico with a flash at the ready to set up Kixon.
Yeah, okay, he wants to swing hard on this, and they were not ready for that timing. Look at the amount of damage he's done, 150. Thereabouts. Still the opening goes against them. Insani, you'd have thought.
Look at this gap.
Yeah.
Massive gap. Honestly rotated. Couldn't just go for a B split right now. Brenno's going to be on a great timing.
God, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. They're letting Breno cook. And so they should. There is no idea from Nico or m0NESY that there is an enemy behind your line.
This is the round.
This is going to be the round. Nico's got a nade out. m0NESY's focused on banana. Breno is going to have the back turned, and he wouldn't, would he? He just taps him in the back of the skull. Knows that's likely a second body here. The jump scare from Nico fell. A nice flick from m0NESY, but it's not going to help. Look at their health. Everyone battered and bruised. Insani again delivering.
Hunt, chase, right? This is the different scenario. MIBR won the first CT-sided round. This time you can actually try and track these down and remove them. Right, you can actually send some players out to try and scamper back these rifles.
Yeah, m0NESY's orb's not retrievable at all.
Yeah, put a lot of financial pressure. They've completely evacuated away from the bomb. It's just going to be one player just to cover this off as they've spread out towards T-spawn. Maybe they just don't want to give AK-47s over in this one. Magisk on the off angle. Will he get found behind the tree? Makes the frag. So not hunting at all. Just not giving over AKs. Apparently seeing the value in that heavily are MIBR. But they definitely try and go for the hunt to try and punish the finances, because you win this, you win the next for 15, you remove all the rifles, the CTs have no money. Now there's going to be a bit of a buffer to work with.
It's just, there is definitely something special about Breno in these gaps. There's multiple times in one map we've seen him with these lovely little gaps. Previously, of course, we saw him slipping past that incendiary round coffins. In the same kind of position, this time he wraps all the way around through long side.
And there's another Nico reaction, just showing you how poorly the game continues to go for him.
Deep, deep sigh. 28 rounds of play.
Now they're starting 3B, and this is where MIBR had the jump on them. They were quite ready to, pounce in towards A when they were expecting 3 banana controls.
This looks different, yeah. Safe and exit, immediately making headway.
Well, Tessus has just donated utility. He's darted back over to A quite quickly. They don't want to get caught by the same tricks as they did within the first half.
Okay, we block, smoke, flash held. Good little chip damage there onto exit, softened up for the M4 headshot.
Obviously clears this, and there's nothing behind it. And you can tell he felt so much pressure because they dropped the top mid smoke throughout all of this. There's that cache utility. Gonna have to use that to its absolute precision. Milk every single second possible. Even considering banana at the moment are MIBR. I say that, Insani activates to at least throw some util to keep them busy.
This is a real battle.
They're turning into A. Here they come.
This is where an AWPer can really do good work. So long as he's in the vantage point to do so, they're actually going to fall back.
And they're in a black box, right? They had Kixen out towards Sandbag. There's lack of information banana, lack of information brackets. All you're hearing is a couple of sound cues. You don't really know what lies on the other side.
Well, now it's going to be pretty clear that there's some pressure on B, but no over-rotations from the Falcons. They're not falling for the same tricks.
Well, MIBR played off of brackets there, so even if there was a sweep forward, you would have had to have gone deeper to found them. So here we go, setting up the finish. 35 seconds now. Util about to don the air and the fight to come their way.
Honestly, stall more on the long side. Sure, the responsibility of Tessus and Magisk. Flash and go. Magisk gets spotted out. Tessus lies in wait, turns the flat. Out they drop. Good connections. 2-for-1 trades. That's a big one from Magisk. The pit anchor solid as a rock. And 15 is theirs first. They're exhausted. They're stressed. They were down 4-10 in the third map of an elimination game here in Stage 2, and yet they hold on by their fingertips. A single round now, and Falcons can breathe a massive sigh of relief. For MIBR, this is survival now. Your tournament life is on the line in this last round.
Just every moment that goes by is just so unbelievable that we're even in this situation. The Counter-Strike world is watching on with Jora Gape right now. Not a control. This time, Insani will get it. Already pressed forward towards Barrel.
It's a flash. He's not. What? He was blinded. Still find Kixen.
Tessus has joined Nico right now for this B defense. They should just follow through, execute into the site.
Seems to be the plan, seems to be the go. Little bit of damage. Nico's got his nades out. Insani, when his team need him most, he stands up, he delivers. Can't say the same for Nico.
All right, 2v5, retake of the B bomb site. Good luck, lads.
Oh, they're up close tree. You're not clearing me. Lakowski's laughing at him. And MIBR, they ain't bothered. Certainly not Insani.
Well, honestly, you have to give this one a go. We're about to go into double overtime. We reset the field. The CT sides of both these teams have just been a weak point. As Mondesi, try as you might, but they are just spamming. They know they've got this one secure. A flashy no-scope short, but 15-15.
Mate.
Both teams getting a tactical timeout yet again, and, well, now you have to do all that again. This B defense, it's brittle. It's like a sandcastle. And MIBR are just a wave. Insani riding it into this B site. And Nico caught off guard again.
And made in hand. They got pace. This pack of Brazilians surging into your bomb site.
Does this feel so strange to watch this game unfolding?
Yeah, I can't quite believe it's real. You know,
Okay.
I'm kind of disassociating as I watch it.
All right, MacTech, this could just be a B rush. Exit running B with a MacTech hand.
Yeah, all right.
Why not?
Oh, this would hurt. This is really going to hurt. Nico, can you hold your ground? Stand it and deliver it. Solid. Couldn't do it in the previous, but this time the B defense stands up, steps up. And MIBR sent back to spawn swiftly.
Would you believe it if I said that's only Nico's second multi-kill in 31 rounds of play?
Oh, yes, I would. Actually, I've been watching the same game you have, but
yeah.
Still baffling.
I will say finds himself in the situation that Mondesi did. Russian B with an AWP. That's definitely a bit of a different flavor. Misses the shot. Nico finishes it off. And they would have loved that round one earlier as Mondesi tries to bring some energy. But that one was just a shutdown and a quick one. All right, well, trying something a little bit fast and out of the Pug realms. A B rush with the MAC-10 on exit, just leading the charge, but they run through the utility into their demise. NiKo with his second opener, second multi-kill. We turn into the second round of double OT. I think we go back to regular scheduled programming for the Brazilians now.
Yeah, it was an idea.
Don't hate the call either.
When you get into your second OT, that's when those kind of ideas start becoming actual valid contributions. Strat book gets stretched thin.
Brings it with a clear, safe for the pick.
Yeah, not this time. Kixon's been caught off. He's learned his lesson. Or has he? Ooh, a missed shot from Safe. God, dangerous game being played, and NiKo is an opening death once more. Caught off by the Insani spam. Awkward now, very uncomfortable.
All right, they're just gonna either trade out some utility or post the AWP on B. Looks like that's gonna be the case. So m0NESY and Kixon do both. They trade utility and trade places. m0NESY will be tasked with locking down this B side if it is to finish. They want the rifles, who are all stacked in towards A. Magic towards Pit, the other two in sight. Kixon likely to play last. Unknown Element as a B defender. Might go overlooked in the chaos. Still decent utility to try and slow this. 40 seconds. Test this with Molly, a couple of flashes.
Yeah, the first two they're looking for is this Danish duo.
That's Wrap Smokes.
TSS goes looking. I think he spotted something towards the apartments. Magis is on high alert, coming out. Support from TSS. He's light on bullets, and now they're light on defenders. Magis does transfer for 2. He makes it manageable for m0NESY.
Long rotation in. Was trying to lock down that B site. Push down Banana, pipe his way up middle. Haven't had a magic m0NESY moment just yet. Plenty of opening kills. Would love a specky clutch.
I mean, considering it's 180 degrees between this crossfire, it is going to have to be specky. Exit playing from the site. Feels his position from the trajectory. And Safe will just peek on in. He ain't scared.
That's some confidence. Just steps out into the kid. Gives him no chance to go for the clutch right there. We tie things up again, 16-16. Who's going to walk away from OT first half number 2 with the lion's share of rounds? This is just a spam battle in Banana.
I missed Kixon's death. It was the first, was it the first? No?
Second.
Second. Tessus and then Kixon kind of died in unison there.
I love it from Safe there, not allowing m0NESY to play out the round. Just, okay, I know exactly where you are. I'm just going to swing in and deal with you. Beautiful work from him. All rattled off mid immediately, and m0NESY's rotated quite swiftly over to B. NiKo again. And a lot of damage. Top Banana chipped down to half HP as brackets control is established within a minute.
Quicker.
30. Yeah, they've got this quite fast, and they found that long gap before. Maybe they try and pip it again.
It's not a bad idea. Smoke for now.
Okay, 3/4 smoke. This forces your long player to have to worry about Arch, and NiKo's already there. So the AWP on B with Kixon. NiKo on the jiggles to deal with this. So again, in kind of a black box of information. You don't have brackets, you don't have Banana. We talk about this as a horrible position to find yourself on the CT side. Smoke's really for naught as m0NESY and Kixon are both playing side. NiKo's actually been brought back across because of it. So it's on the duo of Danes on A again.
He's still spotting, at least so they'll get the info. Akauzi's going to ask questions of NiKo. He'll shy the nade. Minor damage. Turn flash. NiKo does connect onto Lakauzi's long presence, and now Magis, he's ready. Tessus was too, but it doesn't matter at the hands of Insani. The flash layering's perfect, and MIBR take the site. NiKo stubborn for another. Breno has Pit. They got a man advantage. MIBR to take the lead as we swap sides.
Oh, flash is coming through. m0NESY had a glimmer of that. Dipping deep Pit now. Breno can just chill. Kixon going to come in through apartments. Gonna have to try and set him up, and that flash maybe slightly premature.
Safe's ready as well if he tries to advance. Kixon now gets spotted out. Ouch, through the wall though. 65 to work with. Time-sensitive mission, and they're gone. MIBR in the lead as we swap sides. Just one meager round to boast from Falcons defense.
Hey, it's so tough to think about any of these retakes as possibilities that we've been seeing. Either they're in man disadvantaged scenarios or they've been able to get entrenched with the rotation still miles away. You can't thrive in the chaos. It looks very clear cut once the sides are taken. And this is the thing. It is going to be a 3v4, 3v5 type scenario. It's a 2v4, 2v5, especially with the way that on these CT sides, there's just such limited information. You think about it with MIBR's CT side in regulation, they actually had the bodies in the right places because of gambles, not because of info, because of stacks. And we swap sides again. 2 rounds required for MIBR to get this one done. 18-18 we go again. 19 is the magic number.
I can't quite believe it. This game's still going.
We still have another best of 3. Nico is slowly working his way back into this game. Double digits now, 14 kills. Right, last few orders as they're about to leave spawn. Kelsey joining Exit and Insani over towards B.
Exchange of flame, standard part for the course. That smoke, however, is very forward.
They're here quite quickly, and Magisk is also part of this. He's the tail short. This could be telling of once they've established this control, they might just execute in. Kelsey cheating back over through Speedway now.
Yeah, Insani gets nothing for his troubles, but does burrow into the sandbags. May want to get out behind that smoke. Doesn't want to be trapped on the other side of his teammates.
Well, it's forced the rotation.
It has, and that's exactly what they were hoping for. Manipulating their opponent's defense. You still have to get past Safe's AWP, though. A good flash. Tessus can swing. Here comes the util. Safe immediately concedes the space, plays for the time. His greatest ally now as the rotation is a mile away. There's only 2 defenders here. It's only Breno from the side swipe. They're in the open, sitting ducks, now plugged. He's the next victim, and the site falls. Convincing from Falcons into the first T-side round.
Their best rounds have been in these last 30-second little spurts, right, as they let the clock kind of simmer. MIBR in the dark, and then the execute comes in, and it's just about being able to break through. So we tie things up again.
Bloody hell.
Necessary save for MIBR this time round. You see the pack mentality of Falcons in some of these situations, and you do get the same out of MIBR on their tier rounds, because if there is an overswing that you do punish, then you're able to pounce and capitalize quickly instead of being so strung out. But they're still able to pivot and then make a new plan. All right, let's go banana. If we can get this control, we'll execute. No, we've been denied. All right, let's go back. Now we set up a split in towards A. The wrap couldn't have been the better call, and Safe, if you remember OT number 1, he was great. Those first 2 rounds, he found opening kills over towards apartments when they were going for an app swap, and then short side as they came out boiler, forced into his scope. Oof, okay. Attack timeout. CT side. Burnt again. Better to use them than to leave them. That's where regrets could lie. And it becomes so much harder at this stage of the game to predict what's going to happen. This is where the faith, in my eyes, falls to the in-game leaders, less the coaches, because the in-game leaders start having to have a read of this mental game, this mental warfare that's been going on between the two. It's not that the coaches don't have things to add, it's that the players with the tangible feel of the situation and the scenarios, they're in the thick of it. The coaches are watching from the best seat in the house, I'll tell you that much, but it just becomes so much harder, I think, in overtime to contribute.
Yeah, you can do nothing more than watch. With major lives on the line. 17 each. MIBR making Falcons sweat, making Falcons bleed. We've seen some dynamic AWPing into OT from Safe, and ooh, narrow miss. Elevated angle from Testis may have saved him, and it's flick he's hit before.
Same setup again. So we've seen Exit lob out this flash and Insani go for the push. Will he go for it again? Yes, he will.
So stubborn. That's what you wanted, though. Kicks an anti-flash behind the half wall, takes that sound cue as an invitation, takes his head off. Oh. Breno wins it. Matt just can't quite believe it. Little crouch peek headshot, beautiful.
And perfect block towards B does stunt them just running in. So Breno's actually, he's going to push this. He's going to push this. He's feeling himself.
Testis is actually reading the potential for this. Breno, jump scare. Testis ready. He heard the smoke and immediately prepared his crosshair.
It's hard to fault Breno there. He's had some massive X-Factor moments in this game. He's overstepped the mark there and given one over, but the plays that he's made is why MIBR is still in this game.
That's true. That's undoubted.
Well, can his teammates bail him out after that push? He got the one back to make it a 4v4. Safe's now going to search with the AWP. He'll find nothing down middle. More pipe through the apartments, and he could catch a timing.
He certainly could. Did he spot him? No. They're walking away.
Oh, they've gambled B.
Yep.
They've gambled B completely.
He's already left. Safe joining him.
Yeah, this round is done. This round is done.
The round ends
they're going to have to save again.
Anticlimactic as possible.
Oh, we're not getting the fever pitch Inferno with the back and forth, the crazy retake.
I mean, this whole game has been around this like silent battle. You described it, you know, it's IGLs, it's pieces on a chessboard, and two dudes just going back and forth without playing one another.
The 10K, it's just that it doesn't feel like a lot. It's only 2.5K extra, right? But it feels so much more limiting in this, and having to go for saves in overtime, it takes out the punch, but they can't save in the next. So 18 will be secure. Triple overtime, a guarantee for Falcons.
Falcons have had 1 match point so far.
And they can sigh the relief again. So they hold on to these guns. Exit will be able to drop for Breno. Insani will be able to buy himself. But you're scratching the back of your dome. You're looking for any way in. And kicks in again, impact. Some massive multi-kill moments. Some key pushes, some key plays.
And you're on the T side with a match point.
With all these rounds, they've played them so similar, right? There's only one that we saw them try and go like a little bit quicker into apps that was going to be poppy towards either Halls or Boiler. But otherwise, they don't get in the banana tussle with the U2, other than a very few rare occasions. They make sure they don't lose an opening kill. They don't take too much damage to the utility. And there's no reason not to do that again, because when you are just going for this default, you seem to be coming out on top. Here's the change.
Oh, and a nice pickoff. Nico this time. It's an opening kill. Exit goes, nameplated now.
Desperation. The way these last 2 rounds have felt, they haven't even been in the rounds. So Exit pushes down, spams through, Tracer fire, Nico deletes him. And now they have the man advantage. They should just be able to whir into the finish.
That's a gift.
And so early.
Insani, very dangerous game on the jump spot. m0NESY's hit that on him already in this game. They don't move a muscle.
And the steps not so loud up behind that towards the half wall.
How can they remain so static?
They should need to be playing for info towards middle right now because Insani needs help. Safe starting to rotate. They're feeling the pressure. Lukowski blocks middle. The rotation's on the way. It's all going to come down to the timing because they're on the way in.
Insani, you need something, anything, to give your team anything for this retake. Retaking B, number disadvantage, it's just not going to happen. Break, visible, a momentary chance for the spam. Lukowski has bullets thrown his way. Falcons sit up in their chair, 3 frags away from surviving another day of play. MIBR, just the 3 of them now with their fate in their hands. It's not looking good. It's not looking possible. The B site lost. Insani empty-handed, 27 frag haul. Breno's been doing everything he can for the boys, and he keeps going. So does Safe. Are they doing it? Is there a way back in? Nico's gone. Only matches. I can't believe it. MIBR on the defuse, and we need another.
They were down. They were out. That's a 3v5 retake of the B bomb site.
It's supposed to be impossible. Breno comes swinging around for 2. Safe with a contribution. I thought it was done. I thought it was over, and I think the Falcons did too.
You can't get too far ahead of yourself, not with this kid in the server. Breno, another impactful round. The major rookie steps up and pushes us into another overtime.
Push-ups now.
I think you're bang on, Alex. I think they thought it was done. The relief of being put through your paces.
You hear, bomb down, 2-man advantage. You're on the B bomb site. You're already sitting there thinking about your next game. You're thinking about the next day. Breno keeps MIBR in it. I'm in disbelief right now. I can't believe there's another overtime. I can't believe there's another chapter to this story. 2 match points squandered now for Falcons. Keep a tally of that.
And it feels like they're doing it to themselves.
Well, that one in particular, I can't quite make sense heads or tails of what I've just witnessed. Breno with that double kill, so nonchalant with his approach. Oh my God. Yeah, there is an entire montage worth of those kind of clips right now.
Unlosable round. That's an unlosable round. All right, 18-18, strap in, folks. MIBR will not relent. They will not surrender. Kixon, he's just going to have to take the game into his own hands, doing his best Insani impression right now, charging up Banana when Nico can't. Kixon can, and he does it again.
That's what you want to see. Kixon does what Nico couldn't, swings into the site. He ain't dead, he ain't done. 2 HP on him, he's just telling Tessers, trade me. Smoke on CT, Breno's caught Magisk on the lurk. That was just a smoke spam.
That boost was perfect. Got a view over the top of that.
Saw him. They've slowed down.
Yeah, they could have tried to brute force in the rotations there, and look at this. If Safe just gets to post up in second middle, there is absolutely no way back. This is the best weapon for the job. You have to finish B Falcons, and you don't know it.
Yeah, they've died to this boost before. Breno this time setting up Lakowski for it. Masked by the smoke, but can uncrouch. A break. Chip damage. Want to see a Nico. One-tick Kixon low. Tessa's headshot now. It reveals his position. That's an important find from m0NESY. Removes the booster. Where's the one that boosted him? Coming in from Coffin. Ooh, m0NESY got put solo. Look at their health, but he's got the AWP. Little does he know, it's the worst weapon for the job.
He's close, and the 40 seconds have just begun. Safe's going to give this one a look.
Kixon goes down. Safe with the first in the round. A wallbang not far off. Nico, gotta play safe. Nothing is a given in this game. That 5v3 is the embodiment of that. And Nico will close it down. Falcons realizing they are gonna have to fight tooth and nail if they want to actually close out this game.
Nothing is for granted, nothing is given, and Falcons are learning that the hard way at stage 2 of the major. You come in, maybe you're the world number 2, sure, but everybody, they got hands around here. Bay and Lin Vision condemned you to the 0-2. OG gave you a scare. And MIBR are putting you through your paces. This is a boot camp in front of our very eyes. And if you can survive this, maybe you can survive tomorrow.
You know, you discussed how perhaps the OG win would have given them confidence. I think if they do survive this game will put hair on your chest. This game will have you reeling.
They've had a bit of a pace change coming into OT number 3. They've been going slow. Risk it first, not taking any damage. Banana, not taking the control quickly, and Kixon shifts it up a gear. The in-game leader turns it up to 11.
Yeah, great opening. Look at him, 26, matching at m0NESY's output in a do-or-die affair at the major.
Look, it's tough because we're so many rounds deep, but I'd say Kixon's impact has been more than m0NESY's at this point of the game.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
Not going to offer up a free kill to Safe on A this time round. Change utility across the map. Long smoke in. Banana utility deployed. They're coming through.
Yeah, this is quicker. Again, Kixon's kind of leading his boys. Just pack roll with me.
He's in the flow state. One man making noise. The rest of the pack behind. Block smoke there. There's a break available. Kixon can lob this open and they can try and entry through it.
He just needs everyone to be on the same page, singing from that same hymn sheet. Exit's just going to be exposed in the open. He tucks around, gets away to the first box. Good dink found already. Kixon put down. Nice work. It's Insani and Exit. This 2-man defensive. Both found their early frags. Exit another. They need to put him down. A dink. How is that a dink? m0NESY's a dead man. Drive by on the USP. Tied up a piece, 19 each.
Beautiful right there because they stop the scaling players. The players whose job it is to get across the pool to draw the crosshairs. They're dead immediately. Then everyone else is bottleneck. They're trying to jump up. Nobody's willing to strafe out wide. So who just lock horns again, and this one feels like it may never end. Insani just able to stay poised, right? You think in the pressure of these situations, you start to get a little bit more wobbly with the crosshair, but that's not the case. And Breno's energy, it's not letting up.
Yeah, he's playing out of his mind. The reason we're even in this overtime is because of Breno and his output on the retake.
Okay, Nico feels like he's unleashed himself here. This is the first time I've seen him go direct in some time. It's the same utility set that they keep deploying. Half wall smoke with the molly and then flash forward for the fight, but there's multiple bodies behind it this time. It's Insani and Exit. Not just the one man. And they might even want to go for a second wave. They can, I was going to say smoke deep and try and get the control, but no, happy just to vie for the initial exchange.
Magisk has a friend this time. It's been kind of just him working on this control. Now Tessus has joined him and starts to force Safe back out of short. Flash laid on top of the flame.
4 on A, they're going to fight mid.
Stubborn AWP. Honestly holding for the extension. Look, how's he tucking in close? This is a very disruptive
They're swinging.
position.
They're swinging.
Here they come. Bonacia sitting dark, no cover. How easy is that? MIBR ripped 3 out of the server. Just Nico and Magisk. They know Magisk is likely close by. And so easy for them. They just flush him out with an incendiary. Sidelined. 1-on-4 for Nico. An impossible task with the time at hand. Here's one rotating, doesn't get that instant one tap that would have made us a little bit more excited for this. And down he goes to Safe. Okay.
Is that the first? It's so hard to keep track of these rounds now, right? Because we lose the round timeline. But is that the first time we've had CTs get 2 rounds within the OT? I'm not certain.
I would suggest,
it definitely feels that way.
It does.
And this time, instead of just playing on the sites, they've had some progression there. And Monesi's left to his lonesome. He has no support, no network there to be able to trade, and they just get destroyed. So we swap sides again.
I bet they wish they could go back to that 5v3 post plant, huh?
The amount of rounds that they've had that are forgettable moments, and that one there is crushing. Okay, well, Zonic, I don't know how many times you can try a rallying cry. Say, boys, we need to lock in, let's focus, let's not give away these rounds. It'll be the same thing time and time again.
I mean, this is bleak. You need a perfect second half. You need to have 3 consecutive CT rounds.
Change on the defense. There's been an AUG invested upon for Magisk to play from that pit anchor position. He's done quite a remarkable job in a lot of the rounds, and in that first half of regulation, we're going back an awfully long way. He was tested by a lot of poppy plays and still in a lot of the time was able to go 1 for 1, which is tough to ask considering the setups that they had.
Well, folks, this has been essentially a feature-length movie of an Inferno. And it's not done yet. Now it's time for that crescendo finish. You decide who the goodies and the baddies are.
Oh, okay, he's not anchoring. He's going for some aggression, so the AUG up close can be 1 bullet to the head depending on this range.
Breno's on a 1-man mission there, so it might be quite slow with it. Buys time with the half-wall smoke. Here comes Breno's progression, and he is on his own. Safe, he started his CT round with an AWP in apps, but he didn't have a Magisk up close.
So what's the response? If you go into B, this half-wall smoke is still up. They're trying to push through.
Okay, Kixon gets flashed in. This time, Insani doesn't get it full blind. That's the difference. Strong start to the Falcons' defense. Still, though, possibility for error. Uh-oh, you've lost your AWPer. Lekowski pulls a rotate with just him on the site. And Tessus goes down. That's even more convincing. Safe picks off Nico. He's killed 1B. Tessus fighting Lekowski. It's all over the shop. We're flying on both fronts, both sides. Lekowski onto Tessus. It's slipping through their fingers, Chad. Piece by piece, player by player, pulled apart. MIBR for 21. A golden opportunity now presents itself. Just Magisk. A 1 versus 3. Or MIBR will have 2 match series points of their own. He knows he's got to be quick with this. Flash through the smoke. Exit's ready. 21. 1 away from the magic number. It has to be perfect here or the Falcons will be eliminated. Let that sink in.
It's another 3v5. And these first 2 kills came as easy as you like. To set up an apps was perfect. m0NESY base, Matt just covers, kicks and gets flashed in, easy kill.
I don't want to be rude.
m0NESY getting completely caught off guard there.
You said liability. Yanko said liability. That felt like a
just
round.
not ready for anything. They just the fact that they're just able to walk in and get that type of a kill. Magic's had already started rotating B.
That was a crazy round. And then there's an AWP on B. There's a player up short. Like topsy-turvy CS. Here we go.
2 rounds now to go into quad OT. And this time it's a change. It's going to be an apps pop.
Okay, well, they're testing
3
Magic.
players here. m0NESY short. Magic in pit. TSS long side.
Yeah, head of the flashes. 1.5. Needed that from m0NESY, but he's backwards. Oh, he jumps around, wiggles it about, and hits a second. Insani's into the pit now, though, and on the nade break, spots the mantle up. The bomb is making its way in and has info on them both. One planting. AWP slips into the short side to catch them. Approaching. Good catch from Nico.
Insani, you can do this.
He could do this. He could eliminate Falcons right here and now. A 1v3 for the young gun. 31 frags deep. Insani is a beast. Spamming smokes, looking for him. Little bit of a connection. That was all they were hoping for, and they will find him. Surviving their first test, Falcons get away with it.
How does m0NESY get that second kill? He felt like he should have been dead to rights after getting pantsed in the previous round. He hits an absolute stunner of a second shot just to keep them alive. First one's great, pivots into shot, god damn exit.
Oh, you had to put it in slow-mo, did you?
This is the nerves, right? That right there is the nerves. Yeah. That's what you're seeing, right? The indecision, the whiff shots, the getting caught off guard. You're so late in the piece. With 41 rounds deep, going into 42. MIBR can still do this right here, right now, or do we need quad OT? Again, heavy apps. Maybe a rinse and repeat of the same call. This time, Pacia.
Yeah, this time for a different result.
Okay.
This
only 2 players on A.
To eliminate
There's only 2 players on A.
Magic is playing a pixel gap. This is so exploitable. You got to play this perfect, Magic, because they're coming for you. You're blind. You're dead. And I think this might be it. It's their turn. They're the ones that have to win the 3v5. They don't have the advantage anymore. We all saw it happening. We didn't want to believe what we were seeing. And Safe picks it up. We expected the Falcons gliding into playoffs, vying for the trophy, making Vitality work, but oh no! We expected the Falcons to take flight. Instead, their ticket is booked by MIBR. A flight home instead.
The heartbreak for Nico and m0NESY. You go back to Rio, they didn't even make the major. One of the favorites coming into stage 2. One of the favorites to push Vitality. And they don't even make it close. No top 16, no playoffs, and your season is over. MIBR, they withstand, they stand up, and they deliver the knockout blow.
Impeccable. Breno, a standout for me. Insani as well. I mean, you can't ignore the fragging output of this talented young man. And for Falcons, I mean, m0NESY is brought into the ranks to return to their primary objective of trophies. Trophies the goal, knocked out in groups, the reality.
Inexcusable 3v5 losses. This one will keep you up all night.
Yeah, you can see head in hands. Heartbreak following him everywhere he goes. Nikola Kovac. The silence is loud on that side of the player area. The sound of a human heart breaking.
And the reality sinking in that it is just really over. Handed the 0-2 bucket. We've got the interview standing by.
In a shocking turn of events, Falcons sadly eliminate here from the Blast TV Austin Major. Kixon, I can only imagine what's going through your head right now, so I just really appreciate you giving me a moment of your time. Can you describe what's going through your head right now?
I mean, obviously we're really disappointed. We didn't expect something like this to happen, and obviously we didn't play our best game, and I think that's the reason why we didn't qualify for the next stage. And we just did way too many mistakes, and obviously good teams will always punish that.
From the outside, at least from a viewer's perspective, it seems like this is a different version of Falcons that we've seen, you know, from previous months, ever since you added m0NESY. Do you have that same feeling inside the team?
Maybe this event, I think in general we're still the old Falcons, but this event we just played a bit differently. Maybe it's because of the pressure, maybe because of the high expectations, I'm not sure. But definitely this event we didn't even play close to our usual level.
I've, of course, got to address some of the rumours that have been circulating around Falcons and the potential for some roster moves coming into next season. Can you kind of confirm or deny anything that's happening with that situation?
I cannot say anything right now. I guess there should be some news or updates soon, so right now I cannot say much.
Totally understand that. Final question, anything you want to say to all the Falcons fans that were rooting for you back at home?
Yeah, I just want to thanks to everyone who is supporting us, and I'm really sorry for these performances. We all expected more, but it is what it is. Hopefully next time we will have better luck, but we'll play better, and that's it.
Thank you for giving me a moment of your time, Kixon. Really gutted to see you go. That means Falcons eliminated here in Austin.
That does mean Falcons have been eliminated from the Blast TV Austin Major. Peter, arguably the biggest surprise that we witnessed so far at this tournament, and what a fashion that happened in. Triple overtime, 5v2 throws, a lot of emotion throughout the building. I cannot find a way to describe this game. I don't even know what to say.
My heart's racing. I'm not gonna lie. I was so emotionally invested inside of this game. You know, yeah. I have. It was my last team. It was also a failure when we didn't make it in Shanghai. This is obviously different now. It's not the RMR, but still, like, I know what runs through the head of Magisk and Sonic. You know, my two long-lasting teammates. Yeah. And for them to be eliminated this early, obviously it's also tough for the rest of the team. But I mean, I can only imagine how they feel, and it's crazy to be on this side of the things and get these kind of feelings. I didn't never expect I could actually get that by just watching a game. So it's, for me, it's also it's very shocking.
I know exactly the feeling of losing games, right? But losing that 5v3 as a player, you've probably been in a scenario like that. Viewers at home may wonder as well, like that feeling you're sitting left with right now if you're Falcons, it's almost unbearable.
It's just unforgivable. I mean, like, it's gonna haunt the players for the rest of, obviously for tonight, but also for the rest of the week and maybe also the month coming. You know, I think they are. It's just unforgivable to losing these rounds, and to come back from that is gonna be so hard. I mean, I think they tried, but the amount of mistakes that Falcons pull off in this game and throughout this tournament has just been so crazy.
You can see Nico feels it himself. He knows this is inexcusable from a player of his caliber, a player of Munisi's caliber. What Falcons was put together to do was lift trophies, and they're not going to get a shot at this Major one, which once again for Nico, Major just haunting him, man. Like, man, it feels cursed at this point. It really does.
It's a weird one, right? Because we also saw in Inferno, Nico couldn't get it together whatsoever. The first 24 rounds, he was nowhere to be found. Yeah. His teammates kept him alive. Munisi kept him alive. You could see he was visibly frustrated, understandingly enough. And even in overtime, there were a couple of moments when he thought, okay, Nico has arrived now. Okay, Falcons will win now. But he never really arrived in this game. So all the other times, I feel like Nico has done his best carry performance. He's been in the peak of his career, and there's almost been no excuse for his teammates not to give him that trophy. This time around, though, he also bears a big part of that responsibility. So it just adds to the whole conversation that is around Nico. The greatest rifler the game has ever seen, hands down. You know, a fantastic player, a tremendous career, but when it comes to the majors, he just can't seem to string it together.
And it was so many of those situations, right? Like, not just looking at Nico in isolation, but so many moments where MIBR, it felt like they were able to read them. There were so many, you know, cheeky rounds that they were able to pull out the bag. Like, this isn't taking anything away from MIBR, because that was some insane resilience. But contextually, Falcons is coming into this. I mean, they were the #2 team in the world, you know, alongside Mouse, alongside Spirit, they're in contention as well. This is why we're so shocked. This is why it leaves us so emotionally drained. Like, Peter, you were literally shaking.
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
No, I was shaking here. I was shaking in the green. Like, I don't know why I'm so emotionally invested. Maybe it's because of my good friends playing and knowing what feelings is running through the heads right now. But I mean, as you just mentioned, like, we cannot take anything away from MIBR. I think they played out of their minds, and they kept the resilience, and like, they kept going back and forth, but they just kept fighting. You know, they should have probably also showed more character on Ancient, but they didn't, and they overcome all the expectations and just like started playing really great. It's at a state now where the disappointment is obviously pointed toward Falcons, as that's what we're talking about. But we just can't overlook what MIBR just achieved.
And just to put some numbers to round out the Falcons conversation, this is the worst performance that any of the individuals have ever had at a major. When they have managed to qualify, obviously we exclude the whole G2 scenario at the IOM Rio major, where they didn't manage to make it out of the RMR, but this is by far the worst performance for each and every individual here at a major.
Speaks volumes, you know, those numbers speaks volume. I think the level of play they showcased at this tournament as well. Let's be completely honest for a moment here as well. At no point did Falcons look like a team that was supposed to make it to stage 3. victory. It's not like they were unlucky. It's not like they were hit by, technical issues or whatever. It was a team that came into this tournament having boot camp leading up to the tournament, having been playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen this new version of Falcons ever play. So there was nothing pointing in the direction that this was going to happen. At the end of the day, I think it's fully deserved. I think it's fully deserved that Falcons are exiting the tournament right now. I don't think the level of gameplay were any better whatsoever. And there's more teams out there that we're going to see later on in this tournament that deserved it more than they did. Saying that out loud is crazy, but that's just the facts.
I really appreciate how candid Kixon was, when I posed that question to him, right? The fact that that is the reality. You haven't been putting up anywhere near these type of results. It's been grand final after grand final, playoffs after playoffs. Shout out to him as well. He didn't have to give me that interview. He's the one that stepped up. He said to our stage manager, I'm going to take this on.
Okay.
So really, just a great kind of mentality coming in from him, leading by example. But not enough. Not enough in the tank.
No, and I think it's so easily overlooked that Falcons is still a very new team. Let's just be honest. The reason why people are expecting so much from them is because they made so many quick results after they got m0NESY. And sure, they also had an event before getting him that they won. So it's also, but at the same time, it's something like when you have the names you have, when you have the budget that you have, the expectation just is skyrocketing. And it's been like that for the Falcon team for as long as I can remember. And it still seems to be something that's haunting them when the pressure gets to them, when the expectations get to them to perform, it ends up in a position where they don't seem to be playing as well as they could. And I think, as you mentioned, Jacob, from day one off, you could see that something was off. Whether it was the pressure or it was just their own mentality, but everything just seemed to be not going the right direction.
I will say though, and it's easy to come afterwards and saying this, but I think it's unacceptable for Falcons to enter a tournament for the second time in a row, a major for the second time in a row with a lineup that is essentially dead. Roster changes is going to happen. I'm sure some of the players have been told that you are going to be left without a team after this tournament. Find a new home. I know, circumstances, contracts, all that kind of stuff. It's the last tournament before the summer break as well. But if you're Falcons, if you're a team that is built to not only win trophies, but contest for every single one, go deep into playoffs, have one of the biggest budgets in the game, entering 2 majors in a row with a lineup that pre-major is a dead lineup, I think from a manager point of view is unacceptable. And there's, as said, probably a lot of circumstances that we're not aware about, but the facts is remaining on the floor right here. If you're a player and if you're a team and you're coming in with a dead roster for a major, of course some of these other rosters are going to outplay you at some point. So it's easy to say, but I'm not really surprised in the sense that I think the management of Falcons and where they are right now has been, to my understanding, unacceptable.
Well, the thing is that you don't know how long that's been going on for, so maybe it was something that came into the major, but it could also have been there in Dallas. It could also been when, some of the previous events they already played, so we don't know for a fact when all these kind of rumors existed. I think it's been a part of the Falcons' identity for as long as the team has existed. At least there's always this kind of guy that will breathe you in the back that's come and take
maybe that's why they don't win.
No, but I agree. I think it's definitely a peer pressure. It's something that you need to.
You've been there, right?
I've been there. It affected me as well. Let's just be honest. When we got to know that Nico was going to step into the team, we were like, okay, so now we're actually going to fight for a spot. And sometimes I can create the right kind of competition within the team between the players. But I think it's just as much. You start comparing yourself so much to your teammates for thinking, okay, I need to be in the good position. I'm the one that needs to get some action so I can actually show that I'm the one that deserves to be here.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that is the case with the Falcons right now, but that was the case with me back then. That's the only thing I can touch on.
It's totally understandable. Obviously, there is a winner. They haven't qualified for the next stage, but they do indeed go to the 2-2 matchup. It's obviously only apt that we talk about Falcons just because of the huge expectations on their shoulders, but shout out to MIBR. I thought when we entered that overtime, I thought it was gone. I thought when we entered the second overtime, it was gone. I thought when we entered the third overtime, it was gone. Insane resilience. We can't fault that.
To be able to pull that off with the little experience this lineup has at this kind of stage is, as you said, Freya, very insane. It's admirable, and I think MIBR fully deserves that win. Obviously, it could have gone both ways. There was a 5v3 retake that they made happen at a very crucial moment in the game where realistically they should have lost it. At the end of the day, they were the better team. They were the guys showing the more experience there, say, compared to Falcons. So it's only fair they win it. And as you said, they haven't qualified yet. They stay alive, so that's also why we're tempering our expectations just a little bit.
Yeah.
They have to do it again tomorrow, but for them to stay alive at the cost of Falcons, that's a massive result also for the VS points.
We've had a hell of a lot of emotions going down, and it's not done yet, gentlemen, because we do have one more matchup on the cards. It's going to be FaZe versus 3D Max. This time it's going to be for a qualification spot. Now, you probably saw, and then some of the camera cutting there, FaZe and 3D Max were joining us over here watching the game. It was quite a lot of fun, actually, to have them joining us over here. Let's start off the talk by mentioning FaZe. We talk about them, as one of the firm favorites coming into this stage of the competition. What are your takeaways so far? We've seen 2 incredible best-of-1 wins. Not so good in the best-of-3 versus Legacy, though.
No, I still think that FaZe remains a question mark for me. They had a good showing on the first day, and then they against Legacy, Legacy has proven everyone wrong. They have definitely played really great here, and then now we're standing with the question, like, how good is FaZe Clan actually? Because we only have the data from the first and the second day. Now they're coming into the third one, and I mean, the individuals are there, and I know that Kerrigan, he works really good off of having good individuals, but one thing is that you don't have your individuals working. You also need to have them to perform so he can make his calling work. And sure, we've heard Symbol say that when we get Rain back, we will perform better, we will be a better team. But I mean, so far, I still feel like they have to prove it in the best of 3. I mean, going up against the likes of 3D Max now should be like a task they should be able to overcome. But I mean, we've seen so many things now about this major that you can't really rule anyone out.
I think the way to summarize FaZe so far is that they can beat pretty much anyone. I guess the only team that realistically we don't expect them to be able to beat would be Vitality when they're entering the tournament. Apart from that, they can also lose to anyone, which we saw yesterday versus Legacy. Make no mistake, Legacy played good Counter-Strike, but FaZe should never lose to them. FaZe should never lose 2-0 in the fashion they did against Legacy. So I agree with you, a massive question mark. I expect them to beat 3D Max, but they can win against anyone, and they can most definitely lose to anyone, including
I feel like that's always the FaZe factor, isn't it? Like, that's always a narrative we're talking about.
Last year has been like that, yeah.
We've got the vetoes rolling in. Nuke the pick from FaZe. Peter, you pointed my attention towards as probably also a double whammy pick, because they're 3D Max, they ain't look hot on this map, right?
No, the last 4 times that 3D Max has been playing Nuke, they've been losing. And if you just took like a brief look at how 3D Max's map pool look, it's like there's so many gaps. And I think that's also one of the reasons why they are a team that has not made it that far at the other tournaments they've been playing. And when I think of 3D Max, I need to go back to like 2024, where they were like probably the biggest grind team you've ever seen. Like, I think they had 319 maps played out of the 24 season, and that's almost 7,000 rounds of Counter-Strike in a matter of a year, which is quite crazy.
Yeah.
And that left me with the impression that 3D Max is in a position where they are transitioning from playing a lot of online tournaments, a lot of tier 2 tournaments, to now transitioning into playing against the better oppositions by actually being invited and attending the great events. So right now they have everything to prove.
They have everything to prove, but also a team that has been stagnating a little bit. I agree, 24, they were on the rise, they were grinding, but I think they've been figured out in a sense. I think Chad have mentioned it a couple of times during his cast that they're very one-dimensional in the way they play Counter-Strike, and we don't really get to see something new from 3D Max. So if Kerrigan has done his homework, if Neo has done his homework, I think FaZe is fully aware of what they're being met by right now, and as you said as well, history speaks for itself. FaZe have been owning 3D Max every time they played so far, even when FaZe have been down. So I expect the same to happen here, but I also expect the Falcons to win.
I feel like every time I see 3D Max at an IM event, at least, that third day of group stage, Jacob, you're very familiar with it. You have to play a double header. They're always in that situation where they find themselves losing out on that first best of 3, and then they have to do the marathon, and they never make it over that hurdle. So I totally agree with you. With the level of FaZe we saw on day number 1, surely heavy favorites coming into this.
If that's the FaZe that shows up today, then for sure. I'm not sure that is, but I think the individuals will kind of decide this game. If Simple shows up, if Frozen shows up, if Elise shows up, it doesn't matter what kind of play 3D Max is going to come with. Then the individuals will be too much to handle.
Well, it's time to get our final best of 3 underway. A spot at stage 3 on the line between 3D Max and FaZe.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. 3D Max, a team I find incredibly entertaining when things are working. It feels like it's a volatile style of play, but you could say the same about FaZe, because from one day to the next, they've looked like 2 very different squads.
Yeah, Kerrigan citing comms the issue yesterday with their loss. Could have been easy, could have been a 3-0. Well, now it's still a 2-1. The pressure's not on until tomorrow, and we'll see if we get that FaZe from day 1 back in this server. Kick things off with wins over Heroic and TYLOO. Tossing them around, losing 8 rounds in total over those best of 1s, but losing to Legacy, the Cinderella story of Austin. Here we go. FaZe's map choice, T-side start, Squeaky blown off.
Oh, the lurk smoke flash really implies vents, and he's going to make the sound of everything. Makes it really clear where he's got off to, but instead they run into the stack on ramp. Not bad from Body. What a shot onto Simple.
Paints around it, deathmatching now.
Yeah, they know where Frozen was, huh?
Yeah, so at this point, Frozen a 1v3. Not going to see any kills. Maka, a bullet between the eyes, and a great start from the French. You're going to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the Frenchmen. They love to get stuck in and take those type of duels. So I think that is a tech. We're just going to sort some issues. We got everybody sitting down, and they were all sitting by. You heard there from the desk that these teams were hanging around with them while they were watching the conclusion of the previous series. We'll see if everybody can screw their heads back on tight to focus on the mission ahead. I think both of these teams, considering the field, I would have had as teams to make it through to stage 3 alongside the Falcons, but we've spoken enough about them. This is the FaZe show.
Yeah.
There's so much hype around Simple, and I think the fact that you've combined Simple with everybody's favorite Counter-Strike team. It doesn't matter where you're from, you're a FaZe fan, apparently.
I mean, how many years has it been since you've cast a Simple Counter-Strike game? You know, it's been a while.
Yeah, so great to see him back in the server.
Simple Counter-Strike 2 game, though.
Yeah,
come on.
That's a whole different thing. But definitely had some moments where he's looked like his old self. But a flash in the pan of a round or two, that's enough to get people excited. It's enough to at least get us believing he could be back in action. Well, you want to see it on a consistent basis, because Simple, alongside of Frozen and Elige, there's an awful lot of firepower. And when the games get big and the stakes get high, that's when Rain starts to do his absolute best work.
Yeah, I love the kind of the Simple Rain brotherhood between the two of them. Simple keeps bigging up and also had a lot of confidence about the aforementioned heroic. You know, we witnessed that to start off proceedings.
Yeah, there's a fun bit of trash talk. Simple was a little bit fed up at Demau shouting yesterday. I think Demau got the last laugh, didn't he? Oh, chase him down the vent, and that's another opener, Frozen.
Oh my goodness. Gravity's out, not worried at all, and neither's Maka as they try and squeak out the hut position.
Yeah, Carrigan trying to pip that gap, so this force bite falling flat. The smoke wall doesn't get what they were looking for. As Rain has been able to get the secret cross, sure, but in terms of kills available, nobody has rotated down to B. See a Liege postured hut, Simple outside now as well, and this isn't the weapon for the job.
If he could get across with the bomb, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, there'll be a jiggle from heaven. And does make it down. Okay, bomb noted. There will be a rotation now to greet Rain.
Yeah, Rain's going to assume that they won't be using the vents. And
I don't know how you get into this.
You hit like a
yeah.
eagle headshot off 3. Not going to happen.
Gravity continues to just be a marauder on that MP9. And that is going to be all 5 staying alive. So, Buddy making some noise early, wanting to get under their skin, as it will be a 3-0 start, because right now will just be the pistols. No kills, no plant, no extra cash to splash. Been a mixed bag for 3D Max. This is their first best of 3 of the stage. They beat BetBoom, lost to Legacy. So both of these teams being felled by the Brazilians. And beaten Amiga in a Dust 2 game yesterday that was damn close, 13-11. We covered that off on the secondary stream. So a couple of Deagles, actually 5. Let's see if the meat cleavers of FaZe can find some heads. These are the easiest rounds to call if you're Carrigan. Hey guys, buy a Deagle and go search.
Go kill people if you can.
Make magic happen. Oh, they've lost the first early. That is the in-game leader. He's just going to sit back and allow his players to play. And then we can get into the rhythm of the rifle rounds. As Lucky spot 1 top main. Secret space has been accrued by Rain, so he's across. Really, unless we see a headshot coming shortly, this one is just likely to simmer out again. So everyone can just stay seated at the moment.
Yeah, maybe now's the time to grab yourself a snack. Feel like there was a lot of calories burned during that last series.
Yeah, going from match to match quite quickly here, so... oh, okay, but a spam damage there from Elige. That's cheeky. And there you have it. Okay, well, just going to be the 2 remaining, Simple and Rain. Rain's been able to get in towards the lower deck, but with 38 seconds left on the clock, we'll need to start to get a bit of a wriggle on.
Just seeing if anyone oversteps the mark to Simple, and oh, there's a nice Deagle headshot. That's what you're waiting for.
Okay, so
down.
It softens up the rotations a little bit. Maybe Simple could get a plant out of this. Rain's about to be swept under the rug. And never mind, I think that plant was a hope and a prayer. Simple was going to walk out into exercise. Oh, okay.
Nice shot.
Well, maybe he does get the... Oh, he's playing for frags. He's playing for damage. Simple with 2. Now he can plant.
They should be able to run him down. Body just can't play scared here, and he doesn't.
Okay, some nice shots.
Fair play. I mean, the output from the 2 of them is way more than they bargained for.
Yeah, they've actually gotten away with some decent damage and the plan to give Carrigan some extra cash to call behind. So now it will be AKs across the board.
Did the Jane warm up?
Yeah, he's giving everybody a demonstration. As well on the B stream, we had a little bit more player audio.
Yeah,
we definitely had a little bit. We were hearing a little bit more.
We did get some more nuggets of intel. I definitely have noticed the absence of that today.
Please, production, can we have some more?
Just a little bit more. Please.
Yeah, really important. He's bang on. That is a full set of AKs with utility instead of, oh, I need to buy a Galil because I need to get a couple of extra nades. No. Get your weapons of choice right now. Going to be an AWP for Maka. Talking through the utility right now. If you win this one, 3D Max are going to have some issues in the cash department. So, door blown off. Not yard control, but heavy nade damage. And fortunately for FaZe, tempered in their approach immediately. They avoid the HEs.
Yeah, it's not too out of the box, is it, so far from the CT side? This first gun round, rather standard.
Yeah, it looks like they were expecting a default spread, so they just went to see if they could isolate with some nade damage early onto Rain and the crawls. And now the smoke's being dotted. That's what Carrigan was preaching, as Simple will be alongside the two of them. Elige up on Silo and Frozen tending with Lobby. Now, smoke's missed, everybody. That's why this looks a little bit awkward. This is going to make crossing past Maka's AWP nigh impossible.
Yeah, well, one very good flash. Maka rethinks his angle of approach, allowing Rain to just narrowly get into that dead zone. Okay, into the warehouse, but look at this angle from Body. A little uncrouch, and it's going to be a jump scare for Rain. Burrows in, doesn't have to play next.
Yeah, you bang on there. So with 45 seconds left, there is going to need to be a push through elsewhere to kind of draw the attention. Rain gets to activate and has found a perfect timing.
Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, and a step to confirm it.
Well, does he clear lockers? Because that step might draw his attention. He might not be so diligent on the clears. Body coming back.
Okay, quick tap. Oh, Rain. That's impact. Gravity from behind. He's going to get shot in the backside. Frozen's the one to bring him down. Lucky's still on the side. Hang on. A flurry of frags. He's killed himself. Oh! Lucky! What a round.
What happened?
3 kills.
What happened to Exercise there? He crated?
I think he must have. Unless there was a molly on the floor, he walked into his own.
Yeah, we're going to have to catch that in the replay right there. But Rain gets 2 kills. They immediately start to cascade in towards that site, but they don't have the information. So Rain gets 2 kills. It's the AWP and Body dead.
How does Rain die?
He's going up the ladder. Somebody's watching. This is the thing, right? So he goes straight up the ladder. Here it is, the Exercise. He's going to fall off, I guess.
Fall off. Great.
So really, what was lucky in a 1v3 because Exercise created in that situation, I suppose.
Is that what I just heard from Maka? Yeah. I mean, fair enough after that incredible sequence out of Rain.
Okay, well, Simple, with getting the bomb down and those couple of kills on the Deagle round, he has a little bit more cash, so he's going to invest right now into the AK. It's a partial buy, and they're popping.
Oh, he's in so much trouble now. Dead man, book, Main's in trouble. Exercise out of bullets, but it looks like they've done enough. Simple's AK, he's managed to connect, and now in the open is Maka. Wait, to oh, he couldn't finish. He hit 3 bullets. He's just missing that final connection. 22 points of health. Maka, he prevails.
Both teams throwing punches, but only one of them landing right now. Again, some great trade work. That looked over. Then Rain and Simple both happen. It becomes a 1v1 situation, and Maka connects the dots on the USP. So great, Gravity's pinned. They're so focused on him. There's no main smoke. Exercise and Lucky get to get 3 between the two of them.
Whoa, USP.
This has got an intensity to it at the moment. This is so back and forth in the early stages as far as these trading out of frags. So you're riding the high. This is the type of Counter-Strike 3D Max like to deal with, and you heard from the death touching upon just the lack of proficiency for the French on Nuke. Another opener. Body finds this. Carrigan jumping in, and he doubles up.
What? This is game. This is a game of FaZe Clan versus 3D Max. This is what you have to expect when these two teams clash. It's already cinema. People flying off of rooftops, crazy multi-kills. It's only just begun. And Carrigan decides he's had enough. That's his first 2 frags.
Okay. Whoa. Well, remember, the economy for 3D Max is still ropey. Only one man stays alive. So can they work into this and break the money?
They always bring that entertainment value. Ooh. Carrigan, just by cutting noise and waiting, it looks like a frag's going to come his way, doesn't it? Beautiful. Oh, and even has info on the AWPer. Oh, Oh, he nearly had himself a fourth there. Maka just for survival at this point, I suppose. The site's going to be lost. The bomb will be planted.
And Gravity's out of position right now, so I don't think they should really consider this one. Just hold on to your guns. If Maka lives, he can drop an M4 into the next, but he can get himself something to work with, and it should be all good in the hood as far as at least a competitive purchase. So that came so quick, didn't it? Then the round just simmers, and Karrigan happens again. So great contributions there by the in-game leader.
Especially when you consider how that started for Elige, just getting completely smoke spammed.
Yeah, 0 and 6 for Elige.
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, the Superstar Rifle is having tough times map after map, apparently. Yeah. Well, I'll give Elige the benefit of the doubt.
It's only just begun.
And if we get plenty more of this, that'll be exciting. So let's see if pace is the key to success for FaZe into the next. Bomb goes off. Door's blown out. Saves come through and no yells out of the FaZe camp.
Karrigan's come with a point to prove here.
I actually think that Karrigan having stand-ins more frequently actually plays into his benefit, because when he has a team for a long time, he starts to build out this playbook where everybody, you know, just falling from the sheet. Whereas when he has a stand-in or something that's a little bit more out of the box, he's doing more classic Karrigan, which is calling rounds. Like, you're hearing how much he's talking at the start of these rounds.
Yeah, it was that lovely turn of phrase I heard from Dupree earlier today about the round speaking to them. I think that's something that Karrigan would have understood as well.
I think with certain maps where the default, you get the space, you see what info comes your way, you're able to find the flow. Karrigan's a mad genius, and he's one of the absolute best in-game leaders of all time, and he's had so much success with stand-ins over the years, and that has to be for a reason, right? The way that he reads the game, the flow of the rounds that he calls, and always staying on top of the meta. Is this another missed smoke?
It can't be, can it? We're not missing the fundamentals.
The fact that Rain continued to take that joust.
Up against an AWP, no less.
Yeah, Maka just couldn't get the scope out in time. Okay.
Just a couple of bursts from the gap.
This one doesn't have the pace. That is not the perfect squeaky smoke. Quite deep, and well, it maybe invite them to play through it. So 2 over towards ramp with Lucky on the boost with the 5-7. Gravity already down towards B. And they're going to gamble stack ramp.
Ooh, interesting. Karrigan is going to at least ask some questions of it. He is alone. But what information does he get? He gets nothing, really. He knows Lucky's up on the boost. That's it.
Well, A's essentially open.
Yeah, but Body's trying to close it. Good pick off. FaZe already running out of resources. Just the 3 of them now. A disadvantage on the plant.
Should give this one a go now, 3D Max.
Yeah, certainly. Missed Molly, missed smokes. The nades are not behaving. Elige going to get caught off, sidelined by Lucky.
0-7.
Yeah, Frozen and Simple going to have to step up in the absence of the others. This Molly will connect. That buys time. This is calm, though, isn't it, from 3D Max? They're just slowly closing the gap, tightening the noose. Good find from Frozen. Stays active. One towards the vent. Oh, they draw attention with it. Doesn't matter. Quick adjustment. Body in the meantime took down Simple. Body fakes it out. Frozen's playing the game with the sound cues himself. Anticipates the swing. It's a massive round. Frozen steps up. Demonstrates his individual prowess.
Well, that one there means an awful lot. Losing that, I think, would have been a real blow to the confidence, but consecutive rounds breaks the money of the French and puts them in eco territory. So a tough one to navigate there. A great shot from Body. I'm saying the site's open. He had different ideas, but able to walk across the line. A massive clutch from Frozen. This is what you need to see. It started with a curious duel outside, to say the very least. And you see that from Elige's perspective, a little bit of a fist pump there as Simple lets out a roar. They know what that means, a chance to draw this one round closer. 5-2, likely to read 5-3. And just to get to retake action, we had so few in that last series up until a crazy 3v5 out of MIBR. I'm still
replaying it in your head.
Flabbergasted by some of the scenes that we saw. The Counter-Strike world's going to be reeling from that one for a couple of days. Okay, well, look.
Yesterday it was comms.
Yeah, today it's nades. Hopefully tomorrow it's not aim.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like that's an unlikely outcome when you look at the roster.
You would like to get yourself that day off to continue to add to the repertoire if you're FaZe. Also remove the pressure. Next round is going to be a step up. But as mentioned, I would hope to see both 3D Max and FaZe being able to make it through that next stage of play.
Something I found really interesting when Elige sat down on FaZe, did some interviews, they released some content ahead of the major. And they were just being very candid about, you know, the team's form. And for Elige, he's made no secret that the team kind of just communicated to him, hey, I know we've just picked you up, but we're bad now.
Yeah, have fun with that.
And for him, he feels like it's him. I mean, why wouldn't you? You join a team, and immediately it feels like, oh, they're no longer the team I thought I was joining. How do you not kind of start pointing fingers at yourself and going, is it me?
Yeah, I don't think they were on a free fall since Twist had left, but they were definitely on a bit of a decline, and then they had the majors, right? Which I think insulated them. So with the changes, definitely a whole different looking FaZe. But I think if there was one player in all of Counter-Strike history that could do a revival to the FaZe bullshit that we all know and love, it's Simple. Because he is that same embodiment as a single individual.
He is FaZe Clan coded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why he just looks so at home in this jersey. But timeout taken from 3D Max. You can kind of shrug that off. All right, boys, we lost a rifle round. We had some saves. We made it close. We lost a clutch. And then we ecoed. That's the pattern of rounds to get us to this point. But now the guns come back out. No Maka AWP. No defuse kit. And keep that in mind if we find ourselves in a post-plant. Teams that the loser of this will be joining tomorrow in the 2-2 games. Namiga, MIBR, Bait, Heroic, and Lin Vision. Feels cruel to make MIBR play again, doesn't it?
Yeah, must have felt like they won the major.
Give them that ticket to Charlie's Chocolate Factory.
Makes Falcons Augustus Gloop stuck in the tube.
Okay, well, diagonal smoke wall dotted. Will the rotation be from ramp? I think it's most likely. There is the possibility to slink down the vent now. Lucky getting over to spam through.
Oh, wow. Every single angle he adjusts to, there's bodies behind it. Simple actually scratches the plan. He takes the bomb away. He's been sent away. Rain and Elige have committed across.
Warehouse for Rain, Secret for Elige. So at this moment, the pivoting options are still wide open. Karrigan only has a HE, and it would be great if he could either get space or get a kill. Main smoke lands, and now they can progress. They're going to try and suffocate Heaven and Hell. Karrigan's going to walk into his demise here.
Yeah, it feels like a guarantee. Body last time he won it with the 5-7. This is the perfect angle held for that deeper clear. Gets his kill, doesn't panic on the rotate. Now this is going to be a jump scare for Body. Quick deletion. Rain opens up the avenue to B. Lucky will tuck. A single kill here is enough. He could even get more. They line up for him. The multi-kills keep coming for Lucky. That's quad kill in the round. He is up to what, 14? He is flying so high so quick. Yeah, 14 and 6 from Lucky.
Yeah, had some stunning moments so far. That play over towards the top side where Exercise created was the thing of beauty. I think what's so crazy about this is the only games that we had on record with Simple in a FaZe jersey were with Skulls, and his contributions, I don't want to mince words, but...
Wasn't Rain.
Well, that's probably the nicest way I could possibly... Yeah, so thank you for withholding me there, but... they beat Heroic, beat TYLOO, then lost to Legacy. This is the first nuke that we've seen them play with Rain and Simple.
Right. Okay.
So in terms of that, if you're 3D Max, the level of prep you can do is limited. You're looking at FaZe overall and what their tendencies and likelihoods are, but they've been on a boot camp. So there's things that could get thrown your way that you're not prepared for. So the cliche that we get in interviews of, oh, we play our own game, you are going to have to do a lot more of that. So your protocols as far as you rotate, that comes into the mix. Now this time around the diagonal smoke wall is thrown, but the top main as well.
And Elige gets across the initial test of HUD. He's going to swing through this. Oh, great find from Exercise. He was aiming at Elige and accidentally found Rain. Maka 2, it's too easy. How quickly did they just all disappear? Magic trick.
Yeah, 7-3. Only 5 available with money relatively in the bin right now. So I think at most you're getting 4 rounds on the half on your map choice. Tactical timeout call for the T side. And this is where Neo apparently does some of his best work. We can only go off with what we're told, but his contributions in these lighter buy rounds, hopefully he can be a miracle worker right now because they need the man. A legend of the game.
Yeah, something I saw when they were, you know, this same video I learned from Elige. In that same video, you got to see a little bit of their kind of boot camp, their prac facility, and I got to hear Neo, you know, when a player vocalizes an opinion, and it's like, it sounds like a joke, but it simple means it. He's saying something, he's trying to communicate a complex idea. Neo just reiterates, he says, I think you should listen to what he's saying. You know, like kind of just emphasizing when players are making good points that maybe wouldn't have been as noticed or as noted. I think that's an interesting tidbit of just, you know, how a role that coaches play that you don't get to see.
Sure, facilitator.
Yes, yeah, exactly. A framework, make sure everyone is heard.
All right, well, here's that partial investment as discussed. Not a surprise to see smoke walls, but we have seen a couple missed.
Well, how's this one looking?
Yeah, this one has landed.
10 points.
It's just tough with pistols, unless you can get across freely, which Rain cannot.
Flowing real nice, isn't it, for 3D Max right now?
Another opening kill comes their way. And they know there's more because of the spam. Lucky's not afraid, and understandably so, having a great map so far.
Yeah, and they're loving these AKs. They feel really good. 3 of the T side Kalash. On the CT side.
They want to fight this.
Yeah, they've managed to close the gap, but tries to take head rolling. Nice from Frozen. Tracks that second follow-up bullet on the Deagle.
Smothering them right now, aren't they?
This is quick. This is convincing. I mean, 4 still available. It's a somewhat recovered half from FaZe, but yeah, this is a flying start from the CT side of the French.
And if you look at the last 3 months, there's not been a single win for 3D Max on this map, and 2 of the losses have been to FaZe. So you can understand the confidence in picking this. There was a 13-5, a 13-7. They lost to Gamer Legion 13-11, and G2 13-9. So there's been some real tough results for 3D Max, but of course, in the lead into the major, you're going to take it into the lab. It looks like they've been cooking.
Lucky's nearly got more frags than the entirety of FaZe combined.
Some quick maths.
So I didn't use the word nearly, which really saved me. Thank you. And look at his position now. Okay, maybe that changes things. His body getting picked off, and okay, simple, good clear. Takes down Lucky. One of the few rounds we won't see a contribution from him.
One of the few rounds that's felt that FaZe have had this type of an advantage as well.
Yeah, that's true too.
Other than Carrigan dropping off a silo and grabbing them a triple kill. Exercise will take the lobby space. This round ain't done yet. Gravity, Maka, Exercise, they've got something else to say as they peer in. Frozen grabs another beautiful round for the young gun. He's had a clutch now. He's had 2 kills within this one. So we can almost piece together the 4 rounds that they got before the halftime break just with those few moments. The round that they're going to hate that they lost was the Rain double kill into the top acceleration.
Yeah.
So 4 is going to be the recovery on the half, and with a 2v4, it feels mandatory. Otherwise, the mood will sour.
Ooh, Maka. He's just been a little bit of an aspect ratio there. 4x3 abuser.
All right, and this one is going one way. So the half that started with a crash and a bang is going to end with a Gravity flying up the vent. He'll get deleted by Simple, and there you have it. 8-4, that's the scores on the door. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll come back to see how this CT side concludes from FaZe.
Oh, Kaiki. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when fallen, and his all were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah!
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
All right.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got a Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived a top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Welcome back. Heading into the second half. First map, 3D Max and FaZe. This is for a spot in the next stage, but it's certainly not elimination stations just yet. 2 wins, 1 loss. Full best of 3 ahead of us, and it's our first look of FaZe Clan's Nuke with both Simple and Rain in the ranks. Of course, Rain taking time away for the birth of his second child, and so didn't attend Dallas, but coming in with their full roster, or full air quotes roster. Simple still up for debate.
The one that they wanted to contend with, at least. So didn't get Dallas under their belt. Getting thrown straight into the fire here at the major. First half can be summarized. Carrigan 3-piece feed, a frozen 1v3, and then a couple of other light rounds to sprinkle on top.
Yeah, got to be feeling good for Simple to be back. He probably feels lucky to be here, but lucky he certainly is here in the server. 16-7 first half out of the Frenchman. Solid output. Simple's been set up with that perfect package, the double Julie, or rather Julie and Kev.
Now, this is interesting because Mac is searching outside, but they've started heavy down towards B. Initial duels taken for Maka, sees 2. Now they can go to ramp and FaZe. Oh, okay. Alish, there you go.
Big find.
3rd kill, and they've given over ramp.
Yeah, this is all part of
doesn't have to fight this.
Plan. And you're not ready for Frozen, but he's taking his time with that first kill. Light on bullets, still gets output. A second head rolls, body's gone. Gravity eventually whittles away at him. And it might be Alish to close it down as well as starting it off. Door swing open, Simple puts Gravity on notice with 12 points of health. Cowering at the back of the side with the bomb getting run. Bit of support. Exercise has actually managed to neutralize Simple and get away. Closing the gap now, running him down. Quick moves. Glock is deadly up close. Not raised in a barn. He'll be closing that door. And the bomb is above you. Awkward retrieval. And that'll allow him to do so. Oh, hello. That's a nice sound cue for Alish to know, and they're going to double swing him. 2 targets on his screen. It's still got a little hectic, a little worrisome. But there we have it. CT pistol for FaZe.
Yeah, a couple of touch-and-go moments there. You can see what Simple's thinking. We know that one player is isolated in the site. Let's swing on him because Carrigan, I think it was taking the duel with the player over towards ramp, but just a little bit late on the timing. Opener there from Alish. It's his first opening kill.
It's rare to see CT start so heavy, B. Do you think that is a kind of a researched position?
Well, I think I don't know, research. I think just it's premeditated, right? You're giving up ramp in that situation. Right. You're starting a player clock, and you're starting a player down secret. So that was, out the gates, that was the decision.
Yeah, it worked wonderfully.
It didn't have to play for any info. So, Gonna split the pistols right down the middle, one apiece, as it is going to be the eco out of 3D Max. So we can all take a moment to take our breath. See top left-hand side of the screen. This is a 2-1 game for the context. Loser will drop down. Play a 2-2 game tomorrow in the final day of players. We've got the odds on screen favoring FaZe. Hasn't changed for the series so far. It's just tough to diagnose FaZe, right? In day number 1, they were in fine form against the likes of TYLOO and Heroic. They had score to settle with Youngstar and his squad.
Yeah, winner of this one joins teams like Pain and Furia in that 3-1 qualification category. And the loser joining that stacked Amiga, MIBR, Bait, Heroic, and Lin Vision.
It's crazy. We were so focused on our match. Furia Bait ended while our Falcons MIBR series, it was a 2-1.
Oh.
All the maps were single-digit wins, though. 13-3, 13-6, 13-7. So, yeah, okay, there must have been some pace to it.
Which, it sounds disingenuous when I say this, but I mean this wholeheartedly, is that, like, that's an impressive result for Furia.
I think so, too, right? Obviously, they've only added Molodoid recently. He's a permanent member of the team, going to bid for them to turn international.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Bait are no slouches. We've learned that. Lots of teams have learned that.
So did Falcons.
Yeah.
And Yakinda there in a stand-in status. We'll see how that edges ever forward. But now... Oh, okay.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
There we go. Production gave us some more. But this buy is very interesting looking for the T-side first rifle round. It might actually be quick. So, Elige, the push might be coming your way.
Ooh.
Gravity, as well as Lucky, have opted to invest into MAC-10s. There's 2 Galils and an AK. So, they could have gone for heavy rifles. They've opted for something a little bit different.
All right. Well, Gravity goes, drops his nades, and gets up close. It does feel like they're going to want to test Carrigan. He's ready to receive you, but look at that guy go! Gravity just bounces into the sight. Double on the MAC-10. Pace change. Effortless brilliance from 3D Max. Straight in, sight lost. Simple. What
Head
have you
armor
got?
as well.
Just hanging around the smoke. Do you even want to give it a go?
Well, Rain's backing off to save. Frozen 2, Simple noted, and deleted. Gravity. The memory of Amanek 10 lives on in the French scene.
That's perfect.
A thing of beauty. The young gun, he always has something to say. Might be a bit quiet this time round, but that's a blindsiding move in towards that top site. They were the ones who were hoping to find aggression on the second tempo, but getting the jump on them. That's a Galil available there. Rain, it's going to be tough to hold on to this. How much damage can you find? Setting up to try and remove these rifles going into the next. Scoreline about to read 9-6. Bomb goes off, and that is confirmed. Gravity keeps his MAC-10, an AK for body, and Maka with the Galil. But the fact that this is perfect. Bouncing his head off for the first. This pathing so direct, just deleting player after player. And then Simple noted they'll track him down as well.
Yeah, that was cheeky.
All right, Elige is just asking for a HE there, Alex, so that he can use this to clear smokes outside. It's getting donated. Bit of utility. Simple's AWP. Used to be one of the absolute best in the world at the rotating position on Nuke. Only 6 kills to his name right now, but the CT side's where he's likely to do his best work.
Oh, you just unlocked a long-forgotten piece of CS trivia about the Simple electronic duo on CT side Nuke. Oh my god.
Frozen dropping down to B immediately. Simple's AWP on ramp, Elige outside. Smoke wall lined up late from Maka.
Something you've been previously quite critical of was Elige's yard work, forgoing Rain in that legendary position. You got a major MVP in.
Yeah, it's tough. If you're going to take it from anybody, right?
Yeah,
Rain is the one who's the blueprint for how a lot of players play it. But Rain, selfless in his old age. Happy to make room for Elige. So yeah, you do have to deliver, but fortunately for him, Elige doesn't have to worry about anything outside right now. He's just playing red pole. They started with a setup that already will deal with them slipping down secret because of Frozen. So what that does is apply pressure towards this top site, Carrigan and Rain. They don't really have any rotation available, and they've actually doubled up T-Ven. This is a bit crazy.
That is crazy, right? You don't see this one all too often. And Carrigan, he just plays first from a double up and bait. Oh, Rain got caught. Exercise gets them both. A wall bang headshot to Rain, accidental or otherwise. Again, condemned to a retake, staring at smokes. And this is for 10. This is for 3D Max to get into the double digits, convincing quickly. Simple with his AWP, he only just got his hands on it and he might not get a chance to use it.
Yeah, you risk everything here if you go for this. I don't see a kit right now either.
Okay, Frozen's like poised to go. They'll let him go and see what he finds. Makes a sound cue, picks up a kit. They push in, they lose it all. It's Exercise's turn in the sunshine now. He's gotten the quad kill. He's gotten the impact. Multi-kill, Mo down. See you later, Frozen.
Let's go! Let's go!
They've lost it all.
Yeah, 2,400 lost. So this one, going to get away from FaZe very quickly. And that's a top setup with only 2 players. There's no rotation available, right? Alicia's red pole. Frozen's only way up is through the vent. That sucks for me, doesn't it? I think the fact he even gets a kill there is great production considering how quick they were scaling on him. Simple's at ramp, so can't rotate fast up heaven. So they've completely misread the situation with their CT setup. Right, normally you want to make sure you have pieces who are linked together that can play off of one another, and right there, that wasn't possible at all. Yeah, it's still a crazy setup, but I can understand why. If we play top heart, we get molly. If we play backside, we get molly. If we play CT vent, we get molly. Right? So you're thinking, okay, let's do something a little bit out of the box, and you even got the opening kill. Just you're in a tough position to try and fight forward for Carrigan.
Yeah, and you could see a world where it's almost like the double up fake out where like Carrigan swings out, gets one and dies, and then they overlook Rain past him.
It just, they actually paths out of Hut, and Rain was getting wrapped upon here. So it is going to be a hero M4 for Simple. Some upgrades for everybody else.
Interesting.
And Gravity just still wielding a MAC-10. Why the hell not? You found so much impact with that on the first rifle, quote-unquote, rifle round. All right, this boost is a bit of a classic.
Oldie but a goldie.
All right, they're going to usher 2 into radio immediately. Just jiggling right there. It's the restraint from body that's on the question. Oh, there you go. Shows a bit of shoulder and even deletes Simple. So M4 on the floor. Elige will scoop that up. Doesn't have any armor whatsoever to go with that. And now they might start pivoting into 2 on ramp. We can see 4 bodies around the corner.
This doesn't surely go well. And that's where that MAC-10 really pays for itself.
Look at him go!
Yeah, he's earned it. $1,200. 2 kills on the Mac. No output from the Carrigan Deeg. And Elige. He's at least going to be able to bring that M4 into the next. So Simple will have a gun.
I'll sit back, relax right now, 3D Max. This is a masterclass being on display. Highlighted coming into this. 4 losses on a trot on Nuke, and 2 of them being 2 FaZe in previous tournaments of the season. 3D Max are one of these squads that definitely hit and hit hard. The problem tends to come when they're versing some of the better teams in the world. I don't think they're as reliant in the mid-round as Maka will remove that. So that M4 getting carried through, as that's 11-6. Just 2 more rounds required, and then we head into Inferno. Diligent stuff from Body. Had to be the headshot there from Simple.
Yeah, I think diligent stuff from Gravity as well. Gets 1, still jumps to clear the passive boosted position.
All right, well, Simple's going to operate with an MP9. Going to limit his rotation options. Might have to be something a little bit more all-in, but 3D Max are in full control of this. No pressure whatsoever, and when you reflect on the type of T-side rounds that we recounted, like Carrigan with 3 kills, Frozen with a 1v3.
Yeah.
They're not really things that are too replicable, are they? And the CT side, that multi-kill output is yet to be found. You can see how light they are on U2 already. HE and 3 smokes. No flashes, no kit, no nothing. As 3D Max will take the space wherever they like it. This time a straight line main to CT blue. Ooh, they're actually going to path in for a top split. Gravity again.
He just flashed a molly back sight, forces Carrigan wide into the fight, but Rain perfectly positioned, ready for the main swing. A good start to the FaZe Clan round. However, Rain's got a double kill and they've lost the round before.
That's very true. Body, does he have a time? He might get sideswiped here and caught by Frozen. Now it's just Exercise and Maka in a 2v5. Best CT round yet from FaZe.
Yeah, that's good work from Rain.
That's just going to be the save. Exercise, a smile on his face there. I'm not quite sure what is bringing joy. Maybe a bit of trash talk, because sure, you'll lose a round. We'll have a 40-second save coming through. Haven't even taken a look at what the matchup potentials are for tomorrow, regardless of the result of this one, but I'm sure there are some juicy morsels awaiting us.
Yeah, believe it or not, I didn't put MIBR beating Falcons in the simulator. I didn't.
No, me either.
I didn't even look.
Yeah, I didn't put them losing the Lin Visional bait either, so it's just been a stage of surprises, hasn't it?
Anyone with a diamond coin? Let's choose my words carefully.
No, there's going to be someone. I think there might be more than one.
Yeah, well, I saw some guy on Reddit had his girlfriend select his pick'ems based on the prettiest logos. And they did get the silver coin.
But then gold can still be valuable, everybody.
That's right, gold is valuable.
Diamond's good, gold's
pretty good. I've got 2 diamond coins in my inventory.
Alicia said they think we should do the same.
The same?
So
Rain, kill 2.
Yeah, that would be great, Rain. If you could kill 2 players again, that would be fantastic. We'll see what that requires with the opening. You're only getting partial points of the conversation, so don't worry about that. 3D Max have the cash to splash, and there's a little bit left over going into the next as well.
So delayed smokes coming out from Exercise. Let's start with the typical procedures.
All right, so Simple playing from heaven right now with the rifle. On the break, catches nothing, and there's an awful lot of bodies behind that. It's Carrigan who's dropped down to Secret early. Both smokes negating one another. I wonder if Lucky wants to waltz through that.
Yeah, who's going to be that first piece to move? Gravity's on top of main roof.
And they have Secret control as well, so they can pivot back into a Heaven and Hell wrap, a top split, a finish B. There's so many options right now. Locker smoke lands, that's telling of something else as B pressure applied at the same time. So 3D Max keeping FaZe guessing. Carrigan saw it, yep.
Body is really amplifying the pressure on B when it is just him.
The bomb's down, sure, but yeah, it's all a fake.
Oh, that's a good catch. Gravity was trying to start the wrap. Now with 40 seconds, Simple has removed the threat. Staying active, trying to keep that beacon of intel. Oh, he commits, and Maka bests him. Rain to be, once again, providing a multi-kill if they are to win this one.
Has a leash backside.
Oh, swings in. Volleyed out of position and beheaded.
On a leash.
Not bad from Lucky. Leash times it well. They're not looking at him. Gets 2.
2v2.
Winnable. Plant for Heaven side. Carrigan, last seen on B, just messing around with the ladder. Tries to fake out Maka. Now giving him a very clear indication of where he's coming from.
Oh, and Frozen's not going up the ladder, so they're worried that they've lost that territory as well. Is he going to jump up and go the long way? This is going to soak time off the clock. Carrigan has to wait for this.
Yeah, Frozen's bringing a flash and a kit.
It's a tough fight to win backside. Bomb now halfway gone.
3D Max are thinking, okay, well, we know where Carrigan is. Where is that other piece? Lobby, Heaven, Exercise gets him. Carrigan actually making a bit of a strong case for this. If he could just run down Exercise, he's running down the corner, playing the time. Time is of the essence.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think he's got it. The celebration there, I think it says it all.
That would be one hell of a pass. Okay, impact out of the captain, and the ambulance starts its engine.
But how lucky is he there that the kit from Frozen actually falls out of the heavens into the site?
For real.
That's a blessing from Frozen. He doesn't get the kill, but he donates the kit. Carrigan wins the clutch.
Just spews out of him.
Oh. So Simple gets the first. Great shot from Maka. Simple overcommits. I can't believe Lucky hits this. Rain transitioning out behind the molly. The double from Elijah is not in vain. Finds the kit in the nick of time on the defuse and has something to say. Carrigan finally finds his voice in a captain's clutch. A tactical timeout, and the plant, yeah, it will facilitate the buy. Damn, okay.
That's the round that's kind of put the game back on the menu.
It's reignited this matchup. Both teams with one tactical timeout left. There's still a 3-round gap. 2,400 into the next. You win this, going to get a partial, so it's going to get easier going forward, but you're going to have to keep the winning ways going. 3 consecutive required out of the FaZe defense. Simple does get his AWP. Frozen has an AUG. But what does the timeout from 3D Max change? Simple taking the squeaky door peek. No lurk smoke deployed. He might want to keep searching because of this.
Heavy investment into the yard here. Big focus from 3D Max. And oh, a sitting duck. Elige gives it away.
Maybe not expecting it. Whoa. That's not expecting it all. Not expecting that was Rain. Simple down towards B. 3 coming his way, and we need a magic moment right now.
Yeah, this is it. This is where FaZe Clan would really bite your arm off for a simple moment. Elise doesn't force any additional rotations. He reports no action. Gravity slips out.
Carrigan's got this kill. Oh, spotted the back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just there, caught in transition. Couldn't have the feet planted. Lucky was just with the jiggles. Now Frozen has to get something done. He's been spotted and Simple's down towards B. So unless Frozen gets a kill, this round's over. It needs more than one.
Yeah, he's in trouble, isn't he? Oh, that's like the Carrigan death, a little bit different.
It really just feels like FaZe are doing everything they can to scrap into these rounds. Again, I touched upon the rounds that they won within that first half, and they weren't the most convincing. Right now, they might want to hunt and remove everything. Loss bonus for FaZe is 1,400. This essentially spells the game. If Simple can't hold on to this AWP, he's the only one with leftover cash. See it, bottom right-hand side of your screen, 2.9K. Everybody else with $500 or less. So add $1,400 onto that tally, and you can understand just how little they're going to have to work with. Simple has been run down. Exercise continues to storm them.
They're so chill about it right now. They've got the energy, they've got the vibe.
Oof, I thought Maka wanted to say something there, didn't he? He definitely raised the eyebrows over the fence.
Yeah, I spoke to him just ahead of this match. I saw him just in the hallway. And the only question he had for me is, what should we say?
Okay, wanted to out with the banter. Yeah. Did you give him any advice?
I just said, they've got the ambulance, what can you have?
Okay.
You know?
Well,
maybe like a taxi. Don't know what sound a taxi makes.
Lear was showing everybody before.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Attention, attention. Your taxi will be here in a few minutes.
It's amazing that they've got tannoys outside the taxi rank these days. Okay, well, final timeout burned. 4 consecutive demanded of FaZe.
It does make sense because Lear was essentially sending M80 back to the Stone Ages, so eliminating them earlier today. Game on the line, 1M4. Rain has 17 kills.
Yeah.
he's given it a go.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly doing more than
the rest.
There's no denying that. Alicia's pulled his socks up somewhat, though, after his very slow start. So,
in this type of round, if I'm 3D Max, I just call a scenario where we sit back and we wait. We don't have to be hasty. We know the money's broken. We know that the CTs either have to go for a stack or something aggressive. So they're going to be looking for moves or a way in. And the worst thing that you could possibly do in this scenario on the T side is just overstep because you're feeling confident and give away a kill and give away an AK. So you want to make sure what you're doing is grouped up and together, and then you look for a team-based finish where you can trade because their weapons are going to be skimp, their utility is going to be light, and you have all the advantages in the world to get the business done right now, 13-8.
Which would be a fantastic way to equip yourselves and put yourself just one single map away from the 3rd stage. Elige, he's that beacon of intel. Nothing behind the wall just yet, Captain.
I think it's great that you see nothing, but that means there's pressure elsewhere. And because you're already spread so thin, unless Simple is able to quickly teleport himself onto A, he's also in the wrong spot with the biggest gun.
Yeah, they definitely did heed your advice of a slow one, but does mean this finish has to be perfect. Carrigan, oh, he's so blind. Great util, space made, space taker, gravity, but there's Simple with 3. How's that? Is that enough? I don't think so. Frozen, maybe he does. One above him. And a plant reset gives him a little bit more time to sneak in. Oh, I needed that trade. The French take the first. FaZe falter. Nuke, not their playground, it seems. 3D Max, one single map separating them from the 3rd stage.
What a time to snap your Nuke loss streak. This is the most important Nuke you played against FaZe in recent times, and it's the victory right here, right now. Hold your head high, reset, and will this be the FaZe show going into the 2-2 tomorrow?
3D Max righting their wrongs of Nuke. In the last 3 months, not a single map win on this particular ground, but now they do it versus FaZe and they steal their pick from under their noses. Great showing from 3D Max to be starting off this, and as Alex aptly said, only one map now separates them, Jacob, from going through to stage 3.
Yeah, what is going on today, as a matter of fact? Well, we just come off the Falcons game, and now we head into FaZe versus 3D Max. We spoke about it coming into the game. Nuke should be the safe pick of of FaZe Clan in this regard. 3D Max haven't shown anything on the map for quite some time. However, in this game, they were the better team and they got off to a good start, especially on the CT side. Completely shut down for anything FaZe tried to do, apart from a couple of clutches going their way. It was 3D Max from start to finish.
What a way to turn around and the way for them to win this game. And I think that, as you just mentioned, with the whole idea that we also talked about coming into the game, that Carrigan needs his space takers and his players to be stepping up for him to have like the right kind of cards on his hand to put the rounds together, which was the lack of what they actually liked on the T side. And what a time as well for 3D Max to just break the streak. And, you know, they've probably had a lot of data coming from the previous losses against them that they've been able to analyze and look into, okay, what are FaZe Clan actually doing right against us? What can we actually do to disrupt them?
Yeah, let's talk about maybe some of the, the only shining lights that we saw in that first half from FaZe. We did have a beautiful moment from Frozen, but that was kind of the only thing we got to see.
Yeah, I kind of wanted this round highlighted because I thought that would kickstart FaZe Clan. That would get them into the groove. That gave them a chance in a first half that was very rough. They're down 5-1 right here. Frozen is being put in a 2v4 situation with Simple. And with all due respect to Simple, he doesn't add much to this round. It's all Frozen, getting all 4 kills, staying alive in this position as well, and playing it to perfection. At this point, you think FaZe Clan, you're coming back into it. It's 5-2. 3D Max is running out of money, you know, and you think, okay, slowly but surely, Carrigan is going to figure out how to win these rounds. The following round, they can't win a round on the lower bomb side. They lose that one, and all of a sudden, it's again 3D Max all over the place. Frozen tried his damnedest, but it wasn't enough.
And, you know, it was already, like, in the beginning of the game, it wasn't, like, too late, so they still had time to actually capitalize off this play. And to Frozen, like, he's been looking quite sharp, I feel like, this tournament. Like, he was sharp on the first 2 days as well, so Frozen has also been stepping it up. You know, he's also maybe been criticized a little bit of the things that back in the days you would have some kind of role clash. They kind of denied themselves, but I still think it's been a talking point for FaZe that they've had some role clashes back when they had Robs in the team as well. So to see Frozen have a better impact surely was enough, but we also needed to highlight Simple, you know, like Simple has also been brought into the team to replace Brokey and to bring in a lot more firepower and maybe create this extra spark within FaZe, which, I mean, so far has happened a little bit in the beginning, but throughout the best of threes, it's been quite a dire.
Yeah, speaking of sharp tools in your toolbox, though, let's talk about man like Lucky. Now, I did catch up with him ahead of the series. We didn't run the interview because obviously we had a hell of a lot to be talking about with the Falcons game that just went down preceding this. I did pose him the question, you know, Nuke, hasn't been a strong map for you. He was very candid and he was like, as have a lot of other maps recently. They don't really have too much confidence in their map pool, but great to see him firing on all cylinders, right?
I would agree with that. I think 3D Max is well aware that kind of the scenario we set up for them as well. The stagnation period for them has been quite obvious if you look at the map pool, if you look at the results. But obviously they've been working, right? They're coming into this major, again, with a point to prove. A lot of people have probably died a bit on the hope of 3D Max as well. Not one of those teams you're preparing for in an extra sense. I'm also pretty sure FaZe is feeling relatively comfortable when they saw that they were playing 3D Max, but maybe we've forgotten that they can play some pretty goddamn good Counter-Strike, and maybe we've forgotten that some of these individuals have shown us before that they could play at a high level. Lucky had a great showing right here, and all I'm saying is that if 3D Max is reverting back to being the team they were, let's say 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, being this promising roster that is grinding it out, then they can most definitely take down a FaZe Clan who is a big question mark at the moment.
And we cannot forget that Lucky has been around for the scene like for a long time. Yeah. I remember his time back in G2, you know, that's a long time ago.
5 years.
It's like 5 years ago, like, but it's a name that we've seen before, so he's not like a rookie in that department. Obviously, with the whole map pool talk of 3D Max, it's only going to get them that far. I mean, and you talked, Jacob, about that now FaZe Clan, they felt good maybe going up against the likes of 3D Max. You know, it's a team that they expect to beat. But that is just such a dangerous territory, especially when you go into majors. And we've just seen Falcons fumble and be knocked out of the major. FaZe now, sure, they find themselves in the 2-1 break. They have one more chance. And they must be feeling quite good about the fact that they are down 0-1 against 3D Max, and right now we know that they're not going to face Falcons because they're already out.
Yeah, true. It's not elimination stations just yet for FaZe, but it would be nice for them to get it done in this particular situation. Side note, did either of you put 3D Max in your pick'ems just to go off the point of, you know, 3D Max not having the best results in the past 3 months?
Pretty sure I did, yeah. I had them as my 7th or 8th spot, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Let's talk a little bit more about FaZe though, because, okay, Frozen, high point. Leash and Simple, though, wanted a little bit more from them, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, Leash was brought into FaZe to be this new star of the team. And for me, he's just been very up and down. And obviously, bringing a name like Simple also brings some kind of pressure to you. The fans expect a lot from him. And I know Sasha, from the small stint I have with Falcons, that people also, like, he expects a lot from himself as well. You know, he's been saying that he's feeling better inside this team and that this is maybe, I mean, this could theoretically be his last shot maybe at being in a team like this and trying to land a new contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because with us in Falcons, it wasn't that pretty. And, he's been taking a break for a long time throughout the game, so there's also a lot on stake for Simple. And for him to not go out and perform better than he's doing right now is not really the thing you want to be seeing for FaZe.
It is a Hail Mary move. We heard that from FaZe as well, and I think there's two sides to that coin for Simple. I think he's here to rediscover whether or not he still has the passion and the love for the game.
Yeah.
Does he have what it takes in order to grind with a team like FaZe 2 weeks leading into a major, and can he find that level again where it's fun for him to play? I've seen him around here. It does seem like he's enjoying it, but when you're having performances like these on the server, I think that vibe is slowly but surely dying out again. Why would you be doing this? Why would you be working your ass off if you could be somewhere else in a warm country doing nothing with all the money that you earned and all the prestige that you had throughout your career?
Maybe because he wants to, care about something, has some passion, he wants to
that's the whole
achieve something.
point, right? I think he's here to find out if that's still the case, because Peter can attest to that, I can attest to that, you can attest to that at some point in your life as well. You lose passion for stuff that you feel like that is your entire life. You cannot imagine a life without it, and at some point you move on, and I think that could be the same for Simple.
I mean, you gotta let it go at some point, and I'm not saying that Simple has to do it now. I still think he has something in him, but people have asked, so is Simple going to be returning to the same glory that he had in CSGO? And no, I don't personally think so. He'll still be a really damn good player. He has the qualities, but I don't think we're going to see the same Simple as we've seen back in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. No. And I'm also at a stage where I feel like Simple can only go to this kind of tournament and fail in some sense, because if he plays really great, then that's what people expect from him. But as soon as he starts playing worse, then that's what people actually think that, okay, this guy doesn't have it anymore.
Elise, though, I think it's only fair that we bring up Elise. Because personally, and I hate to do it, I've been a little bit disappointed in Elise. I think the beginning in FaZe, he was doing okay, but we haven't seen Elise at his peak at any point in FaZe yet. He's been okay, he's been mediocre, he's been a little bit above average, but Elise is the best NA player, right? He's supposed to come in and be a star player. He came into the team, he made Rain move into different positions. He caused a lot of chaos, I guess, being integrated into the lineup. So I also expect a much larger output from Elise. So far this game, it hasn't been great. And ever since he joined FaZe, it's been lukewarm. It's not bad, it's not good, but it's not good enough if you're Elise.
I'm going to challenge you on this one about Elise, because do you feel like that he was inflated as a player inside of Complexity? The whole thing when you get to play with maybe worse players in some department, and then you kind of elevate yourself because you're just standing out more, you jumped off the page. Do you think that's the case with Complexity?
You can make the case. I don't buy it, though. I think Elise more so is a comfort player. I think he needs, to be made aware that all the players around him is working within a system and everything has to go according to plan. And the second he gets thrown out of that, the second is not a comfortable home, or he's not aware of what's going on, the second he's not in control, I think that's his biggest weakness. Then he doesn't thrive too well himself. I myself as a player had the same issue. I was not good thriving in chaos. I was a terrible puck player and I couldn't perform under those circumstances. And I think that's Elise's biggest weakness right now, and that is being exposed in FaZe because it is a chaos.
I'm loving this conversation, but we do need to head things to a quick break because 3D Max now 1-0 up as they steal away FaZe's map pick. Now the Frenchman's choice of Inferno is all that separates them from guaranteeing a spot in Stage 3.
What's up, everybody? I got Rain from FaZe Clan here. We're gonna get him outfitted in a little bit of local flair, get you ready for the Austin crowd. What do you say?
Yeah, let's get the American spirit going.
Yeehaw!
So you are gonna be a 7 5/8.
All right. So how far down I put it?
You want it to sit above your ears and
above my ears.
That's a classic.
Howdy.
That's a good look.
That fits.
I feel like a cowboy almost.
Should we move on to boots?
Let's go. Okay, what we're looking for here, Dorf?
That's a good question. What about these?
That's not too bad.
Got a little bit of detailing on them?
Try some full contrast, not brown, but something extreme.
Something extreme?
Something extreme.
That's pretty extreme.
That's pretty extreme, but I don't know if you're gonna see the blue though.
What else do we got that's more extreme? We've got green, red boots. This is ostrich.
Ostrich? We're going ostrich.
Let's do it. Let's try on some boots.
I think I have the wrong pants for this though. I don't think you're supposed to have baggy pants.
No, you might need some bootcut jeans for that.
I feel like I'm gonna go work in the farm or something.
Work some cattle?
Work in the stall. You have to walk really strange though.
Do you? Is it too tight or what is it?
No, it's the height of the heel.
Let's see what we got. Here, I'll grab the other side of it.
Yeah, and the blue ones they're better. They're more comfortable.
Jeans over.
Jeans over, okay.
You got it, pull back. Boom. It's that easy, brother.
All right.
Do you want to try and grab some in FaZe colors?
We won't really have red that much, so it'll probably be black, and then what we can do is get red and like a shirt. And here's the thing, black hat. The boots have to match the hat. Between that, you can wear whatever you want. Nice. Once you're in there, how does it feel?
Feels fine.
Yeah. So what do we need next? Bounce.
Push, you want this one?
Yeah.
That's loud.
Very American.
That's an aggressive look.
That is a statement.
And this is a good one. This is a good size.
Good size?
Yeah.
Nice. Good.
Can reach the third one, fourth one.
Yeah, perfect.
Actually, at least like so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. It's really classy.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're getting into it.
This is fierce. Oh, we got a look coming together here, Howie.
Looking ready to go and farm some cattle.
Farm some cattle, you know, farm some people on the server. You know.
Farm some people on the server, and then belt. Ooh. Howdy.
Oh, that's a fucking look, man. All right, so I think we've got your local persona here.
Yeah.
What would your cowboy name be?
Bootstrap Howie.
Bootstrap Howie. I mean, I think you got to rock out on stage with this.
You think so?
I think this might be your fit.
If we get the players, actually, at least wear the hat for the stage.
Hell yeah.
Well, Bootstrap Howie might be hoping to make it to the stage, but FaZe need to give a little bit more in the server if they want to guarantee that. Of course, this isn't an elimination matchup just yet, but with 3D Max stealing away the first choice of Nuke, now we move on to their pick of Inferno. For both sides of the equation, this has proven to be a decent map. FaZe haven't really played it too much, though, have they?
No, they haven't. I hope we get to see something new from FaZe. They had a boot camp leading into this tournament after I Am Dallas. They stayed in Dallas, if I'm not mistaken, to boot camp for a week's time, maybe even 2, before they went into Austin. They spoke about keeping Simple up to date, you know, integrating him to the system, maybe find out how you can utilize him and how you can get the most out of him. I hope we get to see that here in Inferno. I'm sorry to say, but also with what we just saw with Falcons, the more I see FaZe play at this tournament, the more unsure I am whether or not they have actually figured it out. They have looked decent when they play well, but if you're struggling massively against the caliber of 3D Max, then even if you were to make it to stage 3, you're going to have a tough time. So I would like to see something that gives me confidence in FaZe Clan for not only this game, but also for the future of their tournament.
And I just hope that FaZe Clan will start playing on their strength, and their strength has always been to play on the chaos side. Like, they don't let the opponent breathe. Like, they will always try and disrupt their way of playing. You know, that is what we've heard Karrigan say about, we need to play the FaZe way. So for them to go in and hopefully do that, that is going to be their strength, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can get that to work on Inferno, because Inferno seems to be a map that when you are on at least the defending side, it can be maybe a little bit harder going for these aggressive plays, but it's definitely what FaZe need to start getting just some disruption going.
Do you agree with that sentiment? Aggression is going to be the key for FaZe to get this one over the line to a third?
100%. That's always been the DNA of Karrigan, the way he's been calling on Inferno. His pistol rounds in particular. If you ever watched FaZe demos, if he's feeling comfortable, if he's feeling confident, he's going to call a rush down middle, you know, straight in the pistol round on the CT side. He's done that over and over again. Also a way of enabling your individuals. You want to give Simple the opportunity to get the duels in middle and see if he can pull it off. Frozen, the same thing. I hope we get to see that, but I'm starting to feel FaZe is a bit scared now.
Peter, was it you that posed the question when we were over here watching the Inferno game go down between, for Falcons just earlier on today? You were like, Karrigan, what would you call in this situation? He's just like, rush.
Yeah,
he loves to bring the pace.
He was just like, yeah, let's just rush B. So I was like, okay, sure. I mean, I don't know. At that point, I didn't know he was joking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but there was like a half, like, he was like 50-50. He was joking or actually making something true. So, yeah.
Well, either way, an opportunity for 3D Max to secure their spot in stage 3. It comes down to their map pick of Inferno.
Yeah, you can hear the analysts just not feeling particularly convinced by the FaZe Clan project in its new constellation, and I can certainly understand their sentiment. In fact, the bookies giving 3D Max the edge in this one, and it kind of makes sense. It tracks, at least in my mind. That wasn't a very convincing nuke.
No, so 2 days where best of threes are falling a little bit flat from FaZe Clan. Let's see if they can turn around on Inferno, a map that we're yet to see. I want to say with Simple, but it's with Simple and Rain. Obviously, there was the extra stand-in situation of Skulls back in Dallas, and then there's been the boot camp between Rain's joined the team, and they haven't found their output in the BO3s. Normally, the best of ones, that's where we talk about the underdogs, not the top names of Counter-Strike like FaZe, but let's set our sights on pistol round number 3. I know that seems crazy, but it's of the series. So Inferno, 3D Max's map choice, and away we go. That means they get the T-side start. FaZe have elected to start on the defense. Dual Berettas for Simple again as the top mid lurk smoke deployed. So some questions to be asked of that as they just actually trundle straight through it. Long side. Okay. Wrap onto A, or is it a mid to B?
Let's find out together. Rain's going to be given an opportunity if they do elect to go swinging into A. So they clear through CT. They show and sound like they're wrapping. Alicia's thrown a smoke.
Yeah, if anything, I would like that smoke. I would want to play now close to it, and as it starts to fade, erupt into B. I think they're hoping for over-rotation, so a little bit of a skittish phase, right? You have the standard, maybe you over-rotate, maybe you move a little bit too swiftly now that sites are both under pressure. Questions need to be answered, and Rain, he's looking to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, I think this Maka position, though, tucked in, it's going to lead to some bad info.
And Rain, by walking down middle, he will at least give them information that there is nobody home towards Banana. So at this point, you know everybody's in CT spawn or wrapping. Moto blocked as well. And, well, you can wait that out. Look at the time on the clock.
This is such a bizarre pistol.
I do love that. I do love they've snatched the USP from CT spawn as Carrigan takes some info, but there's no bomb spotted just yet. They're hoping that these B players leave, and now Gooshed.
That's that USP put to use. Ringing the bell of Frozen, and now it's the dinner bell for Simple. He hits that fast one onto Maka. The dual Berettas connect, and now they have to start pushing into this tighter line. Rain, he's in a good position to contribute. Gets 2 on the taps, and Alish puts the cherry on top. Yeah, it was a good push. He ended up being in the right place at the right time.
Ah, well, one of the weirdest pistol rounds I think I've seen in a while. The French always bringing their own flavor, and, well, there is a slogan around here, keep Austin weird. Well, the French are delivering in that department. So it's going to be a 1-0 start with no bomb going down, but we know they love those MAC-10s, especially in the hands of Gravity. He was a menace finding openings on Nuke. Let's see if he can do it again, because the French have forced in.
Balls on the table?
Is that what he said?
Sounded like
something on a table.
Yeah.
Half-wall block smoke. So just wanting to limit the CT's progressions. Frozen will pop it open. As Body will ring through with a Galil.
Ooh. They'll flash through that and actually take that space before Frozen could get to it.
Oh, odds have now just tipped back towards FaZe just off the pistol round victory. Okay. Legion Frozen in combination to lock down B. Legion with a flash at the ready. That means that Frozen likely to get sent forward for a fight on his timing.
Oh, he runs in. Set up for glory. Look at that. That's a dream for your A players to see in the kill feed. Elite with a flash assist. He does need to live a little longer, and he's not able to do so. They overrun him, and they will get access to the bomb site.
Oh, mid a little bit late on this. Simple's already here.
Yeah. Does he try and disrupt the plan? I think a HE's coming to scuttle past. Misthrown from Rain.
Oh, he's across. No, he's not.
Gravity and Maka trying to evacuate into Carrigan, and they take him down.
Oh, this is great.
Awkward now.
Rain has a smoke for the bomb. If he can just get there and it helps Simple, he's got the kit as well.
Oh, smoke kit, yeah. He just needs to get across somehow. He uses his smoke perfectly placed considering their post plant.
They try and boost. Got to do this quickly.
Elevation. Good cover from Simple. He is going to stick it. It's just about the taps. He's misaligned. Rain finds the round, steals it away. Incredibly costly. And leaves with an M4.
Okay, well, both of them just peppering through there, but that one's touch and go. Does that force the French into another purchase? I can confirm yes, immediately off the back of the plan and just the close nature of this. It starts perfectly. This couldn't go any better. You were highlighting how good that feels for those A defenders. Well, guess what? You're having a retake under pressure. And how lucky are you that Rain held onto that smoke?
Right. That's 2 rounds already where Rain has kind of made impact through his pushes, positioning, and his utility.
Okay, three.
Oh, lovely start.
3 rifles. The Galil carried through, 2 AKs, a MAC-10 and a Deagle. Simple boosted over. Cheeky.
Yeah, didn't actually find the connection he was looking for.
Signature wiggle still there. It's been under pressure.
Yeah, that high sense gaming. One of the higher sensitivities in Pro CS.
That flash a little bit premature. That tells you that they're feeling under pressure towards Sandbag. Can Alish get out, or does he want to? Staying aggressive, spams through, tickles the toes of Lucky.
So maybe I'm overreading into this, but the fact that Carrigan said, balls on the table, Howie, that's what I'm talking about, makes me think that in their team talk after the nuke it wasn't a conversation about comms so much as he wants to see his players playing with more conviction, more confidence. and more proactivity. We're not seeing that just yet. No answers in middle.
Simple's rotating over to join Johnny Jabs, Elige on B. Elige has a flash in back of the site. Simple to play from CT. There's Util, and here it comes.
Yeah, he's so blind, just sitting in the open. Does well to get one. Yeah, it gets gravity. Takes him down with a white screen. Good pickoff. Okay, Elige just takes over the round. A turret at the back of the site. 1 is the minimum. 2 is good. 3 is great. B-side defended. Comfortable, simple smile on his face. Okay, well, there's a stark contrast already from map 1.
And some convincing rounds early. We'll see how long that can follow, because this flow of rounds has only been made possible because of how close the second was, right? So they force ball into the second. It comes down to a 1v1 and letting out a roar there. Simple impressed with that one. So friends and foes once upon a time in Liquid.
Yeah.
Reunited many, many years later. As the tactical timeout called, this will be by the French. Now, bomb didn't get planted in that scenario thanks to the heroics of Elige back sight. There is the ability to get an AK out on Lucky. It's going to be 3,400 as the loss bonus into the next. So what is this 30 seconds worth of chat? Maybe it's just to screw back on your head, understand, hey, we're only 3 rounds deep. This is our map choice. It's the T side. We can still crack in. We get a partial buy now. We can get the full guns out into the next. Let's just do some damage again. Okay, so Tech9 for gravity. A couple of lighter investments being made. What utility is required? A few smokes, flashes, HEs in the mix. 2 HEs. Now, will we see them early banana, or will they be late over towards A? Looks like they could just get tossed up banana because Mac is here. Nobody home to receive those, and actually, I think they've misthrown a nade. They're into each other.
Oof, that one connects nicely. Spread of 80 damage amongst Simple and Frozen.
Well, there's a clear indication that you wanted to fight for top banana with multiple nades, and they pivot, exercising gravity straight up middle to try and grab space elsewhere.
He's throwing that new util set.
Playing 3 on B still against a partial buy.
Yeah, well, he's going to be swinging through. And again, Elysian Frozen past that test. Now, Carrigan is going to be swung upon. Manages his angles. Oh, and he isolates the duels just one after another. Manages to take him as 2 1v1s, as opposed to their strength in numbers. And more numbers for Carrigan's scoreboard. Finally, Maka bests him, but it cost him his whole team. And Frozen's there to chip it in. Okay, well, this is flowing very quickly in the FaZe direction.
All right, well, guns back out now. So we haven't even really had a full rifle round yet for the French. So this will be the first time that everybody gets to don a rifle. They can now start to step into the round as they mean to go on. Yeah, Simple still with that intense communication that he's always had.
It's just, yeah, it's a presence we haven't had in the Counter-Strike world for some time, and it's just hearing his voice. I know I sound like a simp, I'm just saying, it's like, oh my god, he's back.
Needs to be back there. Nice nades, they're going to do limited damage. God, Naka gets the opener. Frozen won't get away with it this time.
That is a dream start. Yeah, I mean, someone had to put him down. He's been getting away with murder, and Elige is sticking around, using that smoke to dip in and commit to a crouch spray. Tracer fire betrays. Yeah, it was ambitious. An M4A1, perhaps you could get away with that. The A4, it really does announce where you're shooting from.
Well, they could just execute into B right now. That's both B defenders dead. The only question is how big is the rotation? And at the moment, we can see it's not. So Rain investigates apps. Here's nothing. Nobody's postured in through apartment or boiler. There's no spam. There's nothing. So he might actually be able to start rotating over in time, unless they're just calling the gamble and saying, hey, we don't actually believe they'll B finish. Oh, that's thrown from A, so that's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure on Carrigan for a moment, or will it? It seems like an invitation.
Yeah, they're saying that's suspicious. They haven't thrown that from B. Does that mean it's clear? Oh, Anti Flash gets himself an opportunity. It had to be more than that, though.
Rain finds anything here. Maybe there's a chance to get back in the clear. Imperfect.
Listen, okay, I no longer understand how retakes work on this bomb site, apparently, so...
Well, that's it. It was relatively tempered when rounds were going down until those crazy 3v5 moments on either side of the server for MIBR, but this one will just be standard as... Damn, the old boom, that's a retro throwback right there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That is
Even the sticker.
It's like a 10-year-old skin. More.
Yep. Because you've had one. That's how you know, isn't it? Yeah. Granddad.
All right, well, 4 players to stay alive. Simple to retain the AWP. Rain to hold on to the AK. Can get some investments into the next with the 1400 loss. Simple or Rain can drop for Mr. Anderson.
I will say I don't see like the A smoke, re-smoke for B too often in pro play. I've known it exists, but it's rare to actually see it utilized. And that is how Maka got it. Okay, well.
Those skills ridiculous.
Yeah, they're not replicable, that's for sure. I will say that Carrigan being anti and kind of being baited in by the trajectory of the smoke, I thought for a second perhaps he'd be overlooked and get the multi-kill to make a round out of that. But that's 3D Max on the board. Coach Wasink, he's going to be happy with what he saw.
Yeah, and you can understand, right? I'm highlighting it. This is the first rifle round. They've won it. Before that, we weren't in gun rounds. They had some good opportunities, but now the gun's around. This is important to contextualize. Not every round of Counter-Strike is the same. They're not all worth the same either. You win this one, 3D Max. FaZe will hemorrhage, and you'll be able to find yourself just 1 round away from chasing their lead.
Silent boost.
Yeah, and a bit of pepper there from Body just in case they hear a tag. They'll understand that somebody lies on the other side. Simple's AWP posted on the balcony, perched up with Rain over towards short, and Carrigan on a string heading back over to help this defense. Mid-block smoke will buy them a buffer. As Rain actually pivots. Oh, he's looking for some util. What's he lost? There it is.
Oh, good time on the break. Carrigan swings with it and Body's ready.
Big info though. A knows it's coming now.
Yeah, so Simple gets an opportunity from that pit side to start racking it up with that AWP. Does re-aggress, puts another in the grave, and a third is asking too much. Body, good find. Over the edge of the smoke. Maybe Rain can get something done, especially with that chip in from Elite. That sounded like a 30-bullet spray. He's just controlled it, found a belated trade.
Rain's in somewhere.
Down! Oh, okay. Rain's done very well. Exercise just a bit shy of his predictive spray. It's another impactful round out of Elite. Rotates over from his B site and manages to chip in a double.
Well, they didn't get the AWP there. So could have walked away with 2 AKs. They were really scrambling to try and find Simple's AWP. I think it was more forward over towards truck. They were both looking more pit-centric as part of that hunt for the guns at the end.
Yeah, they didn't know he pushed up after that first.
He's immediately just accelerated forward, knowing the U2 is coming his way. This is Elige at range, just doing his best to try and support that of Rain, and does a very good job, does Elige. So,
yeah.
Maka's AWP's out. Flak damage done. Gravity and Maka already low. Singed even further down is Gravity. Really wants this space. The AWP boosted up in case there is a re-aggress. So on their haunches right now. And nade, destined. Ooh, if thrown correctly.
Yeah, that could have been nice. Gravity was at the front as well, low HP.
And backing off, so they get the space, they force the util, block smoke comes in, and to finish the round, the French are working with 1 smoke, 1 flash, and a Molotov. Smoke's been donated over to in-game leader Maka. He's going to get the flash as well, so he's going to try and surge these rifles forward for bracket control. Like he needs to hit a banger, there's 3 on B. There's the smoke.
All right, well, it's going to be that Carrigan and Rain duo that might have a lot of work cut out for them if the finish is on A. Bracket's taken now. Surging forward, the smokes arrive, they'll wrap. Frozen's pushing through. Oh, my goodness, it's lucky this let that one go. And on A, empty hands for Carrigan. Bit of damage, elevated angle from the graveyard. Rain with the pre-aim, he's going to get swung on. He's in so much trouble. Bailed himself out for 1. Bomb plant, uncontestable.
3v3, AWP for the post plant.
Yeah, Simple's cognizant he's got to be careful on his exit library here. Held by Maka. Maka going wide as well. Looks like he's kind of told the team that he'll play first.
It's crazy, no one's watching the library. Frozen, is he going to give this a look? Is this for damage? Is this for the round? Elige up short. Frozen Apps and Simple late library. They're giving this a go.
Seems like it's going to be a hard post plan to break. But Simple connecting. It's very late retake. Good kill. Simple, not enough time. He gets 2. He wants to try and punish Gravity, and he'll even take the kill for his troubles. Won't get away with the AWP.
Nah, goes down to the bomb right there, so everybody loses their life in that one.
Oh, he's brought back an oldie but a goldie.
Okay, it's a classic. It's his original, so we'll give him that.
And now they're definitely piping up a little. A map up, comfortable, Simple's all smiles, no stress yet.
Yeah, I don't think he's used to people yelling at him ever, let alone some players that once upon a time he had in his back pocket and ate for breakfast. So that is going to be money bottomed out. There will be a force from FaZe. It's the only option when 1,400 comes into the bank balance. So you win this one. As mentioned, they can draw it ever closer. They couldn't get it done. And they've got FaZe back on the ropes with the finances. The problem is you lose everybody on the 3D Max side of the server. You don't carry through any extra weaponry, meaning you need to buy up with just that win bonus. So you're fortunate you get that bomb down, as that is crazy that Lucky unable to connect the dots on that. We talk about it with pistols. That's one thing. With the rifle, feels inexcusable, but no harm, no foul as the round is converted. 3 MP9s. Mate, you know what he's thinking. He's thinking, who the F are you, mate? Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what your name is.
Which one are you?
Oh, dear.
Oh, that's awkward for Carrigan. Then they come looking for him. They get more than they bargained for. A flying MP9 to open the account for FaZe. Gravity, his Mac 10 is becoming a bit of a signature right now. He did great work. Careful, though. Bomb on your back, mate.
Someone around that corner.
Give that to someone else before you start going leaping around corners. But he did great work on Nuke with his Mac 10. I liked your reference of Amanek, of previously a Frenchman with a very potent Mac 10.
Oh, Carrigan has intentionally just faked some speedway steps there. So I think trying to make 3D Max believe that there has been a rotation away from the B bomb site. And now there actually has to be one. So, oh, he's doing it again.
Not convinced, but...
Yeah, there's not...
Like, I understand he really trusts Rain. Like, I get it. I know. He's a safe pair of hands.
If they came short, he could have done something. The fact that they're wrapping... I really like Rain's output, but this is impossible.
Yeah.
Make me eat my words, Rain, please.
How?
I would love to.
How,
I would love to eat my words.
Chad.
Not eating my words. No. There's the Mac 10 again. Mark up. Poked up deep. Banana bomb will go down. Just going to retain these light investments off FaZe. So if they can, they'd love to hold on to a couple of MP9s and a 5-7 going into the next. Mac is hoping that there's some form of aggression coming his way. And you can see him talking. This is the problem. He's calling because he's the in-game leader, but I would love to just be able to keep my mouth shut and focus on my crosshair. Gravity's going to dart over. Mac is going to search. Giving them the Galil actually gives them something to work with. If you just lose the Mac 10, that's fine. So Mac up. Deep waters you're getting yourself into now, son.
It is going to be a very tasty pickup for FaZe Clan if they do manage to pick up a Galil. But Gravity's there as an insurance policy. Down goes one, down goes... Oh!
That goes 3.
Gravity, you going to...
Get that Galil at least.
You going to pick up the Galil? No, he really likes the Mac 10. No, he really, really likes the Mac 10.
It's his favorite gun, and he's still having a good time, isn't he? So they're not too upset about that. 5-3. It will have to be...
Oh. He's going to start telling his teammates, you have to click.
Yeah. What was that conversation there with the admin and exercise?
He said, excuse me, sir, where do you get your nose strip from? Desolate, he said sorry.
Where?
That's how dramatic the French are. Instead of saying sorry, they say, I am desolated. It's very dramatic.
Well, actually quite a dramatic start to this round. You lose the opener with no trade potential.
Yeah.
So what should be an easy round without any worries. Let's see how bad it can get. Simple on the tippy top of the mid-boost tower.
It's a very hard shot to hit. Just one frame of exercise crossing.
Carrigan can get another.
He certainly could. And he's got a lot of damage, but covered nicely. See Lucky perfectly primed and ready for that attempted trade.
Gave it a go, good damage. Dinks Gravity down. It's just going to be the one, oh, sorry, the 2 meant to find us. Oh, I was just one step ahead. It is definitely one.
Yeah, Exercise makes sure of that. The only healthy man who could to be taking that fight on Banana. He gets it done. Simple did invest into the Desert Eagle.
How quick it can all go wrong. 5-1 to 5-4, just a one-round gap, and the Rifles come out into the next.
Can we be critical of this Deagle investment, Chad? Should we be critical of this Deagle investment, Chad?
2400. He's just going to rifle.
Okay, fine. I'll keep my mouth shut then.
Carrigan could drop him an ult if they really want it.
It looked good for that moment we had it.
It did. And then they couldn't get their hands on it.
Yeah.
And then they lost the follow-up.
Yeah. 3D Max have really clawed their way back in. You know, after that slower start, Pistol goes FaZe way, 4-0.
But this is why I harp on the finances.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
That's the only reason that's a possibility is because they've taken control of the money in the midpoint of the game.
And now the she was on the other foot.
This is... Oh, Simple is not getting dropped an orb. He's actually playing with the auto shotgun.
It's kind of a sniper in a way, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like up close.
With a lot of bullets.
One shot, one kill.
That's true.
Basically a sniper.
The thing is, this matchup right now, it doesn't feel like the stakes are as amplified. The last game was elimination, and it was one of the tournament favorites. This is qualification, which is still great for both of these teams. But
there's definitely a different energy around this matchup.
You get another crack tomorrow, which... With the death sentiment, it seems to be FaZe aren't playing their best Counter-Strike, so if this is the type of CS they're offering, they could very well lose tomorrow and not make it to stage 3. This is A-pop, Alex.
Oh, ugly. Carrigan gets nothing done. Getting wrapped on. Is the Gravity Mac 10 juice some more? He's already got on the opening. Really is rocking and rolling with that SMG today. That Simple shotgun. Yeah, not the range he was hoping to meet him. Little too far away, despite finding some of the pellets in the head of Exercise. He is gone.
You should save, and they will. So 5-5, all tied up, and that's how quick it can be over. Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, easy as that.
So right now, 7 on the table. We're looking at... Oh, my Counter-Strike crashed. I think it's 2,900 into the next. Yes, it is. Looked at Alex's screen. So they can drop 2 M4s. And they can buy again.
Wow. Exercise is a kill stealer right now. He's got 380 damage, but 8 kills.
Or is he a kill confirmer, Alex?
Excuse me, sorry. He's a kill confirmer right now. Confirmed. Lucky, in the meantime, 1 kill, 600 damage. So it's a team effort across the board.
We did the Legacy 3D Max game. And that was a surprising result, I thought. That was on Inferno 13-7. That's why I bring it up.
Yeah. Well, Legacy have been the surprise of the tournament, haven't they?
My pack.01 VPK is corrupt.
Oh.
I need to verify the integrity of the game files.
Would you like to sit in my seat with a computer that works?
No, that's all right. I'll verify the integrity of the game files.
All right.
We got time. There's a tactical timeout.
All good in the hood?
I'm just relating to the people at home.
Yeah. I don't know. Counter-Strike's been feeling pretty smooth.
Yeah, it has.
Been feeling pretty smooth right now.
All right. Well, okay, they haven't gone all in. They've gone for the half investment. So behind the saved guns, they've gone for a couple of MP9s, and then the lost bonus will be maxed out in the last. So they get, this means they get 2 attempts and 2 solid attempts at trying to tie the half up 6-6 at a minimum.
Yeah, max loss.
Even a chance to steal the half, 7-5. Would love that after how they kicked off the account. I would love to know how many rounds Gravity ever starts with a rifle.
Yeah, no, it's certainly starting to look a bit of a oldie French Mac 10. Oh, what? Simple's alive! That Simple. I can confirm I didn't have to look at the nameplate. He's gone for a jumping SMG attempt for a second.
And this lurk is great. It might even catch Carrigan.
Is he ready?
It's not the weapon for the job from Carrigan.
Oh, but he is very ready. Look at this hold. He knows that corner is calling to Exercise. Oh, gives him the sound cues as he hears the util raining into the site. Frozen, caught off guard as he rotates through. That's big for Ray. Gets the bomb down. Carrigan partners up with him. Exercise that loose piece, starting to tighten. Good vibes! Oh, he's doing everything. Triple kill from Rain in the defense. He has the bomb on the floor. He's running down for more. He might have another in him. Exercise up for clutch. A 1v3 goes 2. Quick to the bomb, smoke to play around, enters into the site. Carrigan hears all of that. We'll start to walk out of that balk. Drop into the pit loudly. Elige the unknown entity, but Carrigan just takes it straight up. Headshot through the barrels, partial investment, still converted.
I can't believe Simple even got a kill there on Banana because he burnt down to 16 points of health. There was nade damage, there was molly damage, then still gets them a kill. So that was how the account opened up right there, but it's all about that Rain multi-frag. And that's really where a lot of the rounds have come from. In the early stages of this, you might be forgetting, yeah, he was so blind. I don't think he even realized that he was ticking down on HP there. But Rain does have the support. But he's the one that delivers the frags, and then Carrigan, he doesn't even wait for his teammate. While the bomb's getting planted, drops into a more advantageous position to pit, noisy about it, Exercise knows that he has to take the fight, can't win it out. And Body feels like he has something to say. Can we make it 6-6 at the half, or will FaZe snatch this one? We've had some magic moments. Frozen getting flash forward in Banana, great work against the force buy. Elige from back of the side, making it look like a refrag clip.
Dream start for Lucky and Maka. 2 nades invested. Elige dunked on. Ooh, you may have expected just the one man here, but Simple reveals the AWP is here too. That doesn't scare them. They ain't scared. Charging in the whole squad. 5 Frenchmen walking to B. Certainly doesn't sound like a joke when you see the retake taking shape. Oh, wow, what a especially nade. With that nade. What a fantastic connection. Body goes down.
Exercise calls for aid.
He has it from Maka's AWP as well. Maka plays first. Exercise stays tucked. Hang on, Elige. No, sorry, Rain gets 2 on the way in and throws it a little late to the party. He's hit the first. So light on time.
Got a kit.
Exercise with you. Just after peak, and he does put him straight in a grave. 6-6 at the half, dead even. FaZe fighting to end it today and secure the spot in the next stage. Just gone 7 o'clock local here in Austin as we get into the second map of this series. 3D Max, they managed to break their nuke loss streak to start this series off strong. Now they find themselves dead even in our second of this series. Inferno, FaZe fighting to take it to 3.
Yeah, FaZe rolled into Austin and the show was in town. The hype was real, but starting to be quelled now. It might be back-to-back best-of-3 losses in 2 consecutive days to put them in the pressure match of 2-2. We lost the Falcons, we could lose FaZe, but that's a day away as the odds are favoring the French. Pistol round, out and about with a lot of utility. We're talking 2 smokes, couple of flashes, molly, HE. That means there's only 2 sets of Kevlar on this T side as Rain holds a flash at the ready in case of banana aggression. 3 players perched to the tippy top as Gravity holds a flash of his own.
That means your muscle in this round is frozen in a leash. Everyone else has got another part to play. They're going to be trying to set those Glocks up to rampage. Oh, that's a good start. Connection to the head of Body. There's a lot of bodies here, though. Lucky's up close with those dual Berettas. He knows he can be the difference maker up close. This is the perfect kind of range for the dual Beretta pistols. Now they've done Util, and they trap him. He still hits one. A jumping Glock headshot from Simple. Takes the upgrade.
Okay, so decent output. They still retain these 2 smokes, the flashes, the HE, so everything is...
Carrigan just requested them. He's like having nades dropped.
What a weird top mid smoke. Oh, they're executing B. That's such a crazy top mid smoke. All right, bait and switch set up back at the side. That's been flushed out.
Yeah, Gravity, a P2000 enjoyer. Looking for that instant tap, and actually, yeah, manages a couple of them. Hits the head of Frozen. That's one of the Kevlar vests gone. In fact, both of them. Simple to try and be the difference maker. Oh, how does he hit 2 there? Simple, a response immediately, but time-sensitive vision ahead of him. Tried to punish the retreat of 1, doesn't have info on both. Little does he know, they're side by side. Oh, and he gets walked on by Exercise. A jump scare for Simple, but Gravity. I mean, he continues to impress. He was impressing me on Nuke. He's doing it again on Inferno.
Yeah, he's having a real run of things, isn't he? Yeah, and the type of kills he's getting, they're being converted into rounds, so he split the pistols again in map number 2. Gravity might not have had the most kills on Nuke, but the ones that he was missing, yeah, just line up, and it's a fadeaway as well. I think he's done with that. Thinks that duel is over. Simple would have needed to get the ace with those scavenged dual Berettas. And with those 3 kills, Simple's actually going to drop an AK over towards Frozen. So they will force in FaZe. This means an awful lot for this second half. You'd hate to stomach a 2-0. I'm sure everybody's deep within the simulator. I'm still trying to screw my head back on, trying to understand that we really, truly have lost Falcons from the fray. As there it is, through the smoke, Frozen flashed in.
Oh, he eats that one right in front of his face. 4 seconds of lack of vision.
It would actually be pretty miserable if you think that FaZe lose 2-0 to Legacy and then 2-0 to 3D Max. I think 3D Max, on paper, definitely are expecting to pack a bit more punch, but the head-to-head, and this is when they had Brokey, those results are blowouts. Bucharest and Melbourne, they literally 13-0'd them.
Yeah, but is there not also some sort of, like, we have to account for the development of the talent within 3D Max as well, right? Like, they've got to have gotten a little bit better over the passage of time.
I also think those type of losses and those events that are falling flat would have made them readdress some of their approaches to the game. So I think that we might be seeing some of that coming to fruition on our screens.
They do play a lot more standard now.
It's less rushy, not so much through smoke.
You know the pistol they did here at the first round of Inferno? A lot more rounds, gun rounds, would have that feel to it. Sure. You know, they're in a position that we've never seen before. And it didn't always work. It led to some volatility in their results. Here's an opportunity. Exercise makes an absolute monster out of the hold. Exercise with 2, 3 from Exercise. It's just taking it in turns for the multi. FaZe, they waltz into the wrap. And Frozen's the only man standing. Trying to isolate the first. Second, okay, making a real case, strong case for a clutch.
He can win this.
He certainly can. Frozen, this is why he's in the team. Closing down rounds. He has no right to win. What a sensational third.
Jeez, the raised eyebrows there from Lucky and the chuckles from the rest. I think that tells the story. This kid, he just kicks up a fuss. He almost wins another clutch. He won a 1v3 over on Nuke. That was about to be a specky 1v4, one that would have been screaming from the rooftops. I think it's done here. The famous back of pit just delivering kill after kill. All 3 of them being headshots, but no. Frozen, there's another twist, there's another turn, and this one damn close. It's just that pesky MP9 up close and personal.
NT indeed.
Simple, trying to bring some energy there. The fact that so many players fall means they can force again. Rain into the Galil. 3 AKs. Elisia's is without head armor.
Yeah,
could be trouble ahead.
Yeah, it's not like 3D Max are really good at shooting at heads or anything, is it?
Yeah. Harass towards the window and Gravity, you are insane. MP9 at that range, I think you were expecting something a whole lot lighter.
Love the angle from Rain on that.
It's actually allowed for a lot more aggression. There's 4 players starting A from 3D Max. I thought that they maybe once spotted Rain so passive that would liberate the Halls players to walk up, but no need. Now they know it's against the bite. Body will need some help at some point. He's been given the lion's share of utility to try and block Banana. Another smoke. As for FaZe, they don't have any crowd control utility, at least some that does damage, right? No HE to break the smoke, no molly to flush them out of some of these pesky angles. But I think the most fortunate factor right now is there is absolutely no rotation. Body would need a multi-kill. 1 is not enough.
Oh, they get a glimpse of it just upon the fade of the first before the second does
Still no rotation.
fully bloom.
Still no rotation. I can't believe it.
Just a
Getting
full
sold
gamble.
down the river right now.
Full gamble.
Block the smoke.
You're not convinced now? What about now?
Do you just save?
I suppose that's the play. No one's moving. But how about now?
Maybe no one has to.
Is he going to wallbang the planner as well? Okay, now the bomb gets planted.
And
you have a man advantage.
They're saving.
And they're saving.
All right, well, you're dead, Body. Oh, no, you're not. 1v5. Give it a go.
Why not?
If you had a kit, why not?
Yeah, that's why Lucky just started moving over like, do you want me
Should
to?
we go for it? No, the boss said we're saving. It's a rainy day.
Hang on, wait. What an amazing 3v5. They get it into the bomb site. How do they do this? Well, that's an interesting turn of events.
It is indeed.
That's new too. That's new too.
That's the definition of sticking to your guns.
Yeah, for sure. And they still have all 5 of theirs.
Oh, Frozen just went down to the bomb. That's not great. So 2 AKs can be dropped, and that means somebody needs a Galil. That's actually
quite impactful.
Yeah, because I think it's going to have to be Carrigan who's going to buy the Galil. You got to give Elysian an AK. Yeah, Carrigan will take the worst of the 2 options as he was prepared for Mr. Finn Anderson, their Body on that peak. But just a 1-round game. That is going to be the first T-side round. We're only 3 deep so far. And that was all about preserving the cash, wasn't it? If you're going to make that type of a decision, you better hope that you can follow through in the next Macca.
Oh, and Frozen's already started as he means to go on. A quick catch on Body's aggress half wall. Trying to return the favor. Spam away. Lucky put low.
Couldn't go worse, could it? You go now, you save the guns. You had a winnable scenario in the previous. This time you run straight in, you lose an opener. Now you're going to dig yourself out of a hole.
Yeah. I mean, Gravity has played... This is an all-in position. And he's overlooked. They can't believe it. Frozen completely baffled that someone's pushed all the way down.
And now he's actually got the way out as well. That smoke, you're not going to brave through that. You don't even have a molly to clear it. No more HGs to blow it open.
So he not only takes the scalp, but he takes the smoke and maintains the site.
Right, so they're going to level things up now in this 4v4. Apps pressure.
Lucky he'll block. Ooh, that was really close. So, such a good read from Elysius to what Lucky's doing around that smoke, just not quite finding the bullet.
Gravity's hang around.
He needed, and he swapped sides. You're going to be clearing one side, and he beheads you from the other. Great shot onto Carrigan as well, making mincemeat of him. 30 seconds, and already this massive advantage from 3D Max should be comfortable on the close. Look at the setup.
They have to wrap. There's no time for mid to be.
Oh, he was the one with full HP, and so Elise wraps up this one. Looking good. Now they know where he is. Lucky on the site, being found out by Rain. It's just Gravity arriving quick to this. And Rain's holding short in the off angle. How's the clear? Not bad at all. Elise, 2 kills deep. He got them into this site. Can he get them out with an 8th round?
Both low.
Gravity's having a great game, though. This would be his 18th frag, trying to clear through Elise in this nice little dead zone, hoping Gravity overextends, doesn't consider this. In limbo, Elise will close. Massive round from him. That's probably the most impact we've seen from him. And David, too. You can see G'ing him up. Frozen, that is.
You know him like that.
Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to do. That was accidental.
Oh, this is cheeky from Gravity, isn't it? The first is just overlooked. The second is just trading places. But this double, Unleash, beautiful work from him. Procedural as always.
That reflex graffiti to the floor as well, just signature.
A couple of Mac 10s into this one.
Yeah.
Many upgrades made available for 3D Max. The funds are bleak at the moment. They're 5-man stacked B, but I hope and pray this is the right call.
Well, they are going to be running in at them with Mac 10s. And an AK for good measure. Unleash with 3. Job done. Quick, easy, and efficient. So FaZe will take the lead, and Unleash back-to-back triple kills. This one less impactful than the last.
All right, well, right now, Body can drop an AWP over to Maka, and that's exactly what he is going to do. So straps back in, and without too many concerns, it is going to be a tactical timeout called from the French. 3D Max are going to use their second tactical timeout. They've still got one in the bank, as we are just one round the difference as we continue to go back and forth. Now, it's been this middle patch of rounds that have been in favor of 3D Max. It's FaZe now breaking back into the game in these later stages. 2,900 is the loss, but this one has some big ramifications as Coach feels like he has a lot to say. Tomorrow is the culmination of Stage 2. We have a one-day break. We've run 8 days straight, Stage 1 into Stage 2. First 32-team major, first major in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, and a record-breaking amount of rookies as a product of that. 42 in total entered the competition in Austin. Very few still standing. Stage 2, I think we had, what was left? 5?
Breno.
It was Breno, Swisher,
It was M80.
Lake, and Molodoy. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got veterans.
Got major winners.
Attendance, major champions.
Major MVPs.
Body's 4 HP, and he still gets overlooked for 1. Good work, a good output, considering the double nade put him down to just a scrap of HP. And Maka just gets a freebie. Simple, peeks in. Caught off.
Rain might have to make a play here through apartments. Oh, well, he's been smoked off, so cancel those plans.
But Unleash is bringing the bomb back quite quickly.
Yeah, so you know there's a player likely pit or balcony. Gravity played from that long side. So this A side, it's not really fortified. It's actually quite strung out.
Yeah.
The thing is, if Gravity can take... if Exercise can take contact, not die immediately, Gravity can flash for him. Oh, Exercise moving, transitioning forward. Spots the head, needs the help. Well-timed molly.
That's good. Stops Rain from really chipping in whatsoever. Exercise, taking fights. Alicia's removed the support, though.
8 bullets.
Okay, not easy. Making good use of those bullets. Oh! He only needs the 1 magazine. Stunning from Exercise.
I should have that grin on his face. He was under so much pressure there. Gravity helps. He drops the molly. It stalls it out and helps isolate the Jules. They thrust themselves forward on short. So he gets this one down to 8 bullets. Right? He's able to use 5 for the next fight. And then he has 3 left. It has to be the headshot. And beautiful work. That is class from the Frenchman.
Take a bow.
Deagle in for Carrigan, AWP out for Simple. On to lock horns with the scopes. Deep mid smoke, deep banana smoke, very constrictive towards T stairs, and that's where FaZe have started with 4. It's just Rain over towards second middle. Rosen, forward. Carrigan checking. How can he help? Oh, and just peering through, spams down. Maka kept on notice.
Body is not... What the... What's he up to?
Okay.
He just runs at them. And it works. It actually works.
He's gone, trade me. And that's exactly what Lucky did. That's going to get Lucky up to 7 kills. Now this AWP investment for Simple.
Yeah.
He's got to hope and pray right now that he can reignite some of that magic. And this is 10 rounds for 3D Max, almost guaranteed.
It's a tough situation to be in. 2 versus 4.
Question mark smoke dropped on long. Forces Maka over to the arch. That is now going to mean it's essentially a 2v2 on A.
Yeah, and Gravity's spotting. Elevated on the box.
Oh, Carrigan's going to throw the util.
Oh, okay. Well, that now lets us up. Flash and swing. Gets taken down comfortably. And what's he supposed to do now? He sticks around. He's going to get orbed out of the round. Yeah, fires off a shot. Lets him know. This is helpless. Exercise sharp as
isn't he?
Today.
The 2 kills that he got, maybe we catch them in the highlight package there, but it was just instantaneous strapping out of Palace there for that first, Apartments there for the first kill onto Rain, and then just does it again on Simple. And him and Gravity combined are just having a field day. They have 38 kills between the 2 of them. This in Banana, Lucky stepped up massively, and this one, bang! Oh, it looked more rapid from Rain's perspective, but the second one definitely was. All right, well, it has to be the eco. Either team was going to get 1900 loss bonus after that round, and unfortunately for FaZe, it fell on them.
Yeah, that run of 3 from FaZe had me believing we might need 3. Maps, that is. 3D Max, they're up for 11. There's for the taking. Just a couple of Desert Eagles.
Well, let's see if there's any way in for this one. It traditionally is not worth its salt. Everyone can take a moment just to reflect over the day. So far for stage 3, we've got Vitality, Mouse, Spirit, the Mongols, Aurora, G2, Na'Vi, Liquid. Those are the teams who are all given the top 8 spots thanks to the BRS and the slot distribution. Virtus Pro, Furia, Pain, and Legacy. 3 Brazilian teams. That's actually huge for the region going forward.
Yeah.
Have been able to secure their spots. One of these 2. Either FaZe, the Internationals, or the Frenchmen. I'll be grabbing it after this. And then tomorrow, the last 3 spots at the big boy table are up for grabs. Simple last alive again. This time even more helpless than the last.
Which is saying something.
And there you have it. Maka keeps it clean, and there is a Kitty cash to work with going forward in case they even do lose a round, but comfortable scenes and not having to bring the smack talk today. They're happy just to focus on the Counter-Strike. And at this point, it might just feel a little bit disrespectful if you start getting loud.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're beating them in a fair 3-map affair. You already bested them on FaZe's map pick, and now you want to close it out on your own. Need tidy 2-0.
It was convincing, wasn't it? 13-8. Some crazy big rounds too from the individuals, Lucky especially.
I mean, over the course of these 2 maps, it feels like the majority of the whole 5-man roster is impressed.
I feel like he's trying to pop up mid-quick.
Maybe missing a Maka moment. But Lucky was very prominent on the first.
Here they come.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Elige does find it a 1 back. He returns the favor and trades. Exercise now sidelined. Gravity just peeks and fights. They just fight in unison. That's what you want from Rain. He only had the Galil and still gets them both. Pivots through, body swings and aggresses into Frozen. Elige needed that. Missed shot from the sniper. And a very low HP body. Even has a HE, he can win this convincingly. With just 13 points of health on Elige. We'll find out if he's unlucky or not.
With the extra cash, you may as well give this one a go.
He's just got there.
Oh, catch
he only
this.
just moved.
Bang!
Bang! 1-on-1. What have you got? Rain, 40 HP. He's already delivered a double. He's the reason that bomb is ticking. Oh, body does better.
Match ball, guys! Wake up, wake up! Wakey, wakey!
Okay, that was good. That was what you could have started there.
That's not bad. I think that's pretty good. I don't mind that at all from
Maka. It's low-key as well, you know? We're not standing up. We're just letting you know that we got 12.
And you feel hollow on the other side of the server, don't you? You did some good trade work right here, pivoting from Rain.
Love that.
He's still hitting hard.
He certainly is, but I feel like the French are hitting harder.
The old man's got hands.
But also, I mean, it's just so... It is unlucky, actually. You know, I said, is it going to be unlucky? He's just sat mini pit this whole time, thinks, oh, maybe I should tuck it. Maybe I'd be safer pit, actually. As the HE gets thrown. He was
There's no way he's going to have a nade this late in the round. We've used all the nades. There's not going to be any problems. Well, it's going to be tactical timeout number 3. Call the ambulance, but not for us, say 3D Max, because FaZe... One more round and it's consecutive map losses. Call it 4 on the trot after Legacy handed them their asses yesterday to book their spot, the Cinderella run. Well, the French
This reads the opposite. This is the ugly sister run from FaZe. If they lose to Legacy, 3D Max, and then have that 2-2 match tomorrow, it's going to be going from kind of a soaring high to rather a crippling low.
At least the FaZe show gets another day in the server as a guarantee.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's luxury afforded to some.
Get your tickets. Don't miss tomorrow.
And it could all end right here and now. Already FaZe. Lesser weaponry. Deep smoke banana. And Karrigan smoked, so you're blocked at both front. Karrigan's going. Karrigan is gone. Elige caught off, completely sidelined. Oh, nearly two. Important from Gravity to finish what his teammate had started. So Karrigan and Elige are gone, but it's Rain and Simple that have taken their place. Important hold for Frozen.
And the orbs in pit on Maka. Frozen, can you get the double arm? It is faded. There's the first. You saw the barrel on the second.
He knows exactly what's up. Okay. It is just body here.
Has a smoke.
Oh, do you want to go through that?
You can't.
You'd be tempted. It would just be a three-man spray down there.
Wait, there's a flash.
No.
They're coming through.
Yeah, flash. Easy! Too easy! You can't go through, but they try it anyway. And Simple, a recurring theme in the second half is him left alone. Last man standing. This one, his best shot yet, and it's a 1v3.
Yeah, had a 1v4 with the orb, he had a 1v5 with the deagle, a 1v3 with 30 seconds and the bomb. And know where he is, and Simple is going to spur up towards A. Maka, can he finish the deal?
He should have it. The smoke actually does obscure it. Tries to hope an overreaction comes his way, but they're ready to fight. Body, handing out body bags. It's going to be a 2-0 today. 3D Max lock in the third stage. And for FaZe Clan, one last day, one last chance. Well, their major hopes are in the bin.
Oh, flat from FaZe today, but 3D Max, they're at the big boy table. They join the top 16 of the Blast TV Austin Major. And as I said, you got your ticket. Tune in tomorrow. Let's see if FaZe can do what Falcons couldn't.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see exactly what we get out of FaZe tomorrow, because it doesn't look all too convincing. I mean,
the desk has been critical.
Yeah, understandably. I do think I don't want to detract from the performance from 3D Max. That was tight. Like, that was solid Counter-Strike from them. None of their usual, like, avant-garde, off-meta approach. This was kind of just, you know, bread and butter Counter-Strike.
It wasn't one-dimensional. Clutches were in play. Body played a huge role there, and they snatched away any moment where it felt like FaZe had a hand up and a way back in. It's 13-8, it's 13-9, and we've got Freya standing by on the sidelines with an interview.
We do indeed. 3D Max guaranteed to be making it through to stage 3. Congratulations, first of all, Body. I believe this is the deepest you've made it in a major since I Am Katowice back in 2019. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Bro, it's been really long. It's been really long, and beating FaZe I've been a long time deep as well. Even more in LAN. I'm so glad I joined this squad, to be honest. Like, those guys are amazing. Like, they are keeping on fighting. We lost 2 really hard games against FaZe the other day and the other days, and we put all our focus into coming into the major prepared and mentally focused, and I think it worked out. I'm so happy.
Tell me about that second to last round on Inferno. You get the 1v2 clutch. What was going through your head then?
Cannot lose that one. Cannot lose that one. Just have to win it, have to make it for the squad, and yeah, let's fucking go.
Tell me a little bit about Nuke as well, because when I was catching up with Lucky, your record didn't look so good on it prior to coming into this. Was there anything particular you changed coming into this one?
Good preparation against FaZe. We've been wrecked both times we played them. Lucky has been amazing. I don't know what to say. We've been all super solid throughout this event. I'm really happy about everything that everyone is doing right now. But yeah, very good prep. The staff has been doing an amazing job. Sorry, we all only have to focus on the game and putting in the hours, and yeah, props to everyone in the team, honestly. Like, a very big team effort today.
Yeah, we can see it. You know, you've been absolutely grinding. You've been putting in a hell of a lot of work. Now, top 16 at the very least is guaranteed for you. Confidence level moving into that, because obviously we've got some even bigger boys waiting. We've got the likes of Mao, Spirit, Vitality as well. How confident are you moving forward?
Guess what? Now we're underdogs. Now we're underdogs. We were meant to qualify for stage 3. Now we're underdogs. All the big dogs are coming, and yeah, we're just looking to face them and making maybe my deepest run ever in the major.
Let's see. Thank you so much for your time, Body. Congratulations once again. 3D Max through to stage 3.
A well-deserved win for 3D Max. Not only winning this game, but doing it in a 2-0 fashion, Peter. Again, we come off the Falcons game. That was a big surprise. I'm inclined to say that FaZe losing is a little surprise. FaZe losing 2-0, that's a big one.
I mean, 3D Max was the better team today by quite a margin, in my opinion. Like, they played super aggressive. They simply went out and won the majority of the duels against FaZe. Like, they looked like they tried to give FaZe the FaZe treatment by not giving them any space to breathe. It was like constant battle on banana. They kept fighting for that space. Whenever they didn't have like the opportunities to get that space, they would just go fight at mid. They were literally like just trying to win all the duels, and they took them all over.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed in FaZe Clan so far in this tournament. Maybe I was naive, but I was hoping they would come into this tournament and at least the individuals would be firing on all cylinders. Maybe the team play wouldn't be up to par. Maybe the practice has been more about, you know, getting individual level, but they've disappointed me so far. I know day one looked good, especially the first game where they owned Heroic, but apart from that, it's been very lackluster. And the individuals for you didn't show up today either.
Obviously, just for context, it's not elimination time just yet for FaZe. They will be playing in the 2-2 matchup tomorrow. That's when the pressure that truly reaches like the highest level that they will have experienced, surely, because you know, despite coming in with a stand-in, that stand-in's simple, so you really still expect high things from them.
Like, the pressure has just mounted even greater on FaZe now that Falcons has been limited. I mean, I think that FaZe will be looking at themselves right now thinking, okay, I'm actually glad that we don't get to face Falcons tomorrow. Like, even
that would have been the case?
Yeah, but even though that Falcons has been looking pretty poor, you know, that would have been the case. So they'd be like, okay, we actually dodged Falcons because we actually lost to 3D Max. But to me, it's like FaZe need to look at themselves, because in terms of the tactical depth, doesn't look good. The individual looks even poor, in my opinion. I think they're in a position right now where they know that they were up 2-0, and now they find themselves going a game tomorrow where they will be facing elimination, and you know, to let that one slip through with also their own expectation, because they praise themselves, hey, we're just going to get rain back, we're going to be playing so much better. That's not really been the case for me. So for them to having an elimination match tomorrow, it's going to be very difficult for FaZe.
Yeah, just for added context, like when we were sitting here, obviously you saw the pictures FaZe were, you know, sitting with us watching that Falcons game go down versus MIBR. They knew full well, the simulator was saying, if FaZe lost and Falcons won, they would have faced each other in that 2-2 game. Obviously, they don't have to worry about that anymore. They are going to be facing MIBR instead. But that was a pretty wild situation to be in, but the pressure is still, you know, super high for FaZe moving into tomorrow.
Super high. Obviously, being 2-2 and facing elimination, the pressure will be on. On the other hand, I got to give it to 3D Max, you know. We spoke about it. We said they were the better team. They were in control. They were playing aggressive. They played with confidence today, despite having lost to FaZe a couple of times. And just in isolation for 3D Max to qualify for stage 3 for that team, that's classic 3D Max. Now they're giving us that little hope, you know, that maybe they're good, maybe they progressed, maybe they left the stagnation period. But I want to see it in stage 3. But so far, so good for 3D Max. I think tonight's win is the best version of them we've seen the last couple of months.
I think FaZe maybe saw themselves as having this extra security net. Like, they know that they have, they can lose this best of 3 and still have a chance tomorrow. But also the fact that Falcons has been limited, they're thinking, okay, well, at least we have another shot tomorrow. And I don't think this kind of safety net is always good to have as a player. And I find myself in a similar situation before where I know, like, okay, this match doesn't matter like that much actually, and also if we can go to the match tomorrow, then that's what's gonna matter. I don't think the safety net is always something that will make you play better. It will actually maybe take it, like, you'll be a little bit more loosened up, but you will just lose your performance way more.
It's a really good point, and it's also kind of a shame that, you know, despite the elation, despite the highs for some of the teams today, that's going to be overshadowed by the absolute capitulation that came out from Falcons, right? That was a catastrophe. I saw on HOTV, you know, Nico did an interview with them as well. He said it is simply unacceptable, the fashion that they lost some of those rounds in, which I would agree with, right? We saw the overtimes going down, multiple of them on that Inferno, situations that they should have closed out, plain and simply.
It is without a doubt the biggest upset we've seen so far here at the Major in Austin, and the fashion it happened in, right? This room right now we're in right now, it was electric. FaZe was here, 3D Max was here, the players was here. Every single guy with a camera in Austin, it felt like was in here as well, capturing those moments. For Falcons to lose and go out of the Major, that in itself is a disaster. But for it to happen in a game you already won, that 5v3 retake, as you said, that's going to haunt them forever and forever and forever. It's just a wild one, and I can't help to feel with the players. At the end of the day, it is unacceptable, it is horrendous, it is abysmal. We can add all those accolades to it, but at the end of the day, I also do feel for the players, because they're not going to sleep tonight, Peter.
And it's always, when you go into Major, like, you want to show yourself the best possible way, and you also want to perform the best possible way. And I know for a fact that the way that the Falcons like to work is that they look look at like the whole season and then they point in like, okay, so we have these events leading up to the major. Like we want to be playing good in this and this. And I saw in the Nico interview that they said that the results didn't really matter too much for them coming into the major. Like they put all the effort into peaking and actually be good at the major. And I saw Lars talking about as well, their mental coach saying that maybe they peaked too early. Maybe they already peaked a month ago. Like there are so many things that you can start like looking at what went wrong for Falcons, but if you just dive into how they played as a team in terms of their fundamentals and their protocols, it was just not good enough.
And I think that's a fair point to raise right here. For people who didn't watch the game, or for people who maybe only had half an eye on the game, it was deserved, right? The level of Counter-Strike they showed up with here at the major, it was deservingly that Falcons is not making it to stage 3. And it sounds ridiculous to say about what, at least coming into the tournament, were the second best team in the world, the team that came so close, taken down Vitality in Melbourne, probably should have won that game too. Nightmares about that one, I guess, added on to that one. So for them not to show up with a better level, that's just unacceptable, as Nico said.
That's the thing. That was the question I was going to pose to you guys. Is like, I don't even want to use the word blemish because that's not big enough. It's a massive stain on their record for the entirety of this half of the season, right? No matter how many deep playoffs runs you make, no matter how many grand finals, you make back to back to back. It's all for naught if you don't do anything in the major, right?
I think there's like a case where you could actually say that this is the biggest like upset or the worst performance that probably any of them have had in their career. You know, maybe it's the biggest upset they've actually experienced, you know, because sure, they're a new team and they haven't played with Money for that long, but with all the resources and all the things coming into the major and what they've shown coming into this tournament as well, the pressure just got to them, in my opinion.
They finished 22nd at this major, 20 to 22nd. That speaks volume for itself.
I didn't think about the number.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy because we are only in stage 2. You know, we're only in the beginning of what used to be the old majors and stage 2 here at the new format. So yeah, it speaks for itself. You have Monacy, you have Nico, you have Sonic, you have 3 of the greatest, talents and or experienced players out there in each their different role, and you're not even close to making it at any significant level here at the major. So it is what it is. It's a huge surprise, but gives us something to talk about.
Yeah, I still can't quite believe I'm saying it, but no Falcons moving into tomorrow, so we do need to check in with what is on the cards. Of course, despite FaZe losing here, doesn't mean they're eliminated, but that's not going to be until later in the day. We're going to be kicking things off with Heroic versus Namiga. Then it's going to be your boys Bait Peter versus Lin Vision. Finally, FaZe versus MIBR. Why are you on the bait hype train? Why are you loving them?
I don't know.
Baiting.
No, but no, I'm not baiting. I've said it coming into today. It's like, don't sleep on bait. I actually had them going up and winning against Furious. Well, that did not happen, so they still have a shot. I don't know what it is with bait. I don't know. They just seem to be playing some very interesting Counter-Strike, and they're so young, and they just want to go for fights. And we just saw that with 3D Max as well. Like, when you play against teams that are, like, out of your caliber, like, you just want to show that you're better than them, you know? Yeah. And they are maybe the new generation, and I'm all in for, like, a generational shift.
I love the FaZe MIBR game. Can I just say that? We saw MIBR, you know, end Falcons. We just spoke about it. Now they get another chance against FaZe tomorrow. Imagine a world where they knock Falcons out of the major, they knock Simple and FaZe out of the major, and they progress themselves into stage 3. All I'm saying is that I also do feel for MIBR in a sense. They probably woke up feeling like, oh, we're playing Falcons? God damn. And then they look towards tomorrow. FaZe now? FaZe? Are you kidding me? Like, come on, man.
Well, on that bombshell, I think it's time to bid everybody good night. Fantastic day of Counter-Strike here at stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and the final day of stage 2 going to be going down tomorrow. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.